Chapter 1. System Binding. Asterisk ding. Host selection completed. Binding system. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. System binding successful. The most powerful shelter system has been activated. Asterisk. Who? Who is speaking? In a rented apartment in Jianghai City, Su Chun looked around in a panic. Seeing no one in response, he muttered to himself, "The most powerful shelter system?" Suddenly, a panel appeared before him. Host, Su Chun. Age, 22. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. Constitution, 5. Asterisk mentality, 7. Shelter, none. Resources, none. This. I can't be dreaming. Taking a deep breath, he slapped his cheek to confirm this was not an illusion. He had actually obtained the legendary system. Wait. Just as he was reveling in his fortune, Su Chun discovered a crucial detail. Shelter? Is a disaster about to occur? The system responded. Asterisk ding. The ocean blue planet where the host resides is about to enter the apocalypse, and all living beings on this planet will undergo the baptism of doom. Asterisk only by constructing a shelter can one survive the apocalypse. Asterisk. Hiss. Su Chun inhaled sharply. The end of the world was imminent. He had watched numerous disaster films and knew that humans were utterly fragile in the face of calamity. A catastrophe that would affect the entire world would be even more terrifying. With this thought, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he not acquired the system, he would likely perish when the apocalypse erupted. Even if he managed to survive, life would be exceedingly difficult. Now that he possessed the system, overcoming the impending disaster should not pose a significant challenge. The weight on his heart gradually lifted. The most pressing concern now was to ascertain when the apocalypse would strike and how to construct a shelter. It seemed as though the system had heard Su Chen's thoughts. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Would the host like to claim it? Asterisk ding. There are 3 days remaining until the disaster arrives. Please prepare accordingly. Asterisk. 3 days. The time left for me is too short. Su Chen sighed deeply. Regardless, he needed to claim the beginner's gift pack first. He wondered what treasures the system had included in it. Claim the beginner's gift pack. Su Chun tapped his hand, hoping for good fortune. Asterisk ding. Claiming the beginner's gift pack. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a level 1 shelter. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an all-terrain drone. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a space ring. Asterisk. The items have been successfully distributed. Please collect them promptly. A shelter, a drone, and a space ring. These 3 items were quite commendable for Su Chun. Asterisk level 1 shelter. Living space of 500 square meters, accommodating 15 residents. With an additional storage room capable of holding 3,000 cubic meters of items. Can be constructed once the host selects a location. That asterisk. Asterisk all-terrain drone. Length of 30 centimeters. Flight range of 50 kilometers. Adaptable to all harsh environments. Equipped with artificial intelligence, featuring detection and alert functions. Carrying small weapons. With a battery life of 60 hours, rechargeable via electricity or solar energy. Asterisk. Space ring. Contains a space of 10 m times 10 m times 10 m. Cannot store living beings. Items stored within will not deteriorate. Asterisk. Upon reading the system's descriptions, a broad smile spread across Su Chen's face. Now that he had a shelter, his safety was temporarily assured. What surprised him most was the space ring. With it, procuring supplies and transporting items became significantly easier. He took out his phone and pulled up the map of Jianghai City to select the location for the shelter. After some contemplation, he decided to choose a spot near Taihu Park. This location was the best option he could think of. Jianghai City was excessively bustling, with a permanent population exceeding 30 million. Too many people. Currently, due to expansion plans for Taihu Park, many residents had relocated and several warehouses have been constructed nearby, rendering the area less populated and highly discreet. Choosing this location would greatly reduce the chances of attracting attention before the apocalypse struck. Another crucial reason was that this place was where Su Chen's original home was located. He was an ordinary person from a demolished area. Now he had a substantial sum from the demolition compensation, alleviating any worries about funding for supplies. The compensation from a building's demolition was an inheritance from Su Chen's parents, enough for him to squander for a lifetime. Time was running short. It It was time for him to take action. In a neighborhood near Taihu Park. Knock, knock. Asterisk hearing the knock. Zhang Wei impatiently opened the door. Who is it? Seeing Su Chun at the door, his tone softened considerably, though it still carried a hint of annoyance. Clearly, the two were previously acquainted. Oh, isn't this Su Chun? Aren't you living it up in the city center? Why are you here so late? Zhang Wei's home was directly across from Su Chen's, but unfortunately, while Su Chen's home had been demolished, his had not. He harbored considerable jealousy towards Su Chun, which strained their relationship. Su Chun paid no heed to Zhang Wei's tone. His purpose for visiting was to use Zhang Wei's warehouse, conveniently located near Taihu Park. He needed a place to store supplies before transporting them to the shelter. It was not his intention to create complications. Rather, it was to avoid drawing attention. After all, purchasing such a large quantity of items without a storage space would raise suspicions. With the apocalypse approaching, it was wise to be cautious. I plan to procure a considerable amount of supplies and need a warehouse for storage, he explained. I heard your warehouse has recently become available. I would like to rent it for a few days. After a round of discussion with Zhang Wei, Su Chun ultimately rented the warehouse at 1.5 times the original price. His goal had been achieved, and Su Chun did not linger, taking the keys to the warehouse before departing. He chuckled coldly at Zhang Wei's extortionate behavior in his heart. When the apocalypse arrived, Zhang Wei would learn what true regret meant. Let him wait slowly for his demise once the end times come. The money extorted would just be considered a contribution to a feast. Oh wait, in a global apocalypse, there would be no feast to attend. Before long, Su Chun arrived at the warehouse's location. The warehouse was not particularly large, covering approximately 1,000 square meters, which was sufficient for temporarily storing Su Chen's supplies and was designed to be inconspicuous. He had another purpose. He intended to have the system construct the shelter underground in this warehouse. To Su Chun, the location of the shelter was of little consequence. He chose this spot primarily for the convenience of moving purchased supplies into the shelter. The decision to build the shelter underground stemmed from the high level of concealment it provided, as well as the ability to avoid most disasters.
Chapter 2. The Sanctuary Ding. The construction of the sanctuary is underway. Please be patient, host. Time required for sanctuary construction, 1 hour. The brief duration required for the construction of the sanctuary left Su Chun marveling at the wonders of the system. Throughout the building process, not a single unusual sound emerged. This was indeed advantageous, sparing him the need to deceive others. Gazing at the layout of the sanctuary, Su Chen's anticipation grew increasingly palpable as he envisioned the final outcome upon its completion. The passage of time often felt interminable. Ding. The sanctuary construction is complete. Please receive it, host. At last, it was finished. An hour may not seem long, yet Su Chen's impatience had long since reached its zenith. He yearned to explore his sanctuary, which would serve as his bastion for survival in the impending apocalypse. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noted no discernible changes. Were it not for the system's notification, he might have believed the sanctuary did not exist at all. Just as Su Chen pondered how he might access the sanctuary, the system's alert chimed once more in his ears. Host, please remain patient. The passageway to the sanctuary is about to manifest. With this assurance, Su Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His curiosity piqued at how the system connected to the subterranean sanctuary and the manner in which he would enter. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. A square opening approximately 3 square meters in size appeared in the ground not far ahead. In swift succession, a futuristic metallic lift ascended from the opening and came to a smooth halt before him. Intrigued, Su Chun instinctively reached out to touch the elevator door. A mysterious beam of light materialized above the door, scanning him from head to toe. Beep beep. Biological information collection complete. Identity successfully confirmed. Welcome home, master. An emotionless electronic voice emanated from the door, which began to slowly open. Su Chun immediately understood that the only way to reach his sanctuary was by using the elevator. This method was indeed sufficiently discreet. Few would suspect that beneath an unremarkable warehouse lay a sanctuary. Adjusting his mindset, Su Chun stepped into the elevator with curiosity. Upon detecting his presence, the doors closed once more. Inside, a luminous white glow enveloped the space, illuminating it with a brightness that was neither harsh nor blinding. Instead, imparting a sense of mystery and warmth. The electronic voice resonated once again. Please prepare, master. The lift is about to commence its descent. The destination lies 100 meters underground. We kindly ask for your patience. 100 meters underground. Su Chun inwardly gasped, contemplating the depth of the sanctuary beneath the surface. Was he not concerned about suffocation? Of course, His musings were merely light-hearted banter. The system must have its reasons for situating the sanctuary at such a profound depth. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his nerves. The entire descent was remarkably smooth. Su Chun felt not the slightest jolt. Were it not for the sensation of weightlessness accompanying the descent, he might have believed the elevator remained at ground level. At last, they arrived. As the elevator came to a halt, Su Chun sensed the arrival at his destination. The electronic voice announced, "You have reached your destination." The elevator doors opened once more. The moment Su Chun stepped out, he was greeted by an iron gate. The multiple layers of security prompted him to silently commend the system for its caution. Beep. The earlier electronic voice resounded again. "Master, I am your intelligent housekeeper, Xiao AI. Welcome home. Please hold on for a moment as the shelter is acquiring your biometric information and binding the highest level of authority." The binding process was swift, and Su Chun did not have to wait long. Once the permissions were fully bound, the gate swung open. Simultaneously, the entire shelter seemed to come alive. All the lights illuminated, casting a glow into every corner of the refuge. Shelter number 01 is awaiting your designation. In that moment, the shelter appeared almost sentient, showcasing its loyalty to Su Chun. Regardless, this refuge had brought him immense surprise. After a brief contemplation, he softly declared, "Dawn. Let the shelter be named Dawn. May my future in this apocalyptic world be filled with light." Upon receiving the command, Xiao AI promptly responded, "Beep. Shelter number 01 is officially renamed Dawn Shelter." The characters for Dawn appeared on the gate, leaving Su Chun's unique mark upon the refuge. Upon entering the shelter, his first impression was one of opulence, imbued with a strong sense of technological advancement. Under the guidance of the intelligent housekeeper Xiao AI, he learned that every item within the shelter was under her control. He also discovered that the refuge was entirely sealed, with oxygen generated by a specialized oxygen machine. It was no wonder that at a depth of 100 meters underground, his breathing was unaffected. The air was even fresher than that above ground. The water was sourced from underground reserves, meticulously filtered by machines to ensure safety for the inhabitants. The temperature within the shelter was regulated to provide optimal comfort based on Su Chun's needs. Even the lighting mimicked the sun's rays, preventing any physiological changes due to the absence of natural light. The shelter was fully furnished, requiring no additional purchases. One could simply move in. In summary, the system had clearly put in great effort, and as the host, Su Chun was thoroughly satisfied. It was all about being diligent and responsible. Perfect. Beyond these two words, he found no other terms adequate to describe the shelter. Currently, as a level 1 refuge, the features were not fully developed, merely providing a temporary means of survival. For prolonged existence, numerous functionalities were still necessary, such as independent planting and breeding zones, for no one knew how long the apocalypse would last, and supplies from the outside would inevitably run out. Additionally, machines for manufacturing various items were essential. According to the system, once the shelter upgraded, everything Su Chun needed would be at his disposal, with unexpected features emerging post-upgrade. Furthermore, Su Chun learned from the system that the energy sustaining the shelter was independent. The energy supply of the shelter operates independently, sourced from a compact nuclear fusion power station. Each time the shelter undergoes an upgrade, the power station must also be enhanced. Otherwise, it risks facing a precarious energy shortage. Upon consulting the system, he learned that upgrading both entities requires a substantial amount of points. These system points function akin to currency, indispensable for purchasing items in the system's marketplace or for upgrading the shelter. The means of acquiring points and the method for accessing the marketplace were also elucidated by the system. However, the outcome left Su Chun feeling disheartened. According to the system, true activation would only occur after the apocalypse officially commences. With merely 3 days remaining until that fateful event, Su Chun expressed his patience. Initially intending to procure supplies, he glanced at the time, 2:30 in the morning. The store had long since closed, leaving him to await the dawn to purchase necessities. With only a few hours until sunrise, Su Chun decided to rest within the shelter, rejuvenating himself for a frenzied shopping spree at first light. Chapter 3. The frenzied shopping spree the following morning. Su Chun awakened from the expansive 3-meter by 5-meter bed in the shelter's master bedroom. This night, he had slept more soundly than ever before. Now, he radiated vigor and vitality. After a brief grooming session, he took the elevator back to the ground level. The entire operation of the shelter was now under his command, a sensation immensely gratifying. The elevator was equipped with a detection system that could sense the presence of strangers nearby. Should anyone be detected, Su Chun would decide whether to proceed to the surface, a remarkably thoughtful feature ensuring his safety upon exiting. Upon returning to the ground, the elevator vanished, and the entrance sealed once more, leaving no trace of any anomaly. Stepping out of the warehouse, Su Chun found the exterior desolate, nearly devoid of people. He made his way directly to the largest department store in the vicinity. Before the apocalypse arrived, He aimed to exhaust every last penny on his card, transforming it into useful items. Once the apocalypse struck, currency would likely be rendered worthless, akin to mere paper, and even unsuitable for practical use. The funds in his bank account would soon become nothing more than meaningless figures. Upon arriving at the department store, he summoned the manager and declared his intention to purchase every available food item. Wrap up all your provisions, be it rice, meat, flour, or any other edibles. At this moment, Su-chun resembled the archetypal nouveau riche, albeit in a rather peculiar setting. While others of his kind might reserve entire bars or hotels, this was the first instance of witnessing someone attempting to hoard all the food from a department store. Are you jesting with me? The manager remarked, initially believing Su-chun to be merely seeking amusement, his expression souring. With an impatient wave of his hand, he inquired, do you have any idea how much all of this costs? I simply do not have the time to indulge your nonsense. Leave this place at once, or I shall summon security to escort you out. Su-chun, disinterested in squabbling with the manager, remained focused on his purchases. He understood these individuals well. Once he displayed his true capabilities, the manager would undoubtedly begin to fawn over him. With a flourish, he produced his bank card, jesting, who am I playing with? I possess ample wealth. Su-chun epitomized extravagance. Observing Su-chun's demeanor, the manager felt a flicker of belief. However, the magnitude of the procurement necessitated caution, as it directly impacted his livelihood. Sir, may I verify the balance on your card? The manager's tone had shifted considerably. Su-chun handed over the card, urging him to expedite the process. Do hurry. My time is exceedingly precious. Indeed, time was of the essence, with the impending apocalypse looming. The manager took the card and summoned his subordinate to swiftly ascertain whether the funds were sufficient. Shortly thereafter, the subordinate returned, whispering discreetly in the manager's ear. Su-chun noted the change in the manager's countenance. The manager, now wearing a sycophantic expression, addressed Su-chun, my dear young sir. I must apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Please forgive my rudeness. The rapid shift in demeanor left Su-chun somewhat impressed. The mode of address transformed from young brother to sir, and finally to boss, illustrating a profound understanding of social graces. It was evident that the manager possessed a degree of competence to attain his position. Now, I trust it is clear that I was not jesting. Please expedite the packing of the items I previously mentioned. Su-chun, eager to avoid further entanglement with the manager, focused on the primary objective of securing the provisions. Ensure these supplies are delivered to this location promptly. Should you perform well, you shall not be without your rewards. To incentivize the manager to work diligently, Su-chun promised him considerable benefits. After all, money could indeed facilitate expediency, and spending a little was a wise investment. The allure of wealth is irresistible. Ultimately, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, currency would lose its significance. Rest assured, I will exert every effort. The manager, elated, had not anticipated Su-chun's generosity. In that moment, he felt he had struck gold. He respectfully ushered Su-chun into the lounge. May I inquire as to the purpose behind your substantial food purchase? Your concern should not extend beyond executing the task at hand. My affairs are my own. Su-chun replied, providing the manager with the address of the warehouse. Please arrange for the supplies to be delivered there without delay. The manager quickly acquiesced. Having secured the food, Su-chun was determined to acquire other essential items as well. Under the manager's guidance, he proceeded to deplete the inventory of various fruits, vegetables, meats, oils, and spices. He even spared no thought for the seeds of assorted vegetables and fruits. This audacious act left onlookers in a state of bewilderment, speculating whether Su-chun intended to empty the department store entirely. However, they were mistaken. Su-chun focused solely on food and related goods, neglecting all else. His frenzied actions rendered the department store manager both amused and exasperated. Despite his profound confusion regarding Su-chun's peculiar behavior, the remarkable sales performance compelled him to feign ignorance. As long as his own achievements were commendable, he deemed Su-chun's intentions irrelevant. Concerning the issue of sold-out items and the fate of other customers, he felt no obligation, for he was a pivotal contributor to the company's exceptional sales figures. Such dilemmas could be delegated to others. After all, the company employed many individuals, not merely to idle away their time. Su-chun had repeatedly emphasized that the manager must ensure all items were delivered within a day. The manager, with unwavering assurance, promised to fulfill the task and respectfully sent Su-chun on his way. Upon departing from the department store, Su-chun did not cease his procurement journey. The inventory of a single department store was evidently insufficient to satisfy his appetite. He proceeded to a second and then a third store. Employing the same straightforward and forceful approach as before, he simply wielded money. While money may not be omnipotent, it could resolve 99 problems. He cared not whether he could consume all he bought. His mantra was to purchase. When the apocalypse arrives, food will be the ultimate currency, and no one could refuse it. According to Su Chen's estimates, he procured over 30,000 tons of food, ample to sustain 1 million people for a month. As for concerns about food expiration, he was untroubled. For the storage facilities of the shelter were specially designed with advanced technology capable of indefinitely extending the shelf life of all items. According to Xiao AI, some items could be preserved for millennia. Thus, Su Chen indulged in the frenzied purchase of food, undeterred by the prospect of spoilage. With expiration no longer a worry, the more provisions, the better. In addition to food, Su Chen also set his sights on pharmaceuticals. Illness is an inevitable part of life, and medicines are indispensable. Naturally, capable physicians to administer care were equally crucial. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, he harbored no fears about recruiting personnel. With money paving the way, he acquired all manner of common medications from regional distributors, regardless of whether he would personally require them. He believed it prudent to secure them for future use. As the shelter's population grew, these supplies would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Su Chen had envisioned a future where the shelter would accommodate individuals possessing various skills. He need not concern himself with men. He would welcome professionals such as nurses, teachers, flight attendants, and stars. Those who could pass his rigorous assessments and become part of his community were most welcome. As long as the shelter continued to evolve, it could accommodate even more inhabitants. The only aspect requiring attention was Su Chen's need to enhance his nutrition and strengthen his physique. He had not overlooked other essentials, including gaming consoles, movie discs, and music tapes. Entertainment was indispensable. A solitary existence within the shelter would inevitably lead to loneliness, which needed to be countered. Chapter 4. Expanding storage space. In the throes of his fervent purchasing spree, Su Chen's bank balance dwindled rapidly. Ultimately, he succeeded in converting all his funds into tangible supplies, leaving not a single drop behind. He had acquired an overwhelming quantity of goods. Delivery trucks from various locations arrived incessantly, and the entrance of the warehouse was crowded with personnel unloading cargo, transforming the previously desolate area into a bustling hub. Driven by the lure of profit, the managers of the department stores were relentless in urging the truck drivers to expedite their deliveries. One truck after another worked overtime to transport supplies to the warehouse. As Su Chen observed the ever-increasing stockpile of goods, a broad smile adorned his face. This was indeed the foundation of his future livelihood. However, as the influx of supplies continued, he encountered a dilemma. A single warehouse could no longer accommodate all the goods. Consequently, he took measures to expand his storage capacity by renting several large vacant warehouses in the vicinity. Employing a strategy akin to using empty hands to catch a white wolf, he painted an enticing picture for the warehouse owners, promising to pay them tenfold once his funds were stabilized. Naturally, with such a substantial purchase, the warehouse owners readily agreed. Little did they know, they would never see that payment in their lifetime. With the new warehouses, he was finally able to store all his acquired supplies. Yet, he soon discovered another issue. There was simply too much stock for the shelter's storage room to handle. Fortunately, the system was rather user-friendly and presented solutions to Su Chen's predicament. It offered two options. One was to upgrade the storage room, and the other was to provide temporary storage space for excess supplies. Both options required the expenditure of points, albeit in varying amounts. As a novice, the system allowed Su Chen to defer payment. This solution alleviated his immediate concerns. With a resolution at hand, he certainly agreed. There was no way he would relinquish these supplies. The prospect of advancing points was a minor inconvenience he was willing to accept, especially since safeguarding his acquisitions was paramount. He could not allow others to benefit from his efforts. He opted to advance points to upgrade the storage room, which significantly expanded its capacity, providing ample space for the supplies. This decision had the advantage of being a one-time solution, but the downside was the considerable amount of points required. Uncertain of the purchasing power of points, Su Chen reluctantly abandoned this option, leaving him with only the choice of renting temporary storage space from the system. The rental fee was calculated daily, with points settled at the end, making it a substantially cheaper alternative. Thus, Su Chen wisely chose the latter method. At this juncture, he was still unaware of the potential challenges associated with acquiring points, so any savings were welcome. It was only the beginning, and already he found himself indebted in points to the system, a predicament that left him feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, Su Chen had no regrets about his decisions. His greatest advantage lay in his foresight regarding the impending apocalypse. Capitalizing on this advantage, he resolved to stockpile supplies as much as possible before the calamity struck. Points could eventually be repaid, but missing the opportunity to amass food during this critical time was simply not an option. After the apocalypse descends, acquiring sustenance will no longer be as effortless as it is now. At that moment, one can only speculate how many souls will turn against each other in a desperate bid for a morsel of food. System, I opt for the temporary storage space. Ding. The temporary storage space will incur a daily deduction of 10 points. Does the host wish to continue? Of course. Upon making his choice, Su Chun discovered an expansive area adjacent to the storage room in the shelter, ample enough to accommodate all of his remaining supplies. At last, every item was gathered, awaiting Su Chun to transfer them into the sanctuary. Once the delivery personnel vacated the warehouse, Su Chun secured the large door, shielding his actions from prying eyes. He tirelessly transported goods back and forth between the warehouse and the shelter. Fortuitously, the spatial ring acquired from the novice gift pack significantly enhanced his efficiency, allowing him to move supplies at a remarkable pace, saving him considerable time. Otherwise, with such a vast quantity of materials, he might have been at it for an eternity. Even with the impending apocalypse, half of his provisions could very well have remained outside the shelter. After an exhausting afternoon, he successfully emptied the entire warehouse. During this period, Su Chun's fervent procurement of supplies began to circulate among the populace. The source of the rumors remained a mystery, and the intentions behind his actions were equally unclear. Many openly mocked Su Chun, deeming him foolish for squandering money, with some even suggesting he had lost his sanity. His motives were beyond their comprehension. Even Zhang Wei, the individual who rented the warehouse to Su Chun, found his behavior perplexing, believing that Su Chun merely had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Yet, the opinions of these individuals bore no weight on Su Chun. He had anticipated such reactions. It was impossible to engage in such extensive procurement without drawing attention. Before the relevant authorities turned their gaze upon him, he needed to expedite the transfer of supplies into the shelter. Once everything settled, even if measures were taken against him, it would be too late, for he would be comfortably ensconced within the sanctuary, awaiting the apocalypse while observing the tumult outside. His sanctuary lay 100 meters below ground, rendering it nearly impossible for others to trace his whereabouts. As for those who derided Su Chun online, their current arrogance would lead to a tragic fate in the future. Internet trolls would inevitably face the harsh realities of life, teaching them a much-needed lesson. When the time comes, zombies would not engage with them in cyberspace, but would instead confront them in the physical realm, leading to a brutal struggle for survival. Such a life-and-death scenario would surely instill terror within them. Eventually, they would realize just how grievously mistaken they had been. The onset of the apocalypse is not far off. The entire world is on the brink of entering a new era, a realm that will serve as a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Chapter 5. The eve of descent time passed without Su Chen's awareness. He finally succeeded in transferring all supplies into the storage room of the shelter. After completing all his tasks, he collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. From this moment onward, there is nothing pressing for him to attend to outside. He intends to remain within the sanctuary until the apocalypse descends. His sole task is to patiently await the arrival of the end, embarking on his journey of survival. Meanwhile, Su Chun has received word that he has drawn the attention of the relevant authorities, not due to any overt actions, but rather because he has effectively depleted the local food supplies. Nevertheless, Su Chun is unperturbed by the prospect of scrutiny. Prior to securing his resources, he harbored some concerns, but now he feels utterly unencumbered. Let them investigate. All that remains for these individuals are empty warehouses. They will uncover nothing of consequence. Neither the supplies nor he himself will be found by them, no matter how intricately they ponder. They would never suspect that a sanctuary lies 100 meters beneath the warehouse. More critically, the time until the apocalypse is fleeting. Even if the authorities wish to conduct an inquiry, they lack the time and resources to do so. After the end arrives, everyone will be preoccupied with self-preservation. Who would expend energy investigating Su Chun? As he observes the system's notification, he notes that there are merely 3 hours remaining until the end. Leaning back on the sofa, he gently swirls the glass of red wine in his hand, casually watching television. The sanctuary is fully equipped, and even 100 meters underground. It maintains a connection to the outside world, allowing Su Chun to stay in touch. The built-in firewall effectively shields against external intrusions, ensuring that he does not have to worry about being discovered. At that moment, a breaking news alert captures his attention. Kings from nations across the globe have simultaneously issued a statement, causing a stir worldwide. They declare that scientists from various countries have detected anomalies on the planet, heralding the impending doom that threatens humanity. If this announcement had come from a single monarch, it might have been dismissed as a conspiracy, with the messenger facing harsh criticism. However, the collective declaration from all kings lends credibility to the message. In that instant, humanity plunges into a state of profound panic. Such moments are often ripe for chaos. Other nations descend into turmoil, with rampant violence and looting erupting everywhere. Fortunately, the Longxia Kingdom has long been prepared. Stability agents have been on high alert, swiftly quelling those who seek to exploit the situation with overwhelming force. A series of decisive actions momentarily pacifies the restless crowds. In truth, the reason nations believe in the impending apocalypse is not merely due to scientific findings, but because they have all received an enigmatic message. It contained information regarding the imminent end of the world. Had it been so simple, the monarchs would not have acted in such unison. The message further indicated that, prior to the apocalypse, all of humanity as heavy weaponry capable of widespread destruction, such as nuclear bombs, would gradually fail, rendering them utterly inoperative. When the kings discovered that all nuclear weapons were rendered inoperative, a wave of panic swept over them. This signified that the apocalypse was indeed upon them. The situation was utterly surreal, leaving them with no choice but to believe. Consequently, they simultaneously announced the impending doom to their subjects. People rushed to purchase goods, hoarding supplies to survive the end of days. The most unfortunate were those residing near Su Chun, for he had nearly exhausted the available resources, leaving others with nothing. The moment the news broadcast concluded, Su Chin's phone began to ring incessantly, inundated with messages. Without needing to glance, he understood that these were from those seeking to sell supplies. Their intent was likely to retrieve all the goods from him, or at the very least, a portion of them. Su Chun had no intention of accommodating these individuals. Once the items were in his possession, he would not part with even a single fragment. Moreover, every item was purchased with his hard-earned money. To avoid the incessant disturbance, Su Chun swiftly pressed the power button, plunging into silence. Those individuals, finding themselves unable to reach Su Chun, hastened towards the warehouses. However, what should have been brimming with supplies was entirely barren, devoid of even a single strand. They had gone mad. Both Su Chun and the resources had vanished without a trace. The chaos outside bore no effect on Su Chun. He continued to indulge in meat and fine wine, relishing the comforts of his sanctuary. From the earlier news, it was apparent that the outside world remained oblivious to the specific timing of the apocalypse, even unaware that only 3 hours remained. Su Chun contemplated whether he should disclose the exact timing of the catastrophe to the outside world. Yet, observing the tumult engulfing the internet, he feared no one would believe him. As an ordinary individual, how could he convince others? Choosing to abandon this thankless endeavor, he turned to the system in his mind. How does the outside world know about the apocalypse? Is it your doing? After sipping his wine, he inquired of the system. Ding. This system will not communicate with anyone other than the host. As for the source of the external information, the host currently lacks sufficient authority to be informed. Having encountered a dead end with the system for the first time, Su Chin's curiosity intensified. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered. It seemed the system harbored numerous secrets. Even if this matter was not directly orchestrated by the system, it was undoubtedly connected. Since the system chose to remain silent, he decided not to dwell on it further. According to the system, once he upgraded the sanctuary and acquired sufficient authority, all would be revealed. After all, it bore no impact on him. Why should he concern himself? With his phone turned off, Su Chin approached his computer to browse various news online. People were realizing that even offering exorbitant prices could not procure supplies. Sellers of food had closed their doors, evidently intent on conserving their stock to weather the impending disaster. As a result, conflicts erupted in numerous locations, with bloodshed becoming increasingly common. For this, Su Chun could only silently pray for those individuals. Due to this matter, the online community erupted in a chorus of condemnation, while others desperately sought sustenance. He had already stockpiled an abundance of food. The sensation was peculiar. Shortly thereafter, he saw online reports indicating that a state of emergency had been declared everywhere. Even with law enforcement present, conflicts continued to escalate. Ultimately, everyone was instructed to return to their residences to avert unforeseen incidents. Su Chin could not help but sigh internally. This approach was indeed commendable, yet regrettably, it was too late. The apocalypse was imminent. Chapter 6. The Advent of Doom Summoning the System Panel. Su Chun gazed at the countdown displayed. Apocalypse countdown. 0 days, 0 hours, 10 minutes, 34 seconds. Only 10 minutes remained. Such a brief span offered humanity no ample time for preparation. As Su Chun watched, the seconds slipped away. When the countdown reached 0, he silently mused. It has begun. As expected, at that moment, the entire world experienced a peculiar phenomenon. A layer of crimson mist appeared in the sky, gradually descending to the ground. This critical moment of abnormality was, of course, noted by people worldwide. Many felt a sense of unease. Some astute individuals speculated whether this was an omen of the apocalypse. Under the anxious gaze of humanity, the red mist settled on the ground and then suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, the human realm underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Countless individuals discovered that their family members, neighbors, and others had morphed into the legendary undead, ravenously tearing at the living nearby, resulting in utter chaos. The apocalypse was indeed real. Those fortunate enough to remain human, witnessing this scene, found their hearts heavy with dread. Zombies. The end of days had silently transformed people into the undead. It was horrifying. The bloodthirsty carnage instigated by the zombies unfolded in every corner of the world, presenting humanity with its greatest trial. In this fleeting moment, the majority fell prey to the infection. The surviving humans, bewildered and disoriented. In this entire world, only the refuge where Su-chan resided remained untouched, as he was not affected in the slightest. Su-chan observed the incessant stream of photos uploaded online, filled with messages of desperation from countless despairing souls. His heart ached with empathy. Had he not possessed the system, he too might have succumbed to the depths of hopelessness like these individuals. As for why he could still access the internet, it was because this world had long achieved global network coverage. As long as not all satellites malfunctioned, the internet would function normally. Su-chan silently offered prayers for his surviving compatriots. Take care, amen. His thoughts returned to the system. Ding. All system functions activated, system marketplace activated, system task function activated. The apocalypse had officially commenced, and the long-anticipated system marketplace was now online. All functions unfolded before him. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Su-chan inwardly commanded, System, open the system marketplace. A semi-transparent screen materialized before him, displaying a plethora of various items. Weapons, genetic serums, and robots were abundant, and Su-chan yearned to acquire them all. Regrettably, this was beyond his reach. Not only was he unable to make purchases, but he also bore a substantial debt. His immediate desire was to earn points swiftly, to clear his debts, and thereafter indulge in lavish shopping within the system's marketplace. Reluctantly, he diverted his gaze from the enticing offerings of the system store. From the system, Su-chan learned that the current zombie outbreak was merely the beginning. This catastrophe was termed viral invasion. The virus transformed living beings into grotesque, bloodthirsty zombies, attacking all forms of life. This was but one manifestation of the apocalypse. Far graver disasters were yet to unfold, each presenting a higher degree of peril. Each type of disaster would bring forth new mutated creatures, whose strength would pose an even greater threat to humanity. As he absorbed the system's descriptions, a chill coursed through Su-chan's heart. From the system's fragmented insights, he could envision the harrowing difficulties humanity would face in the future. The various calamities and formidable mutated beings could deliver devastating blows to mankind. As if the world itself had awakened with a consciousness intent on eradicating humanity. Instinctively, Su-chan clenched his fists. He was resolute in his belief that he could survive and thrive amidst this desolate apocalypse. This conviction was bolstered by the system. He firmly decided against venturing outside the shelter for the time being. Only after purchasing a basic genetic serum to enhance his physical capabilities would he entertain such thoughts. The allure of the basic genetic serum was irresistible. According to the description, it promised to unlock the body's latent potential entirely. One must not underestimate this. Once fully harnessed, human potential could reach terrifying heights. Even if he could not rival a superhero, he would be close. If not for his lack of points, Su-chan would have eagerly seized the opportunity to obtain and consume it immediately. For now, he could only turn his attention to the system's tasks. He shifted his focus to the system tasks. Only by completing these assignments could he amass significant points. This function was of paramount importance. The immediate priority was to acquire points, with the primary sources being system tasks and the extermination of mutated creatures. The latter, however, was not a viable option for Su-chan at this moment. As an ordinary individual, it would be exceedingly challenging to earn points by slaying zombies. Attempting to do so would likely result in his demise. In the absence of formidable strength, it was wise to develop cautiously. Fortunately, within the safety of the shelter, he need not worry about security, affording him ample time to enhance his abilities. Ding. Task has been released. Please check promptly. Main Task 1. Survive. The apocalypse is a nightmarish despair for all living beings. Each time the host survives a different type of apocalypse, they will earn 1,000 points. To Su-chan, this task seemed like a gift of points, albeit a lengthy one that could not alleviate his immediate needs. He could only continue to read further. Main Quest 2. Salvation. As the hope of future humanity, the host earns 1,000 points for each additional resident in the shelter. This task resonates with his inner thoughts. It is essential to attract more individuals to the shelter, as solitude can be burdensome and companionship is vital. However, Su-chan is selective about whom he invites. He has long set his sights on a singular goal, to welcome only women into the shelter. Allowing other men entry poses an inherent risk, regardless of their intentions. Only men can truly comprehend the mindset of other men. Yet again, this task cannot be pursued at present, prompting him to delve deeper. The main quests consist solely of these two, while the remainder are side quests, most of which require him to venture outside, thus temporarily set aside. After some searching, he finally discovers a task that aligns perfectly with his inclinations. Side Quest 3. Display. Permanent task. While others endure suffering, the host thrives within the shelter and should exhibit to those in despair what constitutes a quality life amidst the apocalypse. Based on the emotional fluctuations of the target, earn corresponding points, with each individual generating between 1 to 10 points. Chapter 7. System Marketplace. Su Chen's eyes flickered with intrigue. The rewards for the system tasks are indeed substantial, yet the only one he can readily accomplish at this moment is the third side quest. It entails no risk, allowing him to amass a considerable number of points while remaining in the safety of the shelter. The method of completion is also exceedingly simple, easily achieved through online group chats. He merely hopes that his online companions do not perish, for otherwise, he would be deprived of potential points. The sole downside of this task is its propensity to incite jealousy and animosity among others. After all, they suffer while Su Chen indulges. Such a stark psychological disparity is unbearable for most. In truth, Su Chen is reluctant to engage in this behavior. Yet the allure of the system's generous rewards compels him to harden his heart and momentarily shed his humanity. Is it not merely a display of ostentation before others? He is prepared to do so. Imagining the harsh realities of others' lives amidst the apocalypse, he envisions himself feasting on meat and sipping wine with nonchalance. The contrast between their plight and his indulgence is starkly apparent. In reality, Su Chen finds this task rather intriguing. To candidly admit, he does not recoil from the notion of deriving joy from the suffering of others. He acknowledges a hint of mischief within himself. Contemplating further, he realizes that the time is not yet right for this endeavor. He must wait until the survivors have endured some days in their apocalyptic existence, allowing them to truly perceive the disparity. At that point, their emotional fluctuations will be more pronounced, and Su Chen will garner even greater points. The apocalypse has only just begun. Many are preoccupied with survival, contemplating how to endure, leaving little room for online conversations. The frequency of his online interactions reflects this reality. He secretly rejoices that technological advancements have remained relatively intact. Even with the onset of the apocalypse, the internet continues to function. As long as the satellites above remain operational, the network signal will remain robust. Without this, acquiring points through this task would prove exceedingly challenging. Only through the online realm can one engage in conversations with numerous individuals, swiftly amassing a considerable amount of points. At this moment, Su Chen observed the incessant sharing of an announcement circulating on the internet. This was an official communique. Its content remarkably straightforward. In order to alleviate the burden on satellites, only a singular official announcement website would remain, serving the purpose of disseminating crucial information. The software had been reduced to a mere communication application, ensuring that individuals could still connect with one another. This consideration was indeed thoughtful, for humans are inherently social beings. Solitude can drive one to madness, easily leading to extremes. The ability to communicate with others provides a modicum of solace. Simultaneously, all signals and networks were delineated by region, permitting individuals to communicate solely within their designated areas. Interregional contact was capped, allowing a person to connect a maximum of 3 times within a month. Upon reading this announcement, one could not help but marvel at the officials' foresight. Even amidst such dire circumstances, their considerations remained remarkably thorough. He surmised the rationale behind this measure. In the short term, maintenance of the satellites was unfeasible. The only recourse was to minimize their load, thereby prolonging their operational lifespan. No one could ascertain when humanity would regain its productivity. This also subtly indicated that, in the face of this sudden apocalypse, humanity was utterly powerless, merely striving to survive. When Su Chen next accessed the internet, he discovered that all other websites and applications had become defunct. However, the impact on him was minimal, as he had long been prepared and lacked for entertainment. Films, television shows, games, music, and more were readily available at his disposal. Subsequently, he entered the chat application, where the number of participants in group chats had notably increased. He casually perused one of the group discussions. Individuals were engaged in conversations regarding the situation. Some expressed understanding, while others voiced complaints, and there were even those who vented their frustrations vehemently, declaring their inability to accept the circumstances. However, the discourse quickly veered off into other topics. Lee commented, "Help. My landlord came to collect the rent, and suddenly he turned into a zombie. I barely escaped to my bedroom. What should I do?" Wang lamented, "QAQ. Can anyone tell me if there's hope after being bitten by a zombie?" Lai exclaimed, "Damn it. I was just enjoying some intimate moments with my girlfriend when she suddenly transformed into a zombie, nearly giving me a heart attack." Su Chen, upon reading Lai's message, almost burst into laughter. Such an experience was simply absurd. One might fear they would never dare to date again. Each person shared their current predicament, and few seemed fortunate. Their lives were fraught with hardship. Su Chen couldn't help but reflect that had he lacked a system and a refuge, he too would likely be struggling for survival like these individuals. He remained silent, choosing not to contribute to the conversation. The time was not yet ripe for his voice to be heard. Furthermore, Su Chen stumbled upon a rather surprising revelation. Some participants in the group chats were located in distant areas, which, by all rights, should have prevented them from receiving messages. Yet, He faced no such restrictions and could communicate freely with individuals from other regions. After inquiring with the intelligent steward of the refuge, Su Chun received an explanation. The signal and network of the shelter remain unrestrained, allowing for seamless communication with the outside world. The system-built shelter proves to be remarkably effective. Initially, this may seem inconsequential, but as time progresses, its advantages become increasingly evident. Humanity will undoubtedly establish a firm foothold amidst the apocalypse, leading to the emergence of a new societal structure. Within the confines of their region, these individuals are undoubtedly cut off from news of other areas. Yet, Su Chun remains unaffected, able to capitalize on the disparities in information. Of course, this is a matter for the distant future. Returning to the main topic, Su Chun set aside his phone after a brief glance. With the world officially plunged into the era of apocalypse, he must contemplate his future development. A thorough plan is essential. After all, his initial advantages are substantial, and he cannot afford to become complacent or stagnant. The challenge lies in how to expand these advantages, ensuring he remains perpetually ahead of others, gracefully navigating the protracted apocalypse. Gradually, Su Chun realized he had little to occupy his time, even if he wished to engage with others. They were likely preoccupied with survival, either fleeing for their lives or pondering how to endure. Reluctantly, he resumed browsing the system's marketplace, having only skimmed the surface earlier. There remained many items yet to explore in depth. The more he perused the items in the system's marketplace, the more engrossed he became. The sheer volume of offerings, each possessing significant utility, was overwhelming. He even discovered an extraordinary item that could perfectly address the loyalty issues of future shelter inhabitants: the soul contract. This contract ensures that those who sign it cannot harm Su Chun by any means. Additionally, it possesses a latent function. As time passes, the loyalty of those bound by the contract increases, ultimately reaching its maximum level. Remarkably, this wondrous treasure is priced at a mere 50 points. It is simply perfect. The system is incredibly benevolent. Su Chun had not anticipated encountering such a miraculous item within the marketplace. This revelation alleviated the last of his concerns, allowing him to confidently recruit exceptional individuals. Chapter 8. The Art of Showmanship. 3 days have elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. The initial chaos and bloodshed have gradually subsided. Survivors are beginning to adapt to life in this new world. After enduring countless losses, they no longer exhibit the same panic that characterized the early days of the apocalypse. While others live in fear and face hunger and cold, Su Chun enjoys a mundane existence within the shelter. His daily routine is quite unremarkable. He rises at 9 in the morning, freshens up, and starts his workout. Breakfast consists of a glass of milk and an egg. Lunch features 3 dishes and a soup, with Su Chun consuming 3 large bowls. Dinner is a simple affair of noodles. It is indeed a very ordinary life. Were others to learn of Su Chun's circumstances, they would surely be envious to the point of jealousy. The apocalypse descended upon humanity with alarming swiftness, and the populace became aware of it too late, missing the opportunity to stockpile provisions. Some individuals even find their living conditions unsafe, as they could encounter zombies at any moment. Su Chun surmised that now was the opportune moment to undertake his tasks. After enduring 3 days of apocalyptic darkness, the spirits of others had likely plummeted to their lowest ebb. This presented an ideal opportunity for Su Chun to execute his mission and amass a considerable amount of points. According to the description of Side Quest 3, his objective was to stimulate these individuals effectively. The greater the emotional fluctuations, the more points he would accrue. As for how to provoke them, Su Chun had long since prepared his strategy. Time seemed to pass swiftly for him within the refuge. It was now the perfect hour for dinner, and he intended to indulge in a sumptuous feast. A mere photograph of an ordinary dinner would incite a frenzy of jealousy among the majority. Without hesitation, he set out to demonstrate what true living entailed. With his own hands, Su Chun effortlessly prepared a banquet of beef, fish, lamb, and pork, ensuring that vegetables were not neglected. He captured, edited, and uploaded the image in one seamless motion. He chose to share it in his class group, which boasted the highest number of active members among the chats he had joined. The other groups had dwindled considerably, with few lively participants remaining, thus prompting Su Chun to opt for his classmates. He often pondered what might have transpired had the authorities not shuttered those portals and forums. He could have amassed a staggering amount of points in a short span, perhaps even millions. At that juncture, the items in the system's marketplace would be at his beck and call. Prior to Su Chun's photo upload, the members of the class group were lamenting their misfortunes. As the sole means of communication with the outside world during the apocalypse, the group members were exceedingly animated. It seemed that only through this chat could they feel a semblance of existence, alleviating their loneliness through conversation. Zhanyang, does anyone know how to reduce physical depletion? My food supplies are dwindling, and I hope to stretch them out a bit longer. This is so difficult. Wu Tao what? The esteemed individual above still has food. My humble abode has nothing to eat. I am already prepared to venture out in search of sustenance. Li Wei, you all have it so rough. I still have a few boxes of instant noodles left. If I can serve them, they should last me a month. Zhao, how can you all be in such dire straits? Thankfully, my mother procured a substantial amount of food through connections when the apocalypse was announced. So we have enough provisions to last a considerable time. Regrettably, we have little meat, only an abundance of rice and potatoes. A collective thought of envy swept through the group. Zhang Yang, esteemed one, I envy you greatly. Just as others were preparing to express their own feelings of envy. Su Chen's photo successfully uploaded. Su Chen, dinner JPG. A variety of meats and vegetables. Accompanied by the caption, what to do with so much food that I cannot finish. The entire chat fell into an astonished silence, as if a pause button had been pressed. Even Zhao Hua, who had sought to boast earlier, was left speechless. The members were utterly disarmed by Su Chen's image. While they compared their miseries, Su Chen's life appeared to be flourishing in such abundance. Steak paired with red wine, accompanied by an array of vegetables and fruits, presents a rather complete nutritional balance. While this may seem insignificant before the apocalypse, it transforms into a remarkable luxury in its aftermath. Let us not even mention meat. Many individuals are left with nothing but the most basic rice. Viewed from any angle, Su Chen's actions appear rather ostentatious. If this is considered ordinary, what then do they consume? Food unworthy even of swine. Su Chen remarked, my dinner is truly too mundane. I wonder what you all have for your evening meal. Yet inwardly, he silently chastised himself. He had observed the conversations among the group members and recognized the excessiveness of his own behavior. However, he believed all of this should be attributed to the system. Its tasks were far removed from the human experience, and he, Su Chen, bore no responsibility. He fancied himself a benevolent soul, a kind-hearted benefactor, with all misdeeds laid at the feet of the system. Were the system sentient? Upon realizing Su Chen had cast the blame upon it, it would surely exclaim, well done. This last remark provoked a wave of indignation among the group members. Li Wei exclaimed, damn. Su Chen, you have gone too far. Wu Tao added, damn it, I am consumed by jealousy. Su Chen, step forward and face the consequences. I am ready to confront you. Li Li declared, jealousy has torn me apart. Zhang Yang interjected, no more words. Su Chen, just give me your address. I would wager my life to find you. Wang Wu questioned, Su Chen, have you ascended to paradise? Su Chen's comments compelled even the more reticent group members to rise and voice their opinions, each donning a mask of righteous indignation. United in their sentiments, they vehemently denounced Su Chen, their faces etched with envy and admiration. The disparity in their lives was stark. This left Zhao Hua feeling both embarrassed and enraged. He had intended to flaunt his status within the group to satiate his own vanity, only to be interrupted by the sudden emergence of Su Chen, who seemed to surpass him in circumstances. This revelation left Zhao Hua thoroughly discontented, nursing a deep-seated resentment towards Su Chen. Su Chen, he derided. What are you trying to prove? It's not about the quality of what you eat, but the quantity. Don't be foolish enough to showcase all your supplies just to show off. You might end up starving later. One must possess self-awareness. Zhao Hua continued, you? A mere nobody. Where did you procure such provisions? To consume them would be a disgrace. Zhao Hua unleashed a barrage of criticism, showing no mercy. His words resonated with his classmates, who began to see some merit in his arguments. Suddenly, their attitudes shifted, and they took on the role of mentors, advising Su Chen to conserve food. Particularly those who had been deeply provoked by Su Chen's earlier remarks spoke with unrestrained harshness to vent their own jealousy. Although their words lacked the severity of Zhao Hua's, the underlying tone conveyed a palpable hostility. Chapter 9. Confronting the adversary. Observing this scene, Su Chen merely chuckled coldly. Since Zhao Hua had willingly presented himself as a target, he would not hold back. Huh, what are you barking about? Su Chen retorted. Zhao Hua, mind your own affairs. What do your meager possessions signify? If you remain obstinate, I shall show you what reality truly entails. With that, he casually snapped a photograph of a corner of his storeroom. The message was directly sent to the group chat, speaking volumes through undeniable evidence. With an avalanche of rice and meat photographs rendering the previously lively chat into a profound silence, the members appeared as if they were choking, unable to utter a single word or type a single character. Su Chen showed no intention of sparing Zhao Hua, continuing his tirade. Su Chen remarked, one must possess self-awareness. If you are ignorant of the facts, refrain from reckless accusations, lest others believe you are afflicted with rabies. He continued, who in this group does not know what kind of person you, Zhao Hua, truly are? Once, you wielded power and influence, and now you have nothing but a pitiful existence. Be cautious, or you might find yourself meeting your demise at the hands of the undead. Su Chen boasted, I flaunt my prowess unapologetically. I possess this strength, do you? He had no intention of being courteous to Zhao Hua. Their enmity ran deep, dating back to their university days when they were at odds. Zhao Hua's previous connections had caused Su Chen considerable distress, as he had lost his scholarships and various accolades due to Zhao Hua's underhanded schemes. In this apocalyptic era, however, Zhao Hua's former influence had become obsolete. When the time was right, Su Chen vowed to repay Zhao Hua for the grievances he had suffered. Zhao Hua initially intended to teach Su Chen a lesson, but it turned out he was the one who ended up as the fool. Infuriated by Su Chen's words, he nearly smashed his phone but managed to restrain himself with the remnants of his sanity. In times past, he could have easily replaced a shattered phone, but now, the prospect of acquiring a new one was bleak. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Hua cursed vehemently in his room, wishing to confront Su Chen with lethal intent. After venting his frustrations for a considerable time, his rage finally subsided. In earlier days, he would have sought out someone to teach Su Chen a lesson. Zhao Hua despised the apocalypse, for it had stripped him of everything he once held dear, the admiration of others, power over his family, and the presence of women. Now, he was confined to his home, unable to step outside, a reality he found utterly intolerable. Having just been humiliated by Su Chen, he now lacked the motivation to engage in the group chat, opting instead to feign ignorance and silence. The other members, witnessing Su Chen's formidable strength and Zhao Hua's public humiliation, found their perceptions of Su Chen transformed. Once subjugated by Zhao Hua's authority, Su Chen had now risen against him. As former classmates, they were well aware of the animosity that existed between Su Chen and Zhao Hua, a feud that had ignited over a woman. During their university years, Zhao Hua had persistently pursued the class beauty, Li Tingting, who had never reciprocated his affections. By a stroke of fate, Su Chen had become a project partner with Li Tingting, which led Zhao Hua to fixate on him and seize every opportunity to undermine him. Su Chen, not one to be easily subdued, had clashed with Zhao Hua, and their rivalry had persisted until now, deep as the ocean. As Su Chen observed that Zhao Hua had ceased to make further appearances, he felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. This was merely a small repayment of the grievances he had endured. The tides had shifted in their favor. Su Chen was determined to exact revenge for the way Zhao Hua had treated him in the past. He dismissed any notions of magnanimity or forgiveness. If the transgressions were unintentional and the losses negligible, he could find it in his heart to forgive. However, given Zhao Hua's persistent misdeeds over the years, Su Chen harbored no intentions of absolution. Had it not been for his prudent nature, he would have long been ensnared by Zhao Hua's treachery. His reputation in tatters and his vitality diminished. After finally gaining the upper hand, he knew that missing this opportunity would be catastrophic. In the moments that followed, the once silent group chat began to stir again. Those who had previously admonished Su Chen now felt as though they had been soundly slapped. They discreetly cursed Zhao Hua, lamenting that his pretentiousness had backfired spectacularly. In the past, they had been compelled to endure Zhao Hua's arrogance due to his influential connections. But now that Su Chen had risen, they were eager to join forces against this scoundrel. Zhang Yang remarked, Su Chen is right. Zhao Hua has grown accustomed to his arrogance. Yet now that his downfall is imminent, he should have learned to be humble. Wu Tao added, I've long found Zhao Hua to be insufferable. His past actions were utterly excessive. Li Li concurred. Indeed, individuals like him are destined to perish in these dire times. As the group reflected on the current apocalyptic circumstances, it became evident that Zhao Hua's power had waned, leaving him no longer a formidable threat. The discussion turned into a litany of grievances against Zhao Hua, as if he were a villain of the highest order, with everyone venting years of pent-up frustration. Zhao Hua, who had only recently quelled his anger, found it rekindled by the rebellion of those who had once been his sycophants. With nowhere to channel his fury, he opted to exit the group chat. Su Chen, observing the group's denunciation of Zhao Hua, remained an indifferent spectator. In his eyes, the only distinction between these individuals and Zhao Hua was that they had never truly committed any heinous acts. At worst, they had merely aided in facilitating malevolence. To Su Chen, they were merely instruments for accruing points, and he felt no affection for them. When Zhao Hua's departure from the group was announced, it took everyone by surprise. The collective outrage that had just surged through the chat now left them at a loss for words. Su Chen felt no ripple of emotion. Losing a source of points was a minor inconvenience. Moments later, someone led the charge by requesting, "Let us band together." This sentiment quickly flooded the chat. Indeed, human nature proved to be a mere echo chamber. They perceived Su Chen, thriving amidst the apocalypse, as someone of remarkable capability. Their intentions were transparently simple: to curry favor with Su Chen, hoping that such goodwill might yield assistance in the uncertain future. If fortune smiles upon him, he might just reap some benefits. Even though they are aware that the probability is exceedingly low, uttering a few flattering words incurs no loss to themselves. So why not indulge? What if luck were to favor them? Chapter 10. Accumulating points. At this moment, Su Chen had no time to indulge in the flattery of the group members. The system's notification chimes echoed continuously in his ears. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Zhang Yang. Congratulations to the host for earning 7 points. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Li Wei. Congratulations to the host for earning 9 points. Ding. Emotional fluctuation detected in Zhao Hua. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 points. The time for harvest had arrived. The reason for engaging with these individuals in the group was solely for the sake of points. Confronting his long-standing rival, Zhao Hua, was merely a secondary objective. Following the recent turn of events, coupled with Su Chen's provocative words and images, the emotional fluctuations of these individuals were notably pronounced, yielding points that approached their maximum values. Among them, Zhao Hua's contribution reached its peak, indicating the intensity of his emotional upheaval. One could only surmise how close he was to being infuriated. Had Zhao Hua not retreated swiftly, Su Chen would have relished the prospect of amplifying his provocations daily. To Su Chen's surprise, the system notifications revealed that the number of active participants in the group slightly exceeded those merely lurking. It appeared that a small faction was clandestinely observing. Although they were all classmates, Su Chen was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. Nonetheless, from another perspective, this situation was advantageous for him. The greater the number of active participants, the more points he could accumulate. Ultimately, Su Chen required these individuals solely for their point contributions. Once the system notifications concluded, Su Chen discerned the total points he had amassed. In just a few fleeting minutes, these individuals had collectively provided him with an impressive sum of 566 points. A desire to continue provoking them sparked within him, yet rationality ultimately prevailed, leading him to relinquish this impulsive notion. One must carefully glean the wool. It cannot all be harvested at once. He feared that further provocation might incite a frenzy among them, resulting in his expulsion from the group chat, an outcome decidedly counterproductive. These individuals were invaluable sources of points, and he needed to tread lightly. At most, he would push the boundaries of their patience, ensuring a steady influx of points. Of course, Su Chen recognized that this bountiful harvest was largely due to its novelty. In the days to come, the group members would likely adapt, leading to diminished emotional fluctuations and, consequently, fewer points. A decrease in quantity was inconsequential. What Su Chen sought was sustainability. Patience was key, for over time, the accumulation of points would become formidable, especially considering the ample points required for his temporary storage room. As long as he maintained a delicate balance, a daily dose of stimulation for his charming group friends would guarantee a significant yield of points. His strategy was to engage in a fine balance, transforming his group friends into his exclusive point-generating machines. Su Chen conducted a simple estimation. Before long, the points for a basic gene potion will be amassed. Su Chen had long set his sights on this item, but had been hindered by a lack of points. Other purchases could wait, but the acquisition of the basic gene potion was imperative. With this elixir in hand, his personal safety would be significantly augmented. Su Chen regarded his group members as treasures and naturally wished for their longevity. The robots that provided points were not entities he could afford to lose easily. Thus, Su Chen resolved to devise a method to enhance these individual survival skills in this apocalyptic world. He was more than willing to offer guidance on how to endure in such dire circumstances. After all, they were his points-generating assets. Nurturing them was only prudent. Without further ado, Su Chen grasped his phone and deftly tapped the screen. Su Chen, your admiration makes me somewhat bashful. Su Chen, in light of this, I shall kindly share some survival strategies for the apocalypse and the vulnerabilities of zombies. Of course, if anyone chooses to disbelieve, I do not impose. It is entirely at your discretion. As Su Chen spoke, everyone fell silent. Regardless of whether they would ultimately believe him, there was no harm in listening to his insights. They were all adults, capable of their own judgments. Anticipation hung in the air as they awaited Su Chen's words. If what he said held any truth, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. Su Chen, I have 3 pieces of advice. First and foremost, do not trust others lightly, aside from your closest kin. The absence of societal constraints can reveal the darkest facets of human nature. Second, select a safe haven, be it your home or any other location, capable of preventing incursions by zombies and other threats. Third, should you encounter a zombie, do not let panic overwhelm you. Remember that zombies are primarily driven by sound and scent, with blood being their greatest lure. When venturing out, strive to avoid injury. And in the presence of zombies, remain calm and avoid making any noise. Su Chen's recommendations were straightforward and clear, and all present comprehended them well. However, differing opinions arose regarding his first point. Some deemed Su Chen's views excessively radical, while others wholeheartedly concurred. For the time being, they refrained from debating in the group, as Su Chen had already stated that belief was a personal choice. Even if he was aware of their thoughts, he would not engage in argument. He offered this reminder to the group solely out of consideration for the points at stake. Wu Tao, I must say, I've encountered zombies several times before, and they only pursued me halfway before vanishing. It turns out they were drawn away by the screams of others. Wu Tao, I love you. From now on, Su-chun, you shall be my savior. I now know what I must do. When I return alive, I shall kneel in gratitude for your life-saving wisdom. Wu Tao was overwhelmed with excitement and could not contain his enthusiasm. He believed wholeheartedly in Su-chun's insights regarding the weaknesses of zombies. Currently lacking food, he was compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he found Su-chun's advice to be quite reasonable. The third piece of advice is of paramount importance, as it greatly ensures one's survival, regardless of whether others believe it or not. They all expressed their gratitude to Su-chun. They awaited Wu Tao's safe return before deciding whether to heed Su-chun's counsel. Amidst the praises from the group members, Su-chun merely offered a few polite remarks before preparing to log off. His objectives had been accomplished, and remaining further seemed futile. Su-chun, you all carry on. I shall indulge in a bath. With his departure, he delivered another striking blow to the group. As the apocalypse unfolded, numerous essential facilities fell into disrepair, with no one to maintain them. For the time being, the supply of water remained relatively unproblematic, yet no one could predict when it might fail. Ordinary individuals found even the simplest task of obtaining hot water challenging, let alone enjoying a bath. The envy of the group was most palpable among the females, who were driven to frenzy by Su-chun's announcement. Amidst their collective admiration, Su-chun took his leave. Chapter 11, an unexpected letter as the group members extolled him. Su-chun only exchanged a few courteous pleasantries before preparing to log off. His aims had been fulfilled, and lingering any longer seemed pointless. Su-chun, you all chat. I'm off to take a bath. Upon his exit, he dealt another blow to the group. The onset of the apocalypse had rendered many fundamental facilities inoperative, with no maintenance in sight. Although the supply of water remained largely unaffected for now, the uncertainty of future malfunctions loomed large. Ordinary individuals struggled even to procure hot water, much less enjoy a bath. The envy of the group was most pronounced among the female members, who were driven into a frenzy by Su-chun's message. As the chorus of admiration swelled, Su-chun departed. Upon exiting the group chat, Su-chun discovered a plethora of private messages requesting to add him as a friend. Initially, he had no intention of responding to these individuals. However, upon inadvertently noticing a few notable names, he chose to accept their friend requests. Curious as to their motives for seeking him out, the first to engage in conversation was Wang Yuning. Su-chun's acceptance was prompted by her intriguing message. Wang Yuning, to my knowledge, in the days leading up to the apocalypse, rumors circulated about someone frantically stockpiling supplies, including various foodstuffs. Could that person be you, Su-chun? Su-chun was certainly familiar with Wang Yuning. She was renowned in their class as a wealthy and beautiful young woman, her family affluent and her appearance rivaling that of Li Tingting. However, having transferred mid-year, she had missed the school flower election that year. Nevertheless, no one believed she paled in comparison to the other contenders. Given her privileged background, her number of admirers was hardly inferior to Li Tingting's, and her looks were equally commendable. After all, many aspired to circumvent decades of hard work. Numerous suitors even pursued affluent women of advanced age, let alone someone as stunning as Wang Yuning, whose beauty was a rare find, certainly not to be overlooked easily. Upon reading her message, Su-chun's gaze sharpened. He sensed that Wang Yuning was undoubtedly aware of his previous stockpiling activities. However, he did not consider this a matter of great significance, as he had never intended to keep his actions a secret. His methods are inherently unsustainable. The more one attempts to conceal the truth, the more it draws attention. Regardless, the number of those who are aware is considerable, and the presence of Wang Yuning makes little difference. Even if others harbor ulterior motives towards him, it is of no consequence. Firstly, only he is unaware of his exact location. Secondly, residing within a shelter, it is implausible for anyone to extract him from a refuge buried 100 meters underground. Certainly, Su-chun would not venture outside recklessly without sufficient strength. After a moment of contemplation, Su-chun responded, whether that individual is me is of little importance. I presume you did not reach out to discuss this matter, did you? Speak plainly. I am not one for circumlocution. Now, he found himself intrigued by Wang Yuning's background. From their recent interaction, it became evident that her family possesses considerable influence in Haiqing. It would be inconceivable for anyone to possess knowledge of his actions during the apocalypse in such a short span. Otherwise, an ordinary individual would merely be aware of bulk purchases without comprehending Su-chun's true identity. Wang Yuning remained silent, a smile gracing her lips as she considered Su-chun's words. Initially, she had no particular impression of him until his recent conduct in the group chat rekindled her memory of their acquaintance. Piecing together the information, she had gleaned substantial insights into Su-chun's endeavors. A deeper suspicion began to surface within her. It was highly plausible that Su-chun had prior knowledge of the impending apocalypse. After all, he would not have stockpiled supplies with such fervor otherwise. However, absent concrete evidence, she refrained from voicing her suspicions. Her disposition towards Su Chun was one of goodwill. She did not wish to position herself as an adversary. The current state of their relationship was still nascent, primarily focused on fostering mutual understanding to prevent any unforeseen complications. Wang Yuning said, "If the opportunity arises, I believe we could collaborate in the future." A hint of mirth danced in her eyes. In her perspective, although Su Chun might not yet possess the capacity to partner with her, his actions prior to the apocalypse indicated significant potential. Her confidence stemmed from her own advantageous circumstances. The Wang family in Haiqing stands as the most formidable lineage, with a vast majority of the city's enterprises interconnected with their influence, wielding considerable power. Even amidst the apocalypse, the strength possessed by the Wang family is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Before the king announced the news, the Wang family had already acquired intelligence through their channels, amassing a substantial stockpile of resources and preparing their defenses. Although the early days of the apocalypse were tumultuous, they were swiftly quelled, and all zombies were eradicated. Consequently, the power of the Wang family remains formidable. Her interest in Su Chun is piqued by the numerous channels through which she learned that he had vanished without a trace prior to the apocalypse. Along with the mysterious disappearance of his extensive supplies, she sensed that a significant secret lay hidden within this enigma, igniting her curiosity. In Wang Yuning's perspective, if Su Chun were indeed that enigmatic individual, he could undoubtedly perform countless wonders in the face of the impending apocalypse. This is precisely what Wang Yuning requires, a formidable ally, one with substantial influence in the external realm. Yet, Su Chun remains oblivious to these intricacies. Prior to the apocalypse, he merely recognized that Wang Yuning's background was far from ordinary, and that Zhao Hua dared not act recklessly in her presence. Upon receiving Wang Yuning's message, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Su Chun, collaboration? You wish to partner with me in the future? Wang Yuning, indeed. I have great faith in your potential, and I am certain that our collaboration will yield significant rewards. However, your current prowess is insufficient, and I hope you can enhance your abilities swiftly. Wang Yuning candidly discloses her identity to Su Chun. How intriguing. Su Chun chuckled softly, astonished to learn that Wang Yuning was the sole heiress of the Wang family in Haiqing. Being a local, he was well aware of the formidable stature and influence of the Wang family in Haiqing. Had this been the former Su Chun, he might have felt considerable pressure in the presence of Wang Yuning. However, with the acquisition of his system, he was resolute in his belief that he would eventually surpass those aristocratic families and no longer need to regard their science with trepidation. In this new world, strength outweighed power. Su Chun, since Miss Wang has extended an invitation, I shall gladly oblige. I trust that this wait will not be prolonged. Su Chun had no intention of declining Wang Yuning's offer. Rather, he was curious to discern her true intentions. He was determined to fully enhance his capabilities before any such partnership materialized, ensuring that he would possess an undeniable advantage, irrespective of the nature of their future collaboration. Wang Yuning refrained from elaborating, and Su Chun chose not to inquire further. When the time arrived, all would be revealed. After exchanging a few more pleasant words, they parted amicably. Despite their brief interaction, he found her character quite appealing. Time was on their side, and as long as no unforeseen events transpired, they had ample opportunity for further discourse. It could be said that few in this apocalyptic landscape could afford to live as leisurely as they did. Next, Su Chun reached out to the final individual who had sent a friend request. Chapter 12. Acquaintances Li Tingting. Indeed, she was one of the prominent figures in Haiqing, a school beauty and the catalyst for Zhao Hua's relentless animosity towards Su Chun. Although she and Wang Yuning had not spoken in the group chat, they both privately added him as a friend. With little else occupying his time, Su Chun decided to engage in conversation. Wang Yuning and Li Tingting were among those he had earmarked for entry into the shelter. Having learned of Wang Yuning's identity, Su Chun realized that persuading her to reside in the shelter was not feasible in the short term. Fortunately, he was confident he could persuade Li Tingting to accept his terms and become an ally. Refocusing his attention on his phone, he initiated a dialogue. On the other end, Li Tingting felt a wave of relief upon seeing Su Chun accept her friend request. Her slender fingers swiftly typed out a message. Li Tingting, Su Chun, is your photo genuine? Su Chun, of course, what is there to fabricate? The contents of the photograph hold little significance for me. Li Tingting, with her lips pressed together, hesitated with her fingers hovering over the screen before continuing to type. Li Tingting, can you help us, Su Chun? Su Chun, oh, has something occurred? He would not readily agree, but instead sought to understand the specifics of the situation before making any decisions. In this apocalyptic world, Su Chun could not and would not make promises lightly, even if Li Tingting were his target. He needed her to understand that any request for his assistance would come at a price. The notion of receiving without giving was out of the question. He had no intention of becoming a selfless benefactor. Everyone seeks a hero, yet few wish to embody that role. Selfishness is the essence of most individuals. Especially in a world turned upside down, those who selflessly care for others often meet the direst fates. This is not an extreme perspective, but rather a reflection of human nature. Li Tingting, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted the events to Su Chun. Li Tingting, can you come to our rescue? Before the apocalypse erupted, my friends and I were out shopping for food, and before we could return to the girls' dormitory, zombies appeared. The entire campus was soon overrun. We managed to take refuge in the nearest infirmary while the zombie presence was still sparse, but soon realized that the area was swarming with them, leaving us with no means of escape. Su Chun expressed sympathy for Li Tingting's plight, but refrained from immediately promising to rescue them. Su Chun, I apologize, but I currently have no plans to venture outside. If an opportunity arises in the future, I will attempt to rescue you. He did not outright refuse, leaving a glimmer of hope for Li Tingting. Based on her account, he deduced that as long as they did not venture out recklessly, they would not encounter danger. They had ample food and would not starve in the short term. Their primary issue was simply being trapped with no means of departure. Setting aside whether Su Chun had the capability to save them, even if he did, now was not the time for such an endeavor. The optimal moment would be when Li Tingting ran out of food and found herself in a dire situation. Only then could he maximize his own benefits and seize the initiative. Do not fault Su Chun for his selfishness and cunning. Selfless devotion was not in his character. With the onset of the apocalypse, all previous survival strategies must change. Only the self-serving could endure longer. The archetype of the hero rescuing the damsel, though cliched, remains effective, especially when one appears as a savior in moments of desperation, making it easier to win the other's heart. Observing Su Chun's response, Li Tingting's eyes seemed to lose their luster. In truth, Su Chun was not the first person she had reached out to for help. As the campus belle, she had numerous admirers. In peacetime, individuals of her caliber enjoyed many privileges, but their status plummeted in the wake of the apocalypse. Many were unable to save themselves, let alone offer assistance to her. Initially, she had sent distress signals to her former admirers, the outcome of which was painfully predictable. All had turned her down. In the period preceding the apocalypse, the suitors would undoubtedly have acquiesced to her requests. However, when it comes to the safety of one's own life, few are willing to take risks. Repeatedly rebuffed, Li Tingting suffered greatly from the blows to her spirit. Su Chun contemplated that it would be prudent to leave Li Tingting with a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, she might succumb to despair, leading to dire consequences, an outcome he was keen to avoid. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to set a deadline for her. Su Chun, if you can endure for 10 days, I shall venture out to attend to some matters. Perhaps I might fortuitously rescue you. Upon receiving this message, Li Tingting felt a modicum of her despondency lift. Yet, before she could fully rejoice, the subsequent message plunged her back into silence. Su Chun, but why should I come to your aid? You are no kin of mine. What compels me to risk so much? You mentioned the multitude of zombies outside. My attempt to save you could very well ensnare me in their grasp. Su Chun, thus, I hope you can provide me with a reason that is irrefutable. He sought to impress upon them that she and her sycophants were fundamentally different. To attain what one desires, one must be prepared to pay the requisite price. His immediate goal was to compel her to lower her proud head. Unlike the sycophants surrounding her, Su Chun insisted that all matters concerning entry into his sanctuary would be dictated by him. To demonstrate the strength of his resources, Su Chun decided to further provoke Li Tingting by showcasing his lavish lifestyle. He selected photographs of the interior of the sanctuary, accompanied by images of an array of delectable foods, sufficient to convey the magnitude of his assets. Upon seeing Su Chun's photographs, Li Tingting gazed upon the mountains of provisions, the opulent living room, and the grand bathtub. In that moment, she became increasingly convinced that Su Chun possessed the means to rescue her. Albeit he was reluctant to take the risk, it was merely a matter of weighing costs against benefits. From Su Chun's earlier words, she surmised his intentions. To not be saved simply meant that becoming akin to family could alter the outcome. She had received similar threats from others in the past, all of which she had categorically rejected. Yet, faced with Su Chun, she found herself unusually hesitant, for she recognized that he was incomparable to those other individuals. Consequently, Li Tingting was now certain that Su Chun was her most probable savior. A secure living environment and ample food were the greatest hopes for all those struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Truthfully, Li Tingting yearned to reside within the sanctuary immediately. Had it been anyone else, they might have readily acquiesced to all of Su Chun's demands. However, she possessed her own sense of restraint and pride. Just recently, she had been the untouchable goddess in everyone's heart, and it was not easy for her to transform her mindset in such a short time. Yet, Li Tingting dared not directly refuse Su Chun, fearing that her sole lifeline might abandon her. In that moment, both stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. After an extended period without a response, Su Chun discerned that the other party had perceived his intentions. Their silence indicated lingering indecision. However, he remained unfazed by this. He understood that demanding Li Tingting to make a choice at this juncture was unrealistic. It was only after enduring some hardships and experiencing hunger for a few days that she would comprehend the decision she needed to make. Suchin remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please deliberate and respond when you are ready. I hope to receive your definitive answer before the deadline." Upon seeing Suchin's offline message, a sigh escaped Li Tingting within the confines of the infirmary. Chapter 13. An unexpected delight in the ensuing days. Suchin's life unfolded in a remarkably simple manner. Ever since he had tasted the sweetness of earning points, he diligently sought new group chats. The allure of points had captivated him. Regrettably, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the loss of life had been so profound that most group chats were comprised primarily of acquaintances, with few allowing outsiders. After much effort, Suchin finally managed to infiltrate new group chats, embarking on a joyous life of unrestrained interaction. Each day, he continued to analyze dining photographs for his delightful group friends, engaging in various leisurely activities to join new groups and repeating his previous actions. However, some members of the chats were overly sensitive, and upon seeing his photos, they became defensive. Consequently, he was unceremoniously removed from the group, which felt rather unjust. This outcome left Suchin disheartened, resulting in a significant reduction in his accumulated points. Furthermore, some groups began to prohibit outsiders altogether, ostensibly to prevent Suchin from delivering a psychological blow to their spirits. In light of these experiences, Suchin's approach underwent considerable transformation. He resolved to proceed with caution, ensuring that his remaining group chats were stable, for he could not afford to lose any more. Each group lost felt akin to a dagger piercing his heart. Thus, Suchin, in a moment of reflection, decided that he could no longer flaunt his achievements in a brash manner. A more low-key approach, subtly exuding confidence, would be the most prudent strategy. Of course, Suchin had not forgotten about Li Tingting, as she continuously reached out to him with messages. She implicitly conveyed the difficulties she was enduring, seeking his prompt assistance. Particularly, she had informed him that she had exhausted her food supply just a day prior and was now facing hunger. Without sustenance, her endurance was waning. At that moment, a photograph arrived on his phone, featuring Li Tingting and her companions trapped in the infirmary. Suchin was taken aback upon seeing the message and the photograph. It was astonishing. He had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, yet it presented an exceptional opportunity for him. The image captured 3 individuals, in addition to Li Tingting. The other 2 girls were also renowned beauties of her class, Li Yingying and Li Wanyan. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, they could not conceal their elegance and beauty, evoking a pang of sympathy. Typically, these goddess-like figures traversed life in solitude, and it was unimaginable that they would ultimately find themselves confined within the same infirmary. He had never expected such a result. A buy-one-get-two deal? Such fortuitous circumstances were beyond his wildest dreams. Suchin found himself pondering whether he should consider himself fortunate. He recalled that it was quite likely that his previous remarks had compelled others to reveal their true feelings. Not long ago, he had conveyed to Li Tingting that he would only save her and would not concern himself with anyone else. Such a candid declaration left no room for misinterpretation. Everyone understood that Suchin's willingness to save was contingent upon individual merit. Initially, it was anticipated that Li Tingting would choose to sacrifice herself alone. Yet Suchin's unexpected approach unveiled that he was not solely fixated on her. He recognized that there were others present as well. If it came to a dire conclusion where he chose to rescue only Li Tingting, what fate awaited the others? Would they simply languish in this place, succumbing to starvation? They would not resign themselves to such a fate. If necessary, they would rather submit to Suchin than perish here. Each day spent trapped in the infirmary, they could acutely sense the threat posed by the zombies outside. Now, with the added dilemma of dwindling food supplies, their situation seemed increasingly precarious. Were it not for the belief that Suchin possessed the capacity to extricate them from their dire predicament, their spirits might have already faltered. In recent days, through their interactions with Suchin, Li Tingting and her companions had grown increasingly envious of his stable existence. They yearned to experience that tranquility for themselves. Their decision to reveal their existence to Suchin stemmed from their own motives. In the event that they were ultimately compelled to align themselves with him, they wished to retain some semblance of autonomy. They hoped that by making their presence known, Suchin would become more eager to act. When a person is anxious, they often lose their composure. If Suchin were to feel urgency, he might relent in his demands. They sought to transform their position from passive to active, aiming to reclaim a measure of control over their fate from him. Suchin chuckled softly, fully comprehending Li Tingting's intentions. No, rather, the intentions of all of them. A subtle smile graced his lips. Their little schemes were all too transparent. Did they really believe he would be swayed by beauty? Absolutely not. Whether it was Li Tingting or the others, as long as they had not acquiesced to his terms, he would not extend his aid. Such trivial maneuvers held no sway over him. After a few more days of hardship, Li Tingting would come to understand who truly held the reins of power. Unless they explicitly expressed their willingness to submit, he would not intervene. To Su Chun, their only leverage lay in their physical allure. Attempting to negotiate with him was utterly futile. In times of peace, they might wield some influence, but in the apocalypse, their options were severely limited. They possessed merely a choice, and even that was not guaranteed. What should they do? I have already sent the photographs, yet the other party remains unyielding. Li Tingting set down her phone, glancing at the two women beside her. Must we all concede for him to come to our rescue? The two fell into silence, clearly having discerned Su Chen's mindset. Though their resolve had begun to waver, they had not yet reached an absolute impasse, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. They would wait. Was there not still time remaining? In the final moment, they would have the opportunity to make their ultimate decision. It is uncertain who uttered these words. Yet all comprehend that the inevitable outcome is submission to Su Chun. The infirmary has descended into a profound silence. Su Chun remains oblivious to the thoughts of Li Tingting and her companions, but he can surmise their sentiments with reasonable accuracy. Ultimately, the victor shall be none other than himself. Over the past few days, aside from Li Tingting, Su Chun has received numerous private messages. The content is largely uniform, with the majority beseeching his aid, believing him capable of salvation. A significant number resort to moral coercion, implying that failing to assist would render Su Chun a pariah to humanity. Such foolish rhetoric elicits no response from him. He dismisses them outright. Who are these individuals to impose moral judgments upon him? Furthermore, a faction has approached Su Chun, expressing a desire to purchase food from him, offering monetary compensation. Su Chun retorted vehemently, questioning their sanity. In a post-apocalyptic world, paper currency holds no value, scarcely surpassing toilet paper, yet they wish to barter it for his provisions? Subsequently, this group suggested exchanging items instead. Regardless of their genuine intent to procure supplies, or if they harbor ulterior motives, Su Chun finds their intentions too convoluted to decipher, and he cannot be bothered to speculate. His uniform response is a resolute refusal to sell. He lacks a deficiency in resources. Why would he risk engaging in transactions with such individuals? Chapter 14. Consumption. After addressing these distressing matters, Su Chun turned his attention to his accumulated points. Through his relentless efforts, he has established 5 stable group chats that consistently yield points. Initially, these groups provided a substantial amount of points, but as time passed, their contributions stabilized at roughly 1/5 of the original sum. Now, Su Chun reliably collects hundreds of points daily from these 5 chats. 7 days have elapsed, and his total has amassed to over 6,000 points, a considerable fortune indeed. With such points, it is only fitting to indulge in some expenditure. He accessed the system's marketplace. All the arduous labor of earning points was for the treasures within the system's store. Su Chen's foremost desire is to procure the primary gene serum, capable of unlocking his body's full potential. Additionally, as described by the system, consumption of this serum would bolster his immunity, enabling him to resist the onslaught of the zombie virus. Even in the unfortunate event of a zombie bite, he would not succumb to transformation. This is one of the primary reasons Su Chun values the primary gene serum so highly. He swiftly located the serum within the system's marketplace. Primary gene serum, 5,000 points. Although it is somewhat pricey, it is a worthy investment for Su Chun. This purchase underpins his confidence in rescuing others. Once he consumes the serum, as long as he does not recklessly confront a horde of zombies alone, ordinary zombie agents pose no threat to him. Ding. Does the host wish to purchase the primary gene serum? Yes. Su Chun responded unequivocally. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the basic gene serum. In the next moment, a vial of the long-desired serum materialized in Su Chun's hand. Without hesitation, he swiftly uncorked the bottle and consumed its contents in one gulp. Upon finishing, Su Chun couldn't help but smack his lips. He had drunk too quickly to savor the flavor, which lingered as a faint sweetness reminiscent of fruit juice. Before long, he felt a warmth radiating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body. It was a comforting sensation, akin to soaking in a hot spring. He understood that the gene serum was undergoing its transformative and fortifying work within him. After approximately half an hour, immersed in this feeling, he finally emerged from his reverie with a sudden exclamation. To his astonishment, he discovered that his entire body was enveloped in a layer of dark sludge. It dawned on him that this muck was likely the impurities expelled from his body. He was taken aback by the sheer volume of toxins that had resided within him. The sticky sensation was undeniably uncomfortable. With little time to assess the effects of the serum, Su Chun hurried into the bathroom to cleanse himself. Following a thorough wash, he felt significantly lighter. His skin had also brightened, evoking envy in any woman who beheld him, revealing the potential for becoming a charming youth. Moreover, the minor ailments caused by his irregular lifestyle had vanished entirely. He felt rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn. His previously emaciated form now concealed tremendous strength. A single punch could easily vanquish his former self. The basic gene serum had fully unlocked the latent potential of the human body. In a certain sense, the current Su Chun epitomized the pinnacle of human capability. He summoned his attribute panel. Host, Su Chun, age, 22, strength, 100, speed, 100, constitution, 100, mentality, 69, remaining lifespan, 150 years, sanctuary level, 1, points, 1066, sanctuary personnel, 1 from the data. It was evident that his attributes had multiplied over tenfold. Yet, Su Chun was certain that the reality was more complex than it appeared. Were it not for the lack of specialized testing equipment, he would have thoroughly assessed his limits. He felt a sense of confidence that the feats of ancient warriors, such as single-handedly battling a ferocious tiger or uprooting willows, were no longer daunting challenges for him. The mere basic gene serum had enabled him to reach such heights, even extending his lifespan by over a century. This prompted Su Chun to wonder what astonishing effects the intermediate or even advanced gene serums would yield. Could his lifespan surpass a millennium? Perhaps even reach 10 millennia? However, upon eagerly seeking the intermediate gene serum and gazing at its price, he was immediately disheartened. Intermediate gene serum, 500,000 points. Farewell. My apologies for the intrusion. This is utterly outrageous. The intermediate level requires 500,000 points. Surely the advanced level will demand 5,000,000, or even 50,000,000 points? System, where are you? This pricing is utterly unreasonable. What justifies such a vast disparity between the basic and intermediate gene potions? A staggering hundredfold difference. The mere thought sent shivers down Su Chen's spine. Relying solely on group chats to accrue points, who knows how long that will take? He might very well perish before achieving it. It feels as though he is being coerced into venturing out to complete missions for points. Filled with indignation, Su Chen sought an explanation from the system. Ding. Please do not misunderstand, host. Gene potions enhance from a genetic level. This technology far surpasses the current technological standards of your era. The more advanced the purchased items, the higher the price. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Su Chen begrudgingly accepted the situation. Indeed, the items in the system's store were incredibly useful. Their high cost was justified, as the basic gene potion was sufficient for him to thrive in this apocalyptic world. As for the rest, he would consider them in the future. Refocusing his attention on the system store, he intended to acquire the tools necessary for his forthcoming endeavors. Having consumed the basic gene potion, he was now ready to implement his plans. After browsing for a moment, Su Chen settled on the items he needed to purchase next. First item, Sano Battle Vehicle. Level 1, dimensions, length 7 meters, width 3, 1 meters, height 2 meters, armor thickness 25 millimeters, capable of withstanding 9 millimeters armor-piercing rounds. Accommodates 15 individuals. Price, 300 points. Second item, detector. Capable of detecting life forms within a radius of 500 meters, including zombies, humans, and animals. Price, 100 points. Third item, advanced combat skills. Possessing profound fighting techniques. Price, 300 points. For the time being, Su Chun selected these 3 items, waiting until he amassed enough points to acquire them all at once. The battle vehicle would shield him from zombie attacks, as neither zombies nor standard firearms could breach its defenses. The detector, as one might expect, would alleviate concerns of ambush. The advanced combat skills were also indispensable. Even with the basic gene potion enhancing his strength, he would struggle to wield it effectively. The advanced combat skills would rectify this issue and elevate Su Chen's combat prowess significantly. Chapter 15. A frenzied accumulation of points. 3 days passed. After Su Chun had contentedly harvested points from the group, he realized the time had come. Li Tingting and her companions, now at their limits due to food shortages, were ready to make their final decision. He took out his phone and sent a final notification to Li Tingting. Their lives and fates rested firmly in their own hands. Su Chun, today marks the final deadline. Have you made your decision? There is only one last opportunity. I hope you make the wisest choice. Should anyone choose not to submit, Su Chun would merely feel regret but would not implore them. He would simply allow them their freedom. To him, the world is vast, and there are countless individuals eager to pledge their allegiance to him. Certainly, Su Chen possessed significant confidence. If Li Tingting and her companions had been in a sound state of mind and body, they would never have surrendered. The psychological pressure and hunger were overwhelming. Their resolve was not robust enough to withstand such trials. Frankly speaking, few can resist the pangs of hunger. As Su Chen had surmised, being trapped in the infirmary for so many days had left Li Tingting and her companions utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. They had reached a point of depletion and could endure no longer. Fortunately, they had an ample supply of water, otherwise, they would not have survived for so long. The gnawing hunger permeated their beings, leaving them weak and kneeling on the ground. Their complexions were pallid, and their once radiant beauty had dimmed considerably. Though they had contemplated venturing outside in search of food, the relentless presence of zombies rendered such an act tantamount to suicide. They could only remain confined within the infirmary, awaiting rescue from the outside world. After surviving for so many years, this was their first experience of hunger, compounded by the fear of death brought on by the zombies. The dual pressures of physical and mental strain were overwhelming. Had it not been for the flicker of hope that Su Chun represented, they might have succumbed to despair long ago. At this juncture, they realized that yielding to Su Chun was indeed the most prudent course of action. In terms of safety and resources, what Su Chun possessed far surpassed that of anyone else. It was clear that they had no choice but to submit. Ultimately, it was Li Tingting who, as their spokesperson, conveyed their decision to Su Chun. Su Chun, you have triumphed. We agree to any terms, provided you can rescue us. Upon receiving this message, Su Chun smiled with satisfaction. After orchestrating his plans for so long, the prey he coveted had finally been ensnared. This outcome exceeded his expectations. With Li Tingting and her companions having made their choice, it was now time for him to act, demonstrating that his personal prowess far surpassed that of others, ensuring they would not regret their decision. Congratulations on making the most prudent choice, Su Chun declared. To demonstrate my sincerity, you will be rescued today. He had no intention of prolonging matters any further. Swift action was imperative to avoid unforeseen complications. He certainly did not wish for the cooked duck to fly from his grasp. On the other side, upon seeing Su Chun's reply, Li Tingting and her companions felt their anxieties dissipate. The once weary group mustered their spirits, knowing that if they could endure just a little longer, salvation was imminent, and they would be liberated from their current plight. After sending their location to Su Chun, they awaited his arrival with bated breath. At that moment, Su Chun had left the refuge and reached the surface. The warehouse remained eerily silent, unchanged from its appearance during Su Chun's previous visit. He retrieved the detector he had purchased not long ago and found no trace of zombies nearby, nor any sign of human presence. Had Su Chun not been assured of the system's reliability, he would have returned the device long ago. This reinforced the correctness of his choice and location. He secured the detector within his spatial ring. Once again, the formidable snow vehicle was retrieved from the spatial ring, and this time, it would serve as his chariot for a rescue mission. In the next moment, an imposing war machine materialized before him. Frankly speaking, no man could resist the allure of such a vehicle. Its robust armor and magnificent presence instilled a profound sense of security. The only lamentation for Su Chun was that this war machine lacked heavy artillery, rendering it somewhat cumbersome without advanced offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, for Su Chun's current needs, it sufficed. The sheer bulk and weight of the vehicle could unleash formidable power. Whether facing zombies or humans, they appeared feeble in the presence of this armored behemoth, which could simply crush them under its weight. Flesh and blood were no match for this titan of steel. Upon entering the vehicle, Su Chun eagerly took to the driver's seat, ready to steer the war machine towards Haicheng University. As for any concerns regarding his driving skills, the system had thoughtfully resolved that issue. Following the acquisition of the vehicle, the requisite driving techniques had been seamlessly transmitted into his mind. One could say that as soon as Su Chun settled into the driver's seat, even with his eyes closed, he instinctively knew how to operate it. In his view, maneuvering the war machine was not significantly more challenging than that of a standard automobile. Vroom! The engine roared to life. Under Su Chun's guidance, the vehicle successfully started and rolled out of the warehouse. What a thrill! This was Su Chun's immediate sensation. Sitting in the driver's seat, he felt invincible, capable of obliterating everything in his path as he headed towards his destination, Haicheng University. The steel monster traversed the road with unrestrained audacity. Not long after departing the warehouse, Su Chun noticed an increasing number of zombies lining the streets. These wandering undead, drawn by the thunderous growl of the war machine, charged recklessly towards it. Alas, they had chosen the wrong opponent. While ordinary cars might succumb to these creatures, the war machine, forged entirely of steel, was impervious to their attacks. Su Chun remained unfazed as he watched the grotesque zombies lunging towards him without regard for their lives. The outcome was predictable. Those once fearsome to humans were mercilessly reduced to mere pulp beneath the might of the war machine. In the apocalyptic chaos, the zombies ultimately faced a devastating blow from Su Chun. Within mere moments, the roadway traversed by the vehicle was drenched in blood, while the war machine emerged unscathed, its surface seemingly enveloped in a crimson shroud. Su Chun, however, was indifferent to this carnage. His focus was captivated by the continuous notifications from the system. Since the moment he crushed his first zombie, the alerts had not ceased. Beep. Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie and earning 5 points. Beep. Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie and earning 5 points. Beep. Congratulations, host, for slaying a zombie and earning 5 points. This barrage of notifications persisted, and he had lost count of how many zombies he had crushed or how many points he had accrued. Only aware of the rapid growth of his points, Suchin couldn't help but laugh. He had never anticipated that crushing zombies with his battle vehicle would earn him points. Now, Suchun had developed a slight addiction. This was far superior to his daily exploits of harvesting benefits in group chats. The rewards were astonishing. He discovered that his points had surged to 2,000, indicating he had dispatched nearly 100 zombies. As he relentlessly crushed the undead beneath his vehicle, his spirits soared, and he continuously accrued points. It was a double victory. Winning twice, he felt euphoric. Were it not for the lingering desire to save others, he would have driven his battle vehicle around the entire city, potentially amassing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of points. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought, as the consumption of fuel was substantial and insufficient to support such ventures. Therefore, in addition to his mission to rescue, Suchin needed to gather as much gasoline as possible. He recalled a gas station not far from Haicheng University. Saving lives and collecting fuel could be accomplished simultaneously. Gradually, Suchin noticed numerous abandoned vehicles lining the road, left behind by people in their desperate flight during the apocalypse. In their haste to escape, they disregarded traffic rules, leaving their cars behind, and no one cared. Countless automobiles obstructed the road, rendering passage nearly impossible. If Suchan were driving a regular car, he might have faced difficulties. But he was behind the wheel of a colossal battle vehicle. This minor inconvenience posed no challenge for him, and the solution was simple: ram through. He charged ahead, and every car obstructing his path was reduced to mere wreckage. In a world where no roads existed, one could forge a path by sheer determination. Chapter 16. The excited trio. The sky was overcast, with sunlight unable to pierce through the thick clouds. Haicheng University. Most students within the institution had transformed into zombies, wandering the once vibrant campus. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the fortunate few who had survived dared only to hide in the shadows, cautiously observing their surroundings, fearful of drawing the attention of the undead. For the sheer number of zombies here was overwhelming. A university with tens of thousands of students had become a prison for the scant living. In a campus teeming with such terrifying numbers of zombies, the slightest misstep could result in being torn to shreds in an instant. A piercing scream echoed through the campus. Nearby zombies, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged towards the source of the sound. Without needing to look, it was evident that yet another unfortunate soul had been discovered by the undead. Over the days, many who had narrowly escaped death were now on the brink of starvation, compelled to take risks in search of food. Some were fortunate enough to procure sustenance, while many others met their demise because of it. The screams swiftly faded into silence, marking the end of a life. For the survivors here, existence felt akin to a hellish nightmare. They faced a grim choice: either do nothing and starve to death, or venture forth into the unknown. Either gamble one's life in search of sustenance, uncertain of when one might meet their demise. These oppressive days have rendered many souls numb to their anguish. Another life has been extinguished. Can we truly endure in this apocalypse? Leaning against the wall, Li Tingting's eyes have lost their luster, filled with trepidation regarding her uncertain fate. Even knowing that Su Chun has come to rescue her, her heart remains in suspense until salvation is secured, shrouded in uncertainty about her future. The chilling screams echoing nearby the infirmary are a constant reminder, although they are confined within. The expansive view of the campus reveals too much. Over these days, they have witnessed and heard too much of such horrors. The cycle of life and death unfolds almost daily. Moreover, they have discerned the grotesque facets of humanity under the apocalypse. It lays bare the ugliness of human nature, especially in light of recent events. Former friends, lovers, turn against one another in a savage quest for food, betraying each other merely to survive. Even those once regarded as paragon figures have devolved into grotesque caricatures, committing unspeakable acts. This realization extinguished any hopes of seeking salvation within the campus. Observing once dignified individuals now engaging in behaviors beneath contempt has shattered their illusions. Adjacent to the infirmary lies the equipment room, a repository for various tools. A group, predominantly comprised of athletes, congregates there. Armed with weapons, they manage to vanquish a small horde of zombies, seizing a significant cache of food. Initially unnoticed, they reveal themselves during a collective foray, clashing with another faction. The athletes, boasting numerical and physical superiority, emerge victorious. In their triumph, they cruelly execute the vanquished, casting the injured into the throngs of the undead. The harrowing scenes leave them trembling with fear. Subsequently, they discover these individuals brazenly assaulting women, committing heinous acts in plain sight. Those who resist fiercely meet a grim fate, brutally slain, resembling demons in their cruelty. Witnessing the tragic ends of these women extinguishes any naive hope within Li Tingting and her companions. They harbor no expectations from their peers at the school, praying merely to remain undetected by these brutes until Su Chen arrives. Having witnessed these atrocities, they comprehend why Su Chun previously cautioned against trusting others lightly. A series of events has led them to place their hopes entirely in Su Chun, choosing to submit to him. From their interactions over the past few days, it is evident that Su Chun is a far better option than the malevolent individuals surrounding them. At the very least, Su Chun lays everything bare. Unlike those who resort to force, we shall survive. We shall thrive. At this moment, Li Yingying, a year senior to Li Tingting and a goddess of the arts department, seats herself beside her. Her words serve to comfort both Li Tingting and herself. Whether Su Chun would successfully rescue and take them away remained uncertain, and the fear of having their long-cherished hopes ultimately morph into despair loomed large. To be candid, after enduring such prolonged hunger, their bodies were nearing their limits, with the possibility of fainting due to malnutrition ever present. Do you think Su Chun will be frightened away upon reaching the school? Li Wanyan voiced a question that had long lingered in her heart. The sheer number of zombies on campus instilled fear in her that Su Chun might abandon the rescue effort out of terror. The infirmary fell into a profound silence, as no one could predict what decision Su Chun would make. Over 2 hours had elapsed since his departure, and the waiting felt interminable, filled with uncertainty that stirred their restless hearts. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Li Tingting's phone shattered the heavy atmosphere within the room. "Wonderful," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief upon seeing the message. "It's from Su Chun." The excitement in her demeanor ignited a wave of anxiety among the others, who hurriedly inquired, "What did he say?" As Li Tingting eagerly passed her phone to those nearby, she exclaimed, "He said he has arrived near the school and will soon come to rescue us." This revelation left everyone utterly astonished. It had barely been a short while since Su Chun had reached the vicinity of the school. Although they were unaware of the external circumstances, they could infer the dangers from others' descriptions. The outside world was perilous, teeming with even more zombies. They could hardly fathom how Su Chun had managed to arrive here so swiftly. Was he flying? Or did he possess a method to evade detection by the zombies? Each one of them speculated endlessly in their minds about Su Chun's remarkable feat prior to this. They had only known Su Chun to be well-equipped with supplies. Unintentionally, he had bolstered his impression in the hearts of Li Tingting and the others. Subsequently, Li Yingying and another person hastily seized Li Tingting's phone, taking turns to peruse the messages Su Chun had sent. Among them was a photograph of the gate of Haicheng University, confirming the authenticity of the news. Once everyone had verified the message's validity, excitement erupted, with some moved to tears of joy. The prevailing thought in their minds was, "We are saved." After being trapped in the infirmary for so many days, they could finally leave this wretched place. Chapter 17. Formulating a plan while Li Tingting and the others rejoiced at the prospect of liberation, Su Chun was nearby Haicheng University, tallying his recent gains. Along the journey, he had dispatched numerous zombies, if not 1,000, certainly 800. His total score had soared to an impressive 7,000. The sheer number of zombies that had met their demise had inadvertently resulted in a substantial windfall for Su Chun. Under such circumstances, it would not be long before he amassed enough points to purchase an intermediate gene serum. Thus, Su Chun reconsidered his initial intentions, deciding to venture out into the world more frequently in his battle vehicle during his free time, not for any other reason, but to eliminate a few more zombies for humanity, contributing his modest effort to the continuation of mankind. Earning some points along the way seems quite justifiable, doesn't it? Consider it his reward for aiding humanity in vanquishing the undead. Indeed, Su Chun is, at his core, a remarkable individual. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he redirected his focus to the purpose of his journey. After sending a message to Li Tingting, Su Chun refrained from hastily driving the armored vehicle inside, for he understood the necessity of prudence. Earlier, he had utilized a detector, discovering that the signals on the device were densely packed with zombies, a sight that would surely unsettle anyone with a fear of such density. Su Chun speculated that the school harbored tens of thousands of zombies, and recklessly driving the vehicle in would be unwise. Alternative strategies were required. The sheer number of zombies posed a significant threat. Even if they could not breach the vehicle's defenses, they could easily confine him within. Even if Su Chun managed to break free from the horde, his primary objective remained to rescue others. With limited energy, it was impossible to protect everyone, including Li Tingting. For safety's sake, he needed to devise another plan. He had anticipated such a scenario. If brute force would not suffice, then a more nuanced approach was necessary. A blend of strength and subtlety is the true path to success. In times like this, one of the additional tools from the novice gift package could prove invaluable. Indeed, it was the intelligent drone. Su Chun retrieved the drone, and the forthcoming actions would rely on its capabilities. The drone produced minimal noise during flight, ensuring it would not attract the attention of the undead, thereby facilitating Su Chun's reconnaissance mission. As he maneuvered the drone into the campus of Haicheng University, the visuals streamed in real time to his display. Observing the feed, Su Chun furrowed his brow, The situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. Zombies were omnipresent, both on the roads and within the various buildings. Even if Su Chan abandoned the armored vehicle and ventured in alone, evasion would be impossible unless he could fly. Otherwise, he would have to cut a path through them. After mapping out the route to the infirmary with the drone, Su Chan fell into deep contemplation. He needed to rethink his strategy, as his previous ideas had become obsolete in the face of such a dense zombie presence. In this predicament, he could either fly or devise a method to lure the zombies away from the roads. Yes, luring them away. A solution began to take shape in Su Chen's mind. Rather than confronting these zombies directly, he could draw them away. He recalled that zombies are particularly sensitive to blood and sound, presenting two potential avenues for exploitation. After considerable deliberation, Su Chen ultimately resolved to focus on the aspect of blood. Zombies are especially captivated and driven mad by the scent of fresh human blood. Once they catch a whiff, they will undoubtedly launch a frenzied attack on the source. Conversely, they show no interest in the blood of their own kind, often exhibiting a degree of aversion. This is what Su Chen has recently discovered. The armored vehicle trampled forward, its surface stained with the blood and flesh of countless zombies. As he approached Haicheng University, very few zombies dared to come forth to meet their demise. Su Chen concluded that zombies harbor an aversion to the blood and flesh of their own kind after conducting several experiments on site. The reason he invested time in these experiments was due to the fact that zombies did not actively attack the armored vehicle, which significantly diminished his potential points. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. Consequently, Su Chen acquired an additional strategy to deal with the undead. Of course, he would not employ this method himself, but he could share it with others, such as those in the group chat who served as point gatherers, granting them more means to contend with zombies and thereby prolonging their survival and increasing his own score. Reflecting on this, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at his own benevolence. His care for these amiable group friends was truly commendable. In a post-apocalyptic world, individuals like him who selflessly assist others are exceedingly rare. However, his willingness to help had its limits. If it required him to sacrifice his own resources for the sake of others, he would never engage in such folly. Now that he had devised a method to eliminate the zombies, he would not tarry any longer. He opted to utilize a drone to carry blood, luring the wandering zombies on campus away. As for the source of the blood, Su Chen would not resort to his own. When controlling the drone back to hover over the armored vehicle, he retrieved the blood bags he had prepared in advance. These bags had been acquired before the apocalypse during a medical supply purchase procured through various means. He had stocked up on blood of different types, originally intended for the future inhabitants of a refuge. In the event of an injury requiring a transfusion, the blood bags he had prepared would prove invaluable. Even if he ultimately did not use the blood, Su Chen would not suffer a loss. Blood possesses remarkable effects on zombies. When employed appropriately, it can yield significant results. For instance, if Su Chen were to find himself ensnared by a horde of zombies, he could use a blood bag as bait, tossing it far away to divert a portion of the undead. Thus, the secondary purpose of the blood bags would manifest. Therefore, when Su Chen set out, he took care to bring several blood bags stored in his spatial ring as a contingency. Indeed, the moment had now arrived for them to be put to use. With the drone carrying the blood bags, he entered Haicheng University, successfully drawing out all the zombies blocking the path to the infirmary. Once the zombies had been sufficiently lured away, he could seize the opportunity to slip inside and rescue those in need. This method was time-efficient, labor-saving, and worry-free, alleviating Su Chen of numerous unnecessary troubles. Having made his decision, he would no longer hesitate. He acted without delay. Su Chen did not skimp, attaching all the blood bags to the underside of the drone. This weight posed no hindrance to the drone's operation. A small incision was made in the blood bags to allow the scent of blood to waft into the air, for only in this way could he attract the zombies. With the drone carrying Su Chen's anticipation, it soared toward Haicheng University. Chapter 18, Successful Entry. Indeed, as expected, as the drone, bearing bags of blood exuding a metallic scent, hovered above a horde of zombies, the pungent aroma wafted downwards. Soon, the zombies below were irresistibly drawn to the scent, their demeanor shifting to frenzied agitation as they howled at the drone above. Nearby zombies were also attracted by the commotion. Through the drone's camera, Su Chen observed the scene below, where the undead were densely packed together. He began to maneuver the drone over the path leading from the infirmary to the school gate. Sensing the opportune moment, Su Chen activated the drone's automatic flight mode, setting it on a predetermined course to lure the zombies out of Haicheng University and into other areas. This was Su Chen's ingenious plan, and its effectiveness exceeded his expectations. As anticipated, countless zombies surged toward the departing drone, forming a small tide of the undead. Indeed, it was a tide. A cursory glance revealed nearly 1,000 of them, a considerable yet manageable horde. Su Chen sat quietly in the armored vehicle, watching as the swarm of zombies exited the campus. Anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with this frenzied mass would surely be torn to shreds. After some time had passed, Su Chun took out the detection device again, discovering that the number of zombies within range had decreased significantly. Minutes later, the majority of the zombies that had congested the roads of Haicheng University had departed, leaving only a small remnant. This posed no challenge for Su Chun. The armored vehicle roared back to life, heading directly toward the infirmary. The remaining zombies, attracted by the noise, did not charge at the vehicle, which was already drenched in their blood. At this moment, Su Chun had no intention of slaughtering the zombies. A peculiar peace had settled between the two parties. The events that transpired were not lost on the survivors within Haicheng University. They witnessed the zombies outside suddenly go berserk, rushing away without understanding the cause. The most relieved were those survivors near the infirmary. With the threat gone, they could venture out for food with greater ease. No longer teetering on the brink of death with every step. Regardless of the cause, it was a blessing for them. The remaining zombies posed little threat. Naturally, Li Tingting and others noticed this sudden and uncanny turn of events. Regrettably, only the zombies outside the corridors had departed, those within remained. Li Tingting murmured, "Was this his doing?" She was questioning both others and herself. The others understood she referred to Su Chun. No one was foolish. Each person had come to a conclusion in their minds. This was likely the work of Su Chun. To attribute it all to mere coincidence would be a stretch indeed. It occurred neither too early nor too late, but precisely at the moment when Su Chun came to their rescue. There was a 90% probability that Su Chun was responsible for this event. Consequently, their regard for Su Chun elevated to a higher echelon. The strong are forever revered and admired. The inclination of the weak to align themselves with the strong is deeply ingrained in their very nature. Having chosen to side with Su Chun, the greater his strength, the more beneficial it was for them. The mightier Su Chun became, the safer they felt, ensuring their future security. As the armored vehicle approached the dormitory building, the survivors inside caught sight of this sudden, ironclad beast. Upon seeing the vehicle, they initially believed that the official military had come to their rescue. Exuberance erupted among them, and they cried out for help from Su Chun, hoping he would save them. Yet, this group overlooked a crucial detail. While the zombies outside the corridor had diminished, the number of zombies within their dormitory remained unchanged. In their moment of excitement, they neglected this vital information, and their cries attracted the attention of the zombies in the corridor, which began to batter against the door, ultimately breaking in and devouring them alive. In an instant, the air was filled with the chilling echoes of their screams. The harsh lesson of death jolted the others into a stark realization. They dared not shout any longer. Soon after, they noticed that the armored vehicle showed no intention of halting to rescue them, igniting their fury. After finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope, it had now turned to vapor. Having learned from their previous mistakes, they refrained from loud outbursts, retreating into the dormitory to mutter their grievances in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Su Chun, who was driving the armored vehicle, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos that had transpired. Even if he had known, he would have considered their plight a product of their own delusion. He harbored no intention of rescuing those irrelevant to his mission. Those who perished due to their ignorance were of no concern to him. From the outset, his sole purpose for coming to Haicheng University was to save Li Tingting and a few others. The lives of the rest held no significance to him. Not long after, Su Chun arrived at the floor beneath the infirmary. At that moment, Li Tingting and the others spotted the armored vehicle from their window. Just as they believed it to be the army, Li Tingting's phone rang. She hurriedly answered, discovering a message from Su Chun. "I have arrived beneath the infirmary. Prepare yourselves. I will rescue you shortly." A gasp escaped Li Tingting as she processed Su Chun's words. The vehicle below must indeed belong to Su Chun. Her tone was laced with astonishment, not having anticipated that he possessed such a formidable machine. The others were equally taken aback by her revelation. Then, amidst their incredulous gazes, an individual emerged from the armored vehicle. Li Tingting instantly recognized him as Su Chun. It truly was him. The others, witnessing Li Tingting's confirmation, were left in utter disbelief. None had expected Su Chun to make his entrance in such a manner. Although they were unfamiliar with the armored vehicle, they understood that it was not something an ordinary individual could possess. Originally, they were merely speculating on the means by which Su Chun would ensure their safe escape, with thoughts limited to the possibility of him driving a larger vehicle. However, the vehicle he now commanded was a war machine. Their curiosity about Su Chun's background intensified, and they found themselves wondering if he would continue to astonish them further. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Tingting and her companions understood that their choice of Su Chun had irrevocably linked their futures to him. The greater his demonstrated prowess, the more secure they felt. Shock transformed into delight. Chapter 19. Total annihilation. Meanwhile, the survivors near the infirmary also caught sight of Su Chun. Initially, they assumed it was the military arriving, fearing that their previous misdeeds would be uncovered. To their surprise, a young man emerged from the war vehicle, not the soldiers they had envisioned. Their emotions surged, leaving them at a loss for words to describe their current feelings. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "If we had such a war machine, we could perhaps thrive in this apocalypse. Even the zombies would pose no threat to our safety." More importantly, it appeared that this individual was alone. These words resonated deeply within the crowd. They had been captivated by the war vehicle from the moment they laid eyes on it. Upon realizing that Su Chun was indeed solitary, their eyes widened in greed, wishing to rush out and eliminate him to seize the vehicle for themselves. If only they had such a machine, they would not be trapped here. The world would be their oyster. They then observed Su Chun walking alone towards the infirmary, leaving them puzzled and unsure of his intentions. Unbeknownst to them, within the infirmary resided 3 exquisite beauties, renowned as the campus goddesses of Haicheng University, whom they had once idolized. "Boss, let us take him down." The individual referred to as boss was Zhang Chong, a former captain of the school's basketball team. In the wake of the apocalypse, he had gathered his former subordinates and liberated from the constraints of law and morality. They had committed numerous heinous acts. Upon hearing his subordinates' words, Zhang Chong too felt a surge of envy towards Su Chun and his war machine. To him, this was a divine opportunity for his rise to prominence, an opportunity not to be missed lest he invoke divine wrath. As for Su Chun's capabilities, Zhang Chong dismissed them entirely. He believed that no matter how formidable Su Chun was, he could not possibly contend with him and his crew. He was convinced that if they united, even the strongest of opponents could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. This sentiment was shared by his followers, who also underestimated Su Chun's true nature, oblivious to the fact that he was no ordinary individual, having been enhanced by a basic genetic serum that had elevated him beyond the common man. In mere moments, Zhang Chong and his group devised their plan to confront Su Chun. They were convinced that once Su Chun exited his war vehicle, he would be easily subdued, allowing them to seize the machine for themselves. "Let us go. Arm yourselves and follow that peculiar fellow. This is an opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens, and it must not be overlooked." Zhang Chong beckoned his subordinates as they advanced towards Su Chun's location, each one brimming with excitement. At that moment, Su Chun was oblivious to the fact that someone dared to set their sights on him. Ever since he consumed the primary gene serum and acquired advanced combat skills, he had yet to engage in a confrontation with anyone. Although he was uncertain of his true prowess, he was confident that dispatching a few ordinary individuals would be a trivial endeavor. The infirmary was situated on the 2nd floor. As Su Chun ascended the staircase, he encountered 5 zombies. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Tang Dao he had purchased from the system marketplace for 5 points, gripping it tightly in his right hand. Ready for battle. This was Su Chun's inaugural encounter with zombies. Previously, he had only crushed them using a combat vehicle, a stark contrast to real combat. For reasons unknown, Su Chun felt a blend of tension and exhilaration within his heart. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his mind. The zombies, having detected Su Chun, emitted guttural roars and charged toward him. Exhaling forcefully, he chose not to retreat, but to advance. With a mighty roar, he swung the Tang Dao fiercely at the neck of the nearest zombie. To slay a zombie, one must strike at its head. Crack! The sharp blade of the Tang Dao, combined with Su Chun's strength, effortlessly severed the neck of the closest zombie. Undoubtedly, it was a swift kill. As long as Su Chun performed to the best of his abilities, annihilating zombies was a mere formality. Gaining confidence from his initial success, Su Chun continued to cleave through the remaining zombies. Within approximately 10 seconds, 5 headless corpses lay motionless on the ground. Gazing at the lifeless bodies, Su Chun experienced a peculiar sensation. The act of personally engaging in combat was a vastly different experience from merely crushing them with a vehicle. After a brief pause, Su Chun ascended further. The previous skirmish had barely served as a warm-up for him. It felt akin to effortlessly swatting a fly, and his stamina remained intact. Another 25 points were secured. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found more than a dozen zombies wandering the corridor. It was no wonder that Li Tingting and her companions were unable to escape. Observing the zombies, Su Chun felt the blood within him begin to surge. One thought dominated his mind: battle. Before the zombies could detect his presence, he took the initiative to strike. With a swift turn and a flash of the blade, a zombie's head fell to the ground. Exhilarating. This sensation of combat was intoxicating. With each swing of the Tang Dao, Su Chun felt his understanding of advanced combat techniques deepen. The more he struck, the more adept he became at controlling his strength. After dispatching 2 more zombies, Su Chun noticed that only one distinctive zombie remained in the corridor. This particular zombie appeared significantly more robust than the others, emanating an aura of intimidation. Instantly, this unique zombie captured Su Chun's attention. Roar! The scarlet orbs fixated on Su Chun, followed by a thunderous roar as it charged forward. To Su Chun's surprise, he noted that this creature moved with a swiftness surpassing that of ordinary zombies. He swiftly positioned his blade defensively, intercepting the zombie's sharp claws. The force behind the attack felt unusual. Sensing the strength transmitted through the broadsword, Su Chun whispered to himself, deducing that this zombie was an evolved variant, its prowess exceeding that of its common counterparts. While an ordinary person might falter against this exceptional zombie, for Su Chun, it merely posed a slight challenge. With a forceful push, he sent the creature sprawling. Quickly regaining his balance, he tightened his grip on the broadsword and pursued relentlessly. Spotting an opening, he seized the opportunity to strike decisively. With a fierce shout, he brought the broadsword down ruthlessly upon one of the zombie's arms. Severed limbs and dark blood splattered across the ground. Relentless in his assault, Su Chun delivered a final blow. The razor-sharp edge of his sword piercing through the zombie's eye and penetrating its skull. The outcome was clear. Withdrawing the broadsword, the special zombie collapsed weakly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 50 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Chun displayed an expression of realization. A level 2 zombie. No wonder its strength was formidable compared to others. He chose not to ponder how this level 2 zombie had come to be. Having eradicated all the zombies in the corridor, it was time to reunite with Li Tingting and the others. Chapter 20. The Soul Contract. The entire combat sequence lasted less than 5 minutes, an achievement not easily attained by the average individual. Su Chun felt a lingering thrill from the battle. However, he was aware that he had serious matters to attend to. Others were waiting for him. Approaching the entrance of the infirmary, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Open up, it's me. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Tingting, who had been waiting anxiously at the door, swiftly swung it open. While Su Chen had been engaged in combat, they had been anxiously awaiting his return. The door completely obscured their view of the fight, but as the zombies' roars diminished, they deduced that Su Chun was gaining the upper hand. When the sounds in the corridor finally ceased, their hearts skipped a beat, fearing that something had befallen him. However, when Su Chen's voice echoed from the entrance, they knew he had triumphed. As the door swung open, the sight of Su Chun was reminiscent of a battle god, with his right hand gripping the sword. A few dark stains of blood on his clothes, an aura of fierce determination emanated from him. In that moment, he exuded an undeniable charisma. Hello, Su Chen greeted. Observing the pale and weary faces of the women, I have come to fulfill my promise to rescue you. At this, the women snapped back to reality, eagerly stepping aside to invite Su Chun into the infirmary. Please come in. They were elated. Salvation had arrived. Su Chun, not one to stand on ceremony, sheathed his broadsword and stepped inside. He quickly surveyed the interior of the infirmary, taking in the situation at a glance. The conditions here are utterly incomparable to his sanctuary. Indeed, placing the 3 women in a predicament. He merely sighed in his heart. Somehow, the infirmary suddenly descended into an eerie tranquility. The 3 women gazed at Su Chun with complex expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. They understood that, as per their previous agreement, they would henceforth belong to Su Chun. Ultimately, it was Su Chun who spoke, shattering the silence. As previously agreed, from today onward, you shall be my women. With me around, you shall no longer endure such hardships. While I cannot promise everything, I assure you that food will always be plentiful and your living conditions will be entirely secure. This is my solemn vow to you. Although his words were somewhat cliched and straightforward, they resonated perfectly with the current situation. After experiencing the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world, a person's desires for life often boil down to merely being well-fed and safe. Fortunately, Su Chun could fulfill both these needs. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 3 women held no doubts, knowing he possessed the capability to deliver on his promises. All the words they wished to express coalesced into a single utterance of gratitude. From the moment Su Chen appeared before them, they realized their destined haven. Having witnessed the various formidable abilities Su Chen wielded, they harbored no intentions of breaking their pact. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest, the wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. Su Chun noticed their frail bodies, evidently starved for an extended period. If they did not replenish their nutrition soon, they would struggle even to walk. You haven't eaten for several days. You must be quite hungry, Su Chen remarked, retrieving bread and water from his backpack and offering them to the 3 women. This is all I have on me for now. Please make do with it. Once we return to the sanctuary, if you behave well, an array of meats, fruits, and vegetables will be yours to choose from. He prioritized their immediate need to satiate their hunger so they would have the strength to walk. After days of starvation, the sight of the bread brought the 3 women to the brink of desperation. The mention of meat and vegetables intensified their hunger pangs. At that moment, they could no longer maintain their composure, swiftly tearing open the packaging and devouring the bread ravenously. Only those who have endured hunger can comprehend the profound agony it inflicts upon the body, capable of shattering one's will. Seeing this scene, Su Chen shook his head slightly. In the apocalypse, the vast majority of people are unfortunate. Individuals like him, who possess abundant resources and a secure dwelling, are exceedingly rare. With Su Chen's substantial means, Li Tingting and the others would not experience hardship after joining him, having consumed the bread Su Chen provided. The three women had merely managed to alleviate their hunger to a degree, still far from being full. However, one cannot gorge themselves after prolonged starvation, as it can lead to bodily complications. After replenishing their water and food, their spirits visibly lifted. It is now time for us to discuss matters at hand. We must address the serious business, Su Chen declared. This is a soul contract. Simply signing your names will suffice to complete it. Once signed, there will be no turning back regarding your future. He produced 3 soul contracts purchased directly from the system's marketplace, presenting one to each individual. The contents of the contract have been meticulously drafted, with only 2 stipulations. Firstly, the will of Su Chen shall prevail. Secondly, no form of harm or betrayal towards Su Chen is permissible. These 2 conditions sufficiently ensure Su Chen's dominance. The 3 women were filled with confusion. Had they not witnessed the serious expression on Su Chen's face, they might have thought he was jesting. Su Chen spoke. A soul contract, once forged, binds one eternally unless death intervenes. He offered no further explanation, leaving it to their discretion to believe or not. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 3 women remained skeptical. Years of scientific education made it hard for them to accept such a notion. However, reflecting on the sudden onset of the apocalypse, they considered the possibility of this so-called soul contract being legitimate. Moreover, the stipulations were not as excessive as they had imagined. Su Chen had been rather benevolent. Had it been someone else, the demands would likely have been far more unreasonable. The 3 women exchanged glances, and ultimately, each inscribed her name upon the soul contract. Truth be told, they felt utterly incapable of rejecting Su Chen. After enduring great hardships, suffering from hunger, and constantly fearing for their safety, the prospect of having a protector made life seem less arduous. Without further hesitation, they swiftly signed their names on the soul contract. Once completed, the contract transformed into a beam of light, merging with their foreheads. This miraculous scene compelled Li Tingting and the others to fully believe in the authenticity of the soul contract that Su Chen had described. An unseen will seem to influence them. The women stood in stunned silence for a considerable time until Su Chen's voice broke the spell. All right, from this moment on, you are mine. With me here, no one shall harm you. Although the words were somewhat cliched, the reassurance they felt from Su Chen imbued them with a profound sense of security, for he possessed the strength to utter such declarations. In this apocalypse, no one could live as carefree and joyful as he did. Chapter 21. Vulnerable after a brief respite. Once the 3 women had regained some strength, Su Chen resolved not to linger. Let us depart. This is not a place to remain. They were ordinary individuals, and it was safest to return to the armored vehicle as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 3 women stood up, having longed to leave this place, but were previously trapped in the infirmary by the zombies. Everything had unfolded too suddenly, and they had no belongings to collect. Thus they followed closely behind Su Chen. As they exited the infirmary, they were met with a gruesome sight. The hallway littered with the corpses of zombies, a scene of utter carnage and brutality. The women held tightly to one another's hands, somewhat frightened. Even those accustomed to dealing with corpses would find such a spectacle unsettling. Upon reaching the staircase on the first floor, Su Chen suddenly halted and cautioned the women behind him to tread carefully. With his eyes fixed ahead, he drew his Tang Dao, prepared for any eventuality. A group of individuals approached with increasing proximity, and Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of caution towards these strangers. In a post-apocalyptic world, vigilance towards any unfamiliar faces is paramount. It soon became evident that the intentions of this group were unmistakable. They were advancing towards him with hostility. Their demeanor suggested enmity rather than friendship, and their malevolence far outweighed any semblance of goodwill. Despite their numbers, Su Chen remained unperturbed. His current prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In essence, aside from his combat experience, he possessed strengths that eclipsed those of seasoned warriors. Although he had yet to master the art of deflecting bullets with bare hands, evading them was a trivial task. Stay put and do not move. Su Chen instructed the women, urging them to take refuge in the stairwell while he positioned himself at the entrance to block their path. One man can hold back 1,000. No one would breach his defenses. He harbored no fear of this group, but was concerned that they might take the opportunity to harm Li Tingting and the others. The women understood their limitations in aiding him and could only offer their moral support. Su Chen, be careful. Don't get hurt. From the moment they forged a soul contract with him, their fates became irrevocably intertwined, and they wished for his safety, remaining obediently hidden. Before long, Su Chen locked eyes with the members of the opposing group. Each wielded an array of weapons, predominantly iron rods, with only a few brandishing crude blades. Their expressions radiated arrogance and aggression. Upon spotting Su Chen, their excitement was palpable. In their eyes, Their prey had unwittingly presented itself. They spread out in a fan formation, effectively obstructing his path, fearful of his potential escape. Suchin couldn't help but scoff internally at their misjudgment. They had mistaken their roles, who was prey and who was predator. A quick assessment revealed their imposing physiques, unmistakably the mark of individuals from a sports academy. Their eyes gleamed with a ruthless intensity, indicative of those who had tasted blood. Any ordinary person encountering them would likely meet a grim fate. Yet, Suchun was no ordinary man. He posed no threat to him, and he could dispatch them with ease. His enhanced physique, tenfold in strength, combined with advanced combat skills, rendered him a formidable opponent. In a certain light, given the right conditions, he could face 100 adversaries without hesitation. The atmosphere was charged with tension. A particularly arrogant young man with a buzz cut stepped forward, bellowing at Suchun, "Hey kid, is that car outside yours?" Upon hearing this, Suchun raised an eyebrow. "It is mine. Why do you ask?" "Ah, so you're quite audacious, aren't you?" The young man's anger flared at Suchun's dismissive attitude, and he brandished his iron rod, ready to teach him a lesson. Yang Wu stepped back. Yang Wu wished to struggle a bit longer, but he was instantly interrupted by Zhang Chong, whose tone was laced with a hint of anger. "Do not make me repeat myself." Upon hearing Zhang Chong's words, the young man with a buzz cut suppressed his fury, shot a glare at Suchun, and reluctantly returned to the crowd. Suchun recognized this individual, Zhang Chong, a strikingly handsome man with considerable influence at school, who had garnered the admiration of many younger female students before the apocalypse. Suchun had heard numerous tales about him. A few years prior, he had clandestinely caused a female college student to become pregnant, only for the matter to be suppressed. Furthermore, he was one of the most fervent pursuers of Mei Runin, the campus goddess of Haicheng University, though she had no interest in him whatsoever. Suchun understood Zhang Chong well, because his former advisor was Mei Runin. "This classmate, you need not worry, we harbor no ill intentions. If you are the owner of that vehicle outside, could you take us away from here?" Zhang Chong smiled amiably, speaking to Suchun in a calm tone. "Rest assured, once you assist us in leaving, I shall reward you handsomely." Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fallen for Zhang Chong's facade. However, Suchun was no ordinary person. He viewed this unexpected group with great suspicion. Unsure of Suchun's background, Zhang Chong chose to bide his time, aiming to ascertain Suchun's situation before proceeding. He needed to confirm whether Suchun was alone or if accomplices lurked nearby. In Zhang Chong's mind, an individual possessing a battle vehicle likely hailed from a formidable background, one beyond their capacity to confront. He was aware that such individuals seldom operated alone. Should it turn out that Suchun was indeed alone, it would be highly probable that the vehicle had come into his possession by chance. In that case, Zhang Chong would not hold back. A treasure such as a battle vehicle was not something just anyone could possess. The virtuous shall inherit. Zhang Chong believed himself to be that virtuous one. "Ha ha ha." Suchun let out a cold laugh. "How amusing. You need not pretend. I can see through you at a glance. You are nothing but a scoundrel." His words dripped with derision. "Just a societal miscreant. You need not probe. I am alone. And there are no accomplices outside. If you wish to make a move against me, then come at me directly." Suchun's continuous mockery was an attempt to incite them. Upon hearing Suchun's taunts, Zhang Chong's face turned ashen with fury. No one had dared to be so brazen before him throughout his life, especially after the apocalypse. With the absence of law and morality, his violent nature had intensified. Since becoming the leader of a group of over a dozen, he had become increasingly ruthless, committing numerous heinous acts and eliminating many who opposed him. After being insulted by Suchun so many times, he could no longer contain himself. He roared, "Very well. Since you seek death so eagerly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded his subordinates behind him, "Seize him. I shall break all his limbs and feed him to the zombies." The leader of the group issued a command, prompting the subordinates to spring into action, each gripping their weapons with fierce expressions as they glared at Suchun. They envisioned the moment when Suchun would be begging for mercy on his knees. Among them, Yang Wu was the most eager, having long desired the opportunity to strike Suchun. "Die, you scoundrel." Yang Wu's face twisted with malice as he raised a steel rod and swung it powerfully towards Suchun's head, intent on shattering his skull. "Humph. A bunch of mindless fools." Despite being encircled, Suchun felt no fear. Instead, derision filled his countenance as he looked down upon these individuals. Yang Wu, seeing Suchun remain motionless, mistakenly believed he had rendered him paralyzed with fear, and his excitement only grew, as he already envisioned Suchun bloodied and kneeling before him. As the steel rod was mere centimeters from Suchun's head, it suddenly halted, no matter how hard Yang Wu strained to move it. "What? How is this possible?" Yang Wu realized that a hand had tightly grasped his wrist, none other than Suchun's. Before he could react, there was a flash before his eyes, and he found that his right wrist felt as though it had been shattered. "Ah!" A scream pierced the air as Yang Wu's steel rod clattered helplessly to the ground. Boom! Su Chun delivered a powerful punch to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping for breath and spewing blood. It was evident that a section of his chest had caved in, as if all his ribs had been broken, with splintered bones piercing his insides. His injuries were grievous. Without prompt medical attention, he would surely perish. Su Chun felt no remorse for his actions. After all, Yang Wu had sought his life, and it was only fitting that he met his demise at Su Chun's hands. In a mere few seconds, the tide of the battle had dramatically shifted. Once assured of victory, Yang Wu had become the first to be vanquished. The others present were left in awe of Su Chun's prowess. Was such strength even human? Keep going. The arrow must be released once drawn. Zhang Chong admitted he had underestimated Su Chun's abilities. He did not believe Su Chun could single-handedly defeat them all. Unless he were the legendary Soldier King, a possibility so remote it could hardly be considered. As Su Chun perceived Zhang Chong's intent to strike, he resolved that none of those present would escape unscathed. If he could dispatch zombies as easily as one slaughters chickens, what hope did these ordinary people have? With his formidable skills, Su Chun showcased a scene of exquisite brutality. Within mere minutes, only Su Chun and Zhang Chong remained standing, while the others writhed on the ground, their limbs broken, wailing in agony. Witnessing this, Zhang Chong was left utterly stunned. He had not anticipated the remarkable martial prowess of Su Chun. After all, this was a group of over 10 individuals. Even a herd of swine would not be dispatched so swiftly. Even he, in his ignorance, realized he had struck an iron wall. Regrettably, he understood this truth rather late. His mouth suddenly felt parched, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. In a nervous tone, he implored, "Brother, it appears I have failed to recognize your stature this time. How about we let this matter rest? If you spare me, I shall not pursue the matter of your injuring my subordinate. From now on, you shall tread your own path, and I shall take mine." Upon hearing this, Su Chun regarded Zhang Chong with an amused expression, intrigued by the audacity that allowed him to utter such words. "What do you think? I know not the meaning of letting matters rest. I abide by a singular principle, to eradicate the roots of any enmity. Those who become my adversaries shall not be spared." Realizing that Su Chun had no intention of letting him go, Zhang Chong was immediately engulfed in panic. He understood that he was merely marginally stronger than an average person and stood no chance against Su Chun. With reddened eyes, he glared at Su Chun in resentment. "Must you be so ruthless?" Su Chun offered no response, merely fixing a cold gaze upon him. The outcome was evident. "At worst, I shall die. I shall fight you to the end." Zhang Chong seemed to have accepted his fate, charging towards Su Chun with a reckless resolve. Yet, halfway through, he abruptly turned and fled. As the saying goes, in the face of danger, retreat is the best strategy, as long as the mountains remain. One need not worry about firewood. Knowing full well he could not win, only a fool would remain to fight. As long as he was alive, there remained hope for vengeance in the future. However, Su Chun had also been momentarily taken aback by Zhang Chong's unexpected maneuver. "You wish to escape? Can you truly get away?" He picked up a steel rod from the ground and hurled it forcefully towards the fleeing Zhang Chong. Before he could cover much distance, a sharp pain coursed through his thigh. His body lost balance, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. It was over. This was his immediate thought as he fell. As anticipated, upon turning over, he saw Su Chun approaching him with measured steps. "Please spare me. I shall never dare again," he repeatedly pleaded, fear finally settling in. "Spare you?" Su Chun raised an eyebrow, smiling mockingly. "What reason do you possess that warrants my mercy?" Zhang Chong, as if grasping at a lifeline, spoke with fervor. "I have wealth. If you spare me this time, I will give you all my money. Also, I have captives. We recently captured a number of women. I can offer them to you. We have also gathered ample food and water, all of which I can bestow upon you. I would surrender everything. Just please spare my life." Zhang Chong was eager to relinquish all that he had to Su Chun, desperately seeking to preserve his existence. Indeed, a scoundrel, Su Chun had long anticipated that individuals like Zhang Chong would become even more unscrupulous in the face of an apocalypse. In such dire times, money held less value than mere paper. Food was not in short supply for him. As for women, he did not desire any indiscriminately, let alone those who had been subjected to their vile treatment. It appeared they held little worth. "Are you prepared to descend into hell?" With that, Su Chun swung the steel rod towards Zhang Chong's head. Zhang Chong, taken aback by Su Chun's apparent indifference to all he possessed, felt his mind racing. In that critical moment between life and death, it seemed he grasped a fleeting thought, a desperate gamble. He shouted, "Wait, I have news about Mei Runin." Chapter 22. The revelation. Zhang Chong gasped for air, nearly overwhelmed by the near miss of death. Just a mere inch from his skull, Su Chun halted. Upon hearing Mei Runin's name, a flicker of interest ignited within him. Not only was she his mentor, but she had once been the goddess of his heart. A figure shrouded in mystery, unattainable for most. He recalled an incident where a wealthy suitor had attempted to coerce Mei Runin, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the entire family. This event had instilled a profound fear in those who dared to pursue her. Kicking Zhang Chong, who lay on the ground, Su Chen commanded, "Stop feigning death. Speak of what you know. If I discover you are deceiving me, you shall regret it." Enduring the excruciating pain from his fractured thigh, beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled off Zhang Chong's forehead as he forced himself to muster his composure. Fearing Su Chen might change his mind, he divulged everything he knew in a rush. "Yesterday, after we scoured several locations, we heard news of Mei Runin from others. She is trapped in her car within the underground parking garage of the school. I attempted to rescue her, but ultimately gave up. The exit of the garage is blocked, rendering escape impossible, and a horde of zombies surrounds her vehicle, leaving her confined." As he spoke, he cautiously observed Su Chen's demeanor, fearful that a misstep in his words could cost him his life. "In fact, before we sought you out, we also visited the underground parking garage. Just moments ago, many zombies left, but the number within the garage remains unchanged. There are far too many for our small group to handle. I am certain that Mei Runin is still trapped in her car. I have told you all I know. You promised to spare my life," Zhang Chong concluded, anxiety gnawing at him, for his fate now rested entirely in Su Chen's hands. Life or death hung on Su Chen's next thought. Su Chen, in turn, fell into deep contemplation. Based on Zhang Chong's expressions and tone, he deduced that the latter was not lying. His statements were largely truthful. No one could weave a lie so convincing in the face of death. If such a person existed, it certainly was not Zhang Chong. Indeed, Su Chen harbored his own thoughts regarding Mei Runin. After being confined in the vehicle for so long, she must be nearing her limits. However, he did not intend to rush to the underground parking garage just yet. His priority was to escort Li Tingting and the others back to the armored vehicle. "The situation has been resolved. You may come out now," he said, turning to the three women behind him, eagerly anticipating the moment. Li Tingting and her companions emerged from the stairwell upon hearing Su Chen's voice. As they stepped out, they were met with the sight of wounded individuals writhing on the ground, and they immediately recognized Zhang Chong lying at Su Chen's feet. In recent days, they had witnessed countless inhumane acts perpetrated by Zhang Chong and his associates. Seeing him defeated by Su Chen and in such a pitiful state felt like poetic justice. The souls of those who had perished at Zhang Chong's hands could finally find peace. They had just observed Su Chen single-handedly vanquishing numerous adversaries without sustaining any injuries. A display of astounding prowess. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp the magnitude of Su Chen's strength. Perhaps the legendary masters of the martial arts world were no more formidable than this. "How could you be here?" Zhang Chong, noticing the emergence of Li Tingting and her friends, widened his eyes in disbelief. He surmised that Su Chen had come to their rescue. Yet he was taken aback by their presence in this hiding spot, a fact he had overlooked for days. Regret welled up within him. Had he known that three campus beauties were present, he would never have allowed Su Chen to gain the upper hand. Clearly, the three campus beauties of Haicheng University had chosen to align themselves with Su Chen. It was no wonder that Su Chen had claimed he had no interest in ordinary women. Were he to possess such exquisite companions, he too would disdain the mundane. At that moment, the three women approached Su Chen, recounting the heinous acts they had witnessed Zhang Chong commit not long ago. "You little harlot, Li Tingting. How dare you frame me? This isn't over." Zhang Chong erupted in fury upon hearing his misdeeds exposed. He wished he could silence the three women, feeling they were conspiring to destroy him. "Silence." Su Chen, already weary of Zhang Chong, pressed his foot firmly upon Zhang Chong's chest. This man was even more repugnant than he had anticipated, utterly unworthy of being called human. "You dare insult my people?" Zhang Chong struggled to breathe beneath Su Chen's weight. Abandoning his attempts at denial, he pleaded, "Hero, brother, please spare me this once. I promise I'll never do it again." His face contorted with regret, as if he truly understood his wrongs. However, Su Chen retorted, "A leopard cannot change its spots. A dog cannot cease its scavenging. Besides, I have no intention of letting you off the hook." He continued, "When you engaged in such vile acts, you should have anticipated this outcome. Though I am not a saint, I will rid the world of scum like you to prevent further harm to others. You ought to descend to hell and atone for your sins against those you have wronged." Seeing Su Chen resolute in his intentions, Zhang Chong's face twisted with malice as he bellowed, "Even if I die, I will return as a vengeful spirit to drag you all down to hell." Yet, his movements were swiftly detected. "Be quiet." Su Chen swiftly snapped Zhang Chong's neck, granting him a merciful end. Even though Li Tingting and her companions had faced life and death recently, it was their first experience witnessing murder up close, instilling a sense of fear within them. There are certain realities you must adapt to. In the apocalypse, mercy is a luxury you cannot afford. Otherwise, you shall be the ones to suffer in the end. Especially for you women, the fate that awaits may be even more tragic. Whether you encounter zombies or humans, if they harbor hostility towards you, it is imperative to eradicate the threat without hesitation. You have witnessed the grim fates of those who fell into the hands of Zhang Chong and his men. You should understand this better than I. Su Chen sought to prepare them mentally, casting a glance at those lying on the ground, not intending to let them off easily. As he proclaimed, one must root out the evil, and he would not show them mercy. After all, these individuals were criminals, responsible for countless deaths. Today, he would act as a harbinger of justice, delivering them to their due reckoning. With a swift kick, he would send them to reunite in hell. Their leader, Zhang Chong, was dead. It was only fitting that these minions accompany him. A family should remain united, and he did not mind playing the role of a benefactor for once. Meanwhile, the hearts of these individuals were filled with dread. They struggled to crawl away, exerting all their strength to escape this fate. Don't come any closer. In their eyes, Su Chen had become the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. Their struggles were in vain, as their companions fell one by one beneath his feet. The terror of death loomed over them. Soon, everyone would unlock an achievement, reincarnation. What they would be reborn as remained a mystery. In Su Chen's view, it would be best for them not to return as humans, as this would serve as a contribution to society at large. Chapter 23. Setting off again after resolving the situation with all of them, Su Chen tidied his attire slightly. Dealing with this group required no weapons. They were far easier to handle than zombies. He transformed back into the gentle and refined young man he once was. Were it not for the corpses strewn about, no one would believe that such a gruesome scene was orchestrated by him. Let us go. You all head to the vehicle. I still have one more place to visit. Li Tingting and the others obediently followed behind Su Chen toward the imposing battle vehicle, their first encounter with such a grand and formidable machine. Providing them with a sense of security, Su Chen remained vigilant, monitoring the device for any signs of a zombie ambush. Outside, caution was paramount for the preservation of one's life. Once inside the vehicle, the three women gazed in wonder at their surroundings, seemingly transformed into curious children. Observing every detail, they finally felt a sense of relief. They were safe at last. Inside the vehicle, zombies posed no threat to them. They no longer had to live in fear, as they did in the infirmary, uncertain when the undead might breach the door. At that moment, Su Chen noticed the drone that had lured away the horde of zombies returning, gently descending onto the roof of the vehicle. This time, the drone proved to be immensely beneficial, effortlessly aiding in the rescue by diverting a significant number of zombies from Haicheng University. Otherwise, he could only imagine the considerable effort it would have taken. Each item received from the novice gift pack served a useful purpose, alleviating many burdens. He accessed the drone's footage, eager to ascertain whether any unforeseen incidents had occurred along the way. After viewing the recording, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. He witnessed the moment the drone dropped the blood bags at the designated location, resulting in a staggering surge in the number of zombies below, reaching into the thousands. He had inadvertently orchestrated such a massive horde. As the drone returned, he observed that additional zombies in the vicinity continued to converge relentlessly. Su Chen realized that a catastrophe was imminent. He could only speculate about the potential repercussions of this zombie tide. In his heart, he silently recited a prayer, hoping that he had not unwittingly caused the demise of too many lives. As for the notion of him attempting to halt the oncoming horde, it was indeed unrealistic. The scale of the tide would bear no consequence on his refuge below ground. After all, no one would ever know that he was the catalyst behind it. At most, he would offer a few silent prayers for the souls lost to the tide, wishing them a swift rebirth. Having inadvertently discovered Mei Ruo-Nan's whereabouts, Su Chen certainly would not let the opportunity slip away. Mei Ruo-Nan was the youngest professor at Haicheng University and had once been an unattainable aspiration for him. Now that he possessed the capability and hoped to realize his former desires, he could not let this chance pass. Once again, Su Chen opted for solitary action, deeming it safest for Li Ting and the others to remain in the vehicle. With the existence of the soul contract, he need not worry about betrayal, which would save him considerable trouble. He contemplated the complex environment of the underground parking lot. Driving the armored vehicle and could easily lead to congestion. Therefore, he had no choice but to venture alone. With this thought, Su Chen resolutely made up his mind. He planned to leave Li Ting and the others in the car while he descended into the underground parking lot to rescue people. After parking the vehicle in a discreet corner of the campus, he cautioned the three women to remain inside the car, no matter the circumstances. For added security, he locked the doors upon his departure, ensuring that only he could unlock them. This precaution was taken to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, for Li Ting and the others, the vehicle was the safest place. No one and no zombie could breach the defenses of the armored car unless the enemy wielded heavy firepower. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Chen made his way toward the underground parking lot. As soon as he stepped out, he retrieved a weapon resembling a Tang Dao from his spatial ring. This was an item he had purchased from the system store, crafted from a special alloy. Firearms were ill-suited for dealing with zombies due to the noise they generated, which could easily attract hordes. Cold weapons were far more appropriate for Su Chun to showcase his skills, combined with advanced combat techniques. He could easily subdue an ordinary opponent with a single strike. He strode confidently through the Haiching campus, undeterred by the zombies that would instill fear in most. As he ventured a few steps forward, he encountered a group of wandering zombies. They let out a series of guttural growls and charged towards Su Chen's position. A fortuitous encounter. Gripping the tang knife in his hand, Su Chun was eager to engage. He stood still, waiting until the zombies were merely 2 or 3 paces away before he made his move. With a swift motion, he swung the tang knife, aiming directly for the neck of the zombie. Only a blow to the head could truly end their existence. The blade effortlessly sliced through the zombie's neck, akin to chopping vegetables. Its head tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before the lifeless body collapsed before him. These zombies were driven solely by the instinct to kill. The demise of their companion had no effect on them as they continued their relentless advance towards Su Chun. Within a minute, they all lay motionless on the ground. In contrast, Su Chun was unscathed, his breathing rate unchanged. Having never harmed even a chicken before, he now found himself dispatching zombies with not a flicker of emotion. This left him with a surreal sense of detachment. Since acquiring the system and the onset of the apocalypse, his character and circumstances had undergone a dramatic transformation in just a few short days. Yet, Su Chun welcomed this change. Without the apocalypse, he might have led a mundane life of collecting rents, occasionally indulging in leisure, though perilous. The days of the apocalypse offered liberation. With strength came the opportunity to live as one desired. Comparing the two, he found himself favoring the apocalypse. The system's notification chimed in his ear once more, signaling the addition of several points to his account. Paying it no mind, he continued toward his destination. Along the way, he dispatched numerous zombies and saved several survivors. These individuals, awed by Su Chen's formidable prowess, expressed a desire to follow him, to become his subordinates or companions. However, he declined them all. The shelter had a limited capacity. He could not afford to accept just anyone, especially considering his stringent criteria for recruits. Though some possessed commendable qualities, even if they were not on par with the likes of Li Ting, they were still considered desirable by many. Yet, with his elevated standards, Su Chun found them lacking. After dismissing these individuals, he paid them no further attention. Some, however, stubbornly trailed behind him, only to be ultimately dissuaded by his overwhelming display of strength. For Su Chun, if he encountered fellow humans, he might lend a helping hand if it were convenient. However, the idea of becoming a savior to all was out of the question. He was neither a selfless saint nor a noble hero. He was a refined egoist. Human nature is the most fragile under scrutiny, especially in the apocalypse. Whether to save someone was entirely at his discretion. No one could coerce him. Moral coercion? As long as he held no moral obligations, he could not be bound. Discussing morality in the apocalypse was akin to believing pigs could climb trees. Chapter 24, The New Breed of Zombie. With each swing of his knife, Su Chun felt increasingly adept with the tang blade in his hand. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Su Chun, age, 22. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Physique, 100. Mentality, 70. Shelter, level 1. Points, 7,688. Shelter members, 4. Items, spatial ring, detector, Tang Dao. Sano battle car. Su Chun noticed that his mental strength had inadvertently increased by 1 point, elevating it to 70. Currently, his attributes are nearly complete, with mental strength being the slowest to grow. He surmised that the blood-soaked experiences he had endured contributed to this enhancement. After rescuing Li Tingting and the others, he realized that there was no indication of completing the secondary main quest. According to the system's response, success would only be acknowledged upon returning to the shelter. Su Chun had no objections to this arrangement. Each individual accounts for 1,000 points, and since they were already in his grasp, claiming the points was merely a matter of time. He was now quite close to surpassing 8,000 points, the majority of which he had earned from defeating zombies. Indeed, killing zombies proved to be the most efficient means of accumulating points. The adage killing and arson brings wealth aptly applies to his current circumstances, albeit modified to killing zombies. Once he returned to the shelter, amassing a total of over 10,000 points would signify a substantial fortune. He already possessed enough points to upgrade the shelter. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that a level 2 shelter would unveil. Without a doubt, it would surpass his current situation. After a relentless assault lasting more than 10 minutes, Su Chun finally arrived at the entrance of the underground parking lot. A glance revealed the chaos that once reigned here. With various vehicles collided and numerous dried bloodstains adorning the ground, the scene was utterly disordered, obscuring the specifics within. However, this did not daunt Su Chun. After consuming a basic gene potion, His vision had significantly improved, rendering night vision a trivial concern. To be prudent, he retrieved his detector to assess the vicinity. Right at the entrance of the parking lot, he detected no fewer than 20 zombies wandering about, with even greater numbers lurking deeper within. This posed no significant threat. Gripping his Tang Dao, Su Chun felt an overwhelming sense of calm. He had yet to satiate his urge for slaughter after previously dispatching zombies. And this time he could fully indulge. The intricate environment of the underground parking lot meant that even if he encountered a small horde, he could easily evade using his speed advantage. It was even conceivable that he could single-handedly vanquish all the zombies inside. However, such an endeavor would surely leave him utterly exhausted, a cost not worth incurring. Not lingering at the entrance for long, Su Chun stepped inside, his gaze steady as he observed the path ahead. As zombies charged towards him, he swiftly dispatched them with a slash of his blade. With each few steps he took, a zombie's lifeless body would collapse to the ground. After eliminating several zombies, Su Chun began to sense that something was amiss. In the subterranean parking garage, the zombies exhibited a heightened level of aggression and ferocity compared to their counterparts outside. Each assault was characterized not by the sheer number of the undead, but by their rapid frequency. With every few steps he took, he would encounter another zombie. With a swift motion, he would turn and strike, dispatching the creature that had attempted to ambush him from behind. It was no wonder Zhang Chong had previously expressed such unwavering confidence that Mei Runin had not vacated the underground parking structure. In such a hostile environment, escape was nearly impossible. Not just anyone could effortlessly slay zombies as Su Chun did. For an ordinary person, a moment's inattention could cost them their life. Those trapped within could only remain in their vehicles, patiently awaiting rescue or hoping for the sudden disappearance of the zombies before they could flee. Su Chun moved with remarkable agility, initially intent on avoiding drawing significant attention. However, he soon realized his oversight. The unique acoustics of the parking garage meant that even the slightest noise would attract the attention of nearby zombies. Observing the readouts on his detection device, Su Chun noted that over 20 zombies were closing in around him. The once quiet ambience of the underground parking lot was shattered by a cacophony of growls, as if signaling a coordinated attack. This unusual occurrence piqued Su Chun's curiosity. Could it be that these bloodthirsty creatures had evolved to possess the ability to command their brethren? The implications of such a discovery were staggering. If these zombies had indeed developed intelligence, the future for humanity would be even more precarious. Unless, of course, humans could also find ways to enhance their own capabilities, much like Su Chun. With this thought in mind, as he defended against the onslaught of zombies, his eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, seeking evidence of a commanding presence among the undead. With a swift strike, he dispatched another zombie and leapt atop a nearby vehicle. Surveying the area, Su Chun soon spotted a particularly distinctive zombie, standing at a distance, motionless and issuing a series of growls that resembled orders. There it was. He immediately recognized this zombie as the one orchestrating the attack. It was larger than the others, and its previously murky eyes now glimmered with a hint of intelligence. Su Chun speculated that this entity was likely a second-tier zombie, albeit one that had evolved in a different direction than the one he had encountered previously. One had gained strength, while this one had acquired wisdom. With this conclusion, Su Chun found the apocalypse increasingly intriguing. He pondered whether zombies could possess other evolutionary paths and how these distinctions might be categorized. Furthermore, he wondered if humanity might also discover its own unique methods of evolution in this dystopian world. A myriad of questions swirled in Su Chun's mind. Nonetheless, he quickly set aside these musings, determined to eliminate all the first-tier zombies before investigating any additional abilities this second-tier zombie might possess beyond controlling its kin. Only through confrontation could he discern the differences. His fighting spirit surged within him. Chapter 25. Decimation. Su Chun began to take the situation more seriously. To validate the thoughts swirling in his mind, he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao and swiftly engaged in battle with the approaching zombies. The glimmer of his blade danced amidst the chaos, as blood and dismembered limbs splattered in every direction. In mere moments, all the zombies besieging him were vanquished, their lifeless forms strewn about his vicinity. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Only the singular zombie, manipulating the others from the shadows, remained. Without hesitation, Su Chun charged towards this peculiar creature. The special zombie, now aware of his intent, responded with a guttural roar. Through these encounters, Su Chun confirmed its undeniable ability to control the undead. This particular zombie posed a greater threat to humanity than its mindless counterparts. As Su Chun drew closer, a dozen more zombies suddenly obstructed his path. Yet, he did not falter. These ordinary zombies were no match for his blade. Swiftly dispatched as he broke through their defenses with ease. After cleaving through those that impeded his advance, he finally stood face to face with the unique zombie. It possessed a hint of intelligence, but whether its physical prowess exceeded that of the common zombies remained to be seen in combat. His actions provoked the creature. which let out another roar, its sound tinged with a newfound intensity. As anticipated, Su-chan observed that the other ordinary zombies became more frenzied, their aggression heightened. They charged at him fearlessly. However, Su-chun remained unfazed. Such trivial matters were easily resolved. He pivoted, wielding his blade to repel the zombies at his back. He would not underestimate his foes. Despite the zombies exhibiting a modicum of intelligence, they could never rival humanity, failing to grasp Su-chun's intentions. While dispatching the ordinary zombies, he stealthily inched closer to his primary target. Soon, he discerned an opportune moment, leveraging his strength to send a zombie flying, colliding into a few others behind it. Seizing this chance, Su-chun broke free from the zombies trailing him, making a direct line toward the special zombie. The suddenness of his approach left the unique creature momentarily stunned. As the distance between them diminished, instead of retreating, it initiated an attack against him. Intelligent, yet only marginally so. Su-chun swiftly concluded that if it possessed more intellect, it would recognize the futility of confronting him and choose flight over fight. In response to the special zombie's aggressive behavior, Su-chun devised a countermeasure. He positioned his Tang Dao to parry the creature's razor-sharp claws. Clash. The two forces collided. Its strength was merely a slight enhancement over the ordinary zombies, significantly weaker than that of the previous second-tier zombie. In just one exchange, Su-chun comprehended the creature's capabilities. It was far from his match. Of course, this assessment was subjective to Su-chun alone. For an average individual, as long as they wielded a weapon and maintained composure against ordinary zombies, they could easily dispatch them. The extraordinary zombies are unlike the ordinary ones. Aside from those who have engaged in rigorous training, the average person stands no chance against them. With a forceful push, the special zombie was sent reeling backward, unable to withstand the overwhelming strength. Seizing this opportune moment, Su-chun would not let it slip away, pursuing relentlessly to strike down his adversary. He propelled himself forward, swiftly aiming his blade at the creature's arm. His intention was not to kill outright, but rather to glean more knowledge about this foe, as understanding its capabilities would better equip him for survival in this apocalyptic world. With a sharp sound, the special zombie's arm was severed cleanly. Yet, Su-chun remained vigilant. Should he sense any peril, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Unfortunately, the outcome proved disappointing. Beyond its enhanced strength and control over other zombies, it possessed no further abilities. Recognizing that this creature had lost its research value, Su-chun resolved to end its existence. With a decisive swing, he severed the mutated zombie's head from its body. Though it had initially attempted to resist, the loss of its head rendered it powerless. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 zombie, intelligent type, reward, 50 points. Indeed, the system's announcement confirmed his earlier suspicions. This zombie was indeed a level 2, a creature of intelligence. It was evident that defeating higher-tier zombies yielded points more swiftly. The drawback, however, was the scarcity of level 2 zombies, far outnumbered by their ordinary counterparts, leaving him uncertain of when he might encounter another. With the level 2 zombie dispatched, the remaining ordinary zombies were now significantly easier to handle. Previously, they exhibited some degree of organization. Now they were disordered and ineffectual. Simultaneously, these ordinary zombies emerged from their frenzied state, their threat diminished. Without further delay, Su-chun maneuvered through the horde, cleaving heads from bodies as he went. Once the last zombie fell, the underground parking lot returned to an unsettling calm, surrounded by the grotesque sight of numerous corpses. Su-chun relished the satisfaction of his slaughter, flicking his Tang Dao to rid it of blood that splattered onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, he reflected on the exertion of the recent battle. Since entering the parking lot, he had dispatched nearly 100 zombies. Others would have surely succumbed to exhaustion by now. After regaining his composure, Su-chun proceeded deeper into the parking area, well aware of Mei Runen's vehicle and its designated parking space. After all, she had once been his instructor, and they had spent ample time together. At this point, he was still a short distance from her location, though not far enough to deter him. A few more steps would suffice. Following the previous skirmish, the number of zombies along his path had noticeably diminished, encountering only 1 or 2 that he swiftly dispatched. The commotion from Su-chun's battle had also captured the attention of the living within the parking lot. Though they were unaware of the specifics, they could clearly see that the number of zombies surrounding them had significantly reduced. Nevertheless, they still dared not venture forth recklessly. Fearful of falling into a trap, they ventured forth only to be ensnared by the jaws of the undead. The only certainty was that someone had infiltrated the underground parking garage, luring the nearby zombies away. Speculation arose about whether officials had sent someone to rescue them. Alas, they were mistaken. Su-chun pressed on, equipped with his detection device, which revealed the presence of survivors nearby, yet he harbored no intention of aiding them. Having dispatched numerous zombies, he deemed this his greatest act of mercy towards these individuals. The reduction in the number of zombies would ultimately determine their fate, reliant solely on their own fortunes. Su Chen's singular objective remained clear: to locate Mei Runin. The lives of others held no value significant enough for him to intervene. Chapter 26. Finding the target at long last, it was found. In the far corner of the parking lot, Su Chen finally encountered his objective. A red sports car stood quietly, unmistakably Mei Runin's vehicle. One he had often seen and could recognize without fail. Through the car's glass, he discerned a figure within. He was certain that the person inside was indeed Mei Runin. A slight smile graced Su Chen's lips as he prepared to approach, swiftly eliminating the few wandering zombies nearby. Inside the car, Mei Runin lay weak and filled with uncertainty about her future. Trapped in the underground garage for over 10 days, she had seen no opportunity for escape. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle erupted outside, the low growls of zombies echoing in succession. Startled from her stupor, Mei Runin feared the worst. She quickly sat up and peered through the car window, witnessing a figure standing with a knife in hand, surrounded by the fallen corpses of zombies. Though she had not witnessed the earlier skirmish, she could surmise the outcome. It was clear that this individual had vanquished the undead. As she watched, the figure began to approach her location, causing her heart to race. She desperately hoped that this person was there to rescue her. Having been confined within the car for over 10 days, her provisions of food and water had long been exhausted. Had it not been for her habit of storing snacks and water in the vehicle, she might have succumbed to starvation. Now, deprived of sustenance, she was on the brink of collapse. As Su Chen neared the sports car, he noticed several empty snack wrappers strewn about outside. He lifted his gaze to the interior, where a pair of beautiful eyes met his own. Instantly recognizing her identity, he realized it was Mei Runin, the youngest and most striking professor at Haicheng University. Despite her disheveled appearance, pale complexion, and cracked lips, her allure remained undiminished. Her poise and elegance were intact, radiating an air of nobility. He caught a glimpse of her graceful figure, undeniably captivating. Such breathtaking beauty was bound to linger in the hearts of many. Unlike Li Tingting and her companions, Mei Runin exuded a more mature charm, one side a youthful apple, the other a ripe peach. Su Chen found himself enamored by both. As Mei Runin beheld Su Chen standing beside her car, a wave of joy surged within her. After so many days, someone had finally come to her rescue. Her phone had long since run out of battery, leaving her unable to contact the outside world for help. She dared not start the car, for doing so would likely attract the attention of the zombies. She had witnessed numerous individuals being besieged by hordes of the undead the moment they ignited their engines, resulting in their gruesome demise. Leaving the vehicle was not a feasible option either, as zombies lurked nearby, offering her no opportunity to escape. Thus, she had remained trapped inside her car for days, until finally encountering a living person. After exchanging glances through the car window for a few moments, Mei Runin snapped back to reality. Overcome with excitement, she flung open the car door and stepped out, only to find her weakened body unable to maintain balance, causing her to tumble towards the ground. Su Chen, quick on his feet, caught her around the waist. Being so close to a member of the opposite sex for the first time made Mei Runin feel bashful. She wished to extricate herself from Su Chen's embrace, yet lacked the strength, appearing almost to be playfully nestled in his arms. As a gentleman, Su Chen naturally held her tighter to prevent her from falling again. After several attempts to regain her footing, Mei Runin finally surrendered. "Could you please place me in the seat, Su Chen?" she asked, now recognizing his identity. She shot him a look, initially thinking she had encountered someone with ill intentions, only to discover he was an acquaintance. Her frantic heart began to calm. Being familiar with Su Chen, who often found himself in trouble with Zhao Hua, she was relieved to see a familiar face. "To think the esteemed Professor Mei would remember me," Su Chen responded with a smile. Knowing when to exercise restraint as he gently placed her back in the seat of the car, he was confident that she was now within his grasp. With plenty of time ahead for further opportunities, there was no need to rush. "Join me in the car. Let us converse," Mei Runin suggested, motioning for Su Chen to take the passenger seat. He accepted without hesitation, moving to the other side and sliding into the seat. As soon as Su Chen settled inside, Mei Runin inquired, "Are you here to rescue me?" In response, Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Upon hearing of your predicament, I made it a point to come and save you." From his words, Mei Runin discerned the truth, and her fondness for him grew considerably. His willingness to risk himself for her sake allowed her to temporarily set aside the earlier incident where he had taken advantage of her vulnerability. "Su Chen, what is the state of the world outside now?" she asked, having been trapped in her car and unable to communicate with anyone. Although she had formed some grim assumptions in her mind, fearing that the situation outside was far from optimistic, perhaps even descending into chaos, she clung to hope, believing that had it not been dire, help would have arrived long ago, and she would not have had to wait for Su Chen alone. However, Su Chen understood that he must convey the harsh realities of the world to Mei Runin. Only by grasping the truth would she comprehend that the world had irrevocably changed, and that the support she once relied upon had vanished. This greatly aids Su Chun in achieving his objectives. The entire world has plunged into chaos, teetering on the brink of human extinction. Approximately 70% of humanity has transformed into zombies, a figure I consider to be a conservative estimate. The reality may be even graver. The societal order of your has vanished, with slaughter emerging as the predominant theme of existence. Between individuals, only raw desires and the instinct to kill prevail. Each person is consumed with thoughts of survival in this apocalyptic reality. Words, cold and unfeeling, spill from Su Chen's lips, leaving Mei Runin feeling as though she has fallen into an icy abyss, her heart chilled to the core. The outcome is far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. How could this be? Despair floods Mei Runin's heart, entwined with uncertainty about her future, leaving her adrift with no clear path ahead. In the initial days of the apocalypse, her phone still had battery life, allowing her to connect with her family and ascertain their safety. Yet, her loved ones reside in the capital, thousands of kilometers from Haicheng, rendering her helpless. Furthermore, the family members assigned to protect her in Haicheng became unreachable after the onset of the apocalypse. Otherwise, how could Mei Runin have remained trapped in this place for so long? It is fair to say that had Su Chen not appeared unexpectedly, she might have perished from starvation in her vehicle. Chapter 27. Departure. Observing Mei Runin's distress brings a sense of satisfaction to Su Chen. She is currently in disarray, providing him with the perfect opportunity to pursue her affections. However, he must remain cautious. Mei Runin is not easily deceived, and he cannot allow her to uncover his intentions just yet. Professor Mei, we should not linger here. We cannot predict when zombies might appear. It is safer to leave as soon as possible, he asserts, convinced that this location is unsuitable for conversation. Just then, a few zombies indeed emerge nearby, likely drawn by the commotion from Su Chen's earlier encounter with the undead. How fortuitous. Su Chen silently praises these zombies. He had been seeking an excuse to persuade Mei Runin to leave with him, and now the perfect rationale has presented itself. What were once grotesque figures now appear almost endearing in his eyes. As if perfectly timed, they have come forth to provide assistance. Truly, they are commendable creatures. With this realization, Su Chen resolves to spare them in the ensuing moments. Upon spotting the zombies, Mei Runin becomes increasingly flustered. She has been thoroughly frightened by the zombies in recent days. Were it not for her inner strength, she might have succumbed to madness. Apologies. Su Chen realizes that in her current state, standing firm is a challenge, let alone fleeing. Without hesitation, he scoops her into his arms. Her body is remarkably soft. She trembles slightly, as this is her first experience being cradled in such a manner. She refrains from chastising Su Chen for his rashness, understanding that he acts out of necessity due to her frailty. Burying her face in his chest, she appears quite bashful. The renowned Ice Queen of Haicheng University reveals such vulnerability. Had anyone else witnessed this, they would surely be astonished. Regrettably, this moment is witnessed by none other than Su Chen alone. Mei Runin's weight was quite light, which did not impede her mobility. In fact, Su Chen could have eliminated the zombies first, but the benefits of such an action were minimal. There existed a more advantageous method to capture Mei Runin, so why not pursue it? After all, killing a few less zombies meant merely sacrificing a few points, a loss he could easily afford when compared to the ultimate reward. Cradling Mei Runin, Su Chen dashed through the underground parking lot. He skillfully controlled his speed, maintaining a perilous distance of merely 1 or 2 meters from the zombies. Making the situation appear exceedingly dangerous, a momentary lapse in attention could result in being overtaken. This was a performance meant specifically for Mei Runin's eyes. The classic trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be cliched, yet it proved effective in garnering affection. During this endeavor, he had to strike a balance. Appearing too relaxed would undermine the perceived danger and diminish the affection gained, while being overly dramatic could lead to a collapse of the act. Su Chen managed to find an impeccable equilibrium, conveying the perilousness of their situation while still retaining the ability to guard against unforeseen events. Throughout their journey, Mei Runin's fondness for Su Chen soared. It was her first encounter with a man so recklessly devoted to her rescue. Observing her expression, he was reassured that his efforts had not been in vain, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Despite his careful pace, it wasn't long before they emerged from the parking lot. Having spent an extended period in darkness, Mei Runin felt somewhat disoriented upon encountering the sunlight. If possible, could we visit my dormitory at the university? I left some items there that could be of great assistance to us. Her cool voice emerged from his embrace. My residence is relatively secluded, and there shouldn't be many zombies nearby. After spending some time in Su Chen's arms, she was no longer as shy as she had been initially. The implication of her words suggested that the possessions at her home were of significant importance, capable of providing considerable aid in this apocalyptic world. Su Chen had no intention of refusing her request. He, too, was curious about the items she referred to. Now that Mei Runin was in his grasp, There was no way he would allow her to slip away. No problem. Just lead the way, and I will follow your directions, he replied. Under Mei Runin's guidance, Su Chun proceeded towards her residence at Haicheng University. When encountering zombies along the way, he continued to evade them. After all, engaging in combat paled in comparison to protecting the delicate beauty in his arms. This was neither the time for him to showcase his skills nor to seek the limelight. Previously, he had confronted zombies head-on, wielding his blade with ferocity. Now, however, evading zombies was a novel experience for him, and he found it quite exhilarating. With his agile movements, the common zombies could not draw near. A few deft dodges allowed him to shake off their pursuit, while skillfully maneuvering to avoid the zombies and adhering to Mei Runin's directions. Su Chun finally located her apartment after enduring numerous trials. Possessing an independent apartment within Haicheng University was indicative of her extraordinary status. Upon reaching her doorstep, they were no longer pursued by any zombies. We're home. You can set me down now. I can walk on my own. At this moment, Mei Runin regained her senses, hastily extricating herself from Su Chen's embrace, and her long legs found their footing on the ground once more. It was evident that a faint blush adorned her fair cheeks. Strangely, she felt a sense of nostalgia for Su Chen's arms. During that fleeting moment, she experienced an unprecedented feeling of security, something she had not felt from a man in many years. She could sense that Su Chen, in the face of the grotesque zombies, exhibited no trace of fear. Her perception of him became intricately complex, leaving her uncertain whether it was a positive or negative feeling. If Su Chen were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be pleased. The archetype of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress is the simplest and most effective trope. Regaining her composure, Mei Runin temporarily suppressed this unusual sentiment. I'm home. Let us hurry inside, she said, swiftly unlocking the door with her fingerprint and turning to Su Chun, urging, come in quickly. It would be troublesome if any nearby zombies were to notice us. As she spoke, she took Su Chen's hand and led him into the house. Click. As the door closed behind them, Mei Runin felt her tense heart relax. At least for the moment, she no longer had to worry about the threat of zombies. Upon entering the house, Su Chun was struck by the lavish decor. Not only did she possess a residence in Haicheng University, but it was also adorned with such opulence. His curiosity regarding Mei Runin's background grew exponentially. Turning to Su Chun, Mei Runin said, please have a seat in the living room. I'll go upstairs to fetch something and will be back shortly. She hurriedly ascended the stairs, disregarding any need for rest. Eager to check whether her belongings remained in her room, Su Chun, too, was intrigued about what she intended to retrieve. Chapter 28, Communication Before Long. Su Chun sat on the sofa in the living room, observing as Mei Runin descended the stairs, cradling a small iron box in her arms. She approached the living area and carefully placed the box on the table in front of the sofa. Her meticulous movements revealed the significance she attributed to the contents within the box. When the box was opened, Su Chun was taken aback by its contents. Inside lay a handgun, several bullets, and 3 grenades. The presence of a handgun was one thing, but grenades were an entirely different matter. Mei Runin's identity must indeed be extraordinary. No wonder she was eager to return. These weapons would provide her protection. She explained that these items were given to her by her family for self-defense. The implications of these possessions indicated that Mei Runin's background was profoundly influential, far beyond what an ordinary family could compare to. Could it be that you are the young lady of the Mei family from the imperial capital? Su Chun pondered aloud, and Mei Runin merely nodded in response. Indeed, she was the young lady of the Mei family. Su Chun was astonished. Her status explained why no one dared to offend her at Haicheng University. The Mei family is one of the top 5 elite families in the imperial capital, unmatched by any other family of similar standing. It was no wonder that her home contained such items. At that moment, Mei Runin suddenly pushed the box towards Su Chun. You should take these. Her actions left Su Chun utterly bewildered. Generally speaking, shouldn't she be the one to safeguard such items for her own protection? How could she so readily relinquish them to others without fear of unforeseen consequences? While a gun may hold little utility for Su Chun, preferring instead the efficacy of the Tang Dao in his possession, for an ordinary individual, a firearm represents a vital means of survival, not to mention the greater destructive potential of a grenade. Was she truly willing to part with these items? Did she not fear misplacing her trust? Su Chun voiced his doubts directly, his gaze fixed upon Mei Runin's eyes, which sparkled like precious gems, in search of her true intentions. Mei Runin was not taken aback by Su Chun's reaction. She understood that anyone would find her earlier actions astonishing. Sitting upright, she smiled and explained, I am giving you these items for my own reasons. In my view, they would serve a greater purpose in your hands. She gazed intently into Su Chen's eyes, affirming, you were able to vanquish those zombies, weren't you? You initially dispatched several of them. Her tone was unwavering, exuding confidence. When you led me away from the underground parking lot, I inadvertently noticed numerous zombies lying on the ground, evidently slain by someone. Your demeanor upon witnessing these fallen creatures revealed no surprise whatsoever. Coincidentally, only on the path from where I was trapped to the parking lot's entrance were there any zombie corpses. Other areas were devoid of such remnants. Coupled with your claim of coming specifically to rescue me, it led me to deduce that you were likely the one responsible for their demise. Mei Runin articulated her reasoning with clarity and logical coherence, her earlier timid persona now a mere illusion. The present Mei Runin exuded a genuine confidence. The goddess pursued by many, embodying her most captivating self. Her analysis implied that Su Chen's actions were merely self-serving. In response, Su Chun lightly touched the bridge of his nose, feigning composure as he coughed. Ahem. I had to protect you, which is why I had to carry you away. Even he found his explanation somewhat unconvincing. Mei Runin's expression suggested she had indeed perceived his intentions, yet, since he had come to save her, she chose not to delve deeper into the matter. What mattered most now was another inquiry. She wished to understand Su Chen's true motivations for rescuing her. I want to know why you saved me. I need to know the real reason. She emphasized the word real, clearly demanding honesty. Seeing that Mei Runin was insistent, Su Chen felt no need to withhold the truth any longer. The reason was simple. I saved you because of who you are. You are the dream of countless individuals, myself included. Before the apocalypse, the chasm between us was insurmountable. To desire you was but a fleeting fantasy. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, I shall undoubtedly become the most prosperous and secure individual in the entire world. I do not harbor arrogance. Rather, I possess this confidence. As Su Chen spoke, an unparalleled sense of self-assurance enveloped him, a conviction bestowed upon him by the system. As long as the system exists, his future is boundless. He divulged the details of his sanctuary and the supplies he possessed to Mei Runin, reasoning that she would inevitably discover these matters. The timing was inconsequential. However, other information would await revelation until Mei Runin signed the soul contract. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Mei Runin fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, she inquired, "Were you the one who recently hoarded supplies?" To this, Su Chen felt no surprise. Given Mei Runin's stature, ignorance of this matter would have been questionable. There was no longer a need for concealment, and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that was I. Did you foresee the impending apocalypse? Mei Runin posed the pivotal question directly. Any rational individual could deduce that Su Chen likely had prior knowledge of the calamity. This inquiry rendered Su Chen momentarily silent as he opted to respond. Having reached this stage in their conversation, transparency was beneficial. Yes, I was indeed aware that the apocalypse was imminent, which is why I stockpiled supplies in advance. Upon receiving the answer she sought, Mei Runin's pupils dilated sharply, comprehending the weight of his revelation. She refrained from questioning Su Chen's choice to withhold news of the apocalypse from others. Recognizing the rationale behind his actions, she would have done the same in his position. No one would believe such a claim, and instead, he would be deemed insane. Had it not been for the simultaneous declarations of doom by leaders across the globe, disbelief would have prevailed. She grasped Su Chen's perspective. When unable to save others, one must strive to save oneself. It transcended notions of good and evil. It was simply human nature. In truth, Mei Runin had not anticipated that Su Chen would share such significant secrets with her, treating her not as an outsider. Momentarily, she found herself at a loss for words. She could distinctly sense Su Chen's intentions towards her. Had it been anyone else, she would have declined outright. Yet, Su Chen had saved her life, and with no aversion towards him, she found herself contemplating allegiance. Her previous act of providing him with a gun and grenades stemmed not only from gratitude, but also an underlying desire to align with him. Chapter 29. Making a decision, Mei Runin understood that her forthcoming choices were of utmost importance. After charging her phone upstairs, she learned that the current network signals had been fragmented into numerous regions, allowing her only 3 opportunities each month to communicate with her family in the distant capital. Recognizing that Su Chen was her sole ally, she reflected on their conversations, gaining insight into his capabilities and character. Frankly speaking, in every aspect, Su Chen emerged as her most advantageous option. This choice could potentially shape the course of her life, necessitating careful deliberation. After much contemplation, she resolved to pose a few more questions before reaching her decision, which would greatly influence her future. Once again, she inquired, "Do you know if the apocalypse will come to an end? Will there be new upheavals in this world?" Su Chen cast a glance at Mei Runin, surprised that she would pose such a question. While others were preoccupied with survival amidst the apocalypse, she seemed to notice something different. Had it been someone else, they might have struggled to provide an answer. Yet, Su Chen was the sole individual privy to the true circumstances of this world. He raised his gaze to Mei Runin and spoke in a solemn tone. "This is merely the beginning. The apocalypse is far more complex than you might imagine. The future for humanity will be dire, and the calamities will escalate in their horror. I cannot vouch for others, but I can assure you that as long as I draw breath, my people will find a way to endure in this apocalypse. You may find it hard to believe my words, but they are the truth. I possess the resolve to survive in this bleak reality. Having expressed all that he could, it was now up to Mei Runin to make her choice. At this juncture, no one could be more suited than Su Chun. Upon hearing his words, Mei Runin's expression shifted dramatically. She grasped the gravity of Su Chun's implication. The future would indeed worsen. Her eyes seemed to lose their luster. Humanity was already enduring such hardship. If Su Chun's assertions were accurate, did that not imply a bleak existence devoid of hope? The one who spoke thus was Su Chun, a man with foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse. He had no reason to deceive himself about this matter, making his words highly credible. With circumstances reaching this point, she resolved her decision. Aside from me, are there others in your shelter? Su Chun chose not to conceal anything and disclosed the circumstances regarding Li Tingting and the others, believing it prudent for Mei Runin to be prepared. After receiving Su Chun's response, Mei Runin regarded him with a bemused smile. Men. She had long suspected that Su Chun was not a man of singular devotion. Such behavior was all too familiar to her. Even her father had multiple concubines, and it seemed that men of means in this world often followed suit. Even if she chose Su Chun, she needed to secure her own position for the future. You men are all the same. I do not wish to impose too much, but I only ask for a guarantee. Upon hearing this, Su Chun realized that Mei Runin had chosen to align with him, and his efforts had not been in vain. As long as her request was reasonable, he would not refuse. Speak, and if it is within my capability, I shall comply. Mei Runin cast a sidelong glance at Su Chun. Perceiving the underlying meaning in his words, his ability to fulfill her request hinged entirely on his promise. She had no intention of quibbling with him over this matter. I cannot be subservient. Her tone was resolute. This was Mei Runin's bottom line. As the daughter of the Mei family, she would not demean herself, even in the apocalypse. She could compromise on other matters, but not this one. Regardless of her lineage or personal dignity, she would not be brought low. Of course, Su Chun responded without hesitation, acknowledging that her request was not only reasonable but rather accommodating. He did not make any excessive demands. Rather, he found himself increasingly appreciative of Mei Runin. Having expressed her stance so resolutely, how could Su Chun deny her? Very well. As long as you treat me sincerely, I shall never let you down. I, Su Chun, do not consider myself a paragon of virtue, yet I am steadfast in my promises. He gazed earnestly at Mei Runin, conveying that he was indeed someone she could trust. Su Chun prided himself on being a good man, capable of maintaining balance in all matters. At this juncture, Mei Runin had no choice but to place her trust in him. Nevertheless, Su Chun remained acutely aware of the paramount matter at hand, the contract. Regardless of his faith in her, anyone who chose to accompany him must inscribe their name upon the soul contract, for this act would ensure his safety. Human nature is the most intricate of enigmas. No one can possess absolute certainty over the fluctuations of the human heart, unless one resorts to brutal coercion, stripping another of their autonomy and reducing them to a mere automaton. While Su Chun possessed the capability to do so, he held such actions in disdain. A person devoid of identity and critical thought, are they still human? When the moment seemed opportune, Su Chun produced the soul contract and placed it before Mei Runin. By signing this contract, you signify our unity henceforth. This is a soul contract, binding all signatories. Only upon signing may I extend my complete trust towards you. All who join my sanctuary must comply. There are no exceptions. Mei Runin found herself intrigued by Su Chun's words. A contract capable of governing souls was a novel concept to her. Were it not for the earnestness in Su Chun's demeanor, she might have thought him jesting. After examining the contract closely, she discerned no anomalies and ultimately chose to relent. Casting a glance at the contents, her beautiful eyes momentarily scrutinized Su Chun. Though the text was scant, it assured Su Chun's absolute authority, quelling any lurking dangers before they could manifest. In her heart, she silently approved of Su Chun's approach. In a world ravaged by chaos, safeguarding one's own safety is of utmost importance. Having opted to ally with Su Chun, Mei Runin felt no resistance toward the soul contract. On the contrary, she harbored a sense of anticipation. Was the soul contract truly as extraordinary as Su Chun claimed? If it proved false, she would incur no loss. Albeit her impression of Su Chun might diminish, employing such trickery would be rather base. If it were genuine, she would be elated, for it would imply that Su Chun harbored significant secrets. If he could produce a soul contract, what other wondrous things might he possess? Not to mention, at the very least, in this apocalyptic landscape, they could lead a more secure and comfortable existence. It is worth noting that for an ordinary person to survive the apocalypse is already a formidable challenge, let alone thrive in comfort. Surely, there are few who enjoy such a privilege in the world. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped the pen and inscribed her name upon the contract. In the next instant, as she exhibited her astonishment, the soul contract transformed into a radiant light, merging into her consciousness. Mei Runin could indeed feel, as Su Chun had just mentioned, that under the influence of the contract, she was unable to harbor any malice towards him. Any thoughts detrimental to his well-being were entirely restrained. Beyond this, she found herself not significantly different from her former self. The sole distinction was the presence of a person in her heart, a future support. In that moment, she realized her choice had not been in vain. Su Chen's future was undeniably boundless. Given his ability to produce such a wondrous thing as a soul contract, what could he not accomplish? Chapter 30. Another arrival. Once everything was settled, Su Chun said, "You should rest well. After you've recuperated, we will set off to meet the others." He carefully stored away the handgun, as using it against zombies could easily lead to unforeseen accidents, potentially attracting a horde. He gathered all the items from the iron box into his spatial ring. Now that Mei Runin had become one of his own, he no longer needed to conceal it and openly revealed the spatial ring. "Is this a spatial ring? You possess such an extraordinary item as well," Mei Runin exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing the uniquely styled ring on Su Chen's finger. "Indeed." Su Chen nodded, readily acknowledging it. "It contains a space of 1,000 cubic meters, which is sufficient for my current needs." "What? 1,000 cubic meters?" Mei Runin was initially taken aback, then elated. "So, does this mean I can take all my belongings with me?" She had been reluctant to part with her numerous clothes and cosmetics, but with Su Chen's spatial ring, there was ample room for her personal items. Without waiting for rest, she eagerly pulled Su Chun into her room to attend to matters. Upon entering, she suddenly felt shy. It was the first time she had actively invited a male into her private space. Overcoming her inner awkwardness, she retrieved everything she wished to take and placed it before Su Chun for him to store in the spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, all her items vanished. This was the allure of the spatial ring. It not only alleviated numerous inconveniences, but also saved a great deal of time. Mei Runin felt a pang of envy, wondering when she might possess a spatial ring of her own, even if it was not as grand as Su Chen's. Can one still acquire a spatial ring? Seeing the hopeful expression on Mei Runin's face, Su Chun was quite surprised. He had not anticipated that the spatial ring would captivate her so. "Do not fret about the spatial ring. Given enough time, I could procure items that extend life, and even resurrect the deceased would not be beyond reach," he said nonchalantly. The items available in the system's marketplace were vast, as long as one had sufficient points. Anything desired could be obtained. "What?" Mei Runin was once again taken aback by Su Chun's words. The more time she spent with him, the more delightful surprises he revealed. Then, as if struck by a thought, she quietly inquired, "Do you have anything that can preserve one's appearance?" "Of course. There are numerous beauty and youth-preserving items, though they require time to acquire, and I cannot procure them immediately. The items within the system's marketplace are indeed numerous, and the mere trinkets for maintaining one's appearance are hardly significant." Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmative response, Mei Runin was utterly exhilarated, her eyes brimming with desire. Su Chun was aware of the high regard women hold for such beauty-enhancing items, yet he was taken aback by the fervor exhibited by Mei Runin. Even a woman of her icy demeanor seemed unable to restrain herself, transforming into someone so enchanting. In truth, Su Chun had initially planned that once his points accumulated sufficiently, he would procure beauty-enhancing items for everyone. With their youth preserved, the ultimate beneficiary would be himself. After all, he certainly would not hesitate to expend his points. "Rest assured, I will find a way to secure it for you." Strangely, as he made this assurance, he gently pinched Mei Runin's delicate, fair cheek. To his surprise, she did not resist his affectionate gesture. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she merely cast him a sidelong glance. Having already chosen Su Chun, she had mentally prepared herself. Moreover, such an action was merely intimate, not excessive, and remained within her comfort zone. Then, as if a thought struck her, she composed herself and spoke again. "Would you mind if another person joined us?" This statement left Su Chun somewhat bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard her. "I wish to save another person. May I bring her to the shelter?" Mei Runin, apprehensive that Su Chun might misunderstand her intent, elaborated. "You should have met her before. It is Guan Xinhua. She is my dear friend and confidant. However, she tends to be quite mysterious, rarely making public appearances." At that moment, Su Chun recalled who Mei Runin was referring to. They had crossed paths a few times, primarily when he sought out Mei Runin. In terms of appearance, Guan Xinhua was certainly no less striking than Mei Runin, yet her notoriety was minimal. Su Chun had merely heard that Guan Xinhua had significant connections at Haicheng University and seldom interacted with others. Many graduates were unaware of her existence. It was clear how discreet she was in her daily life. Had Mei Runin not mentioned her, he would have forgotten about her presence at the school. However, he never anticipated that Mei Runin would involve her close friend in this matter. Naturally, Su Chun would not refuse such an advantageous proposal. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Yet, he pondered what motivated Mei Runin to make such a request. Noticing the confusion in Su Chun's eyes, Mei Runin continued, I just discovered a message from Xinyue. I re-established contact with her. She is all alone at school, and the remaining food will not last many days. Thus, I thought of you. Mei Runin had surmised much of Su Chen's thoughts. I believe you wouldn't mind adding another stunning beauty to your shelter, would you? Ahem. Su Chen cleared his throat. Since she is your friend, I certainly agree. My shelter is ample, and the supplies are plentiful. We can easily accommodate a few more individuals. After all, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. I am indeed a renowned philanthropist. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Mei Runin could not help but roll her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately suppressed her urge to retort. After all, it was she who had persuaded Su Chen to do this. She was acutely aware that had it not been for Guan Xinyue's exceptional beauty, Su Chen would never have acquiesced so readily. Truly, men can be so predictable. Chapter 31. The library. Once she had gathered all her belongings, Mei Runin indulged in a brief respite of an hour's sleep. Though short, this interval significantly rejuvenated her spirit, allowing her to walk normally without issue. When everything was finally in order, Su Chen guided her out of the apartment. They walked side by side, with Su Chen wielding a tang sword in his right hand, ever vigilant of their surroundings. There was no need for him to conceal his formidable prowess in Mei Runin's presence. He displayed his strength in its entirety. Every zombie they encountered fell swiftly beneath the edge of his blade, dispatched with remarkable efficiency. Such extraordinary ability captivated Mei Runin, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Initially unsettled by the gruesome scenes unfolding before her, she gradually acclimated as Su Chen's relentless strikes increased in frequency. The more time she spent with him, the more secrets she unearthed about Su Chen, and the more enchanting his unintentional charisma became. Witnessing his effortless dispatch of zombies illuminated the reason behind his disdain for firearms. A single stroke was far more practical than the use of a gun. In Su Chen's perspective, a pistol served primarily as a means to guard against deceitful humans, outweighing its utility in combating zombies. In the conventional mindset of an average individual, a gun is perceived as more menacing than a knife. After all, individuals like Su Chen are rare. Others cannot handle zombies with the same ease. The commotion generated by Su Chen's onslaught drew the attention of many. Although they did not recognize him, they were well aware of Mei Runin's identity. Witnessing this spectacle, women envied her for having such a powerful protector, while men admired Su Chen not only for his strength, but also for winning the affections of a beauty like Mei Runin. They yearned to rush forth and beseech him for guidance. As for Su Chen, he remained indifferent to the thoughts of the onlookers. He continued his course towards Guan Xinyue's location, unconcerned with the fates of others. Mei Runin, too, sensed the gazes upon her and shared Su Chen's sentiments. Despite feeling sympathy for those in distress, she had no illusions of being a savior. Lacking strength herself and relying on Su Chen, she would never urge him to rescue others. Having some understanding of the situation at the shelter, which could accommodate only a limited number of people, she prioritized securing a place for herself and Su Chen. She could merely offer silent prayers for those left behind before dismissing them from her thoughts. Instead, her mind turned towards how to persuade her dear friend Guan Xinyue to join her in aligning with Su Chen. Others, seeing Su Chen's lack of intention to assist, longed to cry out for help but hesitated, fearing the attention of nearby zombies. For these individuals, Su Chen held no particular thoughts. Most of the zombies within Haicheng University had been eradicated by him, leaving only a handful behind. If these people were but a tad braver, they could easily vanquish the remaining zombies. Regrettably, they valued their lives too dearly, unwilling to gamble their existence on such risks. It was only in dire circumstances that they might choose to confront the undead. Observing their cowardice reminded Su Chen of Zhang Chang and his companions from not long ago. Their actions, though contemptible, exhibited a courage in confronting the zombies that these individuals could learn from. He had to concede that in the apocalypse, only those of ill repute, like Zhang Chang, would thrive, primarily because they dared to fight tooth and nail, as it was only through such desperation that one might seize the chance to survive. Su Chen, however, could maintain his integrity solely due to the system. While dispatching zombies, Su Chen contemplated the gains from his expedition. Initially, his intent was merely to rescue Li Tingting and her companions, yet he inadvertently discovered the whereabouts of Mei Runin and subsequently received information about Guan Xinyue. The unexpected delights were multiplying. Having them was once beyond his wildest dreams, yet now it was effortlessly attainable. An indescribable joy welled within him. In the apocalypse, what women truly required were merely a safe living environment and ample food, conditions that he fully satisfied. Few could possibly rival him. Thud. Another zombie's corpse fell to the ground. According to the information provided by Mei Runin, they were now not far from the library where Guan Xinyue resided. Along the way, Mei Runin elaborated on Guan Xinyue's details. She was the daughter of the university president and served as the head librarian, maintaining a remarkably low profile, seldom appearing before others. Their friendship had blossomed from a chance encounter, with their bond confined solely to everyday matters. Mei Runin did not know Guan Xingyue very well, only that she was enigmatic, likely due to her father's influence, and was unaware of what she might be secretly engaged in. Of course, despite Guan Xinyue's mystery, it was inevitable that she would attract attention in school life. Apart from being the president's daughter, she was also a stunning beauty, rivaling Mei Runin herself. Su Chun had come to learn of this understated paragon of beauty through several encounters with Mei Runin. Unfortunately, he had yet to engage in any dialogue with Guan Xingyue. When he learned of her through Mei Runin, his surprise was accompanied by a sense of inevitability. Given Mei Runin's status, befriending anyone was hardly a challenge. In terms of social standing, Guan Xingyue could not hold a candle to Mei Runin. The only aspect in which they could be compared was their beauty. Before long, they arrived at the library's entrance. As Su Chun stepped inside, he immediately sensed something amiss. The entire library appeared desolate, devoid of any human or zombie presence. It seemed untouched by the devastation and attacks of the undead. This was exceedingly peculiar. Even with a sparse population, such a scenario should not have been possible. Upon raising his gaze and surveying the surroundings, he discovered that everything was just as he remembered, unchanged in the slightest. This friend of yours possesses quite the depth. A subtle intuition stirred within Su Chun, suggesting that Guan Xingyue was likely concealing something far more complex than what outsiders might perceive. His curiosity was piqued regarding how Guan Xingyue managed this. Faced with the unknown, Su Chun dared not be careless. Gripping the Tang Dao tightly in his hand, he steeled himself. Although he did not believe many could defeat him in direct combat, this did not imply he was invincible. Caution was prudent. Great strength did not preclude the possibility of other means being employed against him. Now that he had reached a level of near invincibility, it was wise to remain vigilant. Having gathered such extraordinary individuals, he could not afford to falter due to his own negligence. He retrieved the detection device, and the results mirrored what he had just observed. There were no signs of zombies in the library. Chapter 32, The Laboratory Beep. In the stillness of the library, Mei Runin's phone chimed, signaling an incoming message. She hastily opened her phone to find it was from Guan Xingyue. The message informed them that she was on her way and asked them to wait a moment. Su Chun glanced up at the camera above. It appeared that Guan Xingyue had tracked their whereabouts through it. The air of mystery intensified. Although he could not detect Guan Xinyue's presence, he possessed a tool for that purpose, the detection device. Surely, Guan Xingyue could not evade its scrutiny. If that were the case, he would need to pay particular attention to her. A green dot appeared on the device, moving towards Su Chun's location, indicating that this individual was indeed Guan Xingyue. However, he was surprised to find that she was ascending from below the library. The single green dot signified that aside from Su Chun and Mei Runin, Guan Xingyue was the only other person present in the library, approximately 10 meters below ground. What is that? Mei Runin inquired, noticing the sudden emergence of the detection device in Su Chun's hand. This is a detection device, capable of sensing nearby life forms, be they human or zombie. None can escape its reach. Red dots indicate zombies, green dots represent humans, and yellow dots denote animals. He briefly explained its functionalities. Intrigued, Mei Runin eagerly requested the device from Su Chun. After acquiring it, she examined it with fascination. Su Chun had amassed an increasing array of wondrous items. Xingyue is on her way. Noticing the green dot drawing ever closer, Mei Runin realized Guan Xingyue was approaching. Sure enough, no sooner had she spoken than an elegant and stunning woman appeared before them. Xingyue. The moment they met, the two embraced eagerly. Runin, I was unable to reach you for several days and feared the worst. Thank goodness you are unharmed. I was terribly worried about you. You owe me a grand compensation. Guan Xinyue's face radiated joy upon seeing Mei Runin unharmed, revealing the strength of their bond. All right, see, I'm perfectly fine. It is solely due to the presence of my formidable companion that I have reached you safely. His strength is unparalleled, rendering ordinary zombies mere trifles in his presence. Henceforth, I shall align myself with him. Perhaps you might consider joining us as well? With an arm linked through Guan Xinyue's, Mei Runin playfully introduced Su Chun. Yet, this was also a reflection of her genuine sentiments. After all, she was acutely aware that Guan Xingyue was currently alone, uncertain of when misfortune might strike. By entering Su Chun's sanctuary together, they would not only ensure their safety, but also provide mutual support. Oh, this is quite unlike you, Guan Xingyue exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Su Chun. Having known Mei Runin for many years, she understood her well. The admiration she displayed hinted at a complexity in their relationship that was not immediately apparent. It seemed Mei Runin intended for both of them to seek refuge with Su Chun, igniting a profound curiosity in Guan Xingyue regarding him. It was inconceivable that Su Chun was as uncomplicated as Mei Runin portrayed. There must be deeper secrets at play. Trust me, if you join us, you shall have no regrets, Mei Runin stated earnestly, locking her gaze on Guan Xingyue. Su Chun was taken aback by her fervent advocacy for Guan Xingyue to join him. He was certain that beyond their sisterly bond, there existed other motivations. Regardless of the reasons, the ultimate beneficiary was himself, and he welcomed the prospect. Even wishing to amplify his efforts, Guan Xingyue was no less a paragon of beauty than Mei Runin. It would be disingenuous for Su Chun to claim he was unmoved. However, success hinged on their forthcoming actions. Given that Guan Xingyue was yet unfamiliar with Su Chun, it was unlikely she would readily acquiesce, especially with her own constraints binding her to this place. To preserve the camaraderie between them, she deftly shifted the topic. This is not the place for idle chatter. Follow me to the laboratory, where it is safer. It appeared that Guan Xingyue had no intention of departing. With that, she guided Mei Runin deeper into the library, while Su Chen silently trailed behind. Along the way, the two women engaged in conversation. Although the specifics of their dialogue eluded him, the smiles adorning their faces suggested they were sharing intimate confidences. Since the advent of the apocalypse, he had not experienced such a light-hearted atmosphere in quite some time. Clearly, the sharing of thoughts among friends could momentarily alleviate the sorrow brought about by the end of days. Before long, the trio arrived at a concealed passage. The entrance was cleverly obscured within a wall, accessible through a hidden door. Under Guan Xingyue's guidance, they swiftly entered her laboratory. "I hope you don't mind the disarray," she remarked, revealing a space cluttered with various instruments, alongside several human organs. It appeared that her research pertained to human anatomy. No wonder she was seldom seen. She must spend considerable time in the laboratory conducting experiments. Her role as the librarian likely served as a clever guise. Logically, even if she were to conduct experiments, there should be no need for concealment. This left only one possibility. Her experiments were likely not acceptable to others. Could it be that they involved live subjects? Upon her first glance at the laboratory, Su Chun was immediately struck by a singular thought. "Xinu, what experiment are you conducting?" At that moment, Mei Runin also took note of the peculiarities within the lab, casting doubt upon Guan Xinu's endeavors. Over the years, she had heard nary a whisper about this laboratory. Its confidentiality maintained to an impressive degree. Were it a typical secretive laboratory, her status would have afforded her some rumors or tidbits of information. Faced with her close friend's probing inquiry, Guan Xinu remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately opting for candor. Alas, she sighed deeply. "At this juncture, I have little left to conceal. This laboratory was established at my father's behest, intended solely for my use. The existence of this laboratory must not be disclosed, otherwise, both my father and I shall face societal condemnation. I am researching the potential of the human body, seeking methods to activate latent abilities. After years of study, just as I began to uncover a hint of a breakthrough, calamity struck, derailing all my plans." Su Chun furrowed her brow, sensing that if the research were merely about human potential, it would not warrant such secrecy. There must be other motives. Mei Runin shared this sentiment. Guan Xinu continued, "My father has aided me significantly from the shadows. The organs you see here are a result of his assistance." At this revelation, Mei Runin's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Are you conducting experiments on living subjects?" Chapter 33, An Unexpected Discovery. Guan Xinu shook her head, refuting Mei Runin's conjecture. "It is not as you imagine. You should know me better. I would not resort to such heinous acts for the sake of research. These organs are not sourced from the living, but from the deceased." Deceased? This revelation only deepened Mei Runin's confusion. Indeed, they are the deceased. However, these individuals are not ordinary. Their significance lies not in their identities, but in the extraordinary powers they exhibited prior to their demise. For instance, you may have heard of a woman whose child was trapped beneath a vehicle. She miraculously lifted the car with one hand to save her child. This is a prime example of human potential manifesting. Regrettably, individuals who experience such explosive potential often perish shortly thereafter. The organs I possess are derived from individuals who were in similar circumstances to that mother. I suspect that their deaths resulted from the overexertion of some intrinsic force during the moment of potential activation, possibly linked to genetic factors, though I cannot ascertain this definitively. Every individual possesses a threshold of potential, varying from person to person, with differing physical constitutions affecting the upper limits of this threshold. What I seek is the correct method to transcend this threshold, enabling humanity to unlock their potential in a healthy manner. Such advancements could render humanity immensely stronger, perhaps even leading to evolution. The more she spoke, the more fervent her passion became. In her eyes, her work was profoundly sacred, all for the future of humanity. Why not collaborate with those large laboratories? Mei Runin reiterated her question. They possess the resources and personnel to expedite your discovery of how to unlock human potential. In response, Guan Xingyue expressed her disdain. Those institutions are merely the pawns of affluent families. If genuine breakthroughs were achieved, there exists a significant likelihood that I would either be imprisoned or silenced on the spot. However, if success in research is attained, I remain indifferent to such fates. The fruits of my labor will undoubtedly be concealed from the world, never to be disclosed. Their sole concern is their own interests. Hence, I could never conduct research for such individuals. Even if I were alone, I would undoubtedly uncover the secrets of human potential. At this very moment, an aura of boundless confidence radiated from Guan Xingyue. Truly, she is an extraordinary woman. Su Chun's perception of her had notably elevated. From her words, he discerned that she was a pure researcher. As for the development of human potential that Guan Xingyue spoke of, Su Chun recalled the preliminary genetic serum he had consumed. He might very well be the human she referred to who had unlocked human potential, the only individual in the world to have achieved such a feat. At this moment, he hesitated to disclose this information to her. The benefits were readily apparent. If Guan Xingyue wished to learn the method of potential activation, she would inevitably leave with him. With his living example at hand, she could not possibly escape. The only concern was whether Guan Xingyue might consider dissecting him for her research. Of course, such notions were jest. Guan Xingyue was merely a delicate woman, incapable of being his adversary. Next, Su Chun pondered the anomalies within the library. He was quite curious about how she managed to rid the library of zombies. I am intrigued to know how a seemingly frail woman like you managed to eliminate all the zombies from the library. Of course, I harbor no disdain. From my observations, it appears you employed some method to accomplish this. Upon hearing Su Chun's inquiry, Guan Xingyue turned to glance at him, surprised that he had noted this detail. To be honest, I am equally curious. Guan Xingyue responded, retrieving a vial of reagent from the nearby lab table. Regarding this matter, I can only attribute it to serendipity. By chance, I obtained a zombie's corpse and uncovered something unexpected. Su Chun and Mei Runin listened intently to her explanation, equally intrigued by what she had discovered. Due to a certain virus, genetic alterations occurred that transformed humans into zombies. I discovered that the altered genes exhibited a peculiar aversion to something, specifically infrasound. Zombies are exceedingly sensitive to infrasound. Upon encountering it, they behave as if confronted by their nemesis, instinctively retreating. Upon hearing this, Su Chun and Mei Runin understood why the library bore no traces of zombies. It appeared that Guan Xingyue had successfully repelled them using infrasound. This revelation indeed held significant utility, potentially saving many lives. Regrettably, devices capable of generating infrasound are not easily procured, especially in the current environment. You are remarkable, Xingyue. Mei Runin generously praised her dear friend. Yet, Guan Xingyue did not perceive this discovery as particularly beneficial to her. Her primary concern lies in discovering methods to safely unlock human potential, especially in the aftermath of an apocalypse, as such knowledge would be vital for humanity's survival. Bravo! Su Chen exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. Miss Guan is indeed an extraordinary scientist, capable of uncovering the subsonic wave's effectiveness against zombies. However, Guan Xingyue remained largely unfazed by Su Chen's praise. Yet, his subsequent words rendered her unable to maintain her composure. Human potential, you say? I believe I may have already activated a portion of it. His calm declaration resonated within the laboratory. Guan Xingyue furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Considering you saved Nan Nan, I shall overlook your jest, but do refrain from making such experimental jokes in front of our research team. If it were someone with a less forgiving temperament, they might have already begun to dismiss you. Had it not been for her regard for Mei Runin, she would likely have been less accommodating. Meanwhile, Mei Runin observed Su Chun, sensing that he was not fabricating tales merely to capture Guan Xingyue's attention. Given Su Chen's possession of remarkable tools, it was conceivable that he had indeed unlocked his physical potential. Thus, she spoke up in Su Chen's defense. Xingyue, do not be so hasty. It appears that Su Chun is not lying. He possesses many extraordinary qualities, and perhaps there is truth to his claims. Hearing her close friend champion Su Chun, Guan Xingyue scrutinized him carefully. She pondered what kind of enchantment he had cast upon Mei Runin. It is well known that unlocking human potential is not only challenging, but also perilously risky. A moment's inattention could lead to death. After years of research, Guan Xingyue was acutely aware that current technology could not safely harness human potential due to the multitude of complexities involved. Chapter 34. Testing. Seeing Guan Xingyue's skepticism, Su Chen remained unperturbed. He understood that presenting the truth before her would entice her interest. Being a researcher, Guan Xingyue was deeply invested in her work. If he could substantiate his claims, he would possess leverage over her. Who says I am joking? If you doubt me, feel free to conduct a test. As he spoke, he retrieved a metallic object from the lab table and effortlessly crumpled it into a ball with one hand. The unlocking of potential translates to breakthroughs in strength, speed, and reflexes. Since I dare to assert this, I possess the pertinent evidence. Surely, you have testing equipment here. Encouraged by her friend's persuasion and observing Su Chen's earnestness, Guan Xingyue's mind began to waver. Could it be true? Yet, considering the challenges involved, she shook her head. Was it truly possible for someone to safely unlock their physical potential? After years of study, she understood the formidable obstacles that lay ahead, ready to devote her entire life to this research. Intrigued by Su Chen's confidence, she was eager to witness the source of his conviction. Then follow me. Guan Xingyue led the way as the three of them approached a room adjacent to the laboratory. I have only 3 types of testing apparatus here, which measure strength, speed, and reaction time. If you meet the standards in these 3 areas, it can be demonstrated that you have truly awakened your potential. Su Chen said little, directly moving to the device for testing strength. There was no benefit in further discussion. Action was the only proof. In truth, Su Chen was quite curious about the extent of his strength when exerting himself fully after consuming the primary gene serum. Unfortunately, he lacked any testing equipment, and this was a perfect opportunity to assess his own capabilities. Standing still, he took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and focused intently, gathering power in his hand. Guan Xingyue observed Su Chen's movements, wondering how much force his punch could generate. Statistically, an average person can deliver a punch with a force of approximately 60 kilograms. With training, this can exceed 100 kilograms, and the highest recorded human punch is merely 226 kilograms. Given Su Chen's slender physique, Guan Xingyue would be impressed if he could strike with 100 kilograms of force. With a powerful shout, Su Chen unleashed his fist towards the force testing apparatus. A resounding boom echoed in the ears of everyone present. The data on the strength testing device surged dramatically after Su Chen's punch. 100 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 1 ton, 5 tons, finally halting at an astonishing 86 tons. 86 tons. How could this be? In that moment, Guan Xingyue felt as though she had either gone mad or was witnessing an optical illusion. Even Mei Runin, who had held high expectations for Su Chen's strength, was taken aback by such a staggering display. Such terrifying power rivaled that of a speeding bus. Was this truly a strength that a human could possess? Even Su Chen himself was astounded by the figure of 86 tons. After consuming the primary gene serum, he had only known that his strength was considerable, but he never anticipated it would reach such heights. According to his attribute panel, his attributes were merely 10 times that of an ordinary person, yet the actual difference in strength was so vast. Indeed, only data could provide such an immediate and profound shock. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen felt a slight fatigue from that full-force punch. It was a rare sensation for him. It seemed that such an explosive exertion came with significant expenditure. However, it did not greatly affect him, merely a matter of replenishing the energy lost. Is your hand for real? It can't possibly be mechanical. Mei Runin and Guan Xingyue approached him on either side, gripping his arm, their expressions betraying their disbelief that Su Chen was anything but a robot. Seeing their peculiar expressions, Su Chen wriggled free from their grasp. I assure you, I am a veritable human. If you doubt me, we can test it when we return. I'll show you just how human I truly am. As she gazed at Mei Runin, her eyes briefly shifted downward, challenging her. At first, she did not comprehend the implications of Su Chen's words, but upon noticing the mischievous expression on his face, she quickly grasped the situation. Are you trying to provoke me? She exclaimed, playfully pinching his waist and blushing. How could you say such things in front of my friend? Observing her bashful demeanor, Su Chen refrained from further teasing her and decided to leave it at that. He then turned his attention back to Guan Xingyue, suggesting, let us proceed with the testing. After assessing his strength, he was eager to discover the limits of his speed and reaction time as well. At that moment, Guan Xingyue's gaze towards Su Chen transformed. What began as indifference had ignited into fervor. Her bright eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and excitement. She was beginning to believe that Su Chen had indeed awakened the latent potential within his body. What other reason could there be for such terrifying strength? The secret she had tirelessly researched for years had materialized before her eyes. Retaining a fragment of her rationality prevented her from succumbing to madness, and she nodded at Su Chen, encouraging him to continue. She yearned to discover how far he could push his speed and reaction time. Subsequently, she led Su Chen to a contraption reminiscent of a treadmill. Following her instructions, he commenced the test. His legs propelled him forward, steadily increasing in speed. The belt and gears whirred rapidly, 3 meters per second, 4 meters per second, and in no time, he surpassed 10 meters per second, the current pinnacle of human achievement. Yet, this was not Su Chen's limit. His velocity continued to escalate. His pace quickened to the point where his moving feet became mere blurs, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Ultimately, he astonishingly exceeded 20 meters per second, reaching an astounding 207 meters per second. Such terror. This data undoubtedly shattered the confines of human capability. As for the subsequent reaction test, the results spoke for themselves. The most gifted humans achieve a reaction speed of merely 150 milliseconds, while Su Chen astonishingly clocked in under 100 milliseconds. After 3 rounds of testing, both women present found their worldviews irrevocably altered. Turning to Guan Xingyue, Su Chen casually remarked, so, Do you now believe that I have indeed unlocked my body's potential? Chapter 35. A shift in attitude following the tests. Guan Xinyue's perception of Su Chun underwent a profound transformation. The goal she had intended to pursue for a lifetime suddenly materialized before her. A tumult of complex emotions, excitement, madness, yearning, and countless doubts intertwined within her heart, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, it culminated in a fervent obsession. Indeed, it was obsession. This was Su Chun's assessment of Guan Xinyue at that moment. The intensity of her gaze unsettled him deeply. How did you accomplish this? After a long pause, Guan Xinyue posed the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. Her singular desire was to learn from Su Chun the method to unleash one's potential. Yet, she was acutely aware that he would likely not divulge such secrets. This transformative power, capable of turning mortals into gods, was not something one would casually share. Guan Xinyue has resolved to sacrifice everything in pursuit of a singular answer. This has become her lifelong quest. Regardless of the cost, she is unwavering in her commitment. I can give everything. I am willing to do whatever is within my power. From Guan Xinyue, Su Chun perceives the most unadulterated spirit of scientific inquiry, stirring his innermost feelings. Alas, he knows he cannot match her fervor. Su Chun is acutely aware that it is only through the use of a basic gene serum that he has achieved his current capabilities. He possesses no alternative methods to unlock human potential. Yet, Guan Xinyue remains oblivious to this. This is my most crucial secret, one that must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Unless what? Guan Xinyue, having discovered a glimmer of hope, urgently presses for clarification. Whatever the condition, just tell me. At this, Su Chun realizes that Guan Xinyue has fallen into his trap, with no escape in sight. Only by becoming my woman can you share in my secret. Only through this bond can he consider aiding her in unlocking her potential. This task would pose no difficulty for him. Su Chun is not merely toying with Guan Xinyue. He genuinely harbors this ambition. Provided the future rewards are sufficient, he intends to offer a basic gene serum to everyone in the sanctuary. He desires his partner to remain by his side, thriving. Meanwhile, Mei Runan, already privy to Su Chun's intentions to win over Guan Xinyue, had initially planned to do the same. However, she had not anticipated Su Chun's willingness to assist others in unlocking their potentials. Truth be told, she too is enticed. After undergoing 3 of Su Chun's tests, she has come to understand that unlocking potential feels akin to transforming into a superhuman. The allure of such formidable power captivates her. Initially, she thought Su Chun was an anomaly, never imagining that she too might have such an opportunity in the future. The mere thought of one day embodying a superhuman existence sends her heart racing. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, she might have been compelled to offer herself to Su Chun on the spot. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Guan Xinyue is taken aback. She had not expected his conditions to be so straightforward. Indeed, merely becoming Su Chun's woman would grant her the very thing she has sought all her life. It is unlikely anyone could resist such temptation. Is it really that simple? You can also assist others in unlocking their potential? Su Chun nods slightly, a proud smile gracing his face. With the system in place, a mere basic gene serum poses no challenge. I agree. Guan Xinyue, without a moment's hesitation, fears Su Chun might suddenly change his mind. From this day forth, I am yours. After all, she has no grand expectations of her future husband. And Su Chun's offer is simply irresistible. Stepping closer, she takes his hand and places it against her face. Ahem. Su Chun is taken aback by Guan Xinyue's directness, witnessing the fervent passion of a devoted researcher, willing to give everything. In Su Chun's eyes, this fervor only amplifies her allure. With her such eagerness, he sees no reason for further delay. He retrieves the soul contract for Guan Xinyue to sign. A brief introduction to the function of the contract. Without any hesitation, Guan Xinyue decisively signed her name without even glancing at the content of the contract. After signing, upon discovering the miraculous nature of the soul contract, Su Chun appeared even more enigmatic to her. All right, I have signed the contract. From this moment on, I belong to you. Now, can you enlighten me on how you activate human potential? Seeing Guan Xinyue so eagerly inquiring about him, Su Chun could only smile wryly, unsure of how to respond to her. Ultimately, he disclosed his experience with the use of a primary gene potion. What? Gene potion? You are not deceiving me, are you? Guan Xinyue felt a mix of surprise and understanding regarding this revelation. It could only be the legendary gene potion that could accomplish such feats. Activating human potential not only requires immense capability, but also imposes significant burdens on the individual's cells and even genes. A slight misstep could lead to genetic collapse, resulting in death. The gene potion, however, completely bypassed all errors, perfectly enhancing human genetics without causing any damage. Consuming the gene potion is indeed the most flawless method for activating human potential. Do you have any gene potions left? Could you provide me with a dose? Guan Xingyue was eager to understand the composition of the gene potion. She wished to comprehend how the gene potion enhances genetic material and how it avoids any potential damage. Countless questions swirled in her mind. To validate her theories, she needed to obtain a gene potion. Speculations about gene potions had once led scientists to conjecture that such advancements could only be achieved when human civilization reached level 2. The secrets surrounding Su Chun continued to multiply. Whether it was the soul contract or the gene potion, Guan Xingyue understood that these were beyond the current capabilities of humanity. She surmised that Su Chun might have received assistance from some advanced civilization, even in the face of impending doom. She found it plausible to accept the existence of higher civilizations. I do not currently possess the primary gene potion. However, rest assured, when the opportunity arises, I will provide you with one. I am a man of my word when it comes to my woman. Su Chun had enough points to exchange for a primary gene potion, but did not intend to give one to Guan Xingyue just yet. The more easily obtained things are, the less they are cherished. Moreover, Guan Xingyue's intention was not to consume the gene potion, but to conduct research. His points were not yet abundant enough to waste in such a manner. Furthermore, he urgently needed points for upgrading the shelter, purchasing items, and more. In the near future, his demand for points would be substantial. Su Chen's response was within Guan Xingyue's expectations. She understood that gene potions were exceedingly rare. After all, they could only be acquired from Su Chun. Where shall we go next? Having decided to follow Su Chun, Guan Xingyue naturally understood that it was time to leave the laboratory. In truth, she was quite reluctant to part with these instruments. However, in comparison to Su Chen's possessions, they were insignificant, and she could only bear the pain of relinquishing them. Of course, you shall accompany me to my sanctuary. Noticing the reluctant expression on Guan Xingyue's face, Su Chun understood her sentiments. Do not grieve. Once we reach the sanctuary, I will reconstruct your laboratory with equipment far superior to what you currently possess. Really? Guan Xingyue gazed at Su Chun, recalling that he had managed to procure gene serums, so it was no surprise he could acquire experimental apparatus. Instantly, her spirits soared. She could hardly wait to return to the sanctuary with Su Chun and have him expedite the establishment of her laboratory. Let us depart at once. Such a capricious Guan Xingyue amused both Su Chun and Mei Runan. She was growing increasingly endearing. Mei Runan assisted her dear friend in gathering her personal belongings, ultimately entrusting them to Su Chun, who stored them within the spatial ring. Upon seeing the spatial ring on Su Chen's finger, Guan Xingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Humanity's knowledge of spatial concepts was still predominantly theoretical. This spatial ring could elevate mankind's understanding of space to unprecedented levels. At that moment, Guan Xingyue harbored an overwhelming desire to extract every ounce of knowledge from Su Chun. The treasures he possessed were simply too abundant, each one capable of inciting frenzy within the global scientific community. The thought of being Su Chen's partner, with countless opportunities to acquire and research these marvels in the future, made her smile uncontrollably. Guan Xingyue's demeanor piqued Mei Runan's curiosity about what her friend was contemplating. Chapter 36. Shopping spree with Su Chen's assurance. Guan Xingyue only took the essential experimental data and instruments, discarding the rest. After departing from the library, Su Chen wasted no time, swiftly escorting the two women back to the armored vehicle. Since he had set out to rescue Mei Runan, 3 to 4 hours had passed, and darkness had already enveloped the sky. The three women waiting in the vehicle for an extended period, had it not been for Su Chen's consistent responses, might have feared the worst for him. Upon returning to the vehicle, the women introduced themselves to one another. Li Tingting and her companions were astonished to see Guan Xingyue. They had only heard her name before and were meeting her in person for the first time. They had not anticipated that, in addition to rescuing Mei Runan, Su Chun had also brought back another companion. The atmosphere in the vehicle was somewhat peculiar at this juncture. Fortunately, it was Mei Runan, leveraging her former status, who took the initiative to engage with Li Tingting and her companions, thus fostering a more harmonious ambience. The only discomfort for Su Chun was the feeling of being somewhat isolated from the group. They were engrossed in discussions about skincare, beauty, and fashion, leaving him unable to interject. He could only huff quietly. Once they returned to the sanctuary, he would ensure they recognized his prowess. He settled back into the driver's seat, starting the vehicle in preparation for their return to the sanctuary. Having been away for such a prolonged period, it was indeed time to return. The rewards from this excursion had far exceeded his expectations, and he felt quite satisfied. As for gasoline, he could conveniently gather some on the way back, which wouldn't take long. Su Chun drove his armored vehicle confidently along the highway. The number of zombies on his route home had significantly diminished, most having met their demise beneath his wheels. At present, Su Chun had little desire to seek out more zombies. Shortly after departing from Haicheng University, he noticed a nearby commercial street, predominantly lined with shops selling luxury goods. He recalled that his previous acquisitions had mainly consisted of food, and he had scarcely paid attention to clothing. With the influx of women he had brought back to the refuge, He had not prepared any garments for them. Since they had become his companions, it was only fitting that he ensured their attire was adequate. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to procure some items. Upon sharing his intentions with the women, they erupted in cheers. Before the apocalypse, each of them had relished the prospect of shopping there, often harboring the impulse to empty the stores, a cherished dream for any woman. The prospect of being able to choose freely thrilled them immensely. The clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics that had once been mere sights to behold were now laid out for their selection. Su-chun turned the vehicle around and drove into the heart of the commercial district. Before the outbreak, most people had fled to other locations in search of supplies, resulting in the once bustling mall being largely deserted. Given that this area primarily dealt in luxury items, it had been spared from the fray of looting. Were it not for Su-chun's awareness of this fact, he would not have chosen to venture here. Typically, the commercial street was teeming with people, numbering in the thousands. And even he would struggle against such a horde of zombies. Upon reaching the largest mall, he parked the vehicle and employed a detection device, confirming that the number of zombies inside was indeed sparse, perhaps only 10 or so, drawn by the sound of his vehicle. Equipped with his weapon, Su-chun exited the car, poised for the approaching zombies. Several burly figures, upon catching sight of him, lunged forward with the ferocity of sharks sensing blood. Having witnessed such scenes countless times before, Su-chun remained unfazed. With a swift draw of his blade, he dispatched them with ease, the entire process seamless and fluid. To him, these ordinary zombies were akin to meat on a chopping board, easily butchered and devoid of any threat. Were it not for the points he earned from slaying these common foes, he would have long since lost interest in them. The more he fought, the more adept he became at wielding his power. Thus far, he had yet to encounter an enemy capable of compelling him to unleash his full strength. Once the last zombie lay defeated, Su-chun utilized his detection device to ensure the mall was devoid of further threats. Only then did he inform the women in the vehicle that it was safe to disembark. Had they not known of the zombies outside, they would have eagerly exited long ago. With the assurance of Su-chun's prowess in dispatching the undead, they could hardly contain their excitement as they stepped out of the vehicle, flocking eagerly toward the luxury shops. In that vast mall, apart from them, there were no other living souls to be found. Countless designer garments, handbags, and jewelry are available for selection without a care for financial constraints. The concept of zero-cost shopping truly brings the utmost joy. Such indulgence is a cherished wish for all women. As I glance around, the abundance of luxury goods dazzles the senses, while the ladies engage in their selection process. Notably, they exhibit a mutual understanding, opting not to choose nearly useless luxury items like handbags. Instead, they focus primarily on apparel, with a considerable selection of various professional outfits, including sailor suits, JK uniforms, maid costumes, and even QQ lingerie. Black silk, white silk, lace, and every variety of fabric have been thoroughly depleted. Observing the fervent shopping spree of the women, Su-chun displays no sign of impatience. He is genuinely thrilled by their choices. They truly understand his preferences. However, it is not Su-chun they comprehend, but rather the tastes of men, which are rather limited. With a smile, Su-chun collects their selected items into his spatial ring. Contemplating whether to host a fashion show or a lingerie exhibition upon returning to the shelter, a delightful and wholesome activity for the spirit. Initially, the women hesitated about selecting alluring outfits, feeling a bit shy. However, once someone initiated a comparison, it sparked a friendly competition, ultimately benefiting Su-chun. Such healthy rivalry can enhance relationships, and indeed, Su-chun's rapport with them has significantly improved. He has resolved to encourage this beneficial competition to persist, as it may yield even greater surprises. As for the nature of these surprises, well, men understand such matters, though they are hardly of a serious nature. Ahem. Returning to the main point, Su-chun diligently stored all the acquired items into the spatial ring, which has alleviated numerous troubles. Noticing that they have gathered almost everything, it is time to depart. However, the women are still somewhat reluctant to leave, having grown fond of this zero-cost shopping experience. The allure of acquiring anything that catches their eye is difficult to resist. Chapter 37. A grudge. Having just experienced the thrill of zero-cost shopping, the group prepared to return to their vehicle when Su-chun detected an anomaly on the scanner. Observing a crowd slowly approaching the mall, he sensed that their intentions were not directed towards him. Given their current pace, there would be insufficient time for the women to reach the vehicle. To be cautious, Su-chun retrieved a handgun from his spatial ring and handed it to Mei Runin. Someone is coming, so hold this gun and be vigilant. If a conflict arises, use this gun to protect yourselves and ensure no one approaches you, he instructed. Hearing his command, Mei Runin accepted the handgun and nodded solemnly, understanding Su-chun's precautionary measures. As Su-chun and his companions descended to the first floor, they encountered the crowd just as they entered the mall, leading to an unexpected confrontation. Upon encountering Su-chun and his companions, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. A group of youthful women accompanied by a single man formed a rather peculiar assembly, eliciting surprise among the bystanders. They had not anticipated the arrival of others before them at the shopping mall. Their attention soon shifted to the armored vehicle parked in the center, leading them to speculate that it must belong to Su Chen's group. Su Chen, in turn, scrutinized the unexpectedly appearing individuals. Each of them wielded weapons, kitchen knives, axes, and other implements, while various iron objects served to protect their vital areas. They seemingly belonged to the local populace, presumably venturing into the mall to procure supplies. "Who are you?" A burly middle-aged man, grasping an axe, stepped forward and inquired. "You are certainly not from around here. Who permitted your presence? And that armored vehicle outside, does it belong to you? Reveal your origins." Upon observing Su Chen and his companion's youthfulness, he sought to assert dominance and take control of the situation, accustomed as he was to speaking in such a manner. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of astonishment. It was merely an outing for supplies, yet they stumbled upon a group of exquisite beauties. Regardless of perspective, it appeared as though a young gentleman was out for a leisurely excursion with his entourage of women. The possession of an armored vehicle suggested that Su Chen's background was far from ordinary. As for any potential threat posed by Su Chen alone, he held little concern. "Huh." Su Chen chuckled softly. "You lack the authority to question me. This is not your territory. I may come and go as I please. My purpose here is of no concern to you. As for your affairs, I am equally uninterested. Focus on your own matters." Su Chen paid little heed to this group of ordinary individuals. In a confrontation, he believed he could easily overpower them all. He had no desire for excessive dialogue, and as long as they did not provoke him, he was not the type to indiscriminately harm the innocent. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the onlookers were incensed. How audacious! This was their first impression of him. He seemed to hold them in utter contempt, and they longed to teach him a lesson. The middle-aged leader was equally infuriated. When had a mere youth dared to counter him? Accustomed to reprimanding his subordinates, he found Su Chen's demeanor intolerably insolent. However, years of self-discipline prevented his anger from showing, and he temporarily suppressed his wrath. A man beside him stepped forward. "You little brat, how dare you speak to Brother Wang like that? Whatever Brother Wang wishes to inquire, you should answer respectfully. Only Brother Wang has the patience. Had it been me, you would not fare well." It was evident that this man was a sycophant to the one he referred to as Brother Wang. He dismissed Su Chen entirely, believing there was no threat posed by him or his companions, feeling confident they could easily manipulate the situation. In truth, he harbored an intense interest in the group of beautiful women accompanying Su Chen. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such a stunning collection of women, and he was deeply envious and resentful of Su Chen, even harboring thoughts of usurping his position. Amidst the crowd, others began to advise Su Chen, urging him to simply concede. They believed themselves to be well-meaning. However, Su Chen had no intention of heeding their advice. He was not a subordinate of this so-called Brother Wang, and he found it intolerable that Wang would address him with such an air of authority. The fact that he refrained from cursing was already a testament to his patience. In the time before the apocalypse, Su Chen may have shown some leniency towards someone like Wang, but now, in a world where strength reigned supreme, he had grown increasingly disdainful of those who wielded power to oppress others. "What are my words?" he retorted defiantly. "Are you dissatisfied?" The more he dismissed him, the calmer Brother Wang appeared. He blocked the approach of his subordinate, who was eager to teach Su Chen a lesson. "Young man, do not let your youthful arrogance cloud your judgment," Wang warned. "This society is no longer what it once was. Should any mishap occur, no one will advocate for you." A subtle threat glimmered in Wang's gaze as he regarded Su Chen, believing that a little pressure would compel him to submit. His gaze inadvertently swept over the women present, revealing that he harbored ulterior motives, though he concealed them well. Ha ha ha. Su Chen was unwilling to prolong this encounter. "What of my youthful exuberance? If the young are not spirited, what does it mean to be young? Spare us your prattle. Either attend to your own affairs, or settle this here." As he spoke, he caressed the Tang Dao in his hand, his eyes brimming with contempt, a clear indication of his disdain for them. These words left Brother Wang momentarily speechless. He contemplated retaliating against Su Chen, but most of his group had been hastily assembled merely for the purpose of gathering resources. They were unlikely to act against others. Thus, the only one who could be commanded to strike Su Chen was his subordinate. Not one to act impulsively, Wang hesitated, aware that he could not gauge Su Chen's capabilities, and feared a reckless attack. Wang perceived Su Chen as a prickly hedgehog, difficult to approach, caught in a dilemma. Yet, Wang's subordinate, eager to prove himself, had long held a grudge against Su Chen. Without waiting for Wang's command, he raised his axe and charged at Su Chen, showing no intent to hold back. It was evident that he possessed a fierce determination. "You are far too arrogant, boy. I shall make you understand that you are nothing in this apocalypse." The surrounding crowd fell silent, unwilling to entangle themselves in trouble. Clang! Su Chen expertly deflected the axe with his Tang Dao, dissipating its force, and delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's chest. He spared no mercy for those who sought to kill him. A scream pierced the air as the man crumpled to the ground, grievously injured and wailing in agony. Did you wish to take my life? Do not entertain the notion of leaving here alive. The shift in the atmosphere was abrupt. Brother Wong was filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of Su Chen's strength, dispatching his subordinate with a single blow. Recognizing Su Chen as a formidable opponent, he promptly chose to relent, offering an awkward smile. The young man, having acted impulsively just now, realized he had offended you and hopes you can overlook our previous actions. When one's strength falls short, humility is often necessary. The priority is to preserve oneself. Thoughts of vengeance can be addressed later. How absurd. Su Chen scoffed quietly. Such individuals are not to be easily forgiven. Now that animosity has been established, it is imperative to eradicate the source entirely. Both Brother Wong and his subordinates must meet their demise. Regardless of whether they might pose a threat in the future, it is essential to extinguish danger in its infancy. As for others who have not attacked him, he would not resort to violence against them. After all, Su Chen is not a cold-blooded killer. Chapter 38. Infighting. Su Chen's gaze shifted, and he spoke nonchalantly. I could spare you. This statement sparked a glimmer of hope in Brother Wong and his subordinates. However, Su Chen's next words plunged their spirits into despair. Only one of you may live. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with them, but their decision to provoke him left him with no choice. He is neither a saint nor does he possess an abundance of grace. It is either death for both or a choice for one to perish. Brother Wong and his subordinates' eyes widened in shock. They did not anticipate Su Chen's malicious intent, wanting them to turn against each other. The onlookers could not bear to witness this and began to voice their objections, urging Su Chen to spare Brother Wong and his companion. Amused, Su Chen recalled how Brother Wong had previously pressured him while conveniently ignoring their aggression. Silence, he commanded. If you wish for me to spare them, you must wager your own lives in exchange. If you cannot do so, cease your incessant prattle before me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. His words rendered the crowd speechless. They were not foolish. They recognized their inability to match Su Chen in strength and would not risk their lives for the sake of two individuals. The notion of sacrificing their lives for others was utterly inconceivable to them. At this point, Su Chen found solace in the silence. Humanity is inherently selfish, especially when their ties to Brother Wong are tenuous at best. Anticipating this outcome, he turned his attention back to the regretful Brother Wong. With no distractions remaining, it was now time for them to make their choice. They could either die together or allow only one to survive. The outcome rested entirely upon their decision. Brother Wong's expression shifted wildly, his heart heavy with frustration. He longed to curse Su Chen but dared not. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards those who accompanied him. Internally, he vowed that if he survived, none present would escape his wrath. Yet that was a thought for another time. His immediate priority was survival. Gazing at his severely injured subordinate on the ground, a whirlwind of complex emotions flickered in his eyes, though what he truly contemplated remained a mystery. Ultimately, the instinct to survive prevailed, and a murderous intent began to surface. Xiao Zhang, do not hold it against me. I will take care of your family. Go in peace. Upon finishing his words, he raised the axe in his hand and swung it toward the motionless Xiao Zhang on the ground. The entire event unfolded with such rapidity and surprise that, apart from the already suspicious Su Chen, no one else reacted in time. They had not anticipated that Brother Wong would be so decisive in delivering a lethal blow. Even Xiao Zhang, who had only sought to please Brother Wong, was taken aback by the reality that his own life was forfeited for the sake of survival. Already grievously injured, he found himself utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. The axe struck his chest with a sickening thud, blood gushing forth. Xiao Zhang coughed up blood, succumbing slowly to confusion and regret. After confirming that Xiao Zhang had completely ceased to breathe, Brother Wong felt an immense relief wash over him. He then turned, his teeth clenched, glaring at Su Chen. Are you satisfied now? I hope you do not renege on your word, or I shall not hesitate to end you, even if it costs me my life. Such decisiveness, such ruthlessness. Su Chen acknowledged that he had underestimated Brother Wong. With such a disposition, he possessed the potential to become a formidable figure in the apocalypse. Alas, he had crossed paths with Su Chen. Indeed, you have accomplished your task. I shall refrain from intervening, Su Chen replied coolly. As a man of his word, he would not strike. However, his restraint did not imply that others would do the same. Before Brother Wong could relish his escape from the brink of death, Su Chen turned to Mei Runin beside him, signaling her with his gaze. This was the moment when Su Chen covertly urged her to act, while Brother Wong was embroiled in his own self-destruction. Bang! Before Brother Wong could take more than a few steps, the sound of gunfire rang out behind him. A searing pain shot through his chest, and as he looked down, he discovered a gaping wound. A gunshot. You have broken your promise. He turned with great difficulty, fixing his gaze on Su Chun and, with his last ounce of strength, uttered those words. Collapsing to the ground, his breath grew increasingly faint. The others were taken aback by the sudden gunfire. Even if someone wished to admonish Su Chun upon witnessing Brother Wang's demise, they dared not speak out. You may leave. I have no desire to slaughter the innocent. Su Chen's words brought a sigh of relief from the group. They had feared that he intended to eliminate them all, but now they felt reassured. Unfortunately, just as they reached the threshold, they suddenly felt a chill at their necks, several heads rolling to the ground. Su Chun had severed their necks with a swift stroke. This group had been woefully naive, completely unprepared for Su Chen's ruthlessness. Once all had fallen to his hand, Mei Runin felt a wave of relief wash over her, her body growing weak, but she was steadied by Guan Xinyue, preventing her from collapsing. This was her first experience with taking a life. Su Chen approached Mei Runin, gently patting her shoulder. Do not carry the burden within your heart. This is the nature of the apocalypse. Slaughter has become commonplace. He understood that such actions weighed heavily on the hearts of the women. Yet, he needed to correct their perceptions. In this harsh reality, one must be resolute when the time calls for it. This was a lesson they would all need to learn. In the face of impending doom, the human heart often proves to be more terrifying than the undead. Li Tingting and her companions should be well aware of this truth. To enhance their chances of survival in such a bleak world, they must show no mercy to those with nefarious intentions. Otherwise, they may find themselves yearning for death in the future. Seizing the moment, Su Chun imparted a crucial survival lesson to the women. He wished to spare them the fate of being ensnared by their own compassion. In his mind, Su Chun devised a plan. In the days to come, he would meticulously arrange for each woman to undergo rigorous trials of bloodshed. Through the brutality of slaughter, they would learn the art of survival in the apocalypse. Only by acclimating to the harsh realities of their new world could they hope to thrive. Subsequently, Su Chun led the women back to the armored vehicle and resumed their journey. This time, he navigated the vehicle to a gas station, where they collected a substantial amount of fuel before proceeding toward the location of the shelter. As they drew closer to their destination, the women's spirits began to lift. Their anticipation of the haven Su Chun promised filling them with hope. Upon their arrival, they longed for a refreshing bath. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had been preoccupied with mere survival, leaving little opportunity or means for personal hygiene. Chapter 39. Celebration at last. Su Chun slowly steered the vehicle into the shelter's warehouse, coming to a halt before turning to the women behind him. We have arrived. You may disembark. As they heard Su Chen's words, each woman eagerly linked arms and descended from the vehicle. However, upon stepping out, they were met with an expansive warehouse, devoid of any semblance of a shelter. Their bright, curious eyes filled with confusion as they looked to Su Chun, as if to question whether they had arrived at the wrong place. Su Chun anticipated their thoughts. He, too, would have been perplexed. After all, there was not a trace of a shelter in sight, not even an entrance. You are too eager, he reassured them. I have mentioned that the shelter is exceptionally secure, not only because it lies 100 meters underground, but also due to its concealed entrance, which is nearly impossible for the uninitiated to detect. With a gesture, Su Chun indicated for the women to step aside as he moved forward. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the ground nearby parted, revealing an opening. With a rumble, an elevator emerged from the ground, and the women quickly realized that this was the entrance to the shelter. Indeed, it was as secure as Su Chun had claimed. Apart from those in the know, it seemed unlikely that anyone would discover such a hidden access point. Using a spatial ring, Su Chun stored the vehicle and approached the elevator. As he drew near, the artificial intelligence promptly verified his identity, and the elevator doors gradually opened before them. Welcome home, master. The voice of Xiao AI resonated from within. Let us proceed. Su Chun beckoned the women to enter the elevator alongside him. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he introduced, the voice you just heard belongs to Xiao AI. She oversees all functions within my shelter, and she is an artificial intelligence. If you ever find yourselves in need of assistance in the future, simply call upon Xiao AI. Once we enter the shelter, I will register your biological information, granting you the freedom to come and go as you please. As we conversed, the elevator arrived, revealing the entrance to the shelter before us. How swift! Li Yingying could not help but exclaim, while the other women gazed in disbelief. After all, we were 100 meters underground, and to have arrived in such a short span of time, without feeling any pronounced jolt within the elevator, was akin to standing on solid ground. As the shelter's door detected Su Chun's arrival, the once closed entrance slowly swung open. Welcome. From this day forth, you shall reside here. Su Chun smiled at the women behind him, assuring them, life in the shelter will undoubtedly be unforgettable. I dare say, few can rival the splendor of my shelter in the entire world. Presently, the shelter was merely at level 1, but once it ascended in rank, it would likely become the finest refuge on the globe. With sufficient points, life here would flourish even further. Suddenly, the lights within the shelter illuminated, revealing the opulence that lay within. Luxury. This was the immediate impression of the women, all of whom were captivated by the extravagant decor. Even the worldly Mei Runin was taken aback by the grandeur of the shelter. Is this truly your refuge? How magnificent! The sight before them left the women in awe. Having only seen photographs before, witnessing it in person invoked an entirely different sensation. Enough dawdling, let us enter. At Su Chen's urging, they gradually regained their composure and followed him into the long-awaited shelter. They could scarcely fathom how Su Chen had constructed such a lavish sanctuary 100 meters beneath the surface. As Su Chen guided them on a tour of the refuge, they discovered, through Xiao AI's explanations, that it was brimming with technological marvels, boasting many features far more advanced than anything they had previously encountered. The more they learned, the deeper their affection for this place grew. It exceeded their wildest expectations. Upon seeing the food storage room, they were utterly astounded. Such an abundance of provisions could sustain them for many years, with the consumption amounting to scarcely a fraction of the total. Observing the women's astonished expressions brought a smile to Su Chen's face. It is time to arrange your accommodations. I have retrieved your belongings. Please identify your own. As he spoke, he produced the personal items he had kept within the spatial ring. Indicating the rooms behind him, he added, feel free to choose whichever room you desire. Once you've made your selections, simply have Xiao AI record your biological information. I have already granted you access to the shelter. From now on, you shall be the mistresses of this sanctuary. We shall be a loving family from this day forward. Su Chen's words caused the women to blush, a delicate hue appearing on their cheeks. Observing their current expressions, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the presence of many in the shelter rendered the atmosphere much more enjoyable. His spirits lifted, visions of a blissful future danced in his mind. Before long, the 5 women had chosen their rooms. Eagerly, they entered to tidy up, for this could very well be the space they inhabit for a lifetime. Meticulous care was essential. While they busied themselves, Su Chen was not idle. Once the women officially settled into the shelter, points were promptly credited, an impressive 5,000 points. Each person earned 1,000, a far easier reward than slaying zombies. Su Chen also noted that his total points had reached approximately 13,000, a significant fortune indeed. The funds to upgrade the shelter were sufficient. Elevating it from level 1 to level 2 required 10,000 points. The temporary storage space he had initially rented could also be purchased for a mere 800 points. However, it was not yet the right moment for an upgrade. Having just returned to the shelter, he decided to wait until the women had fully settled before making any decisions. Xiao AI, please prepare dinner for us. The hour is getting late. Although this outing had been somewhat arduous, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. Since the apocalypse began, the women had not enjoyed a proper meal. On their first day in the shelter, Su Chen wanted them to indulge in a hearty dinner, bidding farewell to their past hardships. As they became his women, such suffering would be a thing of the past. Under Xiao AI's deft hands, a sumptuous feast was prepared. The women, having tidied their rooms, found their stomachs rumbling at the sight of the abundant dishes. They felt a tinge of embarrassment, but Su Chen was unperturbed. He understood the struggles they had endured during the apocalypse. Today marks the day you officially become the mistresses of the shelter. Let us celebrate. From now on, your lives will be much more fulfilling. Raising his glass of red wine, the women, cheeks flushed with shyness, lifted their glasses in a toast with Su Chen, bidding farewell to their former lives. Their hearts brimmed with joy. From this day forth, their lives would no longer be filled with suffering. Chapter 40. The praise of the many. Come. Let us take a photo to commemorate this occasion. After finishing the wine, Su Chen instructed the women to remain seated. He suddenly remembered that he had been too busy saving others today and had neglected to harvest the chives in the group chat. Although the points provided by these individuals paled in comparison to his bountiful outing, even the tiniest gain is still gain. With an impending upgrade for the shelter, his points would soon dwindle. Accumulating as many as possible was prudent. A table laden with delectable dishes, complemented by 5 stunning beauties. When this photograph appeared in the group chat, it instantly ignited a frenzy, especially among Su Chen's classmates, who recognized the identities of these 5 exquisite women. Each was astounded by Su Chen's remarkable fortune, inciting a wave of jealousy that sent them into a frenzy. Not only is the food abundant, but there are also 5 beautiful companions by my side. Truly, I am a victor in life. Wu Tao Wao? Su Chen's life is incredibly blissful. Li, how could Su Chen be with Li Tingting and the others? I recall they were trapped in the school, weren't they? Li Wei, no way. Su Chen has been silent all day. Could he have gone to rescue them? This action is remarkably swift. Wang Wu, oh dear. I too wish to be supported. This life is excessively joyous. Li, it pains me. Su Chen has extended his poisonous hand towards the illustrious Li Dai. Release them, and let me endure the torment of the Great One. In the group chat, all the men expressed their envy and resentment towards Su Chen. After a fortnight of acclimatization, Su Chen gradually began to relish such adulation. Every individual harbors a sense of vanity. The feeling of being praised is genuinely delightful. Suchin finally comprehended why bosses and leaders are so attentive to their sycophants. It is human nature. Who wouldn't appreciate someone who consistently flatters and pleases them? Regardless of others' thoughts, Suchin felt immensely satisfied and comfortable. Suchin, everyone. Following his address, the group chat fell into an immediate silence, akin to employees pausing in anticipation when a leader prepares to speak. Witnessing the group's understanding, Suchin grew increasingly fond of this apocalypse. For others, the end of days signifies a life or death crisis, yet for Suchin, it marks the dawn of his ascendance. In a peaceful society, he could never have achieved his current stature. Suchin, my friends, you must be curious about why they are here. You are indeed correct. They are the individuals I rescued from school today. Henceforth, they shall be a part of my sanctuary, and they belong to me, Suchin. Suchin boldly declared the affiliation of Li Tingting and the others in the chat. The other women in the group felt an acute jealousy towards the five. They would now live alongside Suchin, enjoying a life of comfort akin to paradise, while they themselves had to pay any price for mere sustenance. Although they had expressed their willingness to devote themselves to Suchin, he coldly rejected them all. Those with narrower minds, upon witnessing Suchin's triumph, silently cursed him and Li Tingting to meet a grim fate at the hands of the zombies. Alas, their curses held no power. Suchin possessed a system. Not only would he avoid misfortune, but he would thrive increasingly as time passed. A single photograph caused ripples in the outside world. Ever since Suchin spoke, the phones of the five women have been incessantly buzzing with messages, some congratulatory, some attempting to forge connections, others pleading for acceptance, and many seeking to uncover the location of the sanctuary. It was a veritable display of ingenuity. The women had not anticipated that many who had previously encountered rejection from Suchin would now turn to them for what they desired. For a moment, they were too engrossed in replying to messages to even consider eating. These individuals have underestimated her complexity. Having witnessed the darker sides of human nature and under Suchin's repeated guidance, they would naturally refrain from engaging in anything too genuine. Those who attempt to pry into their affairs are either met with rejection or swiftly blocked. They owe no one any favors. Suchin wholeheartedly endorses their actions. Aware that responding to every message is simply unfeasible, the women decide to turn off their phones and savor their culinary delights in peace. In truth, they are perplexed by Suchin's penchant for showcasing herself before others. From their interactions thus far, they have discerned that she is not one to flaunt her achievements indiscriminately. Yet, they harbor no intention of inquiring. If Suchin wishes to boast, let her do so. After all, they have now become the envy of many. At this juncture, Suchin received a notification from the system. Her charming associates had once again contributed a substantial amount of points. This time, the stimulation was far greater than before, yielding an increase of over 300 points, which brought Suchin immense satisfaction. For those who frequently extolled their own virtues within the group, Suchin decided to extend a gesture of goodwill. To these quasi-allies, she felt compelled to show appreciation. Consequently, Suchin discreetly reached out to Wu Tao and a few others, inquiring about their current locations. Given the fruitful outcomes of today's endeavors, Suchin anticipated the necessity of venturing out for tasks in the future. If fate allowed her to pass by their locations, she intended to deliver supplies to them, enabling them to persist a little longer in this apocalyptic world. She wished for them to contentedly fulfill their roles as mere pawns, dutifully providing points each day. Those who received Suchin's messages were elated, utterly astonished that their casual flattery of the esteemed one could yield such rewards. They immediately began to lavish praise upon her in the group. This bizarre spectacle left other group members bewildered, questioning whether this group had been possessed. However, upon learning of Suchin's promises, the other members longed to have been among those who had previously flattered her. It was as if a consensus had been reached. Everyone transformed into Suchin's sycophants. Through their interactions with Suchin over the past days, all understood that even the slightest morsel she carelessly let slip would suffice to sustain them for several days. This resulted in a radical transformation of the group chat, which had become an exclusive forum dedicated to extolling Suchin alone. This was precisely the bait Suchin had laid out. She intended for more individuals to realize that following her would lead to rewards, even if they could not become true allies. Those who offered sufficient flattery could still reap benefits. By such actions, she aimed to amplify her reputation, facilitating her future endeavors. Once the refuge is upgraded, expanding its capacity to accommodate more individuals, Suchin hopes that quality companions, particularly charming women, will seek her out. Ahem. She assures that her motivations are purely for the sake of points, and not of a lascivious nature. Amidst the flattery and praise, Suchin and his companions finally completed their lavish dinner. Chapter 41, The New Zone. After the meal, the atmosphere in the shelter was particularly lively. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Su Chun had not experienced such a vibrant ambience in a long time. The 5 women, having finished their dinner, gathered on the sofa to discuss various matters. When women convene, it seems they possess an inexhaustible array of topics, from skincare to fashion, from films and television to the latest gossip and entertainment. Su Chun, seated nearby, found it challenging to interject, perplexed by how, even in this apocalyptic world, they could be so animated about such trivialities. Although he could not join their conversation, watching the 5 women engage in intimate dialogue brought an indescribable sense of relaxation to his heart. Not long ago, he had lived in solitude within the shelter, inevitably feeling the pangs of loneliness. Were it not for the ability to connect with others online, even with abundant supplies, no one could endure the desolation of isolation for long. Humans are social creatures. It is impossible for anyone to survive independently, detached from others. Even those so-called homebodies in peaceful societies, who appear to shun contact, are often quite active in the virtual realm, a different form of interaction altogether. This was precisely why Su Chun felt a surge of joy within. Time passed, and suddenly, Mei Runin proposed a collective bath. The eyes of the other 4 women instantly lit up. It is a well-known fact that women relish the opportunity to indulge in a bath, and it had been quite a while since they had enjoyed such a luxury, particularly after learning from Xiao AI that Su Chin's bedroom boasted a large, 5-meter-long, 3-meter-wide massage bathtub. They had long desired to experience it. Its functions surpassed those available outside, including skin repair capabilities, which rendered the women envious. However, since they had just arrived at the shelter, they felt somewhat hesitant to approach Su Chin directly. Now, with Mei Runin taking the initiative to suggest the bath, they all perked up, their eyes fixated on him. It was evident that they had their sights set on Su Chin's luxurious massage bathtub. Realizing that all 5 women were now focused on him, Su Chin quickly comprehended their intentions. Goodness, they were eyeing his opulent massage bathtub. Initially, he had planned to enjoy it himself after dinner. Soaking while listening to music was one of his favorite pastimes. Little did he expect that someone would want to compete for it. Su Chun, I've heard that you have a very advanced massage bathtub in your room. We would love to experience it. Mei Runin unabashedly approached him, articulating their desire. Yes, we also want to try the luxurious massage bathtub. The others chimed in, their tones laced with a hint of playful coaxing, fearful of his potential refusal. At this point, surrounded by these enchanting women, what could Su Chin do? He could only indulge them. Enjoying the tub a little later would not be a problem. With a wave of his hand, he resignedly replied, all right. I shall allow you to experience it first. Upon receiving Su Chin's acquiescence, the women beamed with delight. With a half-joking tone, Su Chin remarked, if you don't mind, how about I join you for a soak? The ladies blushed slightly, casting him an eye roll. Oh, uffed, pervert. Mei Runin rolled her eyes in response. Dream on. Bathing is a team activity for us 5. There's no room for you. Someone playfully tossed a pillow at Su Chun, exclaiming, sisters, let us hurry. We must not let this lecture catch up. Without waiting for Su Chin's reaction, they scurried back to their rooms to don their bathrobes, preparing for their soak. Their laughter, like the ringing of silver bells, echoed as they left. Watching their eager departure, Su Chin couldn't help but chuckle. What a delightful bunch of troublemakers. Once the ladies had left, Su Chun's smile gradually faded. The previous incident was merely trivial. What lay ahead was of considerable importance. Having been back at the shelter for some time, it was time for an upgrade. Before proceeding, he needed to ascertain how the upgrade would affect the inhabitants of the shelter. Summoning the system in his mind, he called out, System, appear. Ding. Does the host have any inquiries? Will the inhabitants need to vacate the shelter during the upgrade? Rest assured, host. The upgrade from level 3 to level 3 will only expand the existing shelter, adding new areas without extensive renovations. The original functions of the shelter will be enhanced. Although the improvements would not be monumental, the signal reception will be bolstered, allowing Su Chun to communicate over greater distances, alongside enhanced defense capabilities. Yet, the overall benefits of the upgrade seemed modest to Su Chun. Naturally, the upgraded functions would surpass their predecessors. What intrigued Su Chun most were the new areas and their functionalities. Oh, what new areas will the level 2 shelter include? The level 2 shelter will add 3 new features. 1. A new exit exclusively for vehicles to enter and exit the shelter freely. This would provide a parking space for his armored vehicle, eliminating the need to store it within his spatial ring. Additionally, the new exit would serve to obfuscate the shelter's location from others. 2. An industrialized planting area, equipped with various advanced instruments, designed for scientifically cultivating a variety of crops and fruit trees using soilless cultivation methods. This planting area sparked a gleam in Su Chen's eyes. It was immensely beneficial. With this, he could enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits. Previously, he had procured a limited supply of produce, knowing they wouldn't last long. Even though the shelter's storage could extend their shelf life, it paled in comparison to other grains, hence he hadn't purchased much. Now, with the planting area, he no longer needed to worry about a lack of fresh produce. As for seeds, Su Chun had long been prepared, having acquired a diverse array during his resource procurement. The cultivation area, though not expansive, is effectively utilized due to the soil-less farming method, allowing Su Chun to plant a considerable number of items. Furthermore, an increase in the medical room, equipped with medical pods capable of treating various critical ailments and injuries, is imperative. The significance of these medical pods cannot be overstated. In a post-apocalyptic world devoid of doctors and proper medical facilities, their value is immense. Should an unfortunate injury occur, the presence of a medical pod alleviates the concern of lacking treatment options. Su Chun has perused descriptions of the medical pods, which claim to cure all maladies, even terminal illnesses. Should these medical pods become widespread, it is likely that physicians would find themselves out of work. With such remarkable amenities present even in a secondary shelter, Su Chun is eager to expedite the upgrade of his refuge. Chapter 42. Upgrading the shelter. After the system's introduction, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement. Since upgrading posed no risks, the sooner it was done, the better. He has long anticipated the cultivation area, which would soon provide fresh vegetables and fruits. System. Proceed with the upgrade of the shelter. Ding. Upgrading to a secondary shelter requires 10,000 points. Does the host confirm the upgrade? Yes. He affirmed swiftly. Points deducted. Upgrading the shelter now. Please select the location for the new exit. Note, the exit must be within 1 kilometer of the shelter. Please select the location for the establishment of the cultivation area. Please select the location for the establishment of the medical room. Upon hearing the prompts, Su Chun fell into a brief reverie. The new exit must be strategically placed in a concealed area, difficult for others to detect. He mentally scanned the vicinity for suitable locations. Suddenly, an idea struck him. To the northwest of the shelter, approximately 900 meters away, lies a small hill. Its elevation is modest, around 100 meters, and it has been transformed into Zay Mountain Park, a former jogging destination for many in the mornings. Establishing the new exit within the hill would provide perfect concealment. The system is set to place the new exit in Zay Mountain Park. The cultivation area will be established to the left of the storage room. The medical pod will be positioned to the south of the living area. Without delay, Su Chun swiftly finalized his choices. Ding. Location selection successful. The shelter is now upgrading. Ding. The upgrade will take 1 hour. Please be patient. As the system's voice faded, Su Chun observed his points rapidly diminishing, shifting from 5 digits to 4. Fortunately, the expenditure felt justified. The shelter is his stronghold, and investing points into it is well worth it. During the upgrade process, he also decided to purchase the temporary storage space initially rented from the system, spending an additional 1,000 points. Watching his dwindling points, Su Chun couldn't help but lament the insufficiency of his resources. As he moved forward, the points required for purchasing items and upgrading the shelter became increasingly daunting, rekindling within him the desire to earn more points. After a few days, he prepared to venture out once more to complete several side missions released by the system. To amass a significant amount of points, his options were limited. Either face a multitude of zombies or undertake the side missions issued by the system. He discovered that some of these missions offered remarkably generous point rewards. Had it not been for his recent return to the shelter, Su Chun would have eagerly embarked on these tasks already. During the hours spent waiting for the shelter to upgrade, Su Chun remained industrious. The number of inhabitants in the shelter gradually increased, necessitating extra hands for various tasks. Although the AI, Xiao AI, could control all devices and provided considerable convenience, it lacked a physical form and thus faced certain limitations. For instance, the cultivation of vegetables and fruits required manual labor for planting and harvesting upon maturity. Additionally, the shelter's cleanliness and organization could not rely solely on Su Chun's efforts. Consequently, he immediately thought of robots. With robots at his disposal, life for Su Chun and his companions would become significantly more manageable, with minimal tasks requiring their direct involvement. The shelter lacked robots, but the system's marketplace offered a plethora of robotic options. Cooking robots, vacuuming robots, and domestic service robots, any that could be of assistance to him, were purchased. He expended over 10,000 points, but he was indifferent to the remaining balance. Points, after all, were meant to be spent. If he ran low, he could always complete a few more missions to earn them back. Eventually, whether spent early or late, they would all be invested in his own benefit, rendering it no loss. With a cascade of notifications, over 2,000 points diminished from his account. He acquired 9 robots from the system's marketplace, with the 2 versatile robots being the most expensive, each costing 1,000 points. These all-purpose robots, humanoid in shape and standing 183 meters tall, integrated functions of protection, reconnaissance, and combat, complete with a portion of a firepower system. The purchase of these all-purpose robots was intended for the safety of others. In the future, when Su Chun was away, These two robots would ensure the safety of the women in his company. Moreover, should danger arise, he could command the all-purpose robots to shield him from harm. Their utility was undeniably vast. It was precisely this reason that justified their steep price, while other single-function robots were worth merely a fraction of theirs. Subsequently, 9 distinctly shaped and sized robots materialized before Su-chun. The 2 all-purpose robots, for the time being, were set aside in the storage room, awaiting deployment. As for the remaining robots, Su-chun instructed Xiao AI to assume control over them. With AI assistance, these robots could function at their utmost potential. An hour slipped by swiftly. Ding. The shelter upgrade is complete. It has now reached level 2. Please check for updates. The newly constructed area in the shelter has been successfully established, and the shelter map has been updated. Please review it promptly. The system's voice echoed in Su-chen's mind. He examined the refreshed map, noting that the new area was not particularly expansive. The overall space of the shelter had increased by approximately 2/3. The area designated for cultivation occupies approximately 70 of the newly added region. The size of the medical room is inconsequential. As long as the medical pod is present, other amenities hold little significance. A remarkably wide passage has been established between the new exit and the shelter, allowing armored vehicles to traverse it with ease. The first place Su-chen visited was the cultivation area, and upon entering, he was astounded by the scenes within. The entire zone was meticulously divided into smaller sections, organized with precision, showcasing various vegetables and fruits that required planting. Su-chen merely needed to place the seeds inside, relying on the intelligent regulation of the cultivation area's equipment to handle the rest. He would simply await harvest time, when robots would come to gather the produce. The sensation of such effortless enjoyment was delightful. The system's products were all of exceptional quality. Without further ado, Su-chen summoned the robots he had just purchased, instructing them to plant the seeds he had prepared. While the robots busily engaged in their task, Su-chen made his way to the medical room. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the medical pod placed centrally, exuding a sense of advanced technology. One simply needed to lie in the medical pod, which would initiate a full-body scan, detect any ailments, read DNA, and employ some form of capability for treatment. Regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as there was breath remaining, a complete recovery was assured. Su-chen had consumed a primary gene potion and would not require the medical pod for the time being. This was a life-saving device, available for use at any moment. Subsequently, Su-chen took the shortest time to reacquaint himself with the upgraded shelter. Chapter 43. The delighted crowd after a leisurely bath. The women emerged from their rooms, wrapped in bathrobes. To their surprise, they discovered several robots had seemingly appeared from nowhere within the shelter. They gazed at Su-chen with puzzled expressions, eager to learn the origin of these machines. Su-chen merely provided a brief introduction to the robots' functions without disclosing their origins. The system remained his greatest secret, one he could never divulge to anyone. Even though the women were bound by a sole contract that prevented them from betraying him, he remained reticent. With a few succinct remarks, he deftly shifted the conversation. The women had grown accustomed to Su-chen's air of mystery, as he often produced various peculiar items. Noticing his lack of intent to explain further, they ceased their inquiries, recognizing that these items posed no harm and, indeed, offered significant benefits. By the way, the shelter has just unlocked a new area. Allow me to show you around. Seizing the opportunity, Su-chen led them to explore the cultivation area and the medical room. Upon arriving at the cultivation zone, he elucidated its purpose. The women were elated to learn that they would soon be able to enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits. Since the onset of the apocalypse, their expectations for food had diminished. Freshness was of little consequence, as long as their hunger could be satiated. The prospect of consuming fresh produce brought them immense joy. In that moment, they felt fortunate for having chosen Su-chen. Otherwise, they could only speculate about the hardships they might have faced in the apocalypse. During the visit to the medical room, aside from Guan Xinyue, the reactions of the others were rather subdued. However, upon seeing the medical pod, Guan Xinyue was akin to a devout believer encountering the divine. While others remained oblivious to the pod's true value, she was acutely aware of its significance. The technology of the medical pod was far more intricate than her own research. It was a revolutionary creation. If not for her lingering sense of reason, she would have eagerly dismantled the pod to study it in detail. Mastering the genetic technology contained within the pod would render the activation of human potential as effortless as taking a sip of water. She turned to Su-chen, her eyes brimming with longing. I want it. Can you give it to me? Instantly, everyone present was taken aback by her declaration. Mei Runan displayed an expression of disbelief, gazing blankly at her friend. How audacious. Even Su-chen was quite startled. Was the usually reticent Guan Xinyue truly so forthright? Even he found himself at a loss for words in response. At that moment, upon observing the expressions of those around her, Guan Xinyue suddenly realized that her words had been misconstrued. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she bashfully stamped her foot, hurriedly clarifying. Oh dear, that's not what I meant. You've all misunderstood. I merely wish for Su Chun to allow me to study the medical pod for a few days. It would greatly benefit my research. After hearing her explanation, everyone comprehended that they had misinterpreted her earlier statement. After all, it was her lack of clarity that had led to the misunderstanding. Ahem. Su Chun cleared his throat a few times to mask his own embarrassment. Truth be told, he had felt a flicker of excitement at her request. Had it not been for the presence of others, he might have impulsively acquiesced to the misunderstanding. No problem. Feel free to conduct your research. Just a word of caution. I currently possess only one medical pod, so please do not damage it. This is a life-saving device. So exercise caution while you study. Upon learning of Guan Xinyue's request, Su Chun did not refuse. He merely reminded her to handle it with care. Guan Xinyue initially believed that Su Chun would deny her request, fully aware of the pod's extraordinary value, which far surpassed the genetic serum he had previously mentioned. To her surprise, he readily agreed to her seemingly excessive demand. At that moment, her heart was gradually captivated by Su Chun. Not only did he possess advanced technological marvels at his disposal, but he was also exceedingly generous with her. Who could resist such a person? Especially for a researcher like Guan Xinyue, she found herself utterly defenseless against Su Chun's charm. After his consent, she was eager to establish her laboratory and commence her research immediately. Suddenly, she recalled that most of her experimental equipment had not been brought back to the shelter, which left her feeling quite disheartened. Remembering Su Chun's earlier promise, she approached him. Under Mei Runen's astonished gaze, she grasped Su Chun's right hand with both of hers and playfully whined, "You promised to help me set up my laboratory again. Why not assist me in getting it ready now?" In her eagerness to expedite the research, she set aside her reservations. It was her first time behaving so coquettishly in front of a man. Had it not been for the spirit of research bolstering her, she would have fled in embarrassment. All right, I shall do my utmost to arrange this. Please provide me with a list of what you need, and I will bring it to you in a few days. No one could resist the charms of a stunning beauty. Guan Xinyue, embodying the archetype of a cool and aloof goddess, created a delightful contrast that filled Su Chun with a sense of accomplishment. The instruments required for the research were merely trifles, consuming little of his precious points. Very well. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Upon receiving Su Chun's response, Guan Xinyue hurried back to her bedroom to jot down her requirements. Her urgent demeanor struck Su Chun as rather endearing. The remaining 4 women busied themselves with their own matters. Upon discovering that the shelter's network was unrestricted, allowing them to contact individuals from other regions, they prepared to reach out to their loved ones. Perhaps fortune favored them, aside from Mei Runan. The families of the others had survived the apocalypse. Regrettably, their homes were distant, either in the imperial capital or in the far-off west capital. For the time being, they could not reunite with their families, relying solely on the internet to maintain their emotional connections. Previously, communication had been severely limited due to signal restrictions, but now, with the shelter's unrestricted signal, they felt compelled to reassure their families of their safety. While the women shared their feelings with their relatives, Su Chun sat quietly nearby. He was grateful that the families of the 5 women were not in Haicheng. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to arrange for their loved ones. Allowing their families into the shelter was out of the question. Su Chun would never permit anyone but his own women to enter. Since their families were currently in other regions, he need not concern himself with the matter for now. When the women communicated with their relatives, they refrained from disclosing the intricate details of the shelter, only assuring them that their location was safe and food was abundant. They understood that the wonders possessed by Su Chun were far too extraordinary to explain to their families. Once their conversations concluded, Su Chun smiled at them and proposed, "To celebrate your joining the shelter, let us engage in a game, one with a penalty." The following day, Su Chun rubbed his waist, having played games late into the night. Though the main event had yet to commence, they had indulged in various activities, leaving him visibly fatigued. His decision not to pursue them further stemmed from their prolonged fasting, rendering them too weak. After undergoing enhancements from a basic gene serum, Su Chun's strength and endurance had reached an extraordinary level. Had he forced the issue, he might have unintentionally caused harm. What he sought was companionship, not mere playthings. Thus, he permitted the women to recuperate within the shelter while he ventured out alone in his battle vehicle. With his points dwindling, he selected several side quests from the task list to undertake. The purpose of this journey is to exterminate zombies, complete missions, and earn points as much as possible. He aspires to grow stronger, and that is inextricably linked to the accumulation of points. This time, he opted for a new exit, but as he approached, it appeared as though a wall had obstructed the path ahead. Rather than halting his vehicle, Su Chun pressed onward. With a crack, the wall split open slightly, the fissure widening, and beams of light streamed into the tunnel. As Su Chun maneuvered his war vehicle out of the tunnel, the opening behind him sealed shut. Resembling a genuine wall, leaving no room for doubt about the concealed passage to the sanctuary. Departing from Zeshan Park, he set forth towards his first destination. Suchin accessed the system panel, examining the side missions he had selected. Side Mission 7. Recover Crystal Cores. Reward. 5,000 points. Side Mission 11. Collect Essence of Unusual Creatures. Reward. 3,000 points. Side Mission 12. Investigate Anomalies at Jining River. Reward. 4,000 points. Each of these missions promised substantial rewards, indicative of their formidable challenges. However, Suchin remained undeterred. Should the danger prove too great, he would not recklessly proceed. Safeguarding his life was paramount. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. He retrieved the map indicating the locations of the missions from his spatial ring. Notably, the nearest side mission was Mission 12, a mere 7 to 8 kilometers away, easily reachable in no time. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the war vehicle forward at breakneck speed. Rock music blared from the vehicle's sound system, igniting his spirit. His body swayed to the rhythm of the music. Suchun felt no trepidation about the zombies being drawn by the noise. On the contrary, he welcomed the opportunity for more zombies to come forth to their demise. These zombies stood no chance against his war vehicle, willingly contributing to his points. In all of Jianghai City, it seemed only Suchun dared to be so brazen. He crushed zombies en route to the mission location, parking his war vehicle by the banks of Jining River. Stepping out, he stretched, feeling the refreshing breeze. Jining River, the largest and longest river in the country, flows into the sea, with Jianghai City situated at its estuary, hence its name. Gazing at the river before him, Suchun momentarily pondered where to begin his investigation. If he were to examine it bit by bit, he could not fathom how long it would take to uncover the source of the anomalies. After a brief contemplation, Suchun deduced that since he was uncertain of the source, it would be prudent to start by investigating the areas where anomalies were reported. Yet, he was at a loss as to what peculiarities had occurred here. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could he have forgotten this? He slapped his forehead and retrieved a detector from his spatial ring. He surmised that the anomalies might very well be linked to the zombies. With no other method springing to mind, he could only give the detector a try. Something strange lurked in the river. His revelation stemmed from the fact that the detector revealed nothing at all. Neither the yellow dots representing animals nor the red dots indicating zombies appeared. This was Jining River. Surely, it was impossible for not a single fish to be present. This signifies that a certain upheaval has transpired in the river, causing the fish to either flee entirely or perish without any other conceivable explanation. Standing on the riverbank merely allows for a partial investigation, leaving vast areas unexamined. Thus, Suchun must devise a means to procure a vessel. As he contemplated this, he surveyed his surroundings. He recalled that boats often docked along the riverbank, as many individuals relished the experience of crossing the river for leisure. After a considerable search, Suchun finally stumbled upon a speedboat, fortuitously discovering that the keys were still aboard, requiring only ignition to commence its operation. With the speedboat now under his control, he ventured into the depths of the Jining River. After several laps, however, his detection instrument yielded no significant findings, leading him to question whether it might be malfunctioning. Regrettably, the system confirmed that the device was functioning perfectly, devoid of any faults. This left him somewhat perplexed, after meandering for some time without any results. How could he proceed with his investigation? Just as Suchun was on the verge of relinquishing his pursuit to attend to other tasks, the detector registered a change, indicating a disturbance. He observed a white dot swiftly approaching his location. This was his inaugural encounter with the white, and he was uncertain of its implications. It was neither human, nor a zombie, nor a typical animal, which piqued his curiosity. Could it possibly be a mutated creature resulting from the apocalypse? In the blink of an eye, the entity drew closer. Judging by its rapid approach, its strength was formidable, far surpassing that of a mere zombie. Although he remained oblivious to the true nature of this creature, he was convinced that the total disappearance of fish from the Jining River was its doing. Uncertain of its combat capabilities, Suchun was reluctant to engage in battle within the water, as the environment would severely hinder his ability to unleash his full potential. He hastily activated the speedboat, racing towards the shore. As the creature in the river approached the vessel, Suchun managed to catch a glimpse of its form through the water's surface. It was a sleek, obsidian figure, approximately 7 meters in length and extending to 10 meters when including its tail. It bore a resemblance to a fish, yet possessed robust limbs, leading Suchun to conclude that it was an amphibious creature. Fortunately, the speedboat's velocity was commendable, allowing him to maintain a tenuous equilibrium with the creature in the water, which provided him with considerable relief. Engaging in combat within the water would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage against the beast. Reaching dry land was of paramount importance. With the quest now revealing some direction, the next step was to devise a strategy to confront this formidable adversary. Suddenly, Suchun noticed that the creature behind him had accelerated, closing in on his speedboat. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he swiftly swerved to the left. The boat's trajectory shifted abruptly, and in the spot he had just vacated, a massive, dark claw struck the water's surface with tremendous force, sending waves splashing in all directions. The sheer power behind the strike was evident. Had Su-chan not reacted promptly, the creature's claw would have undoubtedly shattered the boat. Clearly, this monster was not to be underestimated, which further illuminated the substantial rewards associated with this task. Su-chan felt no inclination to retreat, for this was truly captivating. Having previously dominated the zombies, encountering a formidable opponent stirred his fighting spirit. This creature appeared powerful, yet not insurmountable. Su-chan's retreat was solely due to the disadvantageous terrain, not a reflection of his inability to contend with the monster. Chapter 45, Fierce Battle Thud. Once again, he made a sharp turn to evade the creature's assault. With some distance still remaining to the shore, Su-chan's expression was grave. He sensed that after several failed attacks, the monster in the water was growing increasingly agitated. Its assault frequency had intensified, and he knew that the speedboat, being a machine, had its limitations. A foreboding feeling crept over him. It seemed unlikely that the vessel could safely carry him to the shore. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to extricate himself successfully. It appeared he would have to employ other means to buy himself some time. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the grenade given to him by Mei Runin. He intended to give the aquatic monster quite the surprise. Initially, he believed he would not use this device anytime soon. Yet here he was, compelled to do so. The grenade proved somewhat effective against such a creature. Even if it could not slay it, at least it would serve as a distraction, allowing Su-chan the opportunity to return to shore. At that point, the tides of battle would turn. Su-chan was determined to make this monster aware that he was not to be trifled with. Angering him would come at a price of blood. Whoosh. This time, the creature's attack was particularly cunning, leaving the speedboat with no means of evasion. Su-chan had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. Unable to evade, he decided to abandon the vessel, as he was merely a few meters from the shore. Just as the monster's claws were about to strike the speedboat, Su-chan leaped into the water. In the next instant, the boat was capsized by the tremendous force. Enjoy this moment, he thought coldly as he cast a glance at the creature before swimming towards the shore, completely unfazed by the prospect of the monster pursuing him. After swimming just 2 or 3 meters, 2 massive explosions echoed behind him. When he had plunged into the water, he had already pulled the pin from the grenade and left it on the speedboat. The grenade detonated upon contact with the creature's claws, sending a spray of crimson blood across the surface. It had only wounded the monster's forelimbs, sparing its vital areas. However, Su-chan had achieved his objective. The injury would significantly impair its speed, allowing him the chance to return to the shore. By the time he swam back, the monster had not pursued him. Gasping, he hastily drew his tang dao, keeping a vigilant watch on the creature in the water. As the monster emerged onto the shore behind him, its true form became visible. It resembled an enlarged version of a salamander, yet its mouth was divided into 4 sections, featuring an insect-like proboscis at the center. Coupled with its massive physique, it exuded an overwhelming aura. Su-chan could sense a far greater threat from it than he had from the second-tier zombies he previously faced. Upon reaching the shore, the creature's obsidian eyes fixated on him with unwavering intensity. A massive wound can be clearly seen on its left forelimb, with blood incessantly dripping onto the ground. It is aware that it was Su-chan who inflicted this injury upon itself. With its mouth agape, it lets out a thunderous roar. Come on, Su-chan, unwilling to concede, gazes resolutely at the creature. What follows is a brutal struggle for survival. The beast initiates the assault, charging towards Su-chan with remarkable speed. Appearing unscathed despite its injury, it resembles a fully loaded truck barreling down upon him. Before grasping the full extent of its strength, Su-chan refrains from a head-on confrontation. Combat demands prudence. Understanding the disparity in capabilities is essential to devising an appropriate strategy. As the collision approaches, Su-chan firmly pushes off the ground with his left foot, twisting his body to the side. The tang knife in his hand strikes fiercely against the creature's injured left forelimb. This was all meticulously calculated. He relentlessly targets the wounded limb, aiming to incapacitate one of its legs, thus rendering it easier to handle. A resounding howl escapes the creature as the blade lands upon the wound, exacerbating its suffering. Seizing this opportune moment, Su-chan pursues relentlessly, continuing to assault the injured forelimb. In response to the pain, the creature raises its other forepaw and swipes directly at Su-chan. With agile finesse, he deftly evades the attack. After several encounters, he begins to discern the creature's prowess. It possesses slightly greater strength than him, yet its reactions are considerably slower. Coupled with its injured leg, it becomes increasingly challenging for the creature to inflict harm upon Su-chan. The beast's formidable size makes it difficult for him to inflict significant damage. His attacks only result in superficial wounds. To vanquish this foe, Su Chun must bide his time and strike at its vulnerable point, the brain. Regardless of whether it be a zombie, monster, or human, the brain remains a universal weakness. Su Chun has attempted to target its head, but has been thwarted by various defenses. He understands that to succeed, meticulous planning is imperative, perhaps sensing Su Chun's intentions. The creature escalates its assault frequency and intensifies its strikes, each blow wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment, sending debris flying. Recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent, Su Chun remains patient, prioritizing defense while seeking the perfect opportunity for a fatal strike. At last, he identifies a promising location that could facilitate his strategy. Feigning weakness, he darts towards his left side, where numerous stalls adorned with promotional banners line the area, suggesting some event was taking place before the apocalypse. He weaves between the stalls, the massive creature crashing through them with ease, leaving destruction in its wake and festooning itself with the tattered banners. As the number of wrecked stalls increases, so too does the clutter of banners draped upon it. At this moment, the creature's vision and mobility are significantly compromised. Suddenly, it halts, frantically tearing at the banners clinging to its body. This is the opportunity Su Chun has been waiting for. Gripping his tang knife tightly, he gathers his strength. Die! With a fierce shout, he charged towards the monster. Just as he was about to collide with it, Su Chun leaped forward, raising his weapon to strike at the creature's head. Channeling all his strength, the sharp blade sliced through the air. At that moment, the monster realized that Su Chun's weapon was perilously close to its head. Even if it wished to defend itself, it was utterly incapable. It could only brace itself for Su Chun's full-force assault. With a tearing sound, the blade pierced directly into the monster's eye. Yet, it did not succumb immediately. The intense pain caused it to writhe on the ground. Su Chun, not succumbing to greed for glory, chose to withdraw, standing a few meters away from the creature. The severely injured monster flailed wildly, attempting to swat Su Chun down in retaliation, but its efforts were futile. When the moment was ripe, Su Chun once again advanced with his weapon, determined to end this battle decisively. Sensing the palpable intent to kill emanating from Su Chun, the monster ceased its frenzy and prepared to retreat into the water. Thinking of escape? A mere fantasy. Su Chun would not allow this prize to slip away. He swiftly pursued. To Su Chun's surprise, the creature's will to survive was remarkably strong, and it fled with astonishing speed. It was now perilously close to the riverbank, just a few meters away from the water. With all its might, the creature propelled itself towards the river. Its massive form traced an arc through the air, appearing as though it might elude Su Chun's grasp. Witnessing this, Su Chun's expression hardened. He did not believe the beast could escape his clutches. Grasping an iron chain he had found, he swung it several times before hurling it toward the monster. Whether by sheer luck or innate skill, the chain ensnared the creature's left hind leg. With a resounding thud, the heavy body crashed to the ground. Signifying the monster's defeat, it could no longer flee. Yet, it refused to surrender, rising once more to sprint forward. In that instant, Su Chun stomped the ground with determination, gripping the chain tightly. With another thud, the massive form fell once more. Ultimately, Su Chun had ensnared the creature with the iron chain. Its front half had breached the water, but its hind leg remained firmly bound, unable to advance even a single step. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the monster, yet it still clung to the hope of escape. Thrashing violently in an effort to break free from Su Chun's grip, the immense force caused deep gashes to form on its hind leg, yet it continued to struggle as if impervious to pain. Feeling the increasing strength at the other end of the chain, Su Chun refused to yield. Was it merely a contest of strength? Would he fear this half-crippled beast? Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his might, pulling relentlessly on the chain. The veins in his arms bulged ominously, a testament to his resolve. This time, he was expending every ounce of his strength. He could not allow this monster to escape. Come back to me. With a thunderous roar from Su Chun, the monster was indeed pushed back several steps. Its limbs clawed desperately at the ground, carving deep furrows into the earth. It was from this moment that the equilibrium between the two adversaries was irrevocably shattered. Much like a tug-of-war, once one side gains the upper hand, the other is compelled to yield, making it nearly impossible to reclaim the lost ground. The unforeseen variables had vanished. The monster had completely forfeited its chance to contend with Su Chun's strength. Its massive form was relentlessly drawn backward, revealing the terrifying power that resided within Su Chun's being. With a pitiful howl, the monster seemed to grasp the grim fate that awaited it. Regardless of its frantic struggles and cries, the outcome remained unchanged. Su Chun steadily pulled the iron chain closer, the distance between him and the beast diminishing with each moment. As the gap closed, the monster's efforts to resist grew increasingly fervent. Even Su Chun felt the strain, and once again, a stalemate ensued. Suddenly, Su Chun noticed a fissure in the iron chain, clearly unable to withstand the immense force exerted by both parties. Realizing that he could no longer rely solely on the chain, he understood the necessity of devising an alternative strategy. Time was of the essence. He needed to slay the monster before the chain snapped, for there was a high likelihood it would flee once freed. In a moment of urgency, Su Chun scanned his surroundings and spotted a nearby sturdy tree. A solution forming in his mind. Grasping the chain, he cautiously approached the tree, decisively fastening the chain around its thick trunk. However, the tree soon bore deep indentations from the monster's formidable strength, indicating it would not withstand the pressure for long. With time slipping away, Su Chun knew he had to act swiftly. Brandishing his dagger, he sprinted towards the monster, determination igniting within him to ensure its complete annihilation. Like a lion on the hunt, he charged forward, closing the distance in mere breaths. Gathering all his strength in his right hand, he leaped and aimed a strike at the monster's head. With a fierce cry, Su Chun unleashed the full force of his being into that singular blow, striving to deliver a fatal strike. The sharp blade cleaved into the monster's neck, and with Su Chun's immense power behind it, a long gash was effortlessly carved. Blood gushed forth from the wound in torrents, splattering onto Su Chun's garments. The monster's cries grew even more anguished as it writhed on the ground, howling in despair. This decisive blow had struck at the creature's vital point, significantly weakening it and diminishing its struggle. Seizing the moment, Su Chun pressed on, determined to finish the beast. Again, he raised his dagger, targeting the already wounded neck. Though this was his first encounter with such a creature, and he remained unaware of its weaknesses, one truth was clear: severing its head was the most foolproof approach. No creature could survive the loss of its head. Die with a decisive stroke. The final blow severed the monster's spine, causing its massive head to tumble to the ground. The colossal body lay motionless, blood oozing from its wounds. At last, the beast was slain. Su Chun planted his tang knife firmly into the earth, standing still as he gasped for breath. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this had been the most arduous battle he had faced. Congratulations, host, you have slain an anomalous creature. Would you like to submit its origin? The system's notification left Su Chun momentarily stunned. So this creature was an anomalous being? If that were the case, it was not the source of the disturbances in Jinning River? Had he been mistaken all along? A sense of confusion washed over him. After all his efforts, it seemed he had misjudged the situation. Fortunately, his toil had not been in vain, as he would still earn a considerable number of points. Otherwise, he might have been left feeling utterly defeated. Submit the origin. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to hand over the origin to the system in exchange for points. It was a substantial sum of 3,000 points, certainly worth the trade. No wonder it was so formidable. Even he had expended considerable effort to vanquish it. It appeared that earning the 4,000 points from Side Quest 12 would not be an easy feat. Upon consenting to submit the origin, Su Chun observed the monster's corpse gradually withering, as if it had been lifeless for quite some time. Though he was unaware of what this origin truly was, he was certain it held immense significance for the system. Otherwise, such a generous reward would not have been offered. After a brief respite, Su Chun readied himself for departure once more. Since he had yet to uncover the cause of the disturbances, he resolved to continue his investigation. He had come this far and was unwilling to abandon his quest. This time, he intended to venture upstream, where the fish had all perished, indicating that something was amiss in that direction. Returning to his battle vehicle, he set off along the riverbank towards the upper reaches. Chapter 47. Devil Fungus. As he drove, he marveled at the picturesque scenery along the river's edge. Su Chun noted that the Jinning River appeared considerably clearer in the aftermath of the apocalypse. While he reveled in the beauty surrounding him, a frown creased his brow. He sensed an unsettling anomaly. Yet, he could not quite articulate what felt amiss. It was eerily quiet. Upon uttering this thought, he suddenly recalled the source of his unease. Quietness. That was indeed the problem. Under normal circumstances, one would expect to encounter wandering zombies nearby. However, since arriving at Jinning River, he had not glimpsed a single undead creature. Particularly during his earlier confrontation with the river monster, the commotion had been substantial, yet not a single zombie had been drawn to the noise. Even as he drove along the riverside, the situation remained unchanged. It was peculiar, almost uncanny. Could there be something that frightened the zombies in Jinning River? The more he pondered, the more he believed this possibility to be true. His curiosity deepened regarding what could have caused such an unusual scenario. As he approached the cross-river bridge, Su Chun was met with a shocking sight. Suspended directly beneath the bridge was a massive, pitch-black object that resembled a grotesque tumor, approximately the size of a small car. Beneath the sarcoma, several tendril-like appendages intermittently dripped drops of an inky green liquid into the water, which rapidly dispersed. This liquid must be the reason for the disappearance of fish in the downstream waters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering the source. Reward for 1,000 points. Ding. Side Quest 12 completed, triggering a special task. Eliminate the devil fungus. Reward 30,000 points. Note 1. The fully formed devil fungus harbors terrifying toxins. Once disseminated, it can kill hundreds of thousands within mere breaths. Care must be taken to prevent the spread of its toxins, ensuring complete eradication. Note 2. The devil fungus will explode upon contact with fire, releasing toxins over a 10-kilometer radius. Note 3. The life force of the devil fungus is exceedingly robust. Even when fragmented, the pieces can continue to thrive. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The special task presented such a generous reward, 30,000 points. No wonder the initial investigation task offered 4,000 points. The challenge of completing this special task was indeed fraught with peril. This so-called devil fungus possessed the capacity to annihilate millions with its toxins. It was clear now why all the fish in the downstream waters had vanished. They had succumbed to the poison of the devil fungus. It was also evident why there were no zombies in the vicinity. They had been driven away by the terror of the devil fungus. The prospect of such a reward was undeniably enticing to Su Chen, yet the difficulty of completion was daunting. One misstep could put his own life in jeopardy. His body had undergone enhancement from a basic potion, but that did not render him immune to such a horrific toxin. Should he inadvertently come into contact with the poison, he too could meet a grim fate. He suddenly recalled the creature he had slain earlier. He could not fathom why it had not succumbed to the poison. Nevertheless, Su Chen understood that he lacked immunity to such a potent toxin. He needed to prepare meticulously, stopping his vehicle 100 meters from the bridge. He dared not approach the devil fungus too closely. This distance felt appropriate. Exiting the car, he gazed at the enormous devil fungus beneath the bridge, lost in contemplation. Initially, he had considered dousing it in gasoline and incinerating it. However, he was taken aback to learn that fire was not an option. The notion of it exploding upon ignition had never crossed his mind. Cutting it was also futile. It resembled an immortal entity, capable of regrowing from even the tiniest fragments. In that moment, Su Chen could not help but curse inwardly. This was utterly revolting. How was he to proceed? He could neither touch nor burn it. What other methods remained? Were it not for the substantial points at stake, he would have abandoned this task long ago. Just then, Su Chen noticed someone crossing the river on the bridge, heading towards his location. Upon reaching the middle of the bridge, the individual suddenly collapsed. Su Chen hastily retrieved his binoculars, observing that the person's complexion had turned a purplish red, frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground, clearly a victim of poisoning. Within moments, the individual lay motionless, having lost all signs of life. As he continued, the tendrils of the devil fungus unexpectedly reached the bridge, ensnaring the lifeless body and dragging it into its depths. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Goodness, the bridge is toxic. Fortunately, he had exercised prudence and had not foolishly ventured too close to the malevolent fungus. It was utterly unexpected that the vicinity of the devil fungus harbored such danger. This revelation cast a grave shadow over Su Chen's countenance. He was uncertain how to proceed. To eradicate the devil fungus, the foremost and critical step was to ensure his own immunity to its toxins. Safeguarding his own life was paramount. Lacking any protective measures against the virus, he remembered the system's marketplace, the super biochemical protective suit. This remarkable attire could shield against nuclear radiation, biochemical viruses, and more. Notably, this supersuit far surpassed other protective gear in efficacy. Its capabilities were magnified several times, and the comfort it provided was exceptional. Once donned, it would not hinder movement, making it exceedingly convenient. Armed with this equipment, Su Chen would undoubtedly be shielded from the virus of the devil fungus. The only drawback was its somewhat steep price, 500 points. He purchased it. If successful, the returns would be 100-fold, resulting in a substantial profit. Now, he only needed a method to eliminate the devil fungus. After much contemplation, an idea struck him. Of course, fire would not suffice. He could employ ice. He could devise a way to freeze the entire fungus, making subsequent actions far simpler. Once frozen, the devil fungus would be incapable of releasing toxins, leaving it vulnerable to Su Chen's disposal. He could then place it in a sealed container for incineration. Even in the event of an explosion, the toxins would remain contained. Under sustained high temperatures, both the toxins and the devil fungus would be utterly eradicated. He then recalled that nearby lay the largest virus research facility in the country. Surely, there would be thoroughly sealed areas where the devil fungus could be safely dealt with. As for how to access the research institute, Su Chen had no concerns. He possessed a shard of Xiao AI, a sophisticated artificial intelligence capable of effortlessly bypassing the institute's security systems. Advanced artificial intelligence was a game-changer in this era. There were no devices it could not breach. With a plan in place for handling the devil fungus, he continued to procure tools from the marketplace that could rapidly freeze objects, as well as a sealed container suitable for transporting the fungus. After much deliberation, he selected the freezing device, a cryogenic gun. This tool could freeze any object, achieving temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. Price, 1,000 points. The container was quite affordable, only 50 points. With all the necessary items gathered, he was ready to tackle the devil fungus. Chapter 48, The Motorcycle Gangnam? What is that? Just as Su Chun completed his purchases from the system marketplace, he perceived an unusual sound near his ear. Regaining his composure, he turned to glimpse what lay behind him. Out of nowhere, a gang of motorcyclists had emerged. Their hair was a riot of colors, making them exceedingly conspicuous. Brandishing steel rods and large blades, they roared and hollered with abandon. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary motorcycle gang. They were a source of considerable vexation before the apocalypse, often racing through the night and causing quite a stir. After several official crackdowns, the motorcycle gang had virtually vanished. However, to our astonishment, with the onset of the end times, the notorious gang has resurfaced. Alas, they have caught sight of Su Chun and are howling loudly, encircling him on their motorcycles in a menacing display. Each one of them exudes arrogance, perceiving Su Chun as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fortunately, the zombies in this area have disappeared due to the presence of the devil's bacteria, and the ruckus created by this gang has long since attracted the undead. To Su Chun, their antics are utterly intolerable. Never before in this post-apocalyptic world has anyone dared to provoke him so brazenly. His fists have hardened. After circling Su Chun a few times, 6 motorcycles finally came to a halt. Oh, just you alone, huh? One brazen youth with yellow hair displayed an audacious demeanor, hardly acknowledging Su Chun's presence. Casting a glance at the battle vehicle nearby, he continued, "Your ride is quite impressive. Where did you procure it?" Another youth, adorned with a chicken-headed hairstyle, stepped forward, declaring, "This territory belongs to us, the motorcycle gang. Who permitted your presence here? Without our consent, anyone who intrudes must either offer something of value or face having their limbs broken and be discarded into the river below. Do you see that large mass beneath the bridge? That's what we fed. Once, those who dared to resist in this place were digested by that very entity. Today, I'm in a generous mood. If you obediently relinquish all your possessions and crawl through my legs, I might let you go." As his words fell, raucous laughter erupted from the entire gang. This was not their first encounter with a solitary individual. Each time they stumbled upon one, they would thoroughly toy with their victim before tossing them into the depths below. Though they had no familiarity with the devil's bacteria, they recognized that the absence of zombies was due to its presence, which they regarded as a divine gift. Meanwhile, Su Chun remained expressionless, having already sentenced this gang to a grim fate in his mind. These individuals were recklessly courting death, beyond mere murder. They were using humans to nourish the devil's bacteria. They were utterly oblivious to the monstrosity they had nurtured, a creature capable of annihilating millions. Seeing Su Chun motionless, with no sign of submission, the yellow-haired youth was visibly irked. Did Su Chun's refusal to beg for mercy mean they would miss out on their entertainment? Witnessing others weep and wail was their greatest pleasure. Rolling up his sleeves and brandishing a steel rod, he approached Su Chun. "Oh, are you perhaps a hard nut to crack? Allow me to loosen your bones." The others exhibited expressions of eager anticipation, curious to see how long Su Chun could withstand the onslaught of the yellow-haired thug. After all, Su Chun appeared frail, not resembling a seasoned fighter at all. "Let me show you the essence of your esteemed yellow-haired master." He swung the steel rod towards Su Chun's chest. Humph! Su Chun let out a cold snort. A swift backhand struck the yellow-haired youth across the face, the tremendous force spinning him around several times before he collapsed onto the ground. The impact left him utterly dazed, his visage swelling grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head, and the excruciating pain rendered him almost senseless. The onlookers, witnessing the unexpected reversal of fortunes, displayed expressions of astonishment as they processed the rapid turn of events. "How dare he ambush my brother?" The young man with the chicken-like hairstyle was the first to regain his composure. Upon witnessing Su Chun's audacity in retaliating and knocking the yellow-haired youth to the ground, he erupted in fury, brandishing a weapon and lunging at Su Chun. With a resounding crash, Su Chun effortlessly seized the weapon, disarming him with a single motion, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling several meters away. Clutching his abdomen, the chicken-haired youth crumpled to the ground, racked with intense pain, his eyes brimming with tears. With sheer force, he bent the weapon until it broke. The remaining 4 had never encountered someone as formidable as Su Chun. He surpassed even the legendary warriors of lore. With a mere slap and a kick, he had dispatched their 2 strongest members. And to bend a steel rod with his bare hands, was such a feat even achievable by mere mortals? As Su Chun prepared to continue his assault on the remaining members of the biker gang, they suddenly knelt before him in unison, their movements synchronized as if they had been trained for this very moment. "We were wrong." Their voices boomed, filled with newfound clarity. Acknowledging their inferiority, they sought to avoid further conflict. This sudden capitulation left Su Chun momentarily bewildered. It was his first encounter with adversaries who surrendered so swiftly. With a hint of frustration, he delivered a forceful kick to the yellow-haired youth lying on the ground, questioning whether he would dare to act so brazenly again. You spineless cowards. What happened to your previous bravado? I much prefer witnessing your defiance. It makes the act of vanquishing you all the more gratifying. Both the yellow-haired youth and the chicken-haired young man understood their grave error in underestimating their opponent. They had failed to evade his strikes. This man, devoid of martial ethics, had cunningly feigned weakness to lure them into his trap. In a desperate bid for clemency, they knelt before Su Chun, proclaiming their contrition, insisting that they had been deluded. Such a rapid transformation in demeanor was striking. They were the epitome of the weak bullying the strong. Had they not been so vociferous just moments ago? Why the swift retreat now? Amused by their drastic shift, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle at their stark contrast. Within mere seconds, they had transformed entirely. Good sir, we were merely jesting. We meant no harm to anyone. I swear, our prior words were mere bluster intended to intimidate. The yellow-haired youth wept profusely, confessing their motives. We merely sought to protect our territory from outsiders. There are no zombies here. It is far safer than elsewhere. Previously, we only drove people away and occasionally gave them a beating, never intending to take lives. The others nodded in agreement, fearful of incurring Su Chen's wrath. Observing the pitiful state of the yellow-haired youth and the chicken-haired young man, any thoughts of resistance evaporated from their minds. Su Chun, however, found no deception in the yellow-haired youth's expression, leaving him utterly speechless. The individuals, who appeared fearsome at first glance, ultimately revealed themselves to be timid souls. Su Chun couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the world, where one could find all manner of people. Chapter 49. Notification. Enough with the tears. Silence yourselves. Su Chun, exasperated by the cacophony of wailing, barked at the group. I have a matter to inquire of you. The 6 individuals, previously lamenting, shrank back at his commanding tone. The leader, trembling, responded, Esteemed sir, what is it you wish to ask? I assure you, I shall speak freely and without reservation. Upon hearing this, Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. Is it truly just the 6 of you? This place, devoid of zombies, must be akin to paradise for weary survivors. Surely, there must be more of you. This locale must harbor a gathering of survivors. Indeed, you are perceptive. The leader continued, given the unique nature of this area. Many have taken refuge here. However, resources are scarce, and the number of inhabitants is limited. To prevent more individuals from discovering our sanctuary, we have personnel patrolling the vicinity to deter any unwelcome intruders. We 6 are tasked with safeguarding this sector. Who would have thought we would ultimately fall into your hands? After listening to the leader's explanation, Su Chun fell silent, his gaze flickering as he pondered his thoughts. The 6 remained kneeling, motionless, awaiting his command, afraid to even breathe, lest they provoke his ire. Their frail forms could scarcely withstand even a few of Su Chen's strikes. Leave, he finally commanded. The 6, astonished at being granted their freedom, felt their hearts race with disbelief. Yet, the next words left them frozen in shock. Return and inform everyone to prepare for battle against the zombies. I intend to eradicate that creature completely. Su Chun pointed toward the demonic fungus beneath the bridge, speaking with a calm demeanor. From this moment forth, this place shall no longer be a sanctuary from the undead, but shall become as perilous as any other location. With the threat of the demonic fungus removed, zombies will inevitably return. As a fellow human, Su Chun deemed it necessary to issue a warning. He disclosed this information to ensure that the locals could ready themselves. If the nearby survivors remained oblivious to this news, countless unsuspecting lives would be lost to the zombies. No. The 6 knelt once more before Su Chun, pleading desperately, Esteemed sir, please. It is our guardian. We cannot afford to lose it. We beseech you. If it is our previous transgressions that have angered you, feel free to strike us again, but please, do not disturb that entity. Though they knew not what the demonic fungus truly was, they understood that its presence shielded them from zombie attacks. It was this very fungus that allowed them to survive in this apocalyptic world. Some even prostrated themselves before Su Chun, hoping he might reconsider and abandon his perilous intention. They were acutely aware that once the devil fungus was lost, both they and their loved ones would once again confront the looming threat of zombies. The hellish scenes they had previously endured would reemerge around them. No one wished to experience those precarious days again. Whether for the sake of their family or themselves, they could not permit Su Chun to proceed with his intentions. Silence. The course I wish to undertake will not be swayed by your objections. Su Chun had no intention of explaining himself, for he understood that no matter how he articulated his thoughts, they would remain intransigent. Even if they comprehended that the devil fungus could annihilate millions, they would still perceive Su Chun as a liar. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather a reflection of human nature. As beneficiaries of the current situation, they would never willingly relinquish their interests. The devil fungus could drive away all zombies and provide a secure environment for survival, which constituted the vested interests of these survivors. They would absolutely not allow anyone to disrupt their precarious balance. It was akin to the renowned trolley problem. Should one save many or few? The difficulty lay in the choice itself, balancing moral and utilitarian considerations. To save hundreds of thousands, would one sacrifice dozens or even hundreds? For Su Chun, this dilemma was not arduous. Any choice he made was predicated on whether it served his interests. He was indeed a self-serving individual, yet he was willing to extend assistance to others, provided his own interests remained intact. Thus, he decided to spare the 6 from the Rooster Gang, allowing them to return and alert nearby survivors to prepare. He did not wish to see an excessive loss of human life due to this affair. As for their thoughts and feelings, he remained indifferent. As long as he could reconcile his actions with his conscience, that sufficed. Depart. Do not obstruct my path. The devil fungus would be eradicated. And he cared not whether they understood his resolve. The fungus must be eliminated. Beyond the motive of accruing points, another significant reason stemmed from his knowledge that, once the devil fungus fully matured, all life within a radius of 100 kilometers would face annihilation. Whether human or zombie, all would succumb to the toxin of the devil fungus. Its destructiveness would eclipse even the radiation produced by an atomic explosion, with toxins lingering for millennia. Jianghai City would transform into a lifeless wasteland. His base of operations lay within Jianghai City, and he wished to avoid any detrimental repercussions arising from this situation. Even for the sake of his future endeavors, Su Chun had to eradicate the devil fungus. Witnessing Su Chen's unwavering stance, the 6 from the Rooster Gang felt a deep sense of indignation. They realized they could not persuade him. Confronting him physically would be futile, as they were no match for Su Chen alone. Neither soft nor hard tactics seemed effective. Ultimately, they were left with one feasible course of action: to return and summon reinforcements. If 6 could not prevail, then 60 or even 600 would suffice. They could not fathom that Su Chun could possibly contend with them all. With this thought, they ceased their supplications and rose from the ground. Amidst the clamor, individuals swiftly mounted their motorcycles, hastening back to the assembly point to relay the occurrences here to others. Time was of the essence, as they needed to act before Su Chun could intervene. Su Chun, however, merely observed their departing figures with a cold gaze, discerning their underlying thoughts. Yet, he held no illusions about these survivors being his adversaries. He had already cautioned them. Should any of them stubbornly attempt to thwart his mission, he would not hesitate to unleash a torrent of violence. If reason fell on deaf ears, then only the force of his fists would impart the lesson of the path. Su Chun excelled at persuading others through virtue, yet there were moments when only sheer might could compel obedience. Chapter 50. Pack and leave. As the 6 individuals with yellow hair departed, Su Chun wasted no time. He donned his biohazard protective suit, enveloping himself in safety, and drove his battle vehicle onto the Junko Bridge. Upon reaching the very apex of the devil fungus, the vehicle came to a gradual halt. What followed was an imminent clash between Su Chun and the devil fungus. Not long ago, someone had succumbed to poison. The fungus had dragged the corpse away with its tendrils, consuming it, revealing its intelligence. While the extent of its wisdom remained unknown, it was evident that it would not surrender easily. For this confrontation, his Tang Dao would be of little use. Armed with a cryogenic gun in his right hand, he exited the vehicle and approached the bridge's edge. Raising his weapon, he fired a freezing round that struck the water's surface below. Approximately 5 or 6 square meters of water crystallized into ice, granting Su Chun a temporary foothold. With the gun in his left hand and a container in his right, he leaped down. The height posed no challenge to him, and he stood firmly upon the ice, freezing an expansive area of water to enhance his mobility. Prior to engaging the devil fungus, Su Chun had made ample preparations. With a swift motion, he raised his gun and fired a cryogenic bullet at the devil fungus. In that instant, the creature seemed to sense the impending threat, its massive form undulating. A tendril darted forth, intercepting the freezing bullet at a critical moment. Upon impact, the ice rapidly spread, encasing the tendril in a solid grip, rendering it immobile for the time being. This shot appeared to have thoroughly enraged the devil fungus. Its remaining tendrils writhed violently, lunging towards Su Chen's position. Rather than confront it head-on, Su Chen opted for a strategic retreat, uncertain if his biohazard suit could withstand such an assault. Reacting swiftly, he exerted force through his legs, propelling himself backward. With a thunderous crash, several tendrils struck the ice, creating a substantial crater that revealed the water beneath. He quickly raised his gun and fired again. 2 more shots ensued, effectively freezing 2 tendrils that had breached the ice. The newly formed pit was promptly encased in ice once more. This environment played to Su Chen's advantage, and both of his attacks yielded significant success. The devil fungus, evidently recognizing that its tendrils could not vanquish Su Chen, felt an overwhelming sense of peril that necessitated a change. It retracted the unencased tendrils, which began secreting a green liquid from their tips. Su-chun recognized this liquid as the unique toxin of the devil fungus. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, as if he had witnessed an extraordinary scene. To his astonishment, such a maneuver was possible. Several tendrils quivered momentarily, launching toxic substances towards Su-chun's position. Utilizing toxins as concealed weapons for attack was utterly disgraceful. He retreated a few steps, but the toxins missed their mark, striking the icy surface instead. Sizzle! The potent toxins began to corrode the ice, with a single drop capable of eroding a vast expanse. The icy foothold was riddled with numerous cracks, as if the entire layer of ice would shatter at any moment. What a terrifying poison! Su-chun inhaled sharply within his protective suit. No living being could withstand such a lethal toxin. He raised his cryogenic gun, swiftly solidifying the precarious ice surface once more. Under no circumstances could he afford to lose this foothold. Otherwise, inflicting harm on the demonic fungus would become exceedingly difficult. A torrent of venom continued to surge towards Su-chun, densely packed, leaving him with no room to evade. Yet, this posed no significant challenge for him. He could simply expand the area of ice. Whoosh! Several frozen projectiles collided with the venom, generating wisps of white and green mist, each negating the other. This revelation filled Su-chun with delight. The frozen projectiles could counteract the venom of the demonic fungus, which would greatly assist him in his forthcoming actions. This time, Su-chun took the initiative. He raised his cryogenic gun and rapidly fired, sending a barrage of frozen projectiles toward the core of the demonic fungus. The adversary was not slow to react, hurling a substantial amount of venom in an attempt to counter the attack. However, the production speed of the venom could not match Su-chun's firing rate, and several projectiles still struck the tendrils and body of the demonic fungus. Approximately 1/5 of its form was encased in ice, significantly diminishing its defensive and offensive capabilities. Observing this, a subtle smile graced Su-chun's lips. Without the cryogenic gun, he would have been helpless against the demonic fungus. Its various grotesque abilities were akin to a bug, rendering ordinary individuals powerless. The demonic fungus, once a potential nightmare for humanity, had met its nemesis in Su-chun. Seizing the advantage, the adversary was clearly at a disadvantage, and Su-chun was determined not to squander this opportunity. While continuing to fire, he adeptly evaded the increasingly frenzied attacks of the demonic fungus, capitalizing on his speed. If the demonic fungus could speak, it would surely unleash a torrent of curses. Su-chun was remarkably agile. It failed to hit him even once. Yet its own body was immobile, forced to endure relentless assaults. As more and more of its body became encased in ice, its resistance waned. Finally, after completely freezing it, the first stage was accomplished. Now, the second phase awaited, which involved severing the demonic fungus from the Great Bridge and placing it into the pre-prepared container. Positioning the container directly below, Su-chun climbed up to commence the cutting and separation, ensuring that no trace of the demonic fungus remained. Plop! As the demonic fungus fell into the container, Su-chun continuously filled it with water, then solidified the entire vessel with his cryogenic gun. How heavy! Even Su-chun felt a certain strain when lifting the container. It was a challenge that most ordinary individuals could scarcely manage. He had contemplated storing the container within his spatial ring, only to discover that such an endeavor proved futile. Soon, he deduced the reason. The devil fungus still retained its vitality, and the spatial ring could not accommodate living entities. Thus, he was left to laboriously haul the burden to the bridge alone, eventually securing the container atop the war chariot. The exertion from the recent battle, coupled with this task, had significantly drained his stamina. Had it not been for the enhancement from the primary gene serum, accomplishing this particular task would have been exceedingly difficult. He retrieved the antivirus agent he had prepared in advance, purchased from the system's marketplace, capable of neutralizing all toxins. He proceeded to disinfect both his body and the entire war chariot, eliminating the toxins of the devil fungus to avert any potential harm to himself from residual poison. After enduring an extensive disinfection operation, Su-chun finally shed his protective suit, the air heavy with the scent of the disinfectant. Having completed these tasks, he prepared to drive to the nearby Virus Research Institute to execute the final eradication of the devil fungus. However, as he was about to leave the bridge, he noticed a crowd obstructing his path. Observing the situation with an impassive expression, Su-chun regarded the throng blocking his way. It seemed that unless he resorted to lethal force, these individuals would not relent. He resolved that they would not hold him back any longer. Chapter 51. Defeat and escape from the rear of the crowd. 2 buses approached and halted at the bridge entrance, completely blocking his route. A cursory glance revealed approximately 40 to 50 individuals, predominantly robust young men. The leader of the group addressed Su-chun through a megaphone, declaring, "We give you 10 minutes to set down your belongings. Comply, and I assure you a safe passage. Otherwise, do not blame us for resorting to violence." In their view, Their numerical superiority would enable them to overpower Su Chen. Aware of his formidable strength, they preferred to avoid confrontation if possible. Regardless, they could not allow him to abscond with the devil fungus. It represented their guardian, a matter of personal safety for themselves and their families, and they would not permit any missteps. They had laid all their cards on the table to thwart Su Chen. Words are futile. If you wish to fight, then fight. As for that thing, do not harbor any illusions of taking it. Return and contemplate how to face your future, Su Chen calmly stated, standing his ground. The threats posed by these individuals held little significance in his eyes. Fuming at Su Chen's audacious demeanor was Ma Jiahao, the leader of the group, incensed by his insolence. The expressions of the others brimmed with indignation. To them, Su Chen resembled a thief who had infiltrated their home, pilfering their treasures while mockingly ridiculing them. This scoundrel is utterly arrogant. He is overstepping his bounds. Let us unite and teach him a lesson. This is intolerable. They could no longer restrain themselves from taking action. Everyone brandished their weapons, eager to showcase their prowess to Su Chen. The array of armaments before them was far more extravagant than those Su Chen had previously encountered. Various large blades were drawn, signaling that a confrontation was inevitable. Ma Jiahao shouted into a megaphone, "Brothers, we cannot allow this man to take away our guardian. Since he has chosen to defy us, we shall not hold back. Kill, kill, kill." The crowd around Ma Jiahao echoed his battle cry. Su Chen, unwilling to squander more time with these ignorant individuals, unsheathed his tang knife and advanced. Since they opted for combat, their fates, life or death, were beyond their control. He paid no heed to their motivations for obstructing him. Anyone who chose to stand against him would not be spared. They had their own intentions, while he possessed his own objectives. With communication rendered futile, only battle remained. In a world where social order had crumbled, the might of the strong was the ultimate truth. With a resounding shout from the crowd, everyone surged towards Su Chen, including the 6 individuals he had previously spared. However, this time, he would show no mercy. The path they chose would lead them to bear the bitter consequences. Dozens launched simultaneous attacks, a formidable sight that would have frightened any ordinary person. Yet, to Su Chen, it was merely a trivial affair. Despite having expended considerable stamina moments prior, he was more than capable of handling them. He stood still, awaiting the enemy to come to him. Did he surrender? The foremost attackers misinterpreted Su Chen's demeanor, believing he regretted opposing them. It was too late. Without Ma Jiahao's command, they would not cease their assault. If there was blame to be assigned, it rested on Su Chen for not surrendering sooner. But the ensuing scene left everyone astounded. In a flash of the blade, the first few in the charge were met with a spray of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Su Chen did not halt. He plunged into the throng, wielding his tang knife. Each movement blossomed with crimson. How terrifying! The others were taken aback by Su Chen's actions. Though they had learned of his formidable strength from the yellow-haired group, they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Even against a sea of foes, he navigated effortlessly, sustaining not a single injury. Instead, many of them fell beneath his blade. What kind of monster is this? I'm done for. Is he even human? I would believe he was a beast transformed into a man. The individuals in the rear, who had yet to engage Su Chen, were struck with sheer terror. The rapid and effortless demise of their comrades at Su Chen's hands was too swift and too easy. They were merely ordinary people, unaccustomed to such horrific scenes. No one could face death unflinchingly. The resolute belief in their inevitable victory had vanished. In that moment, those still alive were engulfed by fear. Let anyone else handle this. I refuse to continue. Su Chen was simply too terrifying. Run for your life. He is charging towards us. Quickly flee. A demon. He is a demon. More terrifying than a zombie. I can do without this guardian. My life is paramount. I would rather face zombies than contend with this monster. The scene was utter chaos. Just as Su Chen had anticipated, a little ruthless action from him would cause this group to crumble swiftly. Truth be told, these individuals were untrained, gathered together. They were but a rabble. Once signs of defeat emerged, chaos ensued easily. As it was now, Su Chen decisively eliminated a portion of them, leaving the remainder trembling in fear. Don't run. Together we can certainly overcome him. For our future. Despite Ma Jiahui's desperate shouts through a megaphone, his voice growing hoarse. It was to no avail. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would appear as a harbinger of death. The situation shifted too rapidly for him to react. Suddenly, a long knife flew through the air, piercing the megaphone in Ma Jiahui's grasp. He inhaled sharply, startled by the unexpected turn of events. Had it been off by just a fraction, it would not have been the megaphone that was pierced, but rather his skull. Gazing up towards the direction from which the knife had come, he caught sight of Su Chen smiling at him. A chill ran down his spine. He realized that Su Chen had just issued him a warning. The last remnants of his courage evaporated with that strike, and the urge to flee surged within him. In the face of death, no one can muster the bravery to confront it. He no longer resisted and turned to escape. Meanwhile, Su Chun continued to wield his knife, pursuing the fleeing crowd. He had already given them a warning. Since they chose not to heed it, he would ensure they learned. Especially the 6 yellow-haired individuals he had previously spared. He would not let them escape a second time. He pursued them for over 100 meters, relentlessly slaying every last one. Chapter 52. Entering the research institute after dispatching all his foes, Su Chun finally halted. The ground was strewn with corpses, resembling a hellish landscape. Once he had dealt with the hindrances, he returned to the battle vehicle. The most pressing matter at hand was the complete annihilation of the frozen demonic spores. Securing the points was of utmost importance. Following Xiao Ai's guidance, he directed the vehicle towards the Virus Research Institute. The journey was uneventful, and upon arriving at the institute, Su Chun found the gates firmly shut, all entrances sealed. Retrieving his detection device, he discovered there were indeed several living individuals inside. This revelation prompted a shift in his initial strategy. The institute was governed by the most advanced intelligent control system in the world, which also regulated the gates. By hacking into the control system, he could effortlessly open the doors. For the hackers of this world, breaching this location was exceedingly challenging. However, Su Chun was no hacker. He possessed something far more powerful. Indeed, it was Xiao AI, an artificial intelligence that surpassed modern technology. Breaching the control system would be a trivial task for her. Xiao AI, take action. With a command from Su Chun, Xiao AI commenced the infiltration of the Virus Research Institute system. Simultaneously, the blaring alarms resonated throughout the facility, signaling the intrusion. The personnel inside realized that their system was under siege, prompting a state of chaos among them, primarily composed of researchers. They possessed little to no comprehension of the intricacies of network technology and could only helplessly witness the encroachment upon their control. Through the surveillance cameras, they identified Su Chun outside the door, recognizing him as the architect of their predicament. "What shall we do, old Wang? Are we to stand by idly while he seizes control of the institute?" inquired a bespectacled man in a white lab coat, addressing an elder among the crowd. Fear flickered across the faces of the others, who remained uncertain of Su Chun's intentions. Their hopes rested solely on the wisdom of their mentor, old Wang, a distinguished expert in virology and their guiding figure. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it was old Wang who had taken charge, utilizing his authority to seal all exits, thereby ensuring the survival of the otherwise defenseless researchers. Strangely enough, none of the researchers had succumbed to the zombie plague, while those tasked with security outside the laboratory had transformed into the undead. In recent days, leveraging the Institute's resources and their own intellect, they had systematically dealt with the zombies, even extracting remarkable findings from their remains. Regrettably, the highly esteemed old Wang found himself powerless in the face of Su Chun's advances, forced to watch helplessly as control slipped away. "Alas, I hope this individual harbors no malicious intent," he lamented silently. Minutes passed. "Master, I have successfully seized control of the Research Institute. According to the internal surveillance, only a dozen researchers remain alive. The data of all surviving personnel has been uploaded to your phone," Xiao AI reported upon returning to Su Chun after securing the system. "Well done." Su Chun commended her, glancing at the information she had provided. Notably, among the names were several prominent figures he had seen in the news, confirming that the individuals were indeed researchers and unarmed. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved the container of the frozen devil bacteria from the roof of the car, resting it upon his shoulder as he proceeded towards the institute. Upon reaching the entrance, the heavy doors slowly creaked open under Xiao AI's control. Following her guidance, Su Chun ventured inside, encountering no obstacles along the way. Upon arriving at the innermost laboratory, he set down the container. "Who are you? What brings you here?" a group clad in white lab coats demanded as he stepped into the lab. Su Chun offered a gentle smile, conveying his goodwill. He was not there to unleash chaos. There was no need to foster enmity with these individuals. "Do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to utilize the laboratory at the Research Institute. Rest assured, once I have completed my tasks, I shall depart and return all permissions to you." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the researchers felt a significant relaxation of their previously taut nerves. "I am Wang Ku. May I inquire what you intend to accomplish in the laboratory, young friend? If it is convenient, we are quite familiar with the various instruments within the lab and can assist you in saving time." Wang Lao, sensing the goodwill emanating from Su Chun, spoke up, eager to help him expedite his work and facilitate his swift departure. "Ah, it is you, esteemed Elder Wang." Su Chun held Wang Ku in high regard. A few years prior, a terrifying virus had emerged, claiming the lives of countless individuals. Despite his advanced age, Wang Ku ventured into the epicenters of the outbreaks to study the virus. After considerable hardship, he ultimately discovered a method to combat it. Such a venerable hero deserves Su Chun's utmost respect. "Elder Wang, I assure you, as long as none among you harbors malicious intent, I shall not bring harm to any of you. A senior like Wang Ke merits such a promise, albeit with limitations. Wang Lao, perceiving that Su Chun indeed bore no ill will, felt considerably more at ease. What do you wish to accomplish in the laboratory? It is nothing of great consequence. I merely seek to utilize the lab to eradicate a lethal bacterium capable of claiming millions of lives. Su Chun gestured toward the frozen bacterium outside the laboratory. Following his gesture, the others finally realized that Su Chun had entered while observing this very entity. This thing can kill millions? Their initial reaction was one of disbelief, regarding Su Chun as if he were a fool. Yet, Su Chun had no intention of explaining himself. He merely required their assistance in eliminating the bacterium. Indifferent to their skepticism. Young friend, are you jesting? Elder Wang also felt a tinge of doubt. He recalled no such terrifying entity. Given the gravity of the situation, he refrained from voicing further objections. Since Su Chun wished to use the laboratory, it was paramount to allow him to do so, facilitating the swift departure of this mysterious individual. If you insist, I shall say no more. Wang Ke cast a deep glance at Su Chun, trying to discern something within him. He sensed that this young man was far from ordinary. Elder Wang, I require a completely sealed laboratory. Very well, follow me. Su Chun lifted the container once more, trailing behind Wang Lao. Once again, everyone was astonished by Su Chun's formidable power. Chapter 53, Incineration Soon. Wang Lao led Su Chun to a large door constructed of alloy. This laboratory meets your requirements. Once the door is closed, it enters an absolute state of containment. We typically conduct our research on the most dangerous viruses within this facility. The entire chamber is crafted from a special aluminum alloy, ensuring not only impeccable sealing but also exceptional durability. Even explosives cannot damage this place. It was revealed that the laboratory was equipped with an incineration system designed to prevent viral leakage in the event of an accident. Upon hearing the Elder Wang's introduction, Su Chun felt reassured that he had indeed come to the right place, as it perfectly aligned with his needs. Under Xiao AI's guidance, the grand door opened slowly. Su Chun entered, carrying a container, and placed it in the center of the laboratory before extracting the frozen devil bacteria. He then instructed the others to leave. At Su Chun's insistence, the accompanying researchers, driven by curiosity, were compelled to exit, and Xiao AI was asked to deactivate all surveillance. Despite the presence of the incineration system, Su Chun harbored concerns that the flames might not be sufficient, prompting him to augment the setup with additional materials. He retrieved a substantial quantity of gasoline and flammable substances from his spatial ring and arranged them near the devil bacteria. Once these preparations were complete, Su Chun exited the laboratory, secured the door, and proceeded to the adjacent observation room. This chamber afforded a clear view of all activities within the laboratory. Approaching the control panel, he cast a glance at the devil bacteria and issued a command to Xiao AI. Commence. With that directive, Xiao AI sprang into action. The incineration system of the laboratory activated, flames engulfing the entire space. The gasoline and flammable materials that Su Chun had placed amplified the intensity of the inferno. Within mere seconds, the frozen devil bacteria was released, only to be met by searing flames. As the system had indicated, any part of the devil bacteria that came into contact with the fire erupted in explosions. Countless fragments, accompanied by green venom, scattered throughout the laboratory. Sensing the rising temperatures, the devil bacteria, in a state of panic, attempted to flee, only to find itself surrounded by flames with no refuge in sight. Its tendrils lashed out violently against the walls, yet the overwhelming force left no mark upon the sturdy surfaces. It realized it was trapped. As the fire intensified, the entire form of the devil bacteria was consumed by flames. A resounding explosion echoed through the laboratory as the creature fragmented into pieces of various sizes. Subsequently, the green venom dispersed widely, saturating the laboratory, with thick, green gas pervading every corner. Fortunately, the materials used in the construction of the laboratory were sufficiently resilient, impervious to the corrosive properties of the venom. The conflagration did not diminish with the explosion of the devil bacteria. Rather, it blazed more fiercely. Even through the heavy, specially tempered glass, Su Chun could feel a scorching wave of heat, suggesting the extraordinary temperature within the laboratory. At that moment, the temperature soared to several thousand degrees, rendering it inhospitable to any form of life. The venom, under the relentless assault of the flames, offered no resistance and gradually vanished. The various instruments and equipment within the laboratory melted into molten metal under the fierce heat. After more than 10 minutes of incineration, until the toxins were thoroughly eradicated and the devil bacteria reduced to ashes, everything within the laboratory was consumed by the fire. It was only upon receiving a notification from the system that he deactivated the incineration system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission of eliminating the devil bacteria without allowing the virus to spread, earning a reward of 30,000 points. Upon hearing the completion of the task, Suchin couldn't help but smile. Another substantial sum of points was now in his possession, with the addition of 30,000 points. His total had reached over 40,000, just a fraction away from 50,000. It seemed that with a little more effort and a few additional tasks, he might soon acquire the coveted intermediate gene potion worth 500,000 points. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from Suchin's phone. "Master, I have discovered something. The researchers here seem to have found something significant from the zombies. While I was infiltrating the server, I inadvertently came across some residual information suggesting a connection to human evolution. During my intrusion, they transferred all vital data out, preventing me from obtaining detailed information. Based on their actions, this information appears to be of great importance." Upon hearing this, Suchin's smile faded. What began as a mere task had unexpectedly unveiled a revelation. A connection between zombies and human evolution? Shortly thereafter, Xiao AI's voice resonated again, this time issuing a warning. "Warning. Master, please be cautious. A large number of armed personnel are about to enter the research facility, carrying weapons and ammunition." Upon hearing this, Suchin's expression turned serious. "Xiao AI, have you identified these individuals?" Swiftly, Xiao AI responded, "Master, I have traced them back to the research facility, where someone took advantage of my intrusion to send a signal to the outside. The content of this signal is related to the data I just discovered. Analysis of the information indicates that there is a traitor among the researchers who has informed the Wu family of Jianghai City about their findings. These armed personnel belong to the Wu family. The prowess of artificial intelligence was indeed remarkable, deducing intricate details from mere clues." Suchin now understood the unfolding situation. Previously, the authority within the research facility rested solely with Wang Ku, and no one else could privately communicate with the outside world. His infiltration had inadvertently provided an opportunity for the internal traitor. The Wu family was a prominent clan in Jianghai, their influence second only to the Wang family, to which Wang Yuning belonged. The situation had suddenly become intriguing. The Wu family's mobilization indicated that the researchers had uncovered something of great significance. Otherwise, such a formidable force would not have been dispatched to the facility. Suchin was certain that this so-called Wu family would not let him off easily. He was all too familiar with the ruthless tactics of these powerful families. Before the apocalypse, they acted with impunity. Now, without oversight, they would undoubtedly become even more tyrannical. To safeguard their secrets, silencing witnesses through murder was but a commonplace affair for them. After a moment of contemplation, Suchin pondered how to respond to these individuals. Their firearms posed a significant threat, as he had yet to reach a state of invulnerability. He needed to proceed with caution against fully armed adversaries. "Xiao AI, seal the main entrance of the research facility." As Suchin's voice faded, the doors of the research institute closed once more. The aim was to isolate these individuals, severing their subsequent support. With the authority granted by the institute, they could annihilate all of them. Chapter 54. Confrontation. Simultaneously, a heavily armed group entered the research facility. "Move swiftly. The head of the family awaits our return with the items," commanded the leader. Orders had been issued. All individuals aside from the researchers were to be exterminated, leaving no survivors. Upon completion of the mission, the head of the family would reward each of us with a female slave. Upon hearing the leader's words, the team members became exhilarated. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had long been deprived of any outlet for their pent-up aggression. They were eager to fulfill this mission and hastened back to the Wu family to claim their rewards. The allure of profit has always been the most potent motivator for human ambition. According to the intelligence at their disposal, aside from the researchers, there was only one unexpected intruder within. They were numerous and well-armed. In every conceivable way, the advantage lay with them. Not long after entering the research institute, they suddenly noticed that the door behind them had closed again. Alert! With the leader's command, all weapons were raised, aimed ahead. Any sign of irregularity would result in a hail of bullets. From their demeanor, it was evident that these individuals had undergone professional training. After a prolonged scrutiny without detecting any presence, they rose and formed an offensive formation. Advance. Tension hung in the air as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Suchun observed this scene through the surveillance cameras. "Old Wang, what do you propose we do?" Suchun turned to Wang Ku, who had hurried to the monitoring room upon receiving news of the intrusion. "Who leaked the information?" Wang Ku seethed with anger, wishing he could strangle the informant on the spot. As a person of considerable social standing, Wang Ku was acutely aware of the operational styles of these prominent families. Should he fall into their clutches, he would likely be relegated to a life of servitude, stripped of all rights. The researchers behind Wang Ku exchanged glances, each seeking to identify the traitor among them. Alas, the culprit was too well concealed, revealing no signs of guilt. Observing his students, Wang Ku was filled with profound sorrow. If all went as anticipated, they would be exploited to their last breath by the Wu family, their utility fully drained. Ultimately, Wang Ke turned his gaze towards Su Chun. He recalled that the institute was now under Su Chin's control, which would surely aid in unmasking the traitor. Since you are aware that someone has betrayed us, you must know the identity of that person. Su Chin smiled and replied, Old Wang, there is no rush regarding the traitor. I believe you are aware of the purpose behind this group's presence here. The reason I have not yet acted against the armed intruders is that I require the assistance of these researchers for a particular task, one that will facilitate our confrontation with the enemy. It is also his first encounter with fully armed humans, thus he must exercise utmost caution. I hope that you can provide me with the necessary items, as it would greatly enhance my ability to deal with them. Upon hearing Su Chen's request, Wang Ke fixed a keen gaze upon him. What items are you referring to? I am unaware. Furthermore, I have no knowledge of why these individuals have come. Wang Ke's refusal was anticipated by Su Chun, who responded with a calm demeanor. Zombies? Human evolution? Old Master Wang, you cannot deceive me. Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. Despite their thorough data transfer, how could Su Chun be privy to such information? Your haste left behind traces. Therefore, Old Master Wang, there is no need for you to feign ignorance before me. I am also aware that you do not wish to be captured by the Wu family. The consequences of such an abduction need not be elaborated upon. If you provide me with a copy of the data, I shall assist you in dealing with these individuals. How does that sound for a fair exchange? He understood that requesting the sole set of data was somewhat challenging, but acquiring a copy would be relatively straightforward. Wang Ke's eyes flickered, evidently tempted. He truly did not wish to be taken, yet was equally reluctant to part with the data. However, there appeared to be no alternative. His sole concern was his ignorance of Su Chen's capabilities, uncertain whether he could indeed handle these adversaries. Sensing Wang Ke's hesitation, Su Chun reassured him, Old Wang, you might as well place your trust in me. Even if I were to fail, you would not incur any loss. Yet, should I succeed, you will avoid capture by the Wu family and retain your freedom. Weighing the pros and cons, he opted to provide Su Chun with a copy of the data, allowing him to confront the assailants outside. Indeed, as he asserted, he would not suffer any detriment. This transaction was undeniably advantageous. Ultimately, Wang Ke retrieved a hard drive from a safe and handed it to Su Chun. All the data is contained within. Please proceed with the copying. After acquiring the hard drive, he connected it to a computer, entrusting the remaining tasks to Xiao AI. During the copying process, Xiao AI inspected the data and informed Su Chun that there were no issues. The data was soon copied successfully, and Su Chun, with the backup hard drive in hand, made his way outside. With the items secured, it was time to take action. As soon as he was out of sight, Su Chun concealed the hard drive within a spatial ring and retrieved a new one to maintain appearances. This maneuver was designed to approach the group of armed personnel and strike at close range, of which he was confident he could eliminate all foes. Engaging from a distance would be highly disadvantageous for Su Chun, thus he devised this plan. In truth, Su Chun could have simply utilized a hard drive to deceive that group, but he did not wish to grant those researchers an undeserved advantage. He aimed to extract some benefit from them. The only aspect that piqued his interest was their research on human evolution, which could be beneficial for Guanxinyue's studies. Perhaps, in her excitement, she would choose to offer herself. In such a case, Su Chun and she could explore several new positions together. After traversing a short distance, Su Chun encountered the armed personnel. Do not shoot. The hard drive in my hand contains precisely what you seek. It is the sole copy of the data. If by any chance something were to be destroyed, it would surely be difficult for you to account for it upon returning to the Wu family. This group of armed personnel was somewhat bewildered by the sudden appearance of Su Chun. Not only did he claim to possess the item desired by the family head, but he also directly revealed their origins. This left them uncertain about their next course of action. Their leader exclaimed, What a charade! How can you prove that what you hold is genuine? Su Chun, seeing through their ruse, replied calmly, If you do not believe me, you may shoot and find out. This statement put the leader in a predicament. Observing Su Chun's composure, he began to suspect that what he claimed might indeed be true. He dared not take that gamble. If it were real and he were to damage it, he was certain that the family head would not spare him. Therefore, he chose to bide his time and find a way to ascertain the authenticity of the item. Chapter 55. All resolved, you present yourself. What is your intention? The leader's gaze was fixed on Su Chun, searching for a flaw. Su Chun smiled and said, I wish to propose a transaction. Upon hearing this, the leader displayed no emotion and directly inquired, Oh, what sort of transaction do you have in mind? Please, elaborate. His foremost priority was to stabilize Su Chun and then devise a method to obtain the item. I intend to use this item as a token for my admission into the Wu family. If you can agree to my joining, I will hand it over to you. Once Su Chun articulated his terms, not only the leader but also the other team members regarded him as utterly delusional. The prospect of joining the Wu family was a fantasy beyond reach. Despite their disdain for Su Chun, they saw a way to safely acquire the item by feigning agreement and coaxing it from his hands. At that point, whether they lived or died would be in their control. The leader feigned hesitation, appearing to weigh the pros and cons. This was merely to placate Su-chan, as a swift agreement would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Meanwhile, Su-chan silently observed the leader's clumsy performance, choosing not to expose it. After all, his goal was merely to get closer to these individuals. Whether they intended to deceive him was irrelevant as long as he could achieve his aims. After a prolonged silence, the leader finally spoke. I cannot give you an immediate answer. If you genuinely wish to join us, I will do my utmost to appeal to the family head on your behalf. Of course, this is contingent upon you first handing over the item, so I can verify its authenticity. While he spoke these words, his thoughts were quite different. Once the item was in his possession, he intended to eliminate Su-chan without hesitation. What a greedy fool! Su-chan mentally cursed, having anticipated such a maneuver. He struggled to suppress his urge to voice his outrage, all while maintaining an innocent facade, as if he believed the leader's words. Is that so? I truly appreciate your assistance. If I were to give you the item, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Seeing Su-chan's apparent interest, the leader suppressed his rising excitement. A smile, which he deemed exceedingly amiable, graced his face. How could that be? Our Wu family is renowned in Jianghai City as a prominent clan, and we certainly uphold our promises. Otherwise, you would not wish to join us. Suppressing a wave of nausea, Su-chan donned an innocent facade. I trust you, he exclaimed. I shall bring the items for you to authenticate their legitimacy. Rest assured, they are undoubtedly genuine. I would never jest with my own life. The captain signaled his team to lower their weapons, allowing Su-chan to approach without fear. They harbored no concerns about any potential harm he could inflict upon them. Even if Su-chan harbored ill intentions, his slender frame suggested he lacked the strength to pose any threat. Should any complications arise, they were more than capable of subduing him with ease, given their numbers. Observing the now complacent adversaries, Su-chan felt a surge of joy within. He hadn't anticipated how easily this group could be deceived. The myriad plans he had meticulously prepared now rendered futile. With his objective accomplished, he saw no reason to linger. To avoid arousing suspicion, he maintained a cautious demeanor, slowly approaching to further assuage their concerns. They would never suspect that the ant they deemed trivial was, in reality, a ferocious beast lying in wait for its unsuspecting prey. Before long, Su-chan stood before them. Here, this is what you seek. Upon receiving the hard drive, the captain's face beamed with delight, and the other team members shared in his joy, fantasizing about their return to the Wu family and the rewards awaiting them, perhaps a charming maid to serve them. It seemed as though everyone had achieved their desires. However, the captain swiftly composed himself, a murderous intent bubbling forth as he prepared to strike Su-chan down. Come, little brother. Perhaps we shall be like family from now on, he said, extending his right hand as if to pat Su-chan on the shoulder. Suddenly, a knife materialized in his grasp, slicing viciously towards Su-chan's neck. The anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. Instead, Su-chan seized the captain's wrist with a firm grip. Why the rush? He chuckled. With a swift motion, a tang dao appeared in his right hand, piercing through the captain's heart, leaving him with a look of utter disbelief. You tricked me. The words barely escaped his lips before blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, unable to fathom how easily he had fallen to Su-chan. The other team members, still reeling from the shock, beheld their captain sprawled in a pool of blood. Captain, they cried out in rage, eager to raise their weapons against Su-chan. Yet, having finally closed the distance, Su-chan would not afford them the opportunity to fire. With agility and swiftness, he advanced, transforming the tang dao in his hand into a blur of light, severing the hand of the nearest enemy armed with a gun. The firearm clattered to the ground alongside the severed hand, and the wounded individual fell, howling in pain. With a swift kick, Su-chan sent the two incapacitated foes crashing into their comrades behind them, rendering them unable to retaliate. With swift determination, Su-chan pursued them, seizing the moment while they were momentarily repelled. Once more, he brandished his tang knife. The silvery blade flashed, slicing through the throats of several foes, and blood gushed forth from the gaping wounds. After dispatching these adversaries, Su-chan showed no inclination to pause. His intent was to eliminate every last enemy. At this juncture, aside from Su-chan, only 3 living souls remained on the field. Their eyes brimmed with fury and disbelief. It was all so sudden, so swift. Their comrades had perished before their very eyes in mere breaths. Su-chan's prowess was terrifying, almost inhuman, resembling a beastly figure. The death of their teammates afforded them a fleeting opportunity, and they raised their firearms, aiming directly at Su-chan. They could scarcely believe that he could be quicker than the guns in their hands. Fingers deftly squeezed the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets erupted from the barrels, hurtling towards the advancing Su-chan. Too late. Su-chan sighed softly. Had he been at a distance, dealing with them would have proven challenging. However, at this range, He could effortlessly vanquish his foes. He forcefully propelled himself off the ground, rebounding off the walls on either side. A barrage of bullets whizzed past him. In mere moments, Su Chun evaded every shot, arriving before the remaining 3 enemies. In their terror-stricken gaze, he granted no opportunity for mercy, his blade gliding across their throats. Thus, in a span of less than 3 minutes, an entire squad of fully armed adversaries was annihilated by Su Chun. Chapter 56. Fate and Departure come forth. Su Chun sensed someone approaching from behind. I have dealt with these individuals. There is no need for concern. As his words echoed, a group emerged from behind him. Upon seeing the carnage strewn across the ground, shock painted their faces. How horrifying! This was the collective thought that surfaced within them all. A singular individual had single-handedly obliterated an entire squad of combatants. Was that something a mere human could accomplish? If someone had claimed Su Chun was superhuman, they would have readily believed it. Young friend, may I inquire about your plans moving forward? Wonka stepped forth from the crowd. Witnessing Su Chun's overwhelming strength ignited certain contemplations within him. If you have no place to settle, might I suggest you temporarily stay at the Research Institute? Understanding the underlying invitation from Wang Ku, Su Chun realized it was an offer for him to remain and protect them. Without hesitation, Su Chun declined. Thank you for your concern, old Wang, but I have my own refuge. How absurd. Even if he lacked a sanctuary, he would never agree to become someone else's bodyguard. Of course, Wang Ku did not intend for it to sound that way, yet for Su Chun, it was hardly different. Sighing deeply, Wang Ku lamented, alas, we are not worthy of such fortune. Initially, he believed that with his status, it would be no trouble to persuade someone. He sensed from Su Chun's tone that keeping him was an impossibility. He continued, let us not dwell on that. Could you kindly reveal to us who the traitor is? Since you are aware of the Wu family's affairs, you must also be capable of uncovering the identity of the traitor. Should you choose to share this knowledge with me, I assure you there will be a generous reward. For Su Chun, this matter is rather straightforward. With Xiao Ai's assistance, he has long known the traitor's identity. Whether or not to inform Wang Ku bears no consequence for him. As Su Chun contemplated, a young researcher, bespectacled and clad in a white lab coat, flickered with an expression of fear amidst the crowd. He was, indeed, the traitor who had betrayed information to the Wu family. Su Chun's arrival offered him a chance to connect with the outside world. Initially, he intended to leverage this opportunity to align himself with the Wu family, hoping to gain the favor of the clan's head and lead a life of ease. Little did he anticipate that it would ultimately be Su Chun who shattered his dreams. He harbored an intense hatred for Su Chun, feeling that he had been both given hope and had that hope cruelly extinguished. Now, faced with the risk of exposure, despair engulfed him. He resolved that even in death, he would take someone down with him. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was diverted towards Su Chun, he drew forth a dagger he had concealed. With the dagger in hand, he lunged towards Su Chun, fueled by rage. It is all because of you that I have lost everything. You shall pay with your life. The sudden outburst startled those around him. Everyone turned to notice the bespectacled man's intentions. He aimed to assassinate Su Chun. Be careful. Wang Ku, though aged and frail, attempted to intervene. But his efforts were in vain, and he could only shout a warning to Su Chun. Under such circumstances, others might have been harmed. But it was imperative that Su Chun remain unscathed. A mere researcher, lacking any combat prowess, believing he could harm him with a dagger was a foolish delusion. Seeking death, Su Chun scoffed. He had initially intended to negotiate with the man based on his identity, yet the traitor had chosen to strike first. Since he had so audaciously revealed himself, he could not expect mercy. With a swift motion, Su Chun disarmed him, sending the dagger flying, and seized the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. I had yet to decide your fate, yet you dare to seek your demise? With those words, he tightened his grip, crushing the traitor's neck, resulting in instant death. Such was the fate of one who harbored murderous intent. Everything transpired so rapidly that even Wang Ku, who wished to plead for leniency, found himself speechless as the life extinguished before him. All words of compassion dissolved into a sigh of resignation. Alas, this was all a consequence of Xiao Li's own actions. Who could have foreseen that a once promising young man would meet such a fate? As one ages, nostalgia becomes inevitable. The onlookers regarded Su Chun with trepidation. This was the first time they witnessed him take a life, and he exhibited not a flicker of emotional disturbance. As though he had simply crushed an insignificant ant, he was a harbinger of death. Internally, they began to refer to him with this ominous title. With a casual toss, Su Chun discarded the lifeless body aside and remarked nonchalantly, Old Wang, this man sought his own demise, and the traitor you seek is none other than him. To dare lay a hand on me is an act of sheer folly. From the moment the bespectacled man directed his aggression towards Su Chun, everyone unequivocally identified the traitor. Indeed, it was the man with glasses. Ahem. Due to the sudden surge of emotions, Wang Ku could not help but cough. It is not the fault of the young friend. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon the unfortunate descent of Xiao Li. He was one of my most promising students, and it is truly a misfortune for our educational circle to witness such actions. With the encouragement of the other researchers, Wang Ke gradually regained his composure. My young friend, I am unaware of your age. I once had a niece named Wang Yuning, who has garnered some reputation in Jianghai City. I trust you have heard of her. If fate allows, I would be delighted to introduce you both. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, hastily inquiring if he had indeed misheard. Was Wang Lao referring to Wang Yuning of Haicheng University, the esteemed daughter of the Wang family in Jianghai City? Wang Ke cast a surprised glance at Su Chun. Could it be that the young man was acquainted with his niece? Familiarity washed over Su Chun. How astonishingly coincidental. Wang Lao was indeed from the Wang family, and it appeared that he held a significant lineage. What a serendipitous encounter. Miss Wang and I are classmates. My name is Su Chun. Su Chun then inquired, since you are of the Wang family, why do you not reside with them, but instead remain at the research institute? Wang Ke replied solemnly, the atmosphere at home is fraught with turmoil. It is far better to be outside. Remaining here shields me from the sordid intrigues and machinations of others. Research is where I feel most at home, devoid of any filth. Su Chun understood Wang Ke's perspective. He recognized him as a pure researcher, which undoubtedly explained his numerous admirable achievements. Since you are a classmate of Xiao Yuning, I shall henceforth refer to you as Xiao Su. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Chun expressed his intention to take his leave. If fate permits, let us keep in touch. Wang Ke, feeling fatigued, replied, today has worn me out. I shall not detain you any longer, Xiao Su. With that, Wang Ke led the others back into the depths of the research institute. Su Chun turned to leave, as he still had tasks to complete. After departing the institute, he instructed Xiao AI to restore the permissions to Wang Ke. With the Wu family now keeping a watchful eye on him, Su Chun suspected that Wang Ke had already reached out to the Wang family. As for the outcome of the confrontation between the two powerful families, Su Chun found no inclination to delve deeper. Chapter 57. The mysterious crystal core driving the war vehicle. The target was the crystal core. Su Chun was exceedingly curious about what this crystal core could be that warranted a system reward of 5,000 points, surpassing even the value of a monster's essence. According to the map provided by the system, the location of the crystal core was at the Jianghai City Sports Arena. He pressed the accelerator, and the speed of the war vehicle soared to an exhilarating pace, like a colossal steel beast racing along the highway. Any zombies obstructing the path were mercilessly crushed into a pulp. As he neared the sports arena, Su Chun was taken aback by the sight before him. Zombies. As far as the eye could see, a dense throng of zombies encircled the arena, rendering it impenetrable. The mere sight would terrify any ordinary person. A rough estimate suggested that there were likely tens of thousands. He discovered several exceptionally large zombies within the horde, unmistakably of a higher grade. They were at least level 3 or above. If he could eliminate these zombies in one fell swoop, accumulating 1,000,000 points would not be a mere fantasy. However, Su Chun merely entertained the thought. Slaying all these zombies would be an insurmountable task unless he possessed weapons of widespread lethality. Otherwise, relying solely on his knife. No matter how exhausted he became, he would never succeed in vanquishing them all. As for why the stadium was besieged by such a multitude of zombies, Su Chun had already formed a hypothesis. These zombies must have been lured by the crystal cores. This notion piqued Su Chun's curiosity even further. What secrets did the crystal cores harbor that could entice both the system and the zombies? The sheer number of zombies was daunting, and even Su Chun dared not charge in recklessly. Moreover, there were numerous zombies of uncertain levels among them, and acting recklessly could lead to disastrous consequences. Upon nearing the stadium, Su Chun halted his vehicle, unable to access the interior. He parked in a concealed spot and retrieved a drone to investigate the stadium's conditions in detail. The drone provided invaluable assistance once again. In such a scenario, he had no means to ascertain the specifics of the stadium's interior. As the drone entered, the scene within the stadium unfolded before him. A sharp intake of breath escaped Su Chun as he beheld the interior. The deeper he ventured, the more high-level zombies appeared. At the very center of the stadium, he spotted 4 colossal zombies towering at 4 to 5 meters, their muscles grotesquely exposed. With such immense size, even Su Chun was uncertain of his ability to slay them. In the center of the zombie horde, a 10 square meter space was vacated, where a mysterious crystal floated in midair, emanating an enigmatic glow. This crystal was undoubtedly the coveted crystal core that Su Chun sought. All the zombies fixated on the crystal core, especially the 4 most formidable zombies, which occasionally attempted to approach the core but were repelled by the searing radiance it emitted, forcing them to retreat to their original positions. Su Chun sensed an unusual emotional fluctuation among these zombies, an insatiable desire. Their yearning for the crystal core eclipsed even their hunger for flesh. This only underscored the crystal core's significance. Su Chen yearned to acquire the crystal core and investigate its allure that captivated so many zombies. He initially intended to use the drone to seize the crystal core and then ascend into the sky, rendering the zombies powerless. However, the outcome left Su Chen profoundly disappointed. As he maneuvered the drone closer to the core, the transmitted images began to blur, and the drone trembled violently. It appeared that some magnetic field was interfering with the signal transmission. The closer he got, the greater the interference became. He quickly realized that the radiance emitted by the crystal core could not only harm the zombies, but also severely disrupt electronic devices. To avoid losing his only drone, Su Chen maneuvered it away from the crystal core. Once he retreated, the interference ceased, and the drone swiftly returned to normal. He could only hover nearby, observing the crystal nucleus. After a sigh of relief, a sense of helplessness surged within Su Chen. Surrounded by the relentless horde of zombies, he found himself unable to procure the crystal nucleus. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to explore alternative methods. Just as he had done previously at Haicheng University, he would attempt to lure the zombies away with blood. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the drone back to his side, attaching a blood bag beneath it. The drone, carrying the blood bag, soared above the zombie throng, circling above. However, much to Su Chen's disappointment, only a portion of the outermost zombies were drawn away by the blood, while the vast majority remained inside the gymnasium. Refusing to accept defeat, Su Chen intensified his efforts. In addition to the blood, he equipped the drone with a loudspeaker, targeting both the zombies' sense of smell and hearing. Yet, the outcome remained disheartening. This approach proved ineffective, compelling him to devise another strategy. The thought of abandoning his mission and vacating the gymnasium filled him with reluctance. His mind raced. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and a faint smile returned to his face. He recalled Guan Xinyue's recent discovery. Infrasound could repel zombies. Regardless of its success, he decided to attempt it. Lacking the equipment to generate infrasound, he resorted to purchasing it from the system marketplace. Su Chen felt immensely fortunate to be able to procure necessary items from the system marketplace at any moment. This feature proved crucial in critical times, just like now. If he had to search for infrasound-generating equipment manually, it would pose significant difficulty. However, with the system marketplace at his disposal, he merely needed to spend the appropriate points to acquire the essentials. After a brief search, he found exactly what he sought. Infrasound emitter, capable of emitting infrasound towards a target, priced at 500 points. Such a bargain, only 500 points. For Su Chen at this moment, 500 points was a trivial sum. Without a moment's hesitation, he made the purchase. The next second, an instrument resembling a loudspeaker appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was the infrasound emitter. This device could not be controlled by the drone and required manual operation. Nevertheless, engaging directly still posed a certain level of risk. So it would be prudent to have someone else undertake this perilous task. With a wave of his right hand, a robot materialized before him, his previously acquired multifunctional robot. The women had been left in the shelter, and he currently had no need for robotic protection. So he had stored one of the multifunctional robots in his spatial ring as a precaution. Now, unexpectedly, it could be of service. He handed the infrasound emitter to the robot, instructing it to venture forth on his behalf. Even if complications arose, Su Chen would remain unscathed. At worst, he would lose a robot and an infrasound emitter, a cost he could bear for the sake of his safety, given his current points. Chapter 58. Zombies turn on each other under the command of Xiao AI. The versatile robot advanced towards the gymnasium, wielding a subsonic emitter. Just as it was about to encounter the zombies, the switch of the emitter was activated. A resounding roar echoed as the zombies before the robot underwent a noticeable transformation. They emitted a cry and retreated to other areas, vacating their positions. A vast expanse opened up ahead of the robot. These ordinary zombies exhibited no resistance to the subsonic waves, obediently retreating. Thus, the robot approached the gymnasium with ease. However, other challenges soon presented themselves. It remained uncertain whether the subsonic waves would be effective against higher-tier zombies. Yet, to Su Chen's relief, even the second-tier zombies were swiftly driven away by the emanating waves. The path remained clear, allowing the robot to enter the gymnasium without hindrance. Inside, the zombies were of a higher caliber. The once omnipotent subsonic waves, now faced with these formidable foes, exhibited significantly diminished power. While they could indeed influence the zombies, the process was no longer as effortless. More time was required to disperse them. As the robot delved deeper, the time spent driving away the zombies increased considerably. Su Chen speculated that the subsonic waves would likely have negligible effect on the four strongest zombies at the center. This outcome exceeded his expectations by a wide margin. For Su Chen, this distance was sufficient to accomplish a great deal. With the subsonic emitter repelling the zombies and the crystal core's allure, he felt assured of a safe entry into the gymnasium without the threat of a zombie ambush. Without further ado, he instructed Xiao AI to maneuver the robot, guiding him into the gymnasium. As anticipated, the zombies merely roared from a distance, harboring no intention of attack. Thus, Su-chun entered the gymnasium amidst a sea of thousands of zombies. Had others witnessed his actions, they would surely have been astounded. How could a human remain unscathed in the midst of such a horde? Soon, Su-chun arrived at the center of the gymnasium. Upon laying eyes on the crystal core, he was captivated, overwhelmed by an impulse to seize it. However, just as he prepared to advance and claim the core, he suddenly regained his composure. A flicker of caution flashed in his eyes. That was close. He had nearly jeopardized everything. He was certain that he had been ensnared by the core's unknown allure. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to the urge to snatch the crystal core. At that moment, he would have faced an onslaught from the 4 most powerful zombies. This unexpected encounter had rendered Su-chun more vigilant. He was uncertain whether he might be harmed by the radiance emanating from the crystal core. Thus, he positioned himself in a corner, awaiting the opportune moment. As time passed slowly, the glow of the crystal core began to wane. The nearby zombies grew increasingly agitated. Had there not been constraints, they would have long since attempted to seize it. Su-chun was fully prepared. He had no intention of being the first to strike. The one who acted first would inevitably become the target of all the zombies present. He planned to let these zombies contend with one another. When they were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, he would seize the crystal core and swiftly escape the gymnasium. By then, these zombies would surely be unable to pursue him. He did not have to wait long. The radiant glow emitted by the crystal core had completely vanished, rendering it most alluring at that moment. Even Su-chun, who had been prepared, was nearly tempted once again. Fortunately, his resolve was strong enough to suppress his inner impulses. At this juncture, the distinction among the zombies became evident. They were all captivated by the crystal core. The impatient zombies surged toward the location of the core. The roars echoed throughout the gymnasium, and they entered a frenzied state. This terrifying scene made Su-chun feel a chill run down his spine. Had he not wisely sought refuge at a higher vantage point, he would have inevitably faced off against these crazed zombies. At that moment, Su-chun noticed the 4 most formidable giant zombies at the center behaving strangely. Unlike the other zombies, they did not rush toward the crystal core. Instead, they surrounded it, preventing any other zombies from approaching even a step. Any zombie attempting to rush forward to seize the core was swiftly dealt with by their combined strength. Su-chun understood their intent. When powerful beings engage in battle, they first eliminate all surrounding threats to prevent others from reaping the benefits. What surprised him, however, was the unexpected intelligence displayed by these 4 giant zombies. This led Su-chun to ponder whether higher-level zombies possessed greater wisdom. Nevertheless, the cacophony of battle soon pushed his doubts aside. These 4 giant zombies were indeed formidable. With their massive physiques and terrifying strength, they dispatched ordinary zombies with a mere punch. Even the higher-level zombies could hardly withstand a few blows from them. Their strength was beyond question, yet the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, rendering it impossible for them to prevail. Countless zombies inflicted numerous wounds upon the giant zombies. No matter how powerful they were, they could not withstand the tide of the undead. Quantity was on the verge of triumphing over quality. Just as Su-chun believed the giant zombies would ultimately be overwhelmed by the horde, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a resounding roar, the 4 giant zombies unleashed a massive force that emanated from their beings. From a distance, Su-chun could distinctly feel a sudden, powerful pressure bearing down on him. What astonished him even more was that, following the display of the giant zombies' might, the other zombies inexplicably halted their advance. No longer did they exhibit their previous frenzy. A primal fear seemed to take hold of them. Could this be the unique aura of dominance possessed by zombies? This bizarre scene left Su-chun utterly perplexed. With another mighty roar, the giant zombies called out, causing the other zombies, bewildered, to retreat toward the exit of the gymnasium. The once tumultuous arena fell into an eerie silence, a stark contrast to the fierce battles that had just transpired. Within the confines of the stadium, aside from the colossal zombies and Su-chun, the ground was littered with the remnants of fallen undead, resembling a nightmarish scene. With no other zombies to interfere, the final phase of the contest was imminent. The 4 giant zombies, vying for possession of the crystal core, were destined for a brutal clash. At this critical juncture, Su-chun chose to remain inconspicuous, concealing his robots and infrasonic emitters within his spatial ring to avoid detection, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. The impending confrontation at the heart of the arena was poised to ignite. Chapter 59. The hidden predator from the formidable displays of strength exhibited by the giant zombies. Su-chun was confident in his ability to defeat them in one-on-one combat. However, should they unite, he would stand no chance against their combined might, merely aiming to ensure his own survival. Thus, he opted to let the zombies engage in their internal conflict, lurking in the shadows to capitalize on their discord. This exemplified the quintessential difference between humans and zombies. Humanity's wisdom enables the utilization of various strategies to achieve their goals. With a thunderous roar, one of the giant zombies lunged forward, reaching for the crystal core. The remaining three would not stand idly by. They surged toward the core in unison. As their colossal hands collided, it signaled the commencement of a brutal battle. Though they were of the same kind, their blows were merciless. One punch shattered a shoulder, while another pierced through a belly. The carnage was shockingly visceral, and the ferocity of their conflict suggested a fight to the death. Su Chun, observing from the sidelines, reveled in the spectacle. The more vicious their skirmish, the easier it would be for him to seize the crystal core. After a fierce and bloody melee, the four giant zombies emerged gravely injured, their bodies bearing significant wounds. It was evident they had reached their breaking point. Seizing the moment, Su Chun recognized that the time to act had arrived. With all four zombies severely weakened, their combat prowess diminished compared to their peak condition. One of the zombies unexpectedly unleashed a surge of power, toppling the others to the ground. It roared triumphantly, as if proclaiming its victory, preparing to claim the crystal core for itself. Unbeknownst to it, however, Su Chun lay in wait, hidden from view, like a mantis poised to capture a cicada. Su Chun seized the opportunity. Now was the moment. After a prolonged wait, he finally had the chance to strike. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, his form becoming a mere blur as he lunged towards the zombie, his Tang Dao gleaming ominously, aimed directly at the undead creature's chest. In that instant, as Su Chun revealed himself, the zombie also became aware of the unexpected intruder. Instantly, it was consumed by fury, its expression a grotesque amalgamation of rage and wounds. Appearing utterly fearsome, the other zombies, sprawled on the ground, were equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of Su Chun. His singular intent was to annihilate the undead and seize their core. A roar erupted from the colossal zombie, standing at the center, as it charged towards Su Chun with its massive frame. At this moment, its sole objective was to crush the unexpected human into a mere pulp. As the formidable figure advanced, Su Chun exhibited no signs of panic. His gaze remained composed and unflinching. A futile struggle, indeed. The giant zombie, having endured internal strife and grievous injuries, was far from its peak strength and posed no formidable challenge to Su Chun. With a delicate push off his toes, he nimbly retreated a few steps, effortlessly evading the zombie's assault. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the charging behemoth. Though it appeared menacing, Su Chun perceived myriad vulnerabilities throughout its form. With the Tang Dao in hand, he advanced with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, his momentum building to an extraordinary peak as the blade aimed directly for the wound upon the zombie's chest. He understood that a single strike to vanquish it was beyond his current capacity. Thus, to achieve optimal results, he aimed to exacerbate the zombie's injuries, rendering it further weakened and consequently diminishing his own peril. Even though the zombie's strength had waned significantly, Su Chun remained vigilant. Caution begets safety, and prudence prevents calamity. The keen edge of his blade grazed the zombie's chest wound, spilling dark blood upon the ground. Its injuries deepened, revealing shattered bones beneath the flesh. Regrettably, this was not a fatal blow for the creature. It merely impeded its capabilities. The zombie howled in rage, swinging its arms in a desperate attempt to obliterate Su Chun. Slow, utterly slow. To Su Chun, the zombie's movements resembled those of a decrepit elder. With a series of agile sidesteps, he easily evaded the enormous fists that crashed into the earth, displacing fragments of stone. While dodging, Su Chun retaliated, his Tang Dao relentlessly cleaving at the zombie. In a matter of moments, he had severed one of its arms. Now, deprived of a limb, the zombie's strength plummeted further, rendering it an even lesser adversary. This presented Su Chun with the perfect opportunity. Now, this time, I shall send you on your way. No longer holding back, he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Power surged within him, channeling into his right hand as he surged forward with the Tang Dao, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Oblivious to its impending demise, the zombie continued to attack with its remaining arm. Alas, its injuries had rendered it too impaired, and combined with Su Chun's swiftness, evasion was nearly impossible even at its prime. In a flash, the blade severed the zombie's neck, decapitating its massive head. The once menacing creature fell lifelessly to the ground. Upon Su Chun retracting his Tang Dao, the colossal body of the zombie collapsed abruptly to the ground, its head rolling several times across the surface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 4 zombie, strength type, reward, 500 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chun felt a profound sense of perplexity. To be candid, this level 4 zombie was slightly stronger than the peculiar entities he had previously encountered in Jining River. However, the disparity in points awarded for its demise was considerable. Su Chun speculated that the essence of the peculiar creatures was what rendered their value significantly higher than that of the level 4 zombie. Evidently, that essence was indeed a remarkable asset. After vanquishing this zombie, Su Chun did not pause in his actions. There remained 3 more zombies on the field, which had merely been momentarily incapacitated rather than killed. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he dispatched 1 more zombie. The remaining 3 were considerably more injured, making them easy targets. With a shout, he lunged towards the nearest zombie, leaping high to deliver a decisive strike to its head. In the next moment, yet another massive head tumbled to the ground. With battle experience under his belt, Su Chun had gained substantial insight into the vulnerabilities of these giant zombies, allowing him to handle them with greater ease. Soon, the last 2 zombies also fell beneath his blade. At that moment, only Su Chun stood alive amidst the chaos of corpses, a veritable warrior among the fallen. Another 1,500 points were added to his tally. Chapter 60. Scheming against zombies. With the intimidation of the giant zombie dissipated, the previously driven-off horde of zombies surged back into the gymnasium. Realizing the unsuitability of lingering in this location, Su Chun swiftly retrieved the crystal core. Upon grasping the core, a wave of warmth radiated from his palm, enveloping his entire being in a delightful sensation that nearly made him exclaim in bliss. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, stowing the crystal core in his spatial ring before producing the subsonic wave emitter. Aiming it at the approaching zombies, he forcefully repelled those in front of him, thus clearing a path for his escape. Without lingering, he advanced towards the exit of the gymnasium. With the aid of the subsonic wave emitter, Su Chun safely exited the premises. Once back at his battle vehicle, he had no intention of vacating the area just yet. At this moment, the gymnasium was teeming with tens of thousands of zombies. Annihilating them all would yield an immense fortune. He could potentially amass over 100,000 points in one fell swoop. Such an opportunity for sudden wealth was not one he would let slip by. Retrieving the crystal core from his spatial ring, he examined it closely. It appeared remarkably exquisite. His mind began to call upon the system, seeking answers to his burgeoning questions. System, enlighten me on the origin of the crystal core and its true purpose. Why are these zombies so enamored with it? And why do you expend such a considerable amount of points to reward it? In response to Su Chun's barrage of inquiries, the system promptly replied, Ding. The crystal core is composed of mysterious substances from the cosmos, which began to manifest on this planet due to the onset of the apocalypse. The functionality of the crystal core is extraordinary. It can alter essence and accelerate evolution. Upon acquiring the zombie crystal core, 1S level can be enhanced. Currently, this crystal core only affects zombies of level 5 or below, enabling them to temporarily ascend to level 5. This revelation struck Su Chun with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this object in his possession possessed such formidable capabilities. It was no wonder that so many zombies coveted it. A level 5 zombie. Su Chun estimated that he might not be a match for such a foe. The fact that it could be compared to the basic gene potion explained why the system offered a reward of points equivalent to that of the potion. He hastily inquired whether humans could utilize the crystal core to augment their own strength, if it truly could enhance his abilities. Su Chun was reluctant to surrender the crystal core to the system and was determined to use it for his own empowerment. However, the system seemed to have discerned his intentions, and what followed filled him with disappointment. Humans can indeed use the crystal core to elevate their power, it stated. Yet, unlike the gene potion, employing the crystal core poses considerable risks, resulting in immense suffering. Failure to endure could lead to severe injuries, or, in the worst case, death. The gene potion aligns more suitably with human genetics. The apocalypse proved to be exceedingly unfriendly towards humanity. Just as an opportunity for enhancement arose, it was fraught with peril. It was truly lamentable. This realization extinguished his desire to use the crystal core. He would not gamble his life for the sake of power. It was far more prudent to accumulate points diligently and purchase the intermediate gene potion. As for why the system required the crystal core, it offered no explanation. He pressed on. Is there truly no safe method for humans to augment their strength? If this continued, with the relentless strengthening of the zombies over time, humanity might genuinely face extinction. The system remained silent for a considerable duration before responding. The apocalypse serves as both punishment and trial for the life of this planet. Only by entering the next apocalypse can humanity seize the opportunity to enhance their power. For now, the sole option is to strive with all one's might to survive. Survival is the only hope. The information conveyed in this response was profound. Behind the advent of the apocalypse lay secrets yet to be unveiled. The notion of trial gave rise to numerous speculations in Su Chun's mind, though regrettably, they were not particularly reliable without confirmation from the system. However, when Su Chun pursued further inquiries, the system ceased to engage with him, reinforcing his belief that the concealed secrets were extensive, likely encompassing the mysteries of the system itself. Thus, he resolved to set aside these ponderings for a later time when his strength had increased, focusing instead on the immediate concern of surviving and thriving in this dire world. According to the system, Surrendering the crystal core would yield the most benefits, providing him with 5,000 points. Suchin quickly made his decision, yet he was in no rush to hand over the crystal core to the system just yet. After all, he was still calculating the tens of thousands of zombies within the arena. Nothing could attract them more effectively than the crystal cores. He had pondered for quite some time on how to eliminate such a vast number of zombies at once. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While he did not possess the ability to achieve this on his own, he could certainly employ tools to assist him. The area was surrounded by towering skyscrapers, which could serve as instruments in his battle against the undead. Indeed, Suchin resolved to demolish the buildings. By luring the zombies to a specific location, he could utilize explosives to obliterate several surrounding skyscrapers. By blasting their foundations, the collapsing structures would be sufficient to crush thousands of zombies. There were several challenges to accomplish this. In addition to requiring a substantial quantity of explosives, precise calculations were imperative. Where exactly should the bombs be placed within the buildings? What type of explosives would yield the greatest effect? How could he ensure a safe escape, avoiding any repercussions? All of these questions necessitated extensive calculations. While this would be a daunting task for others, it was relatively straightforward for Suchin. He had Xiao AI, an artificial intelligence unparalleled in computational prowess. Soon, Xiao AI devised a detailed plan for Suchin. If he followed her instructions, he could indeed annihilate the entire horde of zombies. As for the explosives, Suchin procured them from the system shop. After a considerable amount of bustling activity, with the assistance of his robotic companion, he swiftly placed all the bombs in the designated locations. Next, it was time to lure the zombies over. Suchin promptly took the crystal core to the arena, instantly drawing all the zombies out. He ran ahead, guiding the horde into the trap he had prepared. Upon reaching the designated spot, Suchin decisively stowed the crystal core in his spatial ring, causing the zombies to lose their target and halt at the trap. Without lingering any longer, Suchin quickly dashed towards a safe distance. He then produced the remote control for the explosives and pressed the button. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, and simultaneously, the surrounding skyscrapers began to collapse towards the center. Tens of thousands of zombies were rendered utterly defenseless against such a catastrophic calamity, reduced to mere pulp on the spot. As the buildings crumbled, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring visibility for miles around. Meanwhile, Suchin had already sought refuge in a nearby underground parking garage, entirely unaffected by the chaos. From the moment the buildings collapsed, the system notifications in his ears continued without pause. Chapter 61. An unexpected encounter with survivors. Congratulations, host, for killing a level 1 zombie. You have gained 5 points. Congratulations, host, for killing a level 1 zombie. You have gained 5 points. Congratulations, host, for killing a level 2 zombie. You have gained 50 points. Congratulations, host, for killing a level 1 zombie. You have gained 5 points. The incessant notifications overwhelmed Suchin, leaving him momentarily dazed. System, temporarily mute the notifications. As soon as he uttered those words, his ears were met with a welcome silence. Had he delayed any longer, his head might have exploded. The zombies have been vanquished, rendering the crystal cores useless to him. He promptly submits them to the system to complete the side quest. A gratifying 5,000 points have been credited. Satisfied, Suchin returns to his armored vehicle, awaiting in the underground parking lot. The surface above is engulfed in swirling dust, obscuring the road entirely. He must bide his time until the dust settles before he can depart. With the task nearly accomplished and having spent ample time outside, it is time to return to the shelter. During this waiting period, Suchin engages in conversation with the women at the refuge, fostering camaraderie. To his surprise, they inform him that they have prepared a surprise for him. His curiosity piqued, he presses for details, but they remain elusive. Notably, he observes a hint of shyness on Li Tingting's face when the surprise is mentioned, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Never mind. He will discover the surprise upon his return. Thus, he chats with the women for several hours, and eventually, the dust outside settles significantly. He also calculates the total points he has amassed, an astonishing 204,035 points, exceeding his previous estimations and surpassing the 200,000 mark. The exhilaration of acquiring such a substantial amount of points in one go is unparalleled. His total points now approximate 260,000. Suchin wishes fervently for more opportunities like this. Not only could he purchase intermediate gene serums, but he could also acquire advanced ones outright. However, such endeavors are time-consuming, making it impractical to amass so many zombies in the short term. His excitement eventually subsides. When the time comes, he maneuvers the armored vehicle out of the underground parking lot. Although the area remains shrouded in dust, he can barely discern the road enough to drive away. Once he emerges above ground, he is greeted by a chaotic landscape of rubble strewn with dismembered zombie limbs. And the ground is soaked in blood, resembling a hell's cape. Even Su Chun is taken aback by the sight, but he quickly regains his composure and hastily drives away from the scene. After a considerable distance, he finally escapes the dust-laden area, and the air becomes refreshingly clearer. He steers the vehicle to a nearby gas station to refuel. While fueling, he notices a group of individuals approaching. They wield an assortment of weapons, kitchen knives, axes, and iron rods. Their vital areas are wrapped in metal or wooden boards to shield against zombie bites and potential infection. Most striking to Su Chun is the leader at the forefront, a woman clad in a uniform, likely a member of the security forces, given her ample physique. One hand brandishes a handgun while the other wields a standard-issue long knife. They soon catch sight of Su Chun, and there is no avoiding attention. The armored vehicle is far too conspicuous. Rather than retreating, the leading woman approaches with a look of delight, clearly believing Su Chun to be a member of the military. He had initially intended to disregard these individuals and drive away once the fuel tank was filled. However, upon catching a glimpse of the female stability officer's visage, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. He chose to remain in place, awaiting her approach. "Hello, are you here to rescue someone?" Before she could reach him, Su Chun heard her voice softly drift into his ear. Her tone was melodious, distinctly different from others, lacking the usual softness and instead possessing a crisp clarity. "No, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely an ordinary citizen." As the female officer approached, a hint of disappointment crossed her face upon hearing Su Chen's words. She scrutinized him closely, confirming his status as an everyday person. "Greetings, I am Tong Hueshua, a stability officer. May I ask if you are alone? If you do not mind, you can join us. I can ensure your safety." Observing Tong Hueshua's unwavering sense of justice, Su Chun felt a twinge of admiration. Even in the face of apocalypse, she steadfastly upheld her professional ethics, protecting the common folk, earning his respect. If he were in her shoes, he would undoubtedly struggle to reach such a level of commitment. Nevertheless, admiration aside, he still needed to decline. "No, I have my own refuge, and am not considering joining others for now." Hearing Su Chen's response, disappointment flickered across Tong Hueshua's face. If he were to join their ranks, the safety of her group would be significantly enhanced. Although she felt a pang of envy towards Su Chen's formidable vehicle, she could not resort to unscrupulous means to obtain it. Just as she prepared to rejoin her team in search of sustenance, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Her team members, upon spotting Su Chen's armored vehicle, were instantly captivated, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They rushed over to Tong Hueshua, exclaiming, "Sister Tong, is this gentleman planning to join us? How splendid! With this vehicle, we can travel safely, free from zombie attacks. With this war machine, we have nothing to fear." They clamored enthusiastically, seemingly treating the vehicle as if it already belonged to them, completely disregarding Su Chun. This left Tong Hueshua feeling slightly awkward as she cast an apologetic glance at him. Meanwhile, Su Chun merely smirked, observing the antics of these clowns with amusement. One might mistake them for the rightful owners of the vehicle. It was utterly laughable. Ultimately, it was Tong Hueshua who, mustering her courage, addressed her team. This vehicle belongs to Mr. Su. I have already inquired. He has his own refuge and does not intend to join us at this time. Therefore, this vehicle is not related to us." Upon hearing Tong Hueshua's words, her team members fell silent, as if someone had grasped their throats. Moments ago, they had been engaged in fervent discussion about how to utilize the vehicle, yet now, not a word was spoken. They regarded Su Chun with skepticism, scrutinizing him, perplexed as to why he chose not to join their group. Su Chun continued to observe with a detached gaze, eager to see what further antics these clowns would unveil. In a moment, the atmosphere on the scene turned exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 62, The Farmer and the Snake. After a prolonged silence, it was Tong Hueshua who ultimately shattered the eerie ambience. "All right, since this gentleman is unwilling to join us, let us continue our search for sustenance." A sense of foreboding stirred within her. Remaining in this situation seemed fraught with potential peril. Particularly, she sensed that her companions had undergone some subtle transformation, though she could not quite articulate what had changed. Unbeknownst to Tong Hueshua, Su Chun was acutely aware. He discerned the palpable jealousy in their gazes, a growing animosity directed towards him. In his mind, he held them in contempt, fully understanding their thoughts. To him, had it not been for Tong Hueshua's protection, this group would have long succumbed to internal strife and bloodshed. The inherent flaws of human nature were prevalent in most individuals. Conversely, individuals like Tong Hueshua were rare, especially in apocalyptic times. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman from the crowd began to shout vehemently. She pointed at Su Chun, vociferously accusing him. "This vehicle must have been stolen by him from somewhere. It does not rightfully belong to him. We should reclaim the vehicle for the protection of more people. Officer Tong, this individual is likely a criminal. You ought to apprehend him." Tong Hueshua was taken aback by her sudden outburst, astonished that one of her own team members would utter such words. She was no fool. She understood that the intent behind such claims was to seize Su Chen's armored vehicle. Even more surprisingly, other team members began to step forward, voicing their support for the middle-aged woman's accusations. The greed in their eyes became starkly evident. In that instant, Tong Huishua felt as if she was encountering her team for the first time. She exclaimed, "Enough? All you've articulated amounts to a desire to usurp this gentleman's vehicle. What theft, what criminality? To malign someone without concrete evidence is outrageous. You seek to plunder. I shall not only refuse your demands, but also thwart your malice." She unequivocally declared her stance, forbidding her team from taking any action against Su Chen. In her view, Su Chen was vulnerable and could not possibly contend with her team. A flicker of justice remained in her heart, and she would not allow anyone to disrupt it. Upon hearing Tong Huishua's words, Su Chen regarded her with newfound respect. Regardless of the circumstances, her character was commendable. However, he held reservations about her. She underestimated the depths of human nature in the aftermath of societal collapse. The individuals who had been reprimanded wore expressions of discontent. They had initially expected Tong Huishua to align with them, yet her vehement rebuke took them by surprise. Their dissatisfaction with her rapidly grew. As the saying goes, a grain of kindness may lead to a pound of resentment. Having received too much assistance in the past, these individuals had grown accustomed to it, and her sudden refusal to support them ignited feelings of animosity towards Tong Huishua. Su Chen noted the resentment in their eyes, even hatred, and found it utterly amusing. Some individuals truly do not deserve assistance, nor do they warrant existence in this world. He could sense that these people would not retreat due to Tong Huishua's words. Rather, they would act in unexpected ways. Su Chen was in no haste to intervene. He wished to observe how these individuals planned to proceed. Perhaps this could lead to Tong Huishua gaining a clearer understanding of reality, shedding her current naivety. He even harbored hopes of winning her back. Su Chen was determined to populate the sanctuary with women from various professions, and Tong Huishua's status intrigued him immensely. Thus, he prepared to patiently await the unfolding of events. Those who had been reprimanded initially intended to resist, but upon seeing the gun in Tong Huishua's hand, their anger considerably subsided. Among the crowd, a few remained unwilling to concede so easily. They exchanged glances and devised a plan. At that moment, a young woman approached Tong Huishua under their guidance. "Sister Tong, please do not be angry with them. They merely acted impulsively. After your lesson, they now realize their mistakes." Tong Huishua, upon hearing this, felt her anger diminish. She had a good rapport with this young woman, having saved her life from the clutches of zombies at a critical moment. Just as she was about to respond, an unexpected scene unfolded that filled her with rage. The young woman suddenly seized Tong Huishua's handgun and swiftly tossed it to a burly man behind her. "Xiao Meng, how could you?" Tong Huishua exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. She never anticipated such a betrayal. "Sister Tong, please do not blame me. Your kindness has made our survival in this apocalypse so arduous. Many times we found food, only for other survivors to claim it before us. Have you considered our feelings? Brother Zhang is different from you. He guarantees us sufficient provisions and does not act so foolishly." Xiao Meng's words drew agreement from the others. Their dissatisfaction with Tong Huishua had long been simmering. Were it not for her formidable strength and possession of a firearm, they would have revolted long ago. "You, how could you do this? I saved your lives. How can you treat me this way?" Tong Huishua's face flushed with indignation at their shamelessness, realizing that the very lives she had fought to save were now those of ingrates. The majority of their lives had been spared by her efforts. To her astonishment, instead of gratitude, they harbored resentment towards her. Their actions shattered her worldview, revealing the grotesque nature of humanity in its full glory. "We never compelled you. It was entirely your choice." A middle-aged woman stepped forward, proclaiming loudly. Her words garnered the approval of many, as they sought to justify their actions. Only those with more delicate faces remained silent, standing still, unable to meet her gaze. Clearly, while they felt gratitude towards Tong Huishua, they still supported the actions of the others. The harsh reality of the East Gui gentleman and the wolf, the farmer and the snake, was vividly illustrated. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. What a recurring spectacle it is. A troupe of ungrateful wretches performing their act of betrayal with remarkable finesse. Su Chen laughed heartily at these individuals, scarcely believing such a turn of events could unfold. Indeed, one cannot afford to be benevolent in a world at its end. Witnessing Su Chen's mockery directed at these people, a flicker of hope ignited within Tong Huishua, and her affection for him blossomed. Initially, these individuals had been hypnotizing themselves into believing that their actions were justifiable. Yet, Su Chen's words seemed to strike at their vulnerabilities, and they glared at him with fury. Chapter 63, an invitation extended. Seeing the expressions on their faces, which seemed to yearn for his demise, Su Chen's amusement only grew. "Oh, Is it permissible for you to act as you please, while I am forbidden to speak? His scorn was palpable. How brazen you are! After all, if you can betray your savior, why would you concern yourselves with the thickness of your own skin? Su Chan further denigrated them, holding them in contempt from the depths of his being. Having endured a few jibes, this group could no longer restrain themselves. They could not permit anyone to mock them for their own reprehensible actions. Silence. What do you know? A middle-aged woman rushed forward, finger pointed at Su Chan, unleashing a tirade of abuse. When it came to making a scene, none could match her tenacity. Employing her old tactics from the apocalypse, she berated Su Chan, hurling accusations of disrespect towards elders and other scathing remarks. Shut your mouth, old hag. Speak another word, and I swear I'll put you out of commission. Su Chan's icy gaze bore into the middle-aged woman, laced with an undercurrent of menace. At once, she felt a chill run down her spine, her vitriol abruptly stifled. As if choked by his fierce stare, it was the first time she had encountered such a terrifying gaze, akin to a dagger poised at her throat, rendering her breathless. At that moment, Zhang Hanquan, armed and emerging from the crowd, made his presence known. He was the brother Zhang spoken of by Xiao Meng, the mastermind covertly manipulating the others. With a pistol in hand, he exuded confidence. Unaware of how Su Chan had intimidated the woman, disdain welled within him. She appeared formidable. Yet one insult had silenced her, truly embarrassing. Regardless, the middle-aged woman was of his faction. You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? You were quite bold just now. Do you wish to taste lead? He casually lifted his firearm, aiming it at Su Chan. I wonder whether your tongue is quicker than my trigger. His implication was clear. Should Su Chan fail to concede, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. With newfound courage from the support of the man, the middle-aged woman's demeanor shifted to one of brazen defiance. Others speculated how Su Chan would capitulate under the threat of gunfire. Alas, Su Chan's subsequent actions astounded everyone. Instead of bowing or apologizing, he escalated his mockery, his derision ringing louder. A jester remains a jester. Even armed, you remain a mere jester. Do you truly believe that your little gadget can inflict harm upon me? Utterly ludicrous. With a derisive snort, the mockery on my face deepens. A mere handgun, after all. With Su Chen's current agility, evading bullets poses no challenge. These individuals are nothing but common folk, pitifully mistaken in thinking that a pistol grants them supremacy over all. Beside me, Tong Huishua was taken aback by Su Chen's lack of fear. Instead, he continued to taunt Zhang Hanquan. From Su Chen's expression, she discerned no trace of apprehension, stirring within her a flicker of curiosity. Brother Zhang, this brat disdains you so, why not send him to hell? If we dispose of him swiftly, his vehicle will be ours. With this vehicle, we need not fear zombies when venturing out. One of Zhang's companions, a bespectacled youth, whispered in his ear. Indeed, Zhang Hanquan, intrigued, immediately set his sights on Su Chen's battle vehicle. Initially, Tong Huishua had commanded respect as the group's leader, her prowess unmatched, and with a gun in hand. None dared defy her. However, a simple attempt had allowed Xiao Meng to seize the firearm. Now, Zhang believed himself the master of their fates, determined not only to claim Su Chen's vehicle, but also to pursue Tong Huishua, whose allure had long captivated him. Previously restrained by his own inadequacies, he now yearned to make her his plaything. Since the apocalypse began, he had been pinned up with desire. Both Su Chan and Tong Huishua sensed the nefarious intent lurking in Zhang Hanquan's gaze. There was no need for speculation regarding his intentions. Tong Huishua fumed, her chest rising and falling with indignation as she attempted to conceal her embarrassment. Her demeanor drew the attention of the other men, their eyes fixated. Zhang Hanquan nearly drooled, excitement surging within him. Unable to contain himself, he resolved to eliminate Su Chan first. Kid, you can only blame your misfortune. He aimed the gun at Su Chan, ready to pull the trigger. Bang! As the gunfire erupted, Tong Huishua shouted, no. She yearned to prevent anyone from dying due to her mistake, desperate to stop Zhang Hanquan. Just when she believed Su Chan was doomed and regretted rescuing those ungrateful wretches, she was suddenly struck dumb by the scene before her. Not just she, but everyone else was rendered speechless in shock, for Su Chan had inexplicably dodged the bullet in plain sight. This is impossible. Zhang Hanquan's heart raced with panic. Disbelief etched upon his face. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 more shots at Su Chan, yet the outcome remained unchanged. With a mere sidestep, Su Chan evaded the bullets yet again. Not only that, but while dodging, he drew ever closer to Zhang Hanquan. Who are you? Are you human or specter? Zhang Hanquan nearly lost control, never having anticipated that Su Chan could evade bullets. He was not alone. The others were equally astonished by the spectacle. Even Tong Huishua was left speechless, acutely aware of the difficulty in avoiding bullets. As Su Chan approached him relentlessly, Zhang Hanquan grasped his pistol, prepared to fire yet again. A horrified scream escaped his lips as he clutched his right hand, wailing in agony, the firearm slipping from his grasp to the ground. It was then that Su Chan, unwilling to prolong their confrontation, produced a dagger and hurled it, striking Zhang's wrist with precision. The entire scene unfolded so swiftly that none of the onlookers could have anticipated it. Within mere minutes, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Su Chen moved beside Zhang Hongquan, retrieving the gun, denying him even a moment to plead for mercy, and discharged a shot that struck the latter's head, ending his life on the spot. The others were struck with fear at Su Chen's decisive actions, his demeanor in committing murder appearing disturbingly effortless, devoid of any psychological burden. One by one, they recoiled, anxious to avoid drawing attention to themselves, lest they meet the same fate as Zhang Hongquan. To everyone's astonishment, Su Chen disregarded the remaining individuals altogether and approached Tong Huishua, extending an invitation. Miss Tong, I trust you are utterly disillusioned with these people. They are no longer worthy of your sacrifice. Why not accompany me back to my sanctuary? Chapter 64. The journey home. Upon hearing Su Chen's proposal, Tong Huishua fell silent. Before she could respond, the others began to panic. With Zhang Hongquan dead and the hard-won pistol lost, they found themselves defenseless. If Tong Huishua acquiesced to Su Chen, what would become of them? Those who had previously betrayed her now knelt before Tong Huishua, expressions of remorse etched on their faces. Su Chen merely stood to the side, a cold smile playing on his lips. This group was truly laughable. Just moments ago, they had hurled insults at Tong Huishua, dismissing her life-saving efforts. Now, they were groveling before her, showcasing the very essence of shamelessness. Chuckling softly, Su Chen prepared to observe how Tong Huishua would handle the situation. Should she choose to forgive these individuals, he would abandon her. Such ignorance was not worth his investment. Witnessing their contrition and Su Chen's amused expression, Tong Huishua remained silent for a moment before arriving at her decision. Though she was a stabilizer, she was also human, a being of emotion. She could not bring herself to forgive these people. Those whom she had risked her life to save were not only ungrateful, but had also turned against her. The sight of their remorse made her feel utterly repulsed. Leave, she declared firmly. I do not wish to see you again. I am not foolish. You do not deserve my protection. At her words, the recently penitent individuals erupted in outrage, rising to their feet and unleashing a torrent of insults toward Tong Huishua. We have apologized. What more do you want? As a stabilizer, how can you be so petty? It is your duty to save us. They hurled various accusations at her, attempting to shift blame. Tong Huishua was thoroughly enraged, wishing fervently to slap each individual who had offended her. Such unmitigated shamelessness. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot silenced the cacophony of insults hurled just moments ago. The shooter was none other than Su Chen. You wretched fools, silence yourselves at once. Like bothersome flies buzzing incessantly in my ear. Speak another word, and I shall bestow a bullet upon you. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone ceased their chatter, convinced that Su Chen was indeed capable of pulling the trigger. Against such shamelessness, only a display of formidable power would suffice. Reasoning with these individuals was a futile endeavor. Tong Huishua's choice did not disappoint Su Chen. Let us depart. May these individuals fend for themselves in this apocalypse. With a heavy heart filled with disappointment, Tong Huishua found herself inexplicably accepting Su Chen's invitation and stepping into the armored vehicle, eager to escape the sight of those who had wounded her spirit. Upon witnessing Tong Huishua enter the vehicle, Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at the crowd and sneered. He too ascended into the vehicle. Just as he was about to close the door, a torn blood bag appeared on the ground, its crimson contents oozing forth relentlessly, dispersing the stench of blood into the air. While Tong Huishua had chosen to spare these people, Su Chen had no intention of doing so. He resolved not to engage personally. Instead, he would allow the zombies to impart a lesson on humanity. Initially, the crowd, upon catching the whiff of blood, paid little heed, assuming it emanated from the corpse of Zhang Hongquan. However, it wasn't long before they realized that a horde of zombies was rapidly converging upon their location. Panic ensued, and they found themselves paralyzed with fear. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, they were no match. They frantically pounded on the armored vehicle's exterior, pleading for Su Chen to let them in. Please, let us in. I do not wish to die. Yet, Su Chen showed no inclination to heed their cries for help. He had no intention of granting them entrance. They would have little time left to live. Tong Huishua, too, noticed the commotion outside. How could there be so many zombies? Perhaps the gunfire attracted them. They should have left sooner. They deserve their fate. Su Chen gazed at Tong Huishua's exquisite features, nonchalantly commenting. It was only then that he took a closer look at her beauty. Previously he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse, but now he was struck by her elegance. She possessed a perfectly sculpted oval face, a delicate nose, captivating eyes, soft crimson lips, and long, graceful legs, exuding an air of confidence, especially in her uniform. Undoubtedly, her figure was enviable among countless women. Her future offspring would never go hungry, perhaps even affording to nourish several. She was yet another breathtaking beauty. rivaling the women within the sanctuary. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he returned to the present, eager to divert the topic to avoid revealing his earlier lapse in decorum. You needn't pity them. It would be better for these ingrates to perish at the hands of the zombies than to wreak havoc upon others. In this apocalyptic era, you must learn to live for yourself. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Tong Huishua closed her eyes, forcing herself to refrain from contemplating these matters. After all, as a stability officer, it was her first time choosing to remain passive. As Su Chen aptly stated, it was indeed time for her to consider her own life. Subsequently, the anguished cries from outside grew incessant. The individuals faced with the relentless onslaught of zombies were no match for them. It wasn't long before some were tackled to the ground, surrounded by the undead who tore them apart and feasted upon their remains. The surviving humans displayed expressions of regret, particularly a middle-aged woman who had been the most vociferous, pleading for Tong Huishua in the vehicle to save her. When her entreaties went unanswered, they morphed into curses, ultimately attracting the attention of the zombies. One of them sank its teeth into her neck, ripping away a substantial piece of flesh, causing blood to gush forth, while more zombies descended upon her to partake in the gruesome feast. Meanwhile, the traitorous Xiao Meng had no chance for regret, having been bitten and perishing on the spot. Gradually, the cacophony of screams outside diminished until it vanished entirely, leaving only the sound of the undead feasting in its wake. Once Su Chen confirmed that all had perished, he activated the battle vehicle and set course for his refuge. During the journey back, Su Chen relayed the general situation of the sanctuary to Tong Huishua, also informing her about the soul contract. It seemed that the betrayal had significantly altered her demeanor. Su Chen reassured her that the inhabitants of the refuge were his allies and had no objections. Without a second thought, she inscribed her name upon the soul contract. Su Chen was, of course, elated, gaining yet another stunning companion, and one with a profession at that. With a heart brimming with joy, he swiftly drove towards the sanctuary. This mission not only yielded over 200,000 points, but also brought him an additional woman, marking a bountiful harvest. Chapter 65. The battle begins. Since the vehicle entered the passage leading to the sanctuary, the astonishment upon Tong Huishua's face had not faded. She had not anticipated the existence of such a concealed pathway in this location. Her understanding of Su Chen's capabilities deepened. Upon reaching the sanctuary's entrance, as Su Chen and Tong Huishua disembarked, they were greeted by welcoming figures at the door. It was Mei Runan and her 4 companions, who, having learned of Su Chen's imminent return, had adorned themselves early and awaited him at the entrance. Welcome home. The enthusiastic voices of the women enveloped Su Chen, allowing him to genuinely feel the warmth of home. Tong Huishua, standing beside him, also beheld the women Su Chen had mentioned. She noted that their beauty was on par with her own, which somewhat diminished her pride. Compared to Mei Runan and her companions, she found herself lacking significant advantages, particularly in numbers. Su Chen led Tong Huishua to the 5 women. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tong Huishua, and from today onward, she shall be your sister as well. We are all family here, ready to live in peace within the sanctuary. Under Su Chen's introduction, the 6 women began to familiarize themselves with one another. Uncertain if it was merely her nature, Su Chen observed that friendships among women blossomed effortlessly. With just a few exchanged words, they intertwined in intimate conversation. The girls guided Tong Huishua through the intricacies of the shelter, revealing its myriad functionalities and exceptional safety features. Indeed, few individuals in the world could rival Su Chen's expertise in this regard. Meanwhile, as they toured the shelter, Su Chen instructed Xiao AI to prepare dinner. After a day spent on tasks outside, unbeknownst to her, the evening had quietly arrived. Seizing the moment before dinner, Su Chen resolved to meticulously assess her recent acquisitions. Cheers! Let us celebrate Tong Huishua's arrival. At the bountiful table, everyone raised their glasses in unison. Thank you. Tong Huishua felt a warmth envelop her. Since the apocalypse had begun, she had not enjoyed a single peaceful night as sleep, nor savored a satisfying meal. She had tirelessly risked her life to save others, only to be met with ingratitude from those she had rescued. A lingering pain etched in her heart. Fortunately, Su Chen was there, offering solace to her wounded spirit. For reasons unknown, after arriving at the shelter, she felt an unusual sense of tranquility. The food was delectable, and the wine exquisite. In a daze, it seemed as though the hardships endured outside had become a distant illusion. These splendid days allowed her to forget the bleakness of the apocalypse. Once one has experienced such stability, the desire to return to the harsh realities of the end times is utterly diminished. Observing the joyful exchanges among the women, Su Chen too felt the warmth of the moment. The dinner seemed to stretch on indefinitely, with much of the sumptuous feast finding its way into Su Chen's stomach. His appetite significantly increased after consuming the genetic serum. The women indulged in the wine, with all but Li Tingting becoming somewhat inebriated. Originally, Su Chan intended to escort them back to their rooms individually, but was halted by Mei Runin. Leaning close, her breath fragrant and soft, she ignited a flutter of excitement within him. "You should stay here," she whispered. "I mentioned that Ting has something to discuss with you upon your return." With that, she led the somewhat dazed women back to their respective rooms. As they departed, Mei Runin discreetly signaled an okay to Li Tingting when Su Chun was momentarily distracted. Once the five had left, only Su Chun and Li Tingting remained. Their eyes met, curiosity evident in Su Chen's gaze, while a delicate blush appeared on Li Tingting's fair face. At that moment, Su Chun recalled the earlier conversation among the women regarding a gift intended for him upon their return. This was likely the very reason Mei Runin had insisted he stay. Intrigued, he pondered what kind of gift Li Tingting had prepared. An odd sensation stirred within him, hinting that this gift was extraordinary. As the restaurant fell into a profound silence following the departure of the others, Su Chen prepared to break the stillness when Li Tingting took the initiative. Rising from her chair, she approached and took his hand. "Su Chen, come with me. I have a gift for you." Upon finishing her words, she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. Observing this, Su Chen chose not to say much, allowing himself to be led by Li Tingting, following closely behind her. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual about their direction. They were headed straight for her bedroom. Soon, memories of Mei Runin's words flooded his mind, coupled with Li Tingting's bashful demeanor. He seemed to grasp the implications, and his spirits soared with delight. If all went as anticipated, today would mark a significant turning point. Once inside the bedroom, Li Tingting gestured for Su Chun to take a seat, clutching a bag in her hand and avoiding eye contact. She informed him that she would take a quick shower and would be out shortly. With her being so proactive, Su Chun naturally responded with great generosity, encouraging her to take her time. He found himself eagerly anticipating her freshened presence. His heart raced with excitement. After all his previous efforts, the moment to reap the rewards had finally arrived. This was merely the beginning, with 5 more delightful encounters awaiting his gradual exploration. A blissful chapter was on the verge of commencing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Li Tingting emerged from her shower, wrapped in a towel. At that moment, she appeared utterly enchanting. Her lustrous, damp hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, her visage strikingly delicate, with slightly furrowed brows that enhanced her allure, complemented by her rosy lips, a flawlessly rounded chin, and a neck as smooth as white jade. She resembled a celestial being. Her long, slender legs and flawless skin showcased no imperfections. The towel barely concealed her alluring figure, accentuating her perfection. What a breathtaking beauty. Now, this woman, who had ignited the envy of countless men, was poised to become entirely his. From the inside out, top to bottom, she would bear the mark of Su Chun. Somehow, upon noticing the unabashed gaze Su Chun directed at her, Li Tingting instinctively tugged at her towel. This slight movement only heightened her allure. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, gently biting her luscious red lips, and let the towel fall away. Su Chen's heart raced. To his astonishment, it was a black lace creation. He had not anticipated Li Tingting to understand him so well. In truth, she merely understood the desires of a man. With a bashful demeanor, Li Tingting declared, "This is my gift to you. Please cherish it." Even a celestial being would find it difficult to resist such a sentiment. Su Chun was utterly enthralled. He said little, instead sweeping Li Tingting into his arms as he made his way towards the boat. Today, he intended to experience a day of divine indulgence. This evening, he would engage in a prolonged battle. He was determined to challenge his own limits. Chapter 66. Revitalized spirit. The following morning, Su Chun emerged from his room, while Li Tingting lay on the boat in his bedroom, only now finding the opportunity to rest after her song had concluded. As for the change of setting, it was simply because sleeping on the boat in her own room had become impractical, necessitating a shift. Despite battling through the night, Su Chun felt invigorated, unable to shake off the energy coursing through him. It must be said, Li Tingting's long legs were undeniably captivating, and her slender waist was nothing short of mesmerizing. Had it not been for the genetic enhancements he underwent, he would likely require several days of recuperation to regain his vitality. A robust physique is indeed a blessing. Were it not for the evident strain on Li Tingting, he would not have chosen to conclude the encounter. As he stepped out of the room, Su Chun stretched languidly, a hint of nostalgia gracing his countenance. The gift from last night was truly delightful. He had experienced all he had desired. Regrettably, judging by Li Tingting's demeanor, it appeared that she would be unable to prepare further gifts in the near future. Upon entering the dining room, he found the women, still recovering from last night's revelry, partaking in breakfast. Upon catching sight of Su Chun, their faces flushed crimson, and they averted their gazes. It seemed they too had heard Li Tingting's melodious voice. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Su Chun suppressed the slight embarrassment that welled within him. With the first conquered, it was only a matter of time before the remaining 5 women followed in Li Tingting's footsteps. Once they all truly became his partners, their shyness would dissipate. At that juncture, he envisioned engaging in new games, for instance, role-playing as a teacher and student, a beleaguered instructor, or a school belle facing trials. Coughing lightly, he mused about the myriad of narratives awaiting his exploration. As the future refuge swelled with more inhabitants, grander spectacles would present themselves for his enjoyment. What troubles you? Are you unwell? Su Chun feigned ignorance, expressing false concern for the women before seating himself beside Mei Runin. I have been weary all night. My body requires a replenishment of energy. Once seated, he promptly began to devour the bread on the table. The women, relieved by his lack of further antics, felt a sense of ease. Had the conversation continued, they might have been compelled to flee in embarrassment. During breakfast, Su Chun inadvertently noticed Guan Xinhua, seemingly engrossed in her tablet, as if investigating something. At that moment, he recalled a particular item within his spatial ring. Retrieving a hard drive, he handed it to Guan Xinhua, saying, "Xinhua, this is something I stumbled upon during my travels. It contains data regarding human enhancement, sourced from a research facility. I believe this could significantly benefit your studies." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Guan Xinhua was overwhelmed with joy. She had not anticipated such a momentous gift from him, and her delight was palpable. Currently, her research had been stagnating, making this gift fortuitously timely. Gingerly taking the hard drive into her hands, her excitement was evident to all present. Suddenly, a faint lip mark appeared on Su Chen's face. Before he could react, Guan Xinhua, disregarding her meal, dashed to the medical room to commence her research, transforming it into her makeshift laboratory. This unexpected action not only took Su Chun by surprise, but also caught the remaining 4 women off guard, creating an odd atmosphere in the room. Su Chun, initially astonished, soon erupted into laughter, realizing had Guan Xinhua not acted so swiftly, he might have been better prepared to respond. Otherwise, if the other party provoked him, he would never allow her to depart so easily. She would inevitably have to pay a greater price. At the very least, her lipstick would be gone. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. For reasons unknown, Mei Runin left a lipstick mark on the other side of him. This time, Su Chen would not be soft-hearted. He directly embraced Mei Runin's waist, drawing her onto his lap. He then retaliated with fervor. This sudden turn of events left the other 3 women utterly astonished. The rapid progression of events took them by surprise. After an indeterminate passage of time, Mei Runin finally broke free, gasping for fresh air. At that moment, her lipstick was gone, and her lips appeared slightly swollen and red. Being toyed with by Su Chun in front of others filled her with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She pinched his waist fiercely with her right hand and, without looking back, fled in a flustered manner. Su Chun, however, wore a smile of satisfaction. Such a minor price was worth it. The 3 women remaining in the restaurant exchanged bewildered glances. The antics of Guan Xinhua and Mei Runin left them in a quandary, especially for Tong Huishua, who had just arrived at the sanctuary. They noticed Su Chun observing them with a sly smile, realizing that escaping this situation would not be so simple. A wave of shyness washed over them. If they were alone with Su Chun, they certainly would not behave this way. Ultimately, they would belong to Su Chun sooner or later, so there was no need for excessive embarrassment. The presence of others, however, made it difficult to let go. Seeing their bashful demeanor, Su Chun surmised their thoughts. Not wanting to put them in a difficult position, he gestured to them by tapping his finger on his face. Upon understanding the implication of Su Chen's gesture, Li Yingying, her cheeks flushed, approached him and pressed her lips against his cheek. Having achieved her desire, Su Chen did not hinder her and allowed her to leave. With her good friend having taken the plunge, Li Wanyan could only suppress her own shyness and leave her own mark as well. Afterward, Li Wanyan pulled Li Yingying away, both of them scampering back to their room. Blushing, Tong Huishua watched as each of them abandoned her in haste, leaving her at a loss in her seat. She had contemplated such scenarios, but never anticipated they would unfold so swiftly. Her decisive nature led her to make a choice promptly, as she harbored an instinctive feeling that further delay might cost her dearly. Tong Huishua had great faith in her intuition, which had proven accurate over the years. This was a significant reason for her quick decision. Though she was mentally prepared, nervousness and shyness crept in. Approaching Su Chun, she closed her eyes. She had earned another crimson mark, which brought him great joy. A subtle smile graced Su Chen's lips. His spontaneous action yielded such significant rewards, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. He resolved to pay more attention to Guan Xinhua in the future. Without him, others would not have taken the initiative. With the precedent set by Li Tingting, it is likely that others will soon present him with gifts. After Tong Huishua departed, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim how his life was becoming increasingly prosperous. As time swiftly passed, evening arrived unnoticed. Li Tingting awoke, feeling utterly fatigued, her throat parched and sore. Having not eaten all day, hunger did not plague her. One could only imagine the excitement and fervor Su Chun exhibited the previous night. Upon seeing her awake, Su Chen hurried to attend to her. Offering her water from a cup, Shortly thereafter, she succumbed to slumber once more, evidently roused by her thirst. A complete recovery would require some time. Others were taken aback by Li Tingting's condition, astonished by Su Chen's formidable prowess. To this, Su Chen merely smiled faintly. The stronger he became, the more blissful the future would be for the women around him. No woman would desire anything less than a man of enduring strength and capability. At present, Su Chen had no intention of venturing out. He aimed to cultivate strong relationships with the women, making them genuinely his own. He sensed that they harbored similar intentions. Otherwise, they would not have cooperated so eagerly with Li Tingting the previous day, indulging in drink and leaving Su Chen alone with her. Su Chen welcomed their actions, for he ultimately reaped the benefits. Their willingness to engage in such activities indicated that someone was leading the charge, most likely Mei Runin, who possessed the finesse to command Li Tingting and the others to follow her directives. After all, Mei Runin hailed from a prestigious family, making it effortless for her to bring Li Tingting and the others under her wing. She had openly expressed her ambition to be the primary wife, and in terms of cunning, no other woman could rival her at present. Even Tong Huishue, who had recently arrived at the sanctuary, was merely slightly stronger in character than the other women. It was only a matter of time before she too would be swayed. Within a mere day, under Mei Runin's guidance, the women had formed a remarkably harmonious bond. This arrangement was advantageous, as having someone to assist in managing the others would alleviate much of Su Chen's burdens. Based on Su Chen's conjecture, only Wang Yuning could rival Mei Runin. Both hailed from noble backgrounds and possessed formidable tactics. Currently, Su Chen maintained intermittent contact with Wang Yuning, his fingers flying across the screen as they engaged in conversation. He harbored intentions towards her, and she, too, held distinct thoughts about him. Su Chen felt a premonition that their meeting would soon come to pass. Given the opportunity, he would seize it without hesitation, endeavoring to bring her into his sanctuary and claim her as his own. Through their exchanges, he had gleaned that discord had begun to surface within the Wang family, with some seeking to exploit the situation to their advantage. Her father, the head of the Wang family and her pillar of support, had sustained injuries for reasons unknown, leading to ill intentions among those around him. Wang Yuning maintained contact with Su Chen in hopes of securing an ally or perhaps establishing a safety net for herself. During their interactions, she discovered that Su Chen possessed remarkable capabilities, and their correspondence became increasingly frequent. After concluding her conversation with Wang Yuning, Su Chen set aside his phone and observed the group of women before him, each engaged in their own leisure activities, some watching movies, others listening to music, while a few were engrossed in games. He had prepared an abundance of entertainment options, sufficient to keep them occupied during their idle hours. Taking a seat beside Mei Runin, he gently embraced her slender waist and playfully inquired, "Who among you has prepared a gift for me today?" Startled by Su Chen's sudden appearance, Mei Runin nearly dropped her tablet. She playfully pushed him away, feigning annoyance. "Aren't you satisfied with having Sister Tingting yesterday? You truly are a greedy fellow." Clearing his throat, Su Chen replied, "How could you say such a thing? From the moment you all entered the sanctuary, you became my people. Moreover, I pride myself on being exceptionally fair. Having rewarded Tingting yesterday, it is only right to reward you all today. I do not play favorites. Everyone is treated equally." He burst into laughter after his declaration. "Ugh, what a lecherous man," Mei Runin muttered upon hearing his words. However, she showed no inclination to refuse, as this had been a plan they had discussed beforehand. The original choice for the evening was supposed to be Li Yingying, but upon seeing Li Tingting's exhaustion, they hesitated, leading to a temporary change in plans. It seemed that the opportunity had fallen to her instead. Though she appeared composed, her flushed cheeks revealed her true feelings. "Tonight, I have prepared a gift for you," she said. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face lit up with joy. He pulled her closer, inhaling a delicate fragrance that enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. Taking a moment to admire Mei Runin, he noted her attire. A pristine white blouse paired with a short black skirt, accentuated by black stockings that elongated her legs, which appeared irresistibly alluring. Her long legs could surely captivate anyone. With a tiny waist and a curvaceous form, she was truly enchanting. The blouse clung tightly to her figure, as if the buttons could pop at any moment. Her lustrous black hair was styled in a simple ponytail, and her exquisite features exuded an air of grace and elegance, clearly signaling her distinguished background. "I am certain I will adore your gift," Su Chen remarked, lightly brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. "I wish to see you in that uniform you often wore at Haicheng University." Mei Runin, blushing, retorted, "Not a chance. I will not heed your request." Su Chen found himself captivated by her adorable demeanor. He had not anticipated that the once revered Ice Queen would exhibit such a bashful side. "How charming." As she spoke, Su Chen held her delicate, fair hands. "Really? I believe that outfit accentuates your elegance the most." Clearing his throat, Su Chen would never admit that he was eager to engage in a narrative game that evening. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. He was convinced that Mei Runin was merely feigning reluctance and would ultimately acquiesce to his desires. The allure of coyness is a tactic often employed by women, professing a lack of interest while secretly yearning for it. As Su Chun conversed with Mei Runin, the other women felt a collective sigh of relief, mingled with a hint of unease, the cause of which eluded them. Chapter 68, Daily Life After Dinner. Mei Runin returned to her bedroom, announcing her intention to take a shower. Su Chun smiled faintly, unperturbed, and remained at the dining table to converse with the remaining 4 women. Following dinner, Su Chun engaged in an action contrary to that of the morning. Instead of receiving affection from the women, he attentively indulged in their lip gloss, savoring each one. Particularly, he focused on Guan Xinyue, giving her special attention. When he finally released her, she appeared utterly spent. Lowering his gaze to meet Guan Xinyue's, he smirked. Today, I shall let you off the hook, but next time, you shall not escape. You are next. Hearing Su Chen's words, Guan Xinyue shyly turned away, feeling unable to discuss such matters with him. She could only adopt an ostrich-like mentality, pretending she had not heard. Ah, you. Su Chun merely chuckled, choosing to leave the teasing at that. Refraining from further provoking Guan Xinyue. Since it was Mei Runin's turn to shine, he could not keep the lovely lady waiting. He departed amidst the complex gazes of the other women. Upon entering the bedroom, he was captivated by the sight before him, rendered momentarily speechless. At that moment, Mei Runin had donned her former uniform, which perfectly complemented her grace. To achieve the best effect, she had even put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This scene left Su Chun utterly spellbound. Seeing Su Chun enter, Mei Runin raised an eyebrow and said sternly, "Student, how dare you intrude into the teacher's office?" Su Chun quickly realized that Mei Runin was even more playful than he had anticipated. To maintain the playful atmosphere, he promptly got into character. "My apologies, Professor Mei. I have an urgent matter I wish to consult you about." Upon hearing Su Chen's request, Mei Runin's expression softened slightly. She sat at her desk and gestured for him to join her. "Please, take a seat. If it truly is urgent, I shall forgive your intrusion this time. Sit down and explain. I will help you resolve it." Hearing her words, Su Chen cautiously approached, his face displaying an urgency, as though he were facing a significant dilemma. Once seated beside Mei Runin, he grasped her slender, fair hands tightly, appearing quite anxious. "Professor, are you being serious? I truly require your assistance." Professor Mei gazed at Su, affirming with conviction, "Rest assured, I shall assist you." Upon hearing this, Su's heart soared with joy. "I am encountering difficulties in my studies. The practical knowledge of biology and medicine eludes me, and I require your help." Professor Mei, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. "I did not expect you to be so uninformed, Su. This cannot stand. For the sake of your future, I will guide you." With that, Professor Mei commenced imparting the practical knowledge of these 2 subjects to Su, a lesson that spanned the entire night. The following day, Su returned to his chamber. As before, he found it impossible to sleep in the room occupied by Mei Runin. Her condition was even more dire than Li Tingting's. The previous night's events had captivated Su to such an extent that he had momentarily forgotten everything. Observing Mei Runin, who had succumbed to a disheveled slumber, it was evident that she would require a significant period of recuperation to regain her normalcy. Unbeknownst to her, her uniform and stockings had transformed into mere fragments. One could only imagine how Li Tingting, having rested for a day and a night, would feel upon witnessing Mei Runin's state, uncertain of how to critique Su. She was just preparing to don her clothes, wishing to distance herself from Su temporarily, but alas, she was a step too late. At that moment, Su still possessed the energy to pull Li Tingting back aboard. He beheld her, draped only in a blanket, and the fervor of their recent skirmish reignited within him. "Oh, you," Li Tingting exclaimed, attempting to flee. Su, of course, would not grant her the opportunity to escape, employing a few simple maneuvers to render her powerless to resist. "My dear, it is still early. Why the haste to depart? Let us engage in some games." Su's face broke into a mischievous grin. Before long, everything concluded. After 2 consecutive days and nights of intense exertion, even a body as resilient as his could not endure further, leaving him slightly fatigued. Once he tidied up, he reclined on the boat and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Thanks to Su's restraint, Li Tingting did not succumb to exhaustion this time. After a brief rest, she managed to extricate herself from his embrace. Hastily donning her clothes without checking her appearance, she hurried toward the cabin's exit. Gripped by fear that any delay would result in her losing the chance to leave the boat. Simultaneously, she lamented the falsehoods circulating online, particularly the notion that men were swift in such matters. She felt an overwhelming desire to deliver a resounding slap to those who spread such claims. Alone, she was no match for Su. Should she encounter him again, she feared she might succumb to dehydration. No. As Li Tingting departed the chamber, she resolved to avoid a repeat of her previous misfortunes. When she finally emerged, it was nearly noon. Upon spotting the food laid out on the dining table, she disregarded any pretense and devoured it hungrily. After nearly 2 days without sustenance, although Su had provided her something to quell her hunger, only food could truly satiate her. Ah, Tingting, how has your complexion improved so remarkably? Upon hearing this, Li Tingting paused her eating, taking a moment to reflect. Lifting her head, she spotted the other 4 girls entering the restaurant together, each bearing dark circles under their eyes. It was evident that they had not rested well the previous night. As for the reason, she quickly surmised it. In her heart, she scolded Su Chen a few times, deeming him utterly inconsiderate. Hearing the 4 girls praise her improved complexion, she merely rolled her eyes in response. Reflecting on Su Chen's initial sweet words that had proven unexpectedly effective, she muttered to the group, "You needn't envy me. In a few days, when your skin resembles mine, you too shall bask in its radiance. I am confident that Su Chen will be more than willing to assist you." Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across the faces of the 4 girls as they grasped the implication behind Li Tingting's words. "Oh my, Tingting, how have you become so mischievous?" Yet, Li Tingting remained silent, continuing to savor her meal, clearly famished. The girls, prompted by the earlier conversation, fell into a contemplative silence, their thoughts drifting to Mei Runen's incessant singing throughout the night. However, the lingering blush on their cheeks betrayed their inner feelings. Chapter 69. The second catastrophe. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. What a delightful slumber it had been. After 2 consecutive nights of bliss, he had truly demonstrated his vigor. Currently, his progress had reached 2/3. The remaining 4 parts demanded his earnest effort. Rising, he dressed and gently covered Mei Runen with a blanket, ensuring not to disturb her rest as he quietly exited the bedroom. Once outside, he instructed Xiao Ai to prepare his meal. After satisfying his hunger, he entered the living room, where he found the girls in a state of leisure. Li Yingying and Li Tingting were engrossed in a drama. Tong Huishue was jogging on a treadmill, and Li Wanyin was practicing yoga on the floor. Upon noticing Su Chen's presence, their attention shifted entirely to him. This scene filled Su Chen with warmth. Just then, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the first stage, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Ding! The second stage of the apocalypse has commenced. Please prepare for protective measures. Ding! The second catastrophe has been confirmed. Acid rain erosion. The duration of the disaster is 1 month, during which acid rain will intermittently descend worldwide at unpredictable times. Ding! Countdown to the event, 3 days." As the system notifications concluded, Su Chen settled onto the sofa, contemplating his next course of action. He had not anticipated the second catastrophe would arrive so swiftly. According to the system's alerts, he had merely 3 days to prepare. Throughout this month, acid rain could fall at any moment, making it particularly treacherous. Venturing outside, one misstep could result in being corroded by the sudden onslaught of acid rain. A thought that sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, Su Chen had ample supplies, alleviating the need to venture out during this perilous time. He then considered that not only could humans not withstand the acid rain, but zombies too would be powerless against it. After enduring a month of acid rain, the number of zombies will significantly diminish, which is indeed a piece of good news for the surviving humans. The survivors merely need to devise a means to endure this calamity. Once Su Chen ascertained that this disaster would not affect him, he felt a wave of relief. He prepared to share this news with the women, urging them to inform their loved ones to brace for the impending acidic rain. After all, they are his women, and within their capacity, they can look after their families. It was merely a reminder. He stood to lose nothing. Additionally, he could earn their gratitude, which might later encourage them to willingly partake in more games with him. Following Mei Runen's actions the previous night, he discovered a newfound fondness for role-playing scenarios. Only those who experience it can truly appreciate its exquisite charm, rendering one utterly captivated and unable to extricate themselves. "Su Chen, what is the matter?" The women noticed Su Chen gazing vacantly on the sofa, setting aside their own tasks to express concern around him. "I'm fine." Su Chen snapped back to reality, smiling at their caring expressions. Suddenly, he pulled Li Tingting into his embrace, seating her on his lap. The unexpected gesture left Li Tingting blushing, as she had not anticipated such an action in front of so many people. Subsequently, Su Chen patted the seats beside him, inviting the remaining 4 women to sit on either side. Though they felt shy and feared he might have mischievous intentions, they obediently complied and took their seats. Su Chen, witnessing this, felt a sense of pride. There was no one else in the world who could relish such a view as he did. He gazed at the women and calmly stated, "I have just received news that a new apocalyptic disaster is imminent." "What? A new apocalyptic disaster?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the women were taken aback. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, they would not have displayed such expressions. They understood that Su Chen had no reason to deceive them. Among them, Tong Huishue quickly composed herself and eagerly inquired, "Do you know what the disaster is? Will it affect us?" Her lack of skepticism stemmed from hearing about Su Chen's extraordinary abilities from others and witnessing them firsthand. It was precisely because of these experiences that her heart had been captured by Su Chen in such a short time. The women soon regained their composure. Noticing that Su Chen exhibited no signs of anxiety, they understood that they would likely be unaffected. However, they were acutely aware that their loved ones lacked the protection that Su Chen offered them. They hurriedly asked him about the nature of the new disaster to alert their families in advance. Su Chen did not keep them in suspense and quickly provided an answer. The next disaster would be acid rain. The entire world would face a deluge of corrosive rain. As long as you remain in the shelter, you need not worry about danger. The survivors outside must exercise caution for the next month as they venture out under the threat of acid rain. The threat of acid rain is truly terrifying, capable of effortlessly dissolving a person into a pool of blood. As far as I know, there are still 3 days until this catastrophic event occurs. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the women hastily retrieved their phones to contact their families. They needed to inform their loved ones as quickly as possible to prepare for what lay ahead. Although their families were initially skeptical of their daughter's grave demeanor, they ultimately heeded their warnings and began to make necessary arrangements. After all, preparing in advance was not an arduous task. In recent days, guided by their daughter's advice, they had also learned methods to combat zombies and had amassed a fair amount of food. A month's worth of supplies should suffice. As for Mei Runen's family, Su Chen took special care to awaken her so she could notify her own family. Though she had rested throughout the day, she found herself unable to rise from her bed, her lips slightly parted and her voice hoarse. Nevertheless, typing on her phone posed no difficulty. After alerting her family, exhaustion washed over her once more, and she succumbed to sleep again. Observing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. Realizing he had perhaps exerted too much force, causing Mei Runen some discomfort, he resolved to be more cautious in the future. It was simply that Mei Runen was so alluring that he found it hard to restrain himself. Returning to the living room, Su Chen noted the relaxed expressions of the women, indicating that they had successfully reached out to their families. At that moment, their admiration for Su Chen deepened. To possess foreknowledge of the apocalypse set him apart from others. They felt fortunate to be Su Chen's women, not only free from worries about food and safety, but also able to assist their families. How fortunate they were to encounter such a perfect man. Chapter 70. A letter. Seeing the admiration in his women's eyes filled Su Chen with joy. What man would not feel elated in such a situation? Just as he prepared to engage them in deeper conversation, the women seemed to sense his intentions and began to make excuses to leave one by one. Su Chen could only shake his head in resignation. If not for pressing matters at hand, they would not have left so easily. Seated on the sofa, he pulled out his phone to check the messages. It was from Wang Yuding. A peculiar smile crossed his face after reading the message. Wang Ke had re-established contact with the Wang family. Wang Yuding had learned about his exploits at the Virus Research Institute from Wang Ku and had come specifically to inquire about him. She also revealed a wealth of information, mentioning that Wang Ke had intentions of uniting them, which had drawn the attention of the head of the Wang family to Su Chen's existence. Simultaneously, Su Chen discovered why Wang Ke had not reached out to the Wang family sooner. It was the age-old tale of familial infighting. Wang Ke had left the Wang family at a young age. It was only after Wang Yuding's father ascended to power that Wang Ke resumed contact with the family, although he had not returned to live with them. This time, the threat posed by the Wu family prompted Wang Ku to return to protect his students. Su Chen understood that the Wang family must have acquired data on human evolution. In his previous conversation with the elder Wang Ku, he learned that the latter was working for the authorities, representing them and possessing this data. After obtaining the information, Guan Xinhua, though not yet fully grasping all the details, discovered that the results of the experiment were indeed feasible. Su Chen understood that, given the research methods of these prominent families, mastering the techniques of human evolution was merely a matter of time. However, he was not overly concerned, for he knew that their evolution would never match his own. At best, they would reach the level of his preliminary gene serum. Converting experimental data into tangible results was something they could not accomplish in a short time frame. This was not due to Su Chen's disdain for their research capabilities, but rather the immense difficulty inherent in human evolution. Before long, he would be able to purchase an intermediate gene serum, which would further enhance his abilities at an astonishing rate. Even if those prominent families were to seize the methods of evolution, they would remain no match for him. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt a sense of urgency. Someone was pursuing him from the shadows, intensifying his desire to grow stronger. After discussing trivial matters, Su Chen pondered the reason behind Wang Yuning's visit. He could hardly believe she would seek him out for something so trivial. As expected, Wang Yuning articulated her purpose, revealing everything in detail. At that moment, she was deeply conflicted, uncertain whether to trust Su Chen. Approaching a dead end, she found no one else but him capable of aiding her escape from her current predicament. Having learned about Su-chun from Wang Ku, she had come to him with a mindset of taking a chance. Her urgency stemmed from the drastic changes in her circumstances. In the early days of the apocalypse, whispers of internal strife within the Wang family had begun to surface, and as time progressed, the turmoil worsened. Former servants of the Wang family had started harboring rebellious thoughts. Before the apocalypse, such thoughts would have been unthinkable, but the current reality prioritized strength above all. The Wang family was gradually losing its grip on these servants, who were trending towards independence. The leader of these servants, Jelen, harbored feelings for Wang Yuning and had been persistently seeking her hand in marriage from the family patriarch, Wang Xingjun, hoping to exchange his unwavering loyalty for the chance to wed her. Initially, Wang Xingjun managed to maintain control over the situation, but to his astonishment, Jelen garnered the support of a majority of the family's servants. Consequently, the situation spiraled out of control, and the Wang family was on the brink of internal conflict. With no other choice, Wang Xingjun approached Wang Yuning, urging her to agree to marry Jelen to stabilize the situation. However, Wang Yuning accidentally overheard her father's scheme, which aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the rebellious servants. As for her own life and death, her father said little, the implications of which were all too clear. For the sake of the family's safety and her own standing, he was prepared to sacrifice the happiness, or even the lives, of his children. This is the reprehensible nature of powerful families. Wang Yuning could not accept becoming a pawn in her father's game. She, upon learning of the situation, continually sought ways to find individuals who could assist her. Initially, she approached Su-chun with a mindset of mere trial and error. However, after gleaning more information about Su-chun from the elder Wang Ku, she realized that this was her sole opportunity to escape the Wang family and avoid becoming a sacrificial pawn. Upon hearing Wang Yuning's words, Su-chun fell into a temporary silence, astonished by the ruthlessness of Wang Yuning's father, who would sacrifice his own daughter to consolidate his power. Su-chun contemplated what benefits he could derive from aiding Wang Yuning. He lacked for nothing in terms of food, medicine, or other resources, and he possessed ample data on human evolution. Just then, Wang Yuning's subsequent words rendered Su-chun unable to remain composed. Sensing Su-chun's silence, Wang Yuning surmised that he was weighing the pros and cons. This was her last lifeline, and she could not afford to relinquish it. Thus, she divulged a crucial piece of information. She knew that Su-chun's refuge was well stocked, so she had to approach the matter from another angle. Wang Yuning, not long ago, a meteorite fell near the Wang family's vicinity. This meteorite is quite extraordinary. It resembles jade, yet possesses remarkable hardness. Since acquiring this wondrous meteorite, the Wang residence has not been assailed by zombies. Upon hearing Wang Yuning's revelation, a notification sound echoed in Su-chun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the special mission to recover the meteorite. Mission reward, 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a series of missions. Subsequent missions will unlock upon completion of the prerequisite tasks. Su-chun was astounded. He had not anticipated that the meteorite Wang Yuning mentioned would hold such value. This was a staggering 30,000 points, equivalent to the slaughter of 6,000 level 1 zombies to earn. It was no trifling sum, and Su-chun felt a stirring of excitement. Moreover, upon completing the special mission, there would be a series of follow-up tasks, presenting yet another substantial opportunity for points. He knew he had to head to the Wang family. The surprise brought by Wang Yuning was indeed delightful. He quickly responded to her. Upon receiving Su-chun's agreement, Wang Yuning was overwhelmed with excitement. With Su-chun's promise, her chances of survival significantly increased. She then disclosed the location of the Wang family to Su-chun. There remained a week before the head of the Wang family would implement his plan. After a moment of contemplation, Su-chun devised a strategy. He informed Wang Yuning that he would take action in 3 days. Coincidentally, 3 days hence coincided with the arrival of the acid rain, marking an opportune moment for him to act. Chapter 71. Departure to the Wang family. Thanks to Wang Yuning's information, Su-chun's previously arranged schedule was thrown into disarray. He had initially intended to rest for a few days before dealing with the remaining 4 women, aiming to transform them into true women. However, the recent tragic fates of Li Tingting and Mei Runan instilled a sense of fear in the 4 women, compelling Su-chun to refrain from taking action against them for the time being. Conversely, Li Tingting and Mei Runan, who had already undergone transformation, were quite different. They eagerly participated in role-playing games with Su-chun at night. Unfortunately, their stamina proved insufficient, and after 2 days, their bodies could no longer endure. They were no match for Su-chun, and it wouldn't be long before they succumbed to slumber. In consideration of their own well-being, the 2 individuals united to raise a banner of peace, preparing to rest and recuperate for a few days. Su-chun, possessing an overwhelming strength, found himself temporarily devoid of joy. On the eve of the acid rain's arrival, he remained alone in his empty abode, idly gazing at the messages in the group chat while lying in bed. Suddenly, someone announced a change in the official notice within the chat. Su-chan furrowed his brow at this news. Such occurrences had transpired before. Prior to the apocalypse, the officials had received warnings, but the brevity of time left them unprepared. This time, however, on the eve of the acid rain, the officials were once again alerted. Upon perusing the notification, Su-chan noted that it merely informed the public of imminent changes related to the apocalypse, urging them to prepare in advance. This revelation provided him with a sense of relief. Although he remained unaware of the source of this information relayed to the officials, he had gleaned a crucial understanding from these two instances. Regardless of the circumstances, nothing surpassed the efficacy of his own system. Whether in discerning the nature of disasters or predicting their onset, the system proved far more accurate. This realization eased Su-chan's worries considerably. As dawn broke the following morning, the sky appeared shrouded in a hazy gloom. Soon, a thick layer of clouds enveloped the heavens, inciting a sense of unease among the populace, who could not ascertain the cause of their trepidation. Only Su-chan seemed to comprehend that this was merely the prelude to the impending acid rain. In the next moment, the system's alert chimed, "Ding! Acid rain is imminent. Please exercise caution, host." With the system's warning echoing in his ears, the external world underwent a dramatic transformation. The temperature began to rise, inducing a palpable discomfort among the people, who mistook the darkening skies for an impending downpour. At that moment, a startling scene unfolded before all eyes. For reasons unknown, every zombie lingering on the streets surged toward nearby buildings, overwhelming numerous locations in a throng of the undead. Unfortunate survivors who inadvertently encountered these zombies met a grim fate. This bizarre phenomenon manifested in every corner of the globe. The clouds, which had gathered for so long, finally released their rain. As the first drop struck the ground, it corroded a small pit into the earth, serving as a harbinger. Soon, acid rain fell upon every region of the world, accompanied by the incessant hissing of corrosion. Most survivors were fortunate, as the majority had sought refuge indoors to evade the onslaught of zombies. However, those venturing out in search of sustenance found themselves in dire straits. Should their luck falter and they lacked shelter when the acid rain commenced, they risked being reduced to mere puddles of blood by the caustic deluge. Before long, other survivors also discerned the peculiarities of the situation. The rainwater outside was indeed problematic. Some zombies, unable to find refuge, succumbed to the acid's assault, transforming into pools of ichor. Similarly, the flora outside could not withstand the corrosive onslaught, perishing on the spot. It could be said that the vast majority of the world's vegetation met its demise in this cataclysmic acid rain. This catastrophe appears to be a significant cleansing of life, leaving one to wonder when flora will once again grace the earth. Nevertheless, the external turmoil has no bearing on Su-chan. At a depth of 100 meters beneath his refuge, the acid rain stands no chance of inflicting harm upon him. Fortunately, this deluge soon ceased. For a month, the world remains susceptible to the onslaught of sulfuric rain. While others hesitate to venture outside, Su-chan harbors no such fears. His audacity to step out during this perilous time stems from the system's countdown forewarning him of the impending acid rain, allowing him to evade its wrath. This is precisely why he chose to visit the Wang family today. The Wang household must be engulfed in chaos, struggling to adapt to the devastation wrought by the acid rain. After bidding farewell to the women in the shelter, Su-chan steered his armored vehicle toward the Wang family's location. The entrance to the tunnel remained unscathed by the acid rain, functioning as intended. Su-chan couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the structures erected by the system. Upon breaching the exterior, he was struck by the dramatic transformation of the surroundings. All vegetation lay lifeless, and numerous buildings bore the scars of corrosion inflicted by the acid rain. A dense fog permeated the air, tainted with sulfuric acid. Any unwary soul inhaling it would be close to death. The human body, frail in nature, cannot withstand the corrosive effects of sulfuric acid. Fortunately, the sealing of Su-chan's vehicle was impeccable, preventing the fog from infiltrating its confines. The journey was eerily quiet, devoid of any zombie obstruction. The only downside was Su-chan's inability to crush zombies for points. The ground, marred by acid, had become uneven, making the ride quite jarring. The Wang family's residence was still a considerable distance from Su-chan's shelter, requiring 2 to 3 hours to reach. Along the way, he frequently communicated with Wang Yuning to stay abreast of developments within the Wang household. Since the advent of the acid rain, the internal strife within the Wang family had begun to surface, complicating Wang Yuning's situation. The pressure from Galin, coupled with her father's machinations, had plunged the Wang family into disarray. Fortunately, Wang Yuning opted to align herself with Su-chan, otherwise, her survival in this treacherous game would have been improbable. and she would have inevitably become a casualty of the internal conflict. Yuning, have you given it any thought? For the stability of the Wang family, you must wed Galin. Wang Zhengjun addressed his daughter with grave seriousness. Galin had just laid his cards on the table, demanding a definitive answer by day's end, else he would incite rebellion among the Wang family's offspring, concealing the murderous intent in his gaze. Wang Zhengjun regarded Galin merely as a treacherous dog he had raised. No one would yield to a betraying hound. Now the dog sought to bite the hand that fed it, and he was determined to eliminate it completely. The crux of the matter was to secure Wang Yuning's agreement to marry, thus creating an opportunity to eliminate all traitors. Wang Yuning bit her lip, increasingly disillusioned with her father and the Wang family. Had she not been privy to her father's true intentions, she might have acquiesced. Sacrificing happiness for the sake of the family was a duty of its science. Yet, her father's scheme was ultimately to lead her to her demise. To prevent any leaks, those closest to her must face execution. In order to stall her father, she temporarily agrees to his wishes. My daughter, your ability to think this way brings me great joy. Your sacrifice will be remembered by the family. Having received the answer she desired, Wang Zhengjun departed in high spirits. As she watched her father's retreating figure, Wang Yuning silently prayed that Su Chun would not let her down. Chapter 72. Infiltrating the Wang family. The acid rain revealed different aspects to many. Authorities discovered numerous zombies perishing in the acidic downpour, significantly alleviating the pressure of exterminating them. Many astute individuals also realized that a vast number of zombies had been dissolved into blood by the acid rain, igniting their excitement. With the reduction of zombies, their chances of survival in this apocalypse had greatly increased. The exchanges within various group chats became lively. However, Su Chun, who was driving, had no time to peruse this information. For him, the utmost priority was to swiftly reach the Wang family and secure the meteorite. Fortune smiled upon him, as there would be no further acid rain along the road to the Wang residence for a short while, preventing any delays in his journey. He moved uninterrupted, halting just 1 kilometer from the Wang family shelter at the fastest pace possible. According to Wang Yuning, the paths leading to the Wang family were lined with hidden sentinels. Anyone approaching the Wang residence would soon be detected by these watchers, who would then alert the internal combatants to prepare. In fact, the Wang family had previously installed extensive surveillance systems capable of 360-degree monitoring. After the acid rain, however, much of this surveillance had been damaged, temporarily leaving the Wang family without control over their surroundings. This presented a perfect opportunity for Su Chun to infiltrate. With a detector in hand, he could easily elude the sentinels. As for the surveillance, Xiao AI swiftly hacked into the monitoring room, allowing Su Chun to identify the locations of the cameras and evade them accordingly. Su Chun stored his armored vehicle within his spatial ring, preparing to enter alone. Gazing at the signals from his detector, he discovered several individuals concealed nearby. Thankfully, he possessed this device. Without it, he would have been discovered after just a few steps. Utilizing his agility, he quickly approached the Wang family shelter. Within the short distance of 1 kilometer, Su Chun had already detected 10 sentinels dispersed in the vicinity. Had the surveillance cameras not been destroyed, even Su Chun would have found it impossible to infiltrate. After carefully avoiding the last sentinel, a wall appeared before him, topped with barbed wire and connected to high-voltage electricity. This must be the Wang family shelter. How cautious they are. Su Chun couldn't help but feel an increased sense of vigilance towards the Wang family. The combination of surveillance and sentinels was not enough. The wall's tight defenses made it seem formidable. However, the acid rain had caused issues for such a tightly guarded barrier. Many sections of the barbed wire had been corroded, resulting in significant vulnerabilities in their defenses. Utilizing his detector, Su Chun selected a blind spot in the surveillance, slipping into an unguarded corner. Upon entering, he could not help but exclaim at the scene before him. What a lamentable sight. The plants within had all been corroded to oblivion by sulfuric acid, and the building's exteriors were rendered unrecognizable by erosion. Yet, he could still envision the opulence of a bygone era based on the remnants that lingered. He took out his phone to consult the map provided by Wang Yuning, which detailed the general layout of the Wang family's estate. Wang Yuning resided in the most central area, where other core members of the Wang family also dwelled. Suddenly, Su Chun noticed a group of individuals approaching his location. To avoid revealing his presence, he leaped into an adjacent room. While his strength could easily dispatch the patrolling individuals, doing so would undoubtedly expose him. Thus, Su Chun opted for concealment instead. Inside the room, darkness enveloped him, but the sporadic light from outside allowed him to discern the surroundings with difficulty. Upon gaining clarity, a wave of fury surged within him. The room was filled with cages, each containing a person devoid of clothing, their bodies marred by various instruments of torture. There were lash marks, ligature marks, and burn scars. Just a fleeting glance was enough to incite outrage. Su Chun did not consider himself a virtuous person. Yet he could never subject women to such torment. The owner of this room was a beast, a creature even lower than that. Humanity and morality had decayed to such an extent in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, the women imprisoned in the cages became aware of Su Chen's presence. However, they exhibited no reaction, their eyes reflecting a numbing despair. Their current plight was more agonizing than death itself. Do you wish for liberation? I can assist you. Su Chen inquired after a prolonged silence. This was the only way he could offer help to these unfortunate women. Upon hearing his words, the women displayed a rare expression of surprise. They had assumed Su Chen was yet another tormentor, but now realized he was an unwitting intruder. I want that fiend to suffer a fate worse than death. Sir, can you aid us in this endeavor? One woman's expression turned fierce, her body radiating an all-consuming hatred. I am willing to pay any price. The others, upon hearing her, felt their remaining resentment ignite, all pleading with Su Chen for a chance at vengeance. Sighing deeply, Su Chen acquiesced. Very well. My remaining compassion compels me to assist these wretched women. Truthfully, he held great disdain for such sadistic beings. If my affairs will not be hindered, I shall help you fulfill your desire for retribution. Upon receiving his agreement, the women knelt in gratitude. Sir, that beast is the captain of the Wang family's guard, and he will soon complete his patrol and return to torment us. Each time, he subjects us to several hours of agony before he takes a rest. The woman recounted everything she knew to Su Chen. Su Chen pondered for a moment, assuring himself that his actions would not be hindered, and resolved to assist the unfortunate women. Let us await the return of this beast. As soon as the words left his lips, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from the entrance, prompting Su Chen to swiftly conceal himself. Ladies, I have returned to play with you. A lewd voice called out, the footsteps gradually drawing nearer. A corpulent figure, ostentatiously adjusting his belt, approached the group. Disgusted by the sight, Su Chen refrained from wasting words and swiftly incapacitated the lascivious man with a decisive blow. Subsequently, he liberated the women from their confinement. You may deal with this scoundrel. The women knelt before Su Chen, bowing deeply in gratitude, astonished at the opportunity for vengeance they had been granted. Thank you, my lord. Observing the transformation of these once vibrant young women into such a pitiable state filled him with sorrow. As they gazed at the unconscious figure of the gluttonous man, fierce determination ignited in their eyes. It was clear that his fate would be far from merciful. Chapter 73. The Wang family ancestral hall. As Su Chen exited the room, the anguished cries began to resonate within. The women had descended into madness, each becoming an avenging angel, meting out the very torments they had once endured upon their tormentor. The wails went unnoticed by those nearby, as they had grown accustomed to such sounds, assuming it was merely the beast inflicting suffering upon the women. Little did they realize that the tables had turned, and it was now the beast who was to suffer. Su Chen understood that once these women exacted their revenge, they would inevitably take their own lives, their resolve to die palpable, merely suppressed temporarily by their thirst for vengeance. Before his departure, they had inquired if there was anything they could do to assist him. Aware of their impending fate, Su Chen instructed them to take their own lives in an hour, creating a significant disturbance to draw the attention of the Wang family. This maneuver would facilitate his endeavors within the Wang household. His task was straightforward, to acquire the meteorite while rescuing the women, which would not consume much time. The sole challenge lay in locating the meteorite. However, Wang Yuning had previously mentioned she had a means to help him secure it, necessitating her rescue first. Upon entering the Wang residence, he sent a message to Wang Yuning, who awaited his arrival in her room. After acquiescing to her father, she had been placed under house arrest to prevent her escape. Wang Zhengjun, understanding his daughter well, had anticipated that her quick compliance might signify ulterior motives. Thus, he not only confined her, but also stationed guards near her quarters. Fortunately for Wang Yuning, her father had not confiscated her phone, allowing her the opportunity to communicate with Su Chen. Little did Wang Zhengjun suspect that his daughter could reach out to the outside world for rescue. At that moment, Wang Yuning paced anxiously within her room, her heart racing with apprehension. Upon receiving the message from Su Chen, informing her of his successful infiltration into the Wang family, she nearly succumbed to the overwhelming joy that threatened to escape her lips. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, swallowing the words that had risen to her throat. She had not misjudged her trust. He had acted with remarkable swiftness, penetrating the tightly guarded Wang residence with such speed. The greater Su Chen's strength, the more hope she harbored for her own escape. The actions of her father had plunged her into profound sadness and despair. He had always looked down upon her for not being a boy, never engaging in a genuine conversation with her throughout her life. The person she was closest to was less significant than a stranger she had known for mere days. Had it not been for her deceased mother's formidable family, her existence in the Wang household would have been unbearable. Now, Wang Yuning longed to leave this place that had disappointed her for so long. She finally understood why her uncle Wang, who had been so reluctant to return to the Wang family. Most members of the Wang family were excessively obsessed with power, to the point of madness. Determined to sever ties with the Wang family, Wang Yuning eagerly awaited Su Qin's arrival to rescue her from this wretched place. A sound echoed from the window behind her, prompting Wang Yuning to swiftly turn around. To her astonishment, a figure suddenly appeared. Shock and delight danced in her eyes. Su Qin placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Complying, she quickly covered her mouth and nodded in agreement. Su Qin surveyed the opulent room, marveling at its lavish decor, befitting the daughter of the Wang family. He had located her chambers so swiftly because her residence was a standalone villa. The guard stationed outside had failed to notice his stealthy entry. Time is of the essence. I will take you away, and we shall find the meteorite and depart. Su Qin declared. Wang Yuning was taken aback. Just the two of us? The meteorite is incredibly heavy. It cannot be lifted by an ordinary person, requiring multiple individuals to assist in its transport. Su Qin merely smiled calmly in response. Fear not, for I would not have come alone if I lacked the means to secure the meteorite. Furthermore, before we leave, you must sign this. He produced a soul contract that he had procured earlier, placing it before Wang Yuning, and proceeded to explain its significance. Initially taken aback, she soon made her decision. Regardless of the authenticity of the soul contract, her only avenue of escape lay in aligning herself with Su Qin. She had no choice but to inscribe her name upon it. After experiencing the wonders of the soul contract, she firmly believed that Su Qin could safely extricate her from this predicament. As for whether he could carry away the meteorite, she held no doubts in her heart. Hold on to me. I will take you away, Su Qin instructed, as he approached the window, wrapping his arms around Wang Yuning's waist and leaping downwards. They bounded along the edges of the building, ultimately landing safely on the ground. The exhilaration of safely descending from such heights left Wang Yuning breathless. After a moment, she finally released her grip around Su Qin's neck. Observing her surroundings, her curiosity about Su Qin's prowess grew ever stronger. It reminded her of what her uncle Wang had once told her regarding human evolution. Su Qin's demeanor resembled that of a post-evolutionary human. However, this was not the time for inquiries. She had to suppress the questions swirling in her mind for the moment. Numerous individuals dispatched by her father were stationed outside, and she was intrigued by how Su Qin had managed to evade their scrutiny. Once again, Su Qin asserted, "Prepare yourself. Do not let go." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly carried Wang Yuning away. At that moment, the guards were in the midst of switching shifts, and he seized this fleeting opportunity to evade their gaze. Before Wang Yuning could fully comprehend the situation, she felt her body lift off the ground once more. When Su Qin came to a halt, she opened her eyes to find herself in a narrow alleyway. After a brief moment of astonishment, exhilaration surged within her. She had escaped. If not for the inappropriateness of the moment, she would have shouted in sheer joy to release the pent-up dissatisfaction and resentment that had long burdened her heart. All right, you have evaded surveillance. Now take me to the location of the meteorite. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Wang Yuning momentarily subdued her excitement. Follow me. I happen to know where my father has hidden the meteorite. With that, she led the way, as she was quite familiar with the area, knowing precisely where to avoid the watchful eyes of others. After winding through several turns for a considerable distance, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient residence. You will wait for the meteorite, which my father secretly concealed in this location. Interestingly, I stumbled upon it while they were moving things. The plaque above read Wang Clan Ancestral Hall. Upon seeing it, Su Qin realized that there could be no more suitable place than this. Chapter 74. The meteorite in hand. To avoid revealing the meteorite's location, the Ancestral Hall was devoid of guards. However, it was fortified with numerous defensive measures. Surveillance cameras monitored every corner of the hall without blind spots, accompanied by infrared detectors. Should any of these systems malfunction, the Wang family would swiftly investigate the situation. Thus, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to infiltrate unnoticed. Yet, for Su Qin, it was remarkably simple. Disabling the cameras would alert the Wang family. So he decided against that. Instead, he commanded Xiao AI to black out the monitoring room of the Wang family, severing all connections with the cameras. Within mere seconds, Su Qin received a message from Xiao AI confirming that the Wang family's monitoring room had been compromised and all surveillance feeds had been disconnected. A slight smile graced Su Qin's lips as he confidently led Wang Yuning into the Ancestral Hall. Let us proceed. The cameras inside have been taken care of. Wang Yuning evidently held great faith in Su Qin's capabilities, harboring no doubts about his words. Although she was curious about how he accomplished this feat, she merely buried her questions deep within her heart as she accompanied Su Qin toward the innermost depths of the Ancestral Hall. Before two individuals stood a thick iron door, blocking their path. Su Qin unleashed his full strength, delivering a series of powerful punches that left deep imprints on the door, although the door remained unbroken. Its hinges could not withstand Su Chen's immense force and fractured. The heavy iron door, deprived of its support, collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing such a display of brutality, Wang Yuning was taken aback by Su Chen's strength. Recalling earlier conversations, she felt a vague resemblance between Su Chen and her great uncle's discussions of human evolution. Her eyes sparkled with a flickering light. The stronger Su Chen grew, the safer she felt. A profound sense of security enveloped her heart, as she believed that as long as Su Chen was by her side, she would be unharmed. With the iron door no longer obstructing their way, a block of material resembling jade appeared before them, approximately 6 cubic meters in size. "This is the meteorite you sought," Wang Yuning said, pointing at the celestial object. However, the area surrounding the meteorite is riddled with infrared detectors. A moment's inattention could trigger an alarm. Upon hearing this, Su Chen waved dismissively. Simple. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the infrared detectors deactivated automatically. Of course, this was the work of Xiao AI. In this world, there was no technology that Xiao AI could not decipher. "Let us go," Su Chen declared, pulling the stunned Wang Yuning forward. As they approached the meteorite, Su Chen reached out to caress its surface. The texture was markedly different from that of jade. It was much smoother, and he could feel a gentle warmth radiating from it into his palm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the special task and earning 30,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the prerequisite task. A chain task has been officially released. Task Phase 1. Deliver the meteorite to the specified location to earn 3,000 points, which will subsequently unlock the next phase of the task. Hearing the system's notification, Su Chen felt a surge of curiosity. The chain task required him to transport the meteorite to a designated location, though the points were modest. He was intrigued by what the final goal of this chain task entailed. The specific destination was imprinted in Su Chen's mind. Upon a cursory glance, he realized it was in the neighboring province, a place he could not reach in the short term. As Wang Yuning pondered how Su Chen would transport the meteorite, she suddenly saw him wave his hand, causing the meteorite to vanish from sight. Su Chen gestured toward a ring on his finger. "This is my spatial ring. The meteorite has been stored within. My task is complete, and we can depart from the Wang family now." Wang Yuning was continuously astonished by Su Chen, feeling somewhat numb from the revelations. Even the most extraordinary feats he performed no longer surprised her. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's surveillance room, individuals suddenly realized they had lost all connections to the cameras, and panic ensued. If the issue was not resolved swiftly, their fate would be dire. While these individuals frantically attempted to rectify the malfunction, they remained oblivious to the fact that someone had brazenly entered the Wang family's ancestral hall. Soon, Wang Xingjun received word of the situation, and an ominous premonition stirred within him, though he could not discern its source. He issued a stern command to the overseer, demanding the swift restoration of order. Subsequently, he paced back and forth, pondering why problems had arisen at such a critical moment. Before long, a servant entered, reporting, "Master, Green seeks an audience." Upon hearing Green's name, he momentarily suppressed his inner anxieties. Stabilizing Green's presence was of utmost importance. A man in his 30s entered, led by the servant. He was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of decisiveness, unmistakably a person of action. "I have met the master," Green stated. "I wonder what business brings me here." Wang Xingjun detected a lack of respect in Green's tone, igniting a fierce indignation within him. How dare a former slave exhibit such insolence towards his master? Wang Xingjun felt an overwhelming urge to exact vengeance upon Green. Yet, to preserve his plans, he ultimately restrained his fury, forcing a semblance of a smile and adopting a congenial demeanor. "Green, I consent to the marriage of my daughter to you. You must ensure that you do not disappoint Nanger." Upon hearing this, Green was overjoyed. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A look of displeasure crossed Wang Xingjun's face. Such panic was unbecoming. After reprimanding the intruding servant, he inquired, "What has transpired to cause such a commotion?" The servant, upon hearing Wang Xingjun's inquiry, hastily replied, "Master, it is dire news. The young lady is missing. We have not heard any sounds from her chamber, and when we inquired at the door, there was no response. Upon entering, we discovered she was gone." "What?" Wang Xingjun erupted in fury. Green, too, was incensed. How could he tolerate the disappearance of his soon-to-be bride? He demanded, "Master, I require an explanation." Wang Xingjun, already infuriated by Wang Yuning's vanishing, felt even more enraged by Green's questioning. He wished he could strike down this insolent wretch. Fortunately, he managed to rein in his anger, allowing reason to regain control. "Go and find her. Under no circumstances must that rebellious girl evade us," he bellowed at the servant. Without sparing a glance at Green, he strode outside, ready to rally forces to search the entire Wang estate. Green, coming to his senses, hurriedly followed suit. The goddess he had nearly secured was not one he wished to lose easily. Chapter 75. Departure from the Wang family with the commands of Wang Xingjun and Green. Chaos enveloped the Wang household. At that moment, a house ignited in a fierce blaze, capturing the attention of many. The structures were closely situated, and if left unchecked, others would soon follow suit. The inferno was the handiwork of a group of women. They had tortured a beast to death, reducing his corpse to a mere puddle of flesh. Indeed, a woman scorned is the most formidable adversary. After avenging themselves, they recalled Su Qin's instructions and set the house ablaze, willingly reducing the room that had tormented them to ashes. Su Qin learned of all these events through Xiao Ai. He was fully aware of the fire and Wang Xingjuan's attempts to locate Wang Yuning. A significant portion of the onlookers' attention was drawn away, allowing Su Qin to depart in the opposite direction. At that moment, he had little inclination to hide. Having completed his tasks, he no longer feared exposure. Most were captivated by the conflagration, while the remaining few posed no substantial threat to his escape. "Let me take you on an exhilarating ride," Su Chan exclaimed as he retrieved the battle vehicle from his spatial ring. He ushered Wang Yuning into the vehicle, taking his place in the driver's seat to start the engine, unapologetically making his way towards the exit. The Wang family members soon discovered the sudden appearance of the battle vehicle within their sanctuary, their faces etched with bewilderment. They were perplexed as to how the vehicle had entered their domain. How did this contraption get in here? Are the sentries and guards blind? What are they doing? Several patrolling personnel gaped at the imposing vehicle, unable to suppress a gasp. They realized their handguns were utterly ineffective against its formidable armor, and they lacked the courage to physically obstruct its advance. Su Chun drove the battle vehicle recklessly, crushing everything in his path into fragments. The Wang family responded swiftly, dispatching several modified cars to pursue him. However, Su Chun remained unfazed. This was all part of his calculations. The assailants attempted to force him to a halt, but their collisions yielded no results, instead damaging their own vehicles to varying degrees. Unable to contend with Su Chun, they resorted to calling for reinforcements via radio, only to receive the discouraging reply that assistance could not arrive in the immediate future. They surmised that the fire was likely connected to Su Chun, given the uncanny timing. Meanwhile, Wang Xingjun learned of the situation from his subordinates. Furious upon hearing that his daughter had been taken by a stranger, who was now wreaking havoc in the Wang family sanctuary, he smashed his phone in a fit of rage. How outrageous. Where did this guy come from? And how did that battle vehicle get in here? Damn it. He realized that this was likely part of his daughter's scheme, feigning compliance to collaborate with outsiders for her escape. Chase after them. No matter what, you must bring the young lady back, he commanded, and informed Green to lend a hand. At this juncture, Wang Xingjun seized the opportunity to probe whether any within his household had conspired with Green. Anyone who betrayed him would face obliteration. What a thrill. As Su Chun drove the battle vehicle at full speed, he plowed through the vehicles blocking his path. The sensation is utterly exhilarating. Engaging in a pursuit on the open road is a feeling unlike any other. Having watched numerous films centered around racing, he had often fantasized about such scenarios. Little did he know that the onset of the apocalypse would grant him the opportunity to fulfill his desires. The sound of gunfire rang out, bullets striking the armored vehicle like raindrops, creating sparks and leaving only faint marks behind. It is absurd. Su Chan inwardly scoffed at those firing from behind. They were fully aware of the futility of their actions, yet continued to shoot, akin to squandering ammunition. Seated in the passenger seat, Wang Yuning was similarly swept up by the atmosphere. This was her first experience of such excitement, and it was indeed exhilarating. Glancing at Su Chen's relaxed demeanor eased the tension in her heart significantly. The enigmatic Su Chun provided her with an immense sense of security. "Hold on tight," Su Chen shouted, and it was then that Wang Yuning noticed a wall ahead. This was the barrier separating the Wang family from the outside world. It appeared he intended to crash through it to escape. Fearful, she shut her eyes and gripped the armrest beside her, bracing for the impending collision. Su Chun pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle's power reaching its zenith. With a thunderous roar, the wall crumbled before the armored vehicle, a small section collapsing under the force. This scene left the pursuing members of the Wang family in stunned disbelief. They had not anticipated Su Chun would break through the wall so audaciously. "Quick, chase after them," commanded the family head, insisting they bring the young lady back with promises of generous rewards. Brother Go had proclaimed that bringing home their future sister-in-law would not go unrewarded. After a moment's pause, they resumed their pursuit. The armored vehicle surged ahead, followed closely by a dozen or so cars, creating quite a commotion. They dared to follow, truly fearless. Su Chan observed the cars trailing behind with a derisive smile. Earlier, on Wang family territory, he refrained from retaliating, but now, those pursuing him were courting their own demise. As they navigated a narrow path, just as they exited, Su Chen sharply turned the steering wheel, the massive vehicle pivoting swiftly under his skilled maneuvering. With the accelerator pushed to the maximum once more, The armored vehicle charged directly toward the cars behind. What? Get out of the way. No, retreat. The pursuers, upon seeing Su Chun barreling toward them, were paralyzed with fear. Their vehicles were no match for the armored beast. Attempting to veer away revealed the narrowness of the road, making it impossible to turn around. Retracting was not an option. The multitude of cars collided in a chaotic frenzy. No. A scream pierced the air as Su Chun's vehicle crushed one car into a mere pancake, the occupants perishing instantly. Following that, a chorus of screams echoed throughout the area. When Su Chun finally brought the vehicle to a stop, all the cars that had relentlessly pursued him had been obliterated, their passengers meeting the same grim fate. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yuning felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Su Chun offered her a few words of comfort before once again steering the armored vehicle toward the refuge. According to the system's prompt, the next acid rain would soon descend, compelling him to swiftly find a suitable refuge. Chapter 76. The Turmoil at the Wang Family. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, shortly after he departed from the Wang residence, several armed helicopters appeared above the family's sanctuary. This peculiar occurrence bewildered the enraged Wang Xingjun, who pondered why the authorities would approach the Wang family. He soon discerned the reason. They were there to escort the elder Wang Ku and his students away. It dawned upon him that the officials must have learned of the human evolution news. Otherwise, they would not have deployed armed helicopters, equipped with heavy firepower. The Wang family was no match for the state. His countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that while seeking refuge with the Wang family, Wang Ke had covertly contacted the authorities. The sequence of events that transpired today fueled an overwhelming fury within Wang Xingjun, yet he found no avenue for its release. Not long ago, he received news that the meteorite housed in the Wang ancestral hall had vanished, likely stolen by the very individuals who had abducted Wang Yuning. The officials had yet to resolve their issues when further news arrived. Those dispatched to pursue Wang Yuning had met with utter devastation, suffering significant losses. Simultaneously, his daughter, Wang Yuning, had gone missing, her whereabouts unknown. Even with Wang Xingjun's profound composure, the relentless barrage of grim news nearly drove him to the brink of unconsciousness from rage. The pressing concern now was to swiftly dismiss the officials. He had lost interest in Wang Ku and his students. If they wished to leave, so be it. He needed to mobilize forces to eliminate Jelen and the traitors before news of the situation reached Jelen. He could afford no further delays, as his position was now precarious. Thus, the Wang family would soon face a tumultuous upheaval. Whether they could safely navigate through this calamity remained uncertain. While Wang Xingjun dealt with this cascade of misfortunes, Su Chun and Wang Yuning were leisurely enjoying lunch at a hotel. Outside, acid rain fell, necessitating a halt to seek shelter. Numerous skyscrapers harbored zombies, highly attuned to the presence of acid rain. Upon its arrival, they would retreat to nearby floors. After scouting several locations, Su Chun finally found a relatively zombie-free area. Having cleared the hotel of the undead, he and Wang Yuning settled down for their meal. Their conversation during lunch provided Wang Yuning with a much-needed acclimatization process. The experiences she had undergone that day were unprecedented for her. The gruesome spectacle of Su Chun crushing their pursuers beneath the armored vehicle was particularly harrowing. Yet she was not as fragile as other girls, having faced numerous challenges in recent days. She simply required time to adjust. Su Chun held a high regard for Wang Yuning. Her demeanor bore a resemblance to Mei Runin, exuding elegance and confidence in her every gesture. As both hailed from distinguished families, in terms of grace and poise, ordinary women could not compare to them. Only such women can be deemed goddesses. Besides Wang Yuning, Su Chun is also accompanied by 6 other such divine beings. Each possesses distinct personalities. Mei Runin is notably reserved, while Wang Yuning exudes a more assertive demeanor. Nevertheless, Su Chun holds great affection for them all. From this day forth, they are bound as one family, and Su Chun begins to elucidate the specifics of his sanctuary. Upon hearing his description, Wang Yuning cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Su Chun's prowess exceeds her expectations. When she learns that the sanctuary is home to 6 enchanting women, most of whom she is already acquainted with, she is particularly taken aback by the revelation that Mei Runin has also become one of his companions. Wang Yuning is thoroughly convinced now. She is well aware of Mei Runin's background. The Mei family in the imperial capital is even more formidable than her own Wang family. Initially, Wang Yuning intended to subdue the women in the sanctuary, but she must now temporarily abandon that plan. The moment she heard Mei Runin's name, she understood that competing with her was not a feasible option. As a woman from a prominent family, Wang Yuning knows she must not fight her battles alone. After all, the young lady of the Wang family has no desire to become a victim of oppression. Although Su Chun repeatedly assures her of his impartiality and that he will not tolerate any bullying within the sanctuary, Wang Yuning recognizes the sincerity in his words. Yet she is unwilling to find herself in a passive position. To secure her status, She plans to assist Su Chun in finding additional women, whom she will then bring under her own command. Wang Yuning will not allow any other women to overshadow her. She understands Su Chun's intentions and refrains from provocation. But she must also possess the confidence to safeguard her own position. A person like her would never relinquish control to others. At this moment, Su Chun likely has no inkling that Wang Yuning is already contemplating how to vie for his favor even before she has entered the sanctuary. Should Su Chun discover that Wang Yuning intends to procure additional women for him, he would harbor no objections. After all, the ultimate benefit would accrue to him. So why not embrace it? Moreover, he has made it clear to them that there shall be no conflict among them. Healthy competition could yield significant advantages for Su Chun, a notion he has long contemplated. Sipping a glass of red wine, Wang Yuning gazes at Su Chun and inquires, Su Chun, I am aware that there are still 5 positions available among the campus beauties at Haicheng University. If you have any interest in them, I can inform you. At her words, Su Chun finds himself momentarily captivated by Wang Yuning's exquisite visage. Her gently curled hair cascades over her shoulders, and beneath her willow-like brows, her large, expressive eyes sparkle. Her delicately sculpted nose and rosy, cherry-like lips are illuminated by the soft glow of the dim lights, rendering her even more enchanting. What brings this up? Su Chun queries, intrigued by Wang Yuning's intentions. With a subtle smile, she responds, What? Do you not find them appealing? I cannot believe you wouldn't be tempted by them. Capturing all 10 campus beauties at Haicheng University is likely a fantasy that no man could resist. Upon hearing about the prospect of securing the top 10 beauties from Haicheng University, Su Chun admits he is indeed quite tempted. This is a scenario that most men have likely dreamt of. Under normal circumstances, such feats would be unattainable. However, the apocalypse is a different matter altogether. Strength reigns supreme. And with formidable power, one can possess everything. Su Chun found himself captivated by Wang Yuning's words. Though he was unaware of her true intentions, he could ascertain with absolute certainty that she harbored no desire to harm him. Given that Wang Yuning had broached the subject so directly, Su Chun decided to abandon his reservations. Looking into her eyes, he smiled and said, Are you suggesting that I should conquer them all? I certainly have no objections. Will you not feel envious? Wang Yuning chuckled in response. Indeed, men are often tempted by what lies beyond their immediate grasp. If I were truly envious, I would not have broached this matter with you, she replied. With that, she produced her phone and sent Su Chun the current locations of the 5 campus beauties. Chapter 77, Departure TikTok. Outside, the acid rain began to fall. At that moment, Wang Yuning realized that Su Chun's presence in this place was not merely for lunch. He likely possessed foreknowledge of the impending acid rain. The corrosive downpour ravaged everything in its path, rendering the scene akin to a hell on earth. No life could endure the relentless erosion of the acid rain. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly comprehend the fragility of human flesh in the face of catastrophe. Su Chun, do you believe in deities? Wang Yuning pondered. Is the calamity we are enduring a punishment from the divine for humanity? As she gazed out at the desolate landscape, a look of confusion clouded her eyes. The sudden onset of the apocalypse had obliterated the lives of many, leaving the survivors struggling to exist. Due to her privileged status, she found herself better off than most during these dire times. Yet, through various channels of information, she was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the majority. In response to Wang Yuning's inquiry, Su Chun found himself at a loss for words. Are there deities? Is this disaster a creation of the divine? He was uncertain. What he did know with conviction was that, regardless of the calamity, he would emerge unscathed. Observing the dimming light in Wang Yuning's eyes, his own shone with a brightness akin to a torch. I cannot say whether deities exist, but I know this. No calamity can fell me. Sooner or later, we shall conquer all disasters. Su Chun's tone radiated confidence, and none would doubt his resolve. Life amidst the myriad tribulations of the apocalypse had indeed grown increasingly arduous for humanity, yet Su Chun remained unaffected. The system provided him with ample assurance. As long as he continued to enhance his strength, once he reached his zenith, the triviality of the apocalypse would be inconsequential, perhaps by a stroke of fate. As soon as Su Chun's words fell from his lips, the acid rain ceased. It was as if the heavens themselves were swayed by his proclamation, and the heavy clouds began to dissipate. After the rain, the sky cleared. The duration of the acid rain was brief, yet the damage it inflicted was profound. The external world lay in ruins, with not a single place remaining unscathed. At that moment, Su Chun checked the system's notifications. Less than a day remained until the next acid rain would descend. Excellent. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Su Chun and Wang Yuning set forth once again. The armored vehicle embarked on a journey not towards the sanctuary, but rather northward. The purpose? To rescue beautiful souls, of course. At this moment, Wang Yuning's urgency seemed to surpass even that of Su Chun. Throughout the journey, she incessantly urged Su Chun to hasten the rescue. lest others seize the opportunity first. Her intent was clear, to swiftly recruit newcomers, ensuring that upon returning to the sanctuary with Su Chun, she would not be left isolated and defenseless. As for how Wang Yuning acquired the addresses of these individuals, it was simply because they had willingly shared their whereabouts with her. In the wake of the apocalypse, these campus beauties, having found themselves trapped, inevitably experienced the ruthlessness of human nature. The 5 individuals were divided into 2 groups. 3 of them, perhaps fortunate, were rescued by government stability officers shortly after the cataclysm erupted and were taken to a temporary official shelter. This makeshift sanctuary was populated by around 100 individuals, including officials. It was a chaotic environment. Had it not been for the oversight of the authorities, some ill-intentioned individuals would have surely preyed upon the 3 stunning young ladies. Recently, the temporary shelter faced a dire shortage of supplies, as the resources procured by the stability officers proved insufficient. It would not be long before they faced a severe food crisis. Compounding this issue, the stability officers encountered unexpected incidents during their food searches, resulting in casualties. With their numbers already dwindling, this further exacerbated the situation. Such circumstances provided an opportunity for those with ulterior motives within the shelter, who sought to rally a group of survivors to break free from official control and manage the sanctuary themselves. However, due to the armed stability officers, these individuals remained somewhat restrained, refraining from overtly malicious actions. Fortunately, the 3 young ladies displayed considerable intelligence, remaining close to the stability officers. Otherwise, they would have been devoured by those with nefarious intentions. Although they were temporarily safe, they were acutely aware that significant troubles loomed within the shelter, compelling them to seek external assistance. After extensive efforts, they managed to contact the affluent Wang Yuning. The other 2 campus beauties were a pair of twins, locals from Jianghai City. During the onset of the apocalypse, they had been shopping, darting from one hiding place to another, ultimately taking refuge in a hotel. The hotel, unlike other places, was bustling with people, and food was not in short supply. However, as time passed, the nature of humanity began to shift, and the twins found themselves targeted. Thankfully, they were perceptive enough to discern the intentions of those lurking, preparing provisions in advance and securing the door to their room. Those with ill intentions outside were left infuriated, their prize slipping through their fingers. Nevertheless, due to their haste, their food reserves were limited and could not sustain them for long. Initially, like Li Tingting, they reached out to former suitors, hoping for rescue, but were met with disappointment, as all were unequivocally declined. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, few would risk their lives to save another. Their desperate pleas for assistance yielded no results. Ultimately, the twins scoured their phone's contact list and managed to connect with Wang Yuning. Though aware of the plight of these campus beauties, Wang Yuning did not consent to assist them. Prior to her encounter with Su Chun, she had no leisure to contemplate rescuing anyone. Her focus was solely on her own survival. However, circumstances had shifted. Now extricated from her predicaments and allied with Su Chun, she recognized the necessity of allies to establish her foothold within the sanctuary. The beauty of these 5 campus flowers was not significantly inferior to her own. At the very least, they could hold their own against women like Mei Runan. As they faced adversity, Su Chun could easily secure their allegiance by offering aid. Being a woman herself, Wang Yuning understood the immense allure a formidable man holds for women in distress. She was confident that with her cunning, she could effortlessly bring them under her wing. After hearing Wang Yuning's account, Su Chun became cognizant of the precarious situation faced by these 5 campus beauties. Truth be told, he could resolve their troubles with ease. Since Wang Yuning had no objections and was rather supportive of his intention to rescue them, he felt no hesitation. Once satiated and revitalized, he set forth on the path of rescue with Wang Yuning, driving their armored vehicle towards their first destination, the nearest temporary shelter. According to the intelligence Wang Yuning had received, the circumstances for 3 of the campus beauties had worsened. Internally, the temporary shelter had fallen into disarray. Chapter 78. Internal strife in a makeshift refuge converted from a warehouse. The inhabitants were divided into 2 factions, confronting one another. We demand weapons to venture out and procure supplies. A bespectacled man stood before the crowd, addressing another group led by the enforcers of order. Many of you have perished in recent days. Those remaining are insufficient to safeguard our numbers. We request that the surplus firearms be distributed to us, thereby ensuring we have adequate manpower to secure provisions and bolster the protection of ordinary individuals. The bespectacled man's words resonated with the throng behind him, who rallied in support. They vociferously condemned the enforcers for their self-serving actions, prioritizing their own power over the safety of the common folk. While their rhetoric appeared noble, a cursory understanding of the bespectacled man's character reveals him to be genuinely selfish, a remnant of society's dregs. In recent days, they had committed numerous heinous acts, stealing from others and preying upon women. Were it not for the enforcers' armed presence, which wielded considerable deterrent power, these individuals would have wreaked havoc long ago. The enforcers had contemplated expelling these troublemakers, yet their twisted reasoning had transformed a significant portion of the survivors into shields for their own protection, rendering the enforcers hesitant to take action. This realization only fueled their enthusiasm, as they amassed a substantial following of mindless supporters. Presently, only a small fraction of survivors chose to align with the enforcers, the majority being defenseless elderly and women. Only the enforcers were willing to aid them selflessly. While the bespectacled man's faction was evidently composed of unscrupulous individuals, the more beautiful the woman, the more she drew the covetous gaze of these men. The elderly individuals were regarded as burdens by the bespectacled man and his cohort, deemed expendable. At this moment, the stability officers fully discerned the true nature of the bespectacled man's group. It appeared they were prepared to resort to force. The bespectacled man squinted his eyes and calmly stated, "I am aware that our lives were saved by you. However, the current situation is exceedingly dire. Your antiquated management methods have become obsolete. We are in an apocalypse, not the society of yesteryear. New systems are imperative." As his words resonated, those behind him brandished their weapons and encircled the officers. With the officers unwavering in their stance, the assailants' patience reached its breaking point, prompting them to prepare to seize control. When the stability officers brandished their firearms in a show of intimidation, they suddenly experienced a disorienting wave of dizziness, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness. "You have drugged us," they exclaimed, before collapsing helplessly to the ground, black blood trickling from their lips. A victim of a clandestine poison, their lives swiftly slipping away. The dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically. As the stability officers fell, the bespectacled man's faction gained the upper hand. They laughed heartily as they gazed at the women before them, who had been tantalizingly out of reach for far too long. Now, with the troublesome individuals eliminated, it was their time to indulge. The women, terrified, displayed expressions of sheer fear. "Wait, let us engage in an intriguing game." The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, temporarily staving off the thirst of those around him. "I now present you with two choices." He extended 2 fingers, an insidious smile gracing his face. "First, you may leave this place immediately, taking nothing with you. Second, you may choose to remain, in which case you must serve us well. Only through your servitude can you earn sustenance." Upon issuing his demands, the bespectacled man cast a haughty glance over the women before him. Meanwhile, the men beside him expressed their excitement, wholeheartedly endorsing his decision. They caressed their weapons and leered at the women, as though selecting prized possessions. Faced with such intimidation and oppression, the women seethed with anger. In this critical moment, particularly when their lives were at stake, they found themselves compelled to comply. Soon, the majority of the women trembled as they approached the bespectacled man's side, choosing life over death. Ultimately, only 3 women remained huddled together, resolute in their refusal to submit to the bespectacled man's will. Their defiance ignited the ire of the other women, who, having chosen to surrender, felt mocked by the presence of those who aspired to maintain their dignity. These 3 women, strikingly beautiful and accustomed to special treatment, were resented by the others. In a fit of rage, the women unleashed their pent-up fury upon the trio, loudly deriding them as hypocrites, their insults growing increasingly harsh. This spectacle elicited laughter from many onlookers. It is truly both comical and tragic. In reality, the men present had long been fixated on these 3 exceptionally beautiful women. They were a rare breed, unlike anything they had ever encountered before, and they were determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. The 3 women were engulfed in despair regarding their impending fate. Even in death, they vowed to thwart the vile intentions of these loathsome men. At that moment, the heavily locked door was suddenly thrust open with tremendous force. The resounding crash drew everyone's attention. A young man, with his right foot still raised, had kicked the door open. Following closely behind him was an enchanting woman. This bizarre pair left the bespectacled men utterly bewildered. Before they could inquire about the identities of the man and woman, the young man spoke. "How intriguing. I merely intended to pick someone up. Yet I find a pack of ingrates slaughtering their benefactor. You beasts have truly opened my eyes." The sudden outburst of condemnation incited fury among the bespectacled men. They might engage in such atrocious acts, but they would not tolerate being insulted. The young man had struck a nerve. "Who the hell are you? Are you looking for a death wish?" Meanwhile, the 3 women, cornered and frightened, were overwhelmed with joy upon recognizing their savior, Su Chun, and his companion, Wang Yuning. They had previously received word from Wang Yuning that she was on her way to rescue them. Initially believing there was no escape, they were now filled with hope. Although there were only 2 of them, they trusted that Wang Yuning, not one to be arrogant, must have a plan to deal with these adversaries. Without further ado, the 3 women hastily made their way towards Su Chun. Chapter 79. The resolution. Seeing the 3 women attempting to flee, the bespectacled men quickly moved to obstruct them. A gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Wang Yuning had fired her weapon at one of the assailants, who fell to the ground in terror, trembling, and soaked in fear. Let us see who dares to stop us. Beware of my bullets. They do not discriminate. The gun in her hand had been given to her by Su Chun for self-defense. Under the threat posed by Wang Yuning, the expressions of the group darkened considerably. They had recently taken firearms from the bodies of the peacekeepers and were armed themselves, ready to retaliate. However, as one man lifted his gun, his threatening words were cut short by a sudden, excruciating pain that engulfed his mind. This was the work of Su Chun, who, at the moment the bespectacled man reached for his weapon, had launched a stone that pierced directly through his wrist. Such a display of skill immediately intimidated the others who were poised to act. Gazing at Su Chin's handsome face, they felt their hearts race. He was nothing short of a monster. Never had they heard of anyone capable of piercing a wrist with a mere stone. Daring not to intervene further, the three women, witnessing this, were filled with exhilaration and quickly ran towards Su Chun. My dear friend, do you truly believe you can take away our people without uttering a word? Is this not a blatant disregard for our presence? The bespectacled man, his face a shade of stormy gray, spoke with palpable discontent. He had long set his sights on these three women, and the prospect of losing them to someone like Su Chun, who had suddenly appeared to intercept, was utterly intolerable. Oh, your people? Su Chin's succinct reply provoked a notable reaction from the bespectacled man, who clearly underestimated him. My dear friend, you are but two individuals, while we are a multitude. If it comes to a life and death struggle, I dare say it will be your demise that we witness. The man's teeth ground together, and the fury in his eyes seemed on the verge of eruption. To retain his hold on the situation, he unveiled his final threat. Huh, a multitude? What of it? Su Chun let out a cold laugh. Once he reached the side of Wang Yuning and the other two women, his reservations vanished. You claim to have numbers? Allow me to demonstrate what true numbers look like. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the bespectacled man grew wary, suspecting that Su Chun had allies yet to enter the fray. I shall engage you in a thrilling game. I trust it will be quite enjoyable, Su Chun declared, as he retrieved a blood bag and forcefully cast it to the ground not far away, blood splattering and the scent of iron wafting through the air. Coupled with the earlier gunfire, a horde of zombies was drawn forth. In response, the bespectacled man angrily rebuked Su Chun. Have you lost your mind? If you wish for your own demise, do not involve us. The others were equally taken aback by Su Chin's reckless summoning of the undead. It seemed utterly preposterous. They yearned to eliminate Su Chun before he could wreak further havoc. Su Chun had perfected the art of luring zombies with blood. None could rival his prowess in manipulating the undead. Even the three women beside Wang Yuning were astonished by his actions, their hearts gripped by fear. Fear not. The zombies will not turn against us, for I possess this. Su Chun revealed a subsonic wave emitter from his spatial ring. With it, they would remain unscathed from the approaching horde. Suddenly, a cacophony of growls erupted from outside, as throngs of zombies surged towards the warehouse. Unperturbed, Su Chun activated the subsonic wave emitter, causing the zombies to instinctively veer away from him and his companions, seeking out the others within the warehouse instead. The three women beside Wang Yuning, witnessing this miraculous event, found themselves utterly captivated by Su Chun. Faced with an overwhelming sea of zombies, they fell silent in terror. Yet, upon observing Su Chin's confident demeanor, an inexplicable calm began to settle within them. A man both enigmatic and formidable naturally garners admiration and affection from women. The others, however, lacked such means. In mere seconds, several individuals were consumed by the relentless horde, even armed with firearms. The bespectacled man and his companions stood no chance against such a vast number of zombies. For every undead they felled, 5 or 6 more followed in swift succession. It is you. You are the demon who has destroyed everything, ruined all that I held dear. Gazing upon the hellish scene before him, the bespectacled man, having been bitten on the arm, cast a resentful glance at the unscathed Su Chun. The animosity brewing within him was profound enough to fill the abyss of his despair. How about I assert that my numbers surpass yours? Su Chun remarked with a cold smile, observing the individuals being mercilessly torn apart by the zombies. These ungrateful wretches found their demise at the hands of the undead, their fate seemingly just. Witnessing that Su Chun and his companions were untouched by the zombies, some harbored the desperate notion of drawing near to him for sanctuary. Alas, those who dared approach were swiftly sent flying several meters away by a decisive kick from Su Chun, only to be dismembered upon landing by a horde of zombies. The cacophony of anguished screams within the makeshift refuge sent shivers down one's spine. In the span of mere minutes, apart from Su Chun and his 5 companions, not a single soul remained alive, either devoured by the zombies or transformed into one of them. Take good care of this. Su Chun entrusted the sonic emitter to Wang Yuning. In the astonished gazes of the women, a gleaming tang saber materialized in his hand as he plunged into the throng of zombies. To Su Chun, The overwhelming number of zombies represented mere points waiting to be harvested. It was the perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs and demonstrate his formidable prowess to the newly arrived trio. His form blurred into a fleeting shadow, as if the grim Reaper himself had descended upon the earth. Wherever the sharp blade traversed, countless zombies met their end beneath its edge. In that moment, Su Chun appeared to the women as an invincible deity of war, unmatched and unstoppable. He weaved in and out of the zombie horde, with not a single undead creature able to survive more than a few seconds under his relentless assault. Within a mere quarter of an hour, not a single zombie stood. All had become specters beneath Su Chen's blade. Strong, invincible. The women's eyes sparkled with awe, utterly captivated by Su Chun's overwhelming presence. In their minds, no one could rival his strength. After vanquishing all the zombies and tallying his accumulated points, Su Chen sheathed the Tang saber and approached the women, nonchalantly stating, "All right, the wretched have met their fate. We can return to the battle vehicle and prepare for our next destination." Without a moment's hesitation, the women swiftly fell in line behind Su Chun, utterly entranced by his formidable might. Engaging in conversation with Wang Yuning and learning of Su Chun's possessions instilled a profound sense of hope for the future in the hearts of the newly arrived trio. Having experienced this ordeal, they harbored no resistance to the prospect of becoming Su Chun's companions, completely willing. Chapter 80. The three returned to their hearts. The rescued beauties were Lin Wanwan, Zhang Huimin, and Jiang Lingxue. The recent events had left them in a state of shock, struggling to regain their composure. Upon returning to the vehicle with Su Chun, the tension that had weighed heavily on their hearts gradually dissipated. Wang Yuning took on the role of a compassionate elder sister, deepening her bond with the three women. She intended to ensure that before their return to the refuge, the other women would recognize her authority, thereby gaining the strength to stand against Mei Runan. After an earnest and heartfelt exchange, the three women grew increasingly curious about Su Chun. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but he also possessed his own sanctuary, along with an abundance of resources. Such a man was simply flawless. Even when Wang Yuning informed them that to gain entry into the sanctuary, one must become Su Chen's woman, they showed no signs of reluctance. Having experienced recent events, they understood the advantages of having a formidable protector. For those lacking self-defense capabilities, particularly women, it was essential to choose a strong ally to thrive in a post-apocalyptic world and avoid being victimized. At this moment, Su Chun took the opportunity to scrutinize the three women closely. Lin Wanwan donned a pristine white dress that accentuated her delicate, fair skin, rendering it even more radiant. Beneath her elegantly arched eyebrows lay a pair of bright, clear eyes, and her rosy lips resembled tender petals. The adage "a person surpasses flowers in beauty. Flowers fade before her" could not be more fitting for Lin Wanwan. Zhang Huimin sported a ponytail, clad in a sky-blue fitted t-shirt paired with a light yellow pleated skirt, which showcased her alluring figure, as if it might burst at any moment. Her long, shapely legs were flawless, seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Lastly, Jiang Lingxue was a unique gem among the top 10 campus beauties. A biracial beauty, she possessed lustrous black hair, pale blue eyes, a perfectly oval face, a delicate nose, and skin even fairer than the rest, resembling a flawless jade maiden. Naturally, as a mixed-race individual, Jiang Lingxue's figure was astonishing, captivating anyone who dared to glance her way. All three women were extraordinary beauties, each with their own distinctive allure. For an ordinary person, even engaging in conversation with them was a daunting task. Yet Su Chun was fortunate enough to have not just one, but all these breathtaking women at his disposal. To embrace such beauty and transform them into his companions was a life more splendid than that of ancient emperors, a veritable paradise on earth. Those who witnessed Su Chen's life could only feel envy and jealousy. After traveling for over 10 minutes, the bond among the four women deepened, akin to long-lost sisters reunited. The camaraderie among women flourished rapidly, a phenomenon often incomprehensible to men. "Where shall we go next?" Lin Wanwan inquired, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes reflecting curiosity. She had learned from Wang Yuning that Su Chun still had unfinished business and would require some time before returning to the sanctuary. "We need to rescue 2 more individuals." Wang Yuning smiled as she spoke. "You both know them, as they are also campus beauties from Haicheng University. They are twins." Upon hearing this, the three women immediately recognized who Wang Yuning was referring to, the twin beauties, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing. Realizing their identities, a glimmer of concern appeared in the women's eyes. They were acutely aware of the allure possessed by these 2 sisters. Individually, the beauty of these campus goddesses is relatively comparable, with each one holding her own allure. However, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing are sisters, and moreover, identical twins. Their appearances are strikingly similar. Those unfamiliar might easily mistake them for one and the same. This resemblance holds a profound appeal for men, a temptation that far surpasses their mere physical beauty. While twins are not an uncommon sight, such exquisite pairs are a rarity, appearing only once in 100 years. Among the suitors vying for the sisters' affection, the vast majority entertain aspirations of winning both hearts, a sentiment that is tacitly understood by all. There have even been wealthy individuals who offered exorbitant sums, such as $5 million for a single night, only to be met with scathing rebuke from the sisters. There have been thoughts of coercion, yet the twins are not without their own backing. Their aunt is a high-ranking general in the Longsha kingdom, who regards the sisters as her own children and takes a keen interest in their lives. She is a notable figure within the kingdom, and even the most prestigious families would think twice before provoking her. Consequently, the sisters are not inclined to entertain any sordid advances from their admirers. Should their aunt become aware of such behavior, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon sensing a flicker of apprehension among the three young women, Wang Yuning was not surprised. Being exceptional individuals themselves, and of the same gender, they could not escape the pangs of jealousy when it came to matters of men. Even though Wang Yuning understood that Su Chun was not hers alone to possess, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy. However, her rationality prevented her from acting irrationally. Since Wang Yuning had resolved to bring the three women into her fold, there were certain truths she needed to disclose to them beforehand. She proceeded to share the existence of other women residing within Su Chen's sanctuary. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Chun had already amassed such a retinue. Given Wang Yuning's assertion, it was evident she possessed means to alleviate their concerns. Who among your acquaintances possesses Su Chen's caliber? She questioned. In every regard, Su Chun far surpasses others. The notion of polygamy is quite commonplace, and in these apocalyptic times, such arrangements are even more prevalent. In a world ravaged by chaos, for women lacking the strength to sustain themselves, aligning with the powerful is the wisest course of action. With her persuasive eloquence, Wang Yuning effectively dispelled the doubts harbored by the three women. Seizing the moment, she articulated her vision that they, as newcomers, should band together for mutual support in the uncertain future. The three women found themselves increasingly persuaded by her words and ultimately resolved to ally with her, recognizing Wang Yuning as their leader moving forward. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen could not help but admire Wang Yuning's cunning. In such a short time, she had successfully garnered the allegiance of the three women, who willingly accepted the role of his companions. With such a capable ally to help stabilize his domain, Su Chen felt a profound sense of contentment. Simultaneously, he sensed Wang Yuning's desire to rival Mei Runan, stirring within him a deep curiosity. What sparks might ignite between them upon Wang Yuning's return to the sanctuary? Su Chen was aware that both of them were astute individuals, fully cognizant of their limits, and would not overstep. Chapter 81. The Hotel Incident. In a hotel room, a pair of twin beauties anxiously glanced towards the door. The entrance was secured with several locks, reinforced further by a sofa and a table barricading it, all to prevent any forceful intrusion from the outside. Since the day they had sought refuge in this room, the group outside had shown their true colors. They frequently harassed the door, attempting to dismantle the twins' psychological defenses. Days turned into weeks, yet there was no sign of progress. The sisters, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing, remained resolute, determined that they would rather perish than allow those beasts outside to prevail. They were acutely aware of the dire fate that awaited them should they fall into the hands of these men. Zhou Yingying had witnessed firsthand the harrowing scene of a friend being forcibly dragged into a room by several brutish men, the air filled with heart-wrenching screams. The manic laughter and vile language of those men instilled a profound terror within her. Thus, seizing the opportunity while those men targeted others, Zhou Yingying had taken her sister Zhou Jingjing, gathering food and retreating into the room, securing the door and barricading it with substantial objects. The memory of that woman's tragic fate was etched in Zhou Yingying's mind. She was determined that neither she nor her sister would ever sink to such depths. The men, having satisfied their desires with others, had intended to savor the twins last. However, their plans were thwarted when they realized their actions had been anticipated, the prize slipping from their grasp. Frustrated, they attempted to force the door open, only to find it blocked. They resorted to threats and bribes, yet their efforts yielded no response. They could only bide their time, waiting for the twins to exhaust their provisions before making their next move. As anticipated by yesterday, the sisters had consumed their last morsels and were now enduring hunger. Yet, unbeknownst to those outside, a glimmer of hope had emerged for the twins. They had recently received word from Wang Yuning, who was en route to rescue them. Although their stomachs were empty, they found renewed strength in the belief that salvation was imminent. If they could hold out just a little longer, help would arrive. Each day brought harassment from outside the door, attempts to break down the sisters' defenses through relentless persuasion. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired today. While the individuals at the door were engaged in their coaxing, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the air from outside. Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing exchanged glances, initially suspecting that this was merely a tactic to lure them out. They had resolutely decided that, come what may, they would not open the door. After waiting for a while within the confines of their room, they began to hear faint cries emanating from outside. The sounds seemed genuine, not a mere ruse to entice them. The sisters were exceedingly cautious, vowing not to venture outside until Wang Yuning arrived. Their curiosity about the unfolding events outside was palpable, speculating whether new developments had arisen. Cautiously approaching the door, I peered through the peephole and was met with a shocking sight. A colossal vine was supporting a person as they passed by the doorway, inadvertently revealing itself to Zhou Yingying. Seeing her sister frozen in place, Zhou Jingjing was consumed by curiosity about the strange occurrence outside. Both sisters were utterly startled. They had not anticipated the presence of such bizarre creatures beyond mere zombies. It appeared as though an ordinary vine had undergone a grotesque mutation. Having survived until now, they were far from ignorant fools. Covering their mouths in fear of attracting the attention of the strange entity outside, they held their breath and retreated to their room. Only then did they manage to exhale, albeit slightly. Although uncertain about the situation outside, they could infer some possibilities. Based on the earlier screams, it was highly likely that those outside had fallen victim to the enormous vine. No one knew how that creature had come to be. The fear in their hearts lingered for quite some time. At that moment, the sisters suddenly recalled Wang Yuning, who was hurrying toward them, and hastily took out their phones to relay the news. They hoped Wang Yuning would devise a way to confront the creature outside. Otherwise, the sisters would be trapped in their room, facing the grim prospect of starvation. After sending the message, the twins felt incredibly anxious, uncertain whether Wang Yuning could find a way to assist them. The element of surprise was the most distressing. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message from Zhou Yingying, Wang Yuning was taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately relayed the information to Su Chen. System, could this be another peculiar creature? Su Chen instantly recalled the strange entity he had encountered in Jinningjiang. Seeking confirmation from the system, he thought, dang, your guess is correct. How intriguing. A smile crept across Su Chen's lips. Indeed, the only distinction between the two was that one was an animal and the other a plant. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, this was his first encounter with a plant-based anomaly. He wondered which of the two types was more formidable. At that moment, Su Chen was eager and impatient to engage this botanical oddity. According to the system, when the core quantity of peculiar creatures reached 10, new functionalities would be unlocked. He had longed to discover the system's new features, but had yet to encounter new anomalies to acquire cores. This rare opportunity would not be squandered. Steady now. He alerted the women in the vehicle to prepare themselves, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. The war machine roared to life, its speed reaching its zenith. Like a steel behemoth, the vehicle sped down the highway, with no creature daring to impede its path. Wang Yuning sensed Su Chen's battle intent and curiously inquired, "Do you recognize the monster they mentioned?" In response, Su Chen casually remarked, "This is my first time hearing about it, but I have encountered something similar before. These creatures are entirely distinct from zombies. They seem to have undergone a mutation due to some unknown force, possessing remarkable strength. They harbor a mysterious essence within, endowed with extraordinary effects. I find myself in need of this essence." Su Chen, having no intention of concealing anything from Wang Yuning, who has already signed a soul contract, spoke candidly. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yuning understood that he had a means to confront the situation and promptly replied to Zhou Yingying, assuring her that the two sisters could rest easy. The twin sisters, who had been anxiously awaiting a response, were elated upon reading Wang Yuning's message. With a solution at hand for the monstrous beings outside, they felt they would soon be liberated from peril. Wang Yuning seized this opportunity to inform them of Su Chen's existence and the decision she and the other 3 campus beauties had made to become Su Chen's partners, preparing them psychologically for what lay ahead. Chapter 82. The Battle at the Hotel. Su Chen parked the armored vehicle at the entrance of a modest hotel, which stood only 5 stories tall. The main entrance was thoroughly sealed, obscuring the interior from view. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen pressed the accelerator, driving the vehicle straight into the door. The force of the collision shattered the entrance into countless fragments, allowing the armored vehicle to surge into the hotel lobby. The women inside the vehicle were taken aback by Su Chen's audacity. It was utterly ferocious. Once inside, they were greeted by a scene that left them all in stunned silence. The hotel's decor lay in ruins, replaced by an overwhelming proliferation of vine-like plants that enveloped the walls and ceilings. If the first floor was in such a state, it was likely that the other areas were no better. Could this be the monstrous presence they had spoken of? Wang Yuning felt a chill run down her spine at the bizarre sight. According to the information she had received from the twin sisters, these vines had only recently appeared. To have completely overtaken the hotel in such a brief time was truly terrifying. It was indeed a formidable challenge. As Su Chen surveyed the dense mass of vines, he felt a headache coming on. There were simply too many of them, and eradicating them all would require an inordinate amount of time. The only viable solution was to locate the source of the vines. Only by eliminating the core could they eradicate this peculiar botanical menace entirely. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression shifted, and he quickly reversed the vehicle, realizing that the vines were beginning to writhe and extend towards their position. If the vehicle were ensnared, escape would be nearly impossible. Once safely outside the hotel, Su Chen parked the armored vehicle in a nearby corner. It was not prudent for Wang Yuning and the others to accompany him in the rescue. After leaving her with a protective item, he ventured back into the hotel alone. Upon entering, several vines lunged at him immediately. With swift reflexes, Su Chen deftly evaded the attack. Before he could counterattack, the vines surged towards him again, sealing off all avenues of retreat. In that moment, he was certain that the adversary possessed considerable intelligence. In an instant, he drew the Tang Dao from his spatial ring. With a resounding clang, a silvery light glided along Su Chen's arm, swiftly severing a vine that was approaching him. His counterattack seemed to enrage the opponent. As the remaining vines lunged at him with frenzied intensity, the sound of sonic booms echoed in Su Chen's ears. Without needing to speculate, he understood that these vines possessed immense strength. With a crack, the assault of the vines fell short once more, leaving deep imprints in the ground from their tremendous force. Observing this, Su Chen's gaze flickered. He knew these were merely secondary vines, and the true prowess of this peculiar creature had yet to be unveiled. Once he steadied himself, Su Chen noticed that all the vines in the grand hall had come to life, seemingly preparing to showcase their true power. Soon after, a significantly thicker vine appeared before him. He surmised that this must be the primary root, with perhaps 4 or 5 main roots in total. This indicated that the adversary was beginning to exert itself. Consequently, Su Chen resolved to no longer conceal his capabilities. His expression turned earnest as he gripped the Tang Dao tightly and charged forward, targeting the main root. Su Chen, fully committed, was a terrifying force. His speed and strength reached their zenith. The explosive power he unleashed was sufficient to obliterate everything in his vicinity, effortlessly evading the secondary root's interception. He resembled a primordial beast on the hunt, fierce and unstoppable. The main root advanced rather than retreated, forcefully lunging towards Su Chen. With a resounding clash, the Tang Dao met the main root, akin to striking steel. Simultaneously, he felt a jolt of recoil that numbed his wrist. The primary root and the secondary roots were entirely different tiers of power. This aggressive maneuver did not yield the desired outcome. It merely left a deep gash on the main root without inflicting significant damage. This adversary proved formidable. It was Su Chen's first encounter with such a foe. While engaging the main root, he had to remain vigilant of his surroundings, as the incessant onslaught of secondary roots posed a constant threat of ambush. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He noticed countless secondary roots surging wildly, intertwining to form an impenetrable net that descended upon him. The main root swiftly followed, sealing off his escape route. With a fierce shout, Su Chen charged toward the net that sought to ensnare him. The sharp blades sliced through the web, carving a substantial breach, allowing him to once again deftly evade the vine's assault. However, he did not squander this opportunity. Taking advantage of the vine's momentary disarray, he aimed for the main root. Enveloped in a fervent battle spirit, Su Chen, having learned from his previous encounter, significantly amplified his strength this time. As anticipated, the keen edge of the Tang Dao, coupled with his formidable power, successfully severed a section of the main root. Green liquid gushed forth from the severed end, splattering across the ground in abundance. After the main root was damaged, it chose not to remain and continue the battle with Su Chen, instead constantly mobilizing nearby secondary roots to obstruct him. The main root swiftly retreated, seemingly intent on escaping the battlefield. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen could not allow the main root to depart unimpeded. "Stay!" he bellowed, severing all the vines that blocked his path. Unexpectedly, in a bid to protect the main root, the secondary roots surged towards him frantically, disregarding their own losses. Thus, even Su Chen found it impossible to cleave through all the secondary roots in an instant, and he could only watch helplessly as the main root vanished from his sight. Enraged, Su Chen obliterated all the vines on the first floor, leaving only a carpet of vines and green liquid in his wake. "Humph," he scoffed. "The monk may flee, but the temple remains. Plants possess a significant flaw. No matter how mutated, they cannot leave at will. Since the vines are currently rooted in the hotel, he would eventually locate the position of their origin. It was merely a matter of time. If necessary, he would search floor by floor, determined to find the main body of the vines." After clearing the first floor of vines, Su Chen's fury subsided considerably. He ascended the stairs with his blade in hand, following the trail of green liquid left by the severed main root. The direction of the main root's retreat indicated the location of the vine's core. Consequently, with each step, he encountered a growing number of secondary roots obstructing his path. Chapter 83. Slaying the vines, pursuing the remnants left by the main root. He relentlessly swung his blade at the bothersome secondary roots. The deeper he ventured, the more secondary roots he encountered. Su-chan realized he was nearing the core of the vines. Otherwise, they would not be so frenzied. Upon reaching the third floor and clearing the vines before him, he discovered the traces of the main root vanished before a grand hall. Gazing at the tightly shut doors, Su-chan took a deep breath. The core of the vines was likely within the hall, and he was on the cusp of the final battle. Based on his previous encounters, the strength of the vine's core was undeniably formidable, and he could not afford to be careless. Although he remained uncertain of what awaited him inside, he could surmise its gravity. What lay ahead would undoubtedly be a harrowing struggle. To unlock the system's new features, Su-chan would not forfeit any opportunity to collect the essence of these peculiar creatures. Placing both hands on the door, he exerted force to push it open. To his surprise, the door yielded effortlessly. Before him unfolded the interior of the hall. To his astonishment, countless vines were amassed within, with the core being exceptionally large. Measuring a full meter in diameter, adorned with 5 main roots, while numerous secondary roots branched off from it. The entire structure was a vibrant green, interspersed with crimson hues. At the base of the core, more than a dozen corpses lay sprawled, suggesting that apart from the twin sisters, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing, the other survivors in the hotel had become sustenance for the vines. The tendrils' rhizomes entwined themselves within these corpses, deriving sustenance from the lifeless remains. Su-chan could distinctly perceive the roots incessantly siphoning the blood from the cadavers. Feeding on human flesh, this was an abomination of the utmost degree. Now, he found himself with yet another motive to annihilate the foe. Upon Su-chan's entrance into the hall, the tendrils reacted as if stimulated, the main body quivering violently. The tendrils sprang into action, transforming the entire hall into a verdant ocean. Bang! Sounds sliced through the air from all directions. The initial strike was lethal. Su-chan's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, this opponent was not to be trifled with. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt into the air. Several secondary roots shifted direction, intertwining to obstruct his path. "Break it!" Su-chan shouted. The Tang Dao in his hand carved through the air, severing the tendrils that barred his way. With a foot firmly planted on a stone pillar, he propelled himself towards the main body. Regardless of how agile the tendrils were, the core could not evade. Su-chan understood the wisdom in capturing the leader before the minions. He had no desire to linger with the inconsequential secondary roots. Swiftly vanquishing the main body was of paramount importance. Otherwise, a relentless stream of secondary roots would continue to harass him, becoming an incessant nuisance. It seemed the tendrils had discerned Su-chan's intentions, as the 5 primary roots sprang into action, lunging directly towards him. Clang, clang, clang. He swung the Tang Dao to block the assaulting roots. The immense recoil sent a slight tingling sensation through his wrist. Soon after, Su-chan furrowed his brow. He noticed several cracks had appeared on the Tang Dao. With a few more such strikes, it was likely to shatter. Reflecting on the journey he'd shared with this weapon, it had served him well in countless battles against zombies and formidable foes, forging a bond that he could not easily sever. Yet, the Tang Dao had become inadequate for the challenges he faced. In truth, Su-chan had long contemplated acquiring a new weapon. However, the busyness of recent days had caused him to neglect this consideration. Acknowledging the limitations of his current weapon, he withdrew it into his spatial ring. Now, he required a new armament. Swiftly, he summoned the system's marketplace in his mind. This is the one. He quickly selected a new weapon and proceeded to purchase it with his accumulated points. He had already chosen the new weapon long ago. It was merely the multitude of distractions that had delayed the acquisition. Light sword, its blade composed of plasma, possesses extreme temperature capable of slicing through any material. 10,000 points. Although the price was steep, the light sword was worth every point. It would serve Su-chan for an extended duration. Currently, no creature in this world could withstand the cutting power of the light sword. After deducting the appropriate points, a handle measuring 20 to 30 centimeters appeared in Su-chan's hand. As he activated the light sword, a humming sound emanated from the handle, revealing a crimson blade forged of plasma. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound behind him and swiftly turned to strike with his lightsaber. When the blade collided with the vine, he felt no resistance whatsoever. Were it not for the vines that fell to the ground, Su-chan might have believed he had struck nothing but air. The effect was utterly unexpected. Observing the lightsaber in his hand, a look of profound joy illuminated Su-chan's eyes. With this weapon, dispatching the vines required minimal effort. He lifted his gaze towards the main structure not far away, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was time to confront it. Without any unnecessary gestures, he charged forward, lightsaber in hand. The vine summoned its main root once more, attempting to force Su-chan back. However, this time it would not have its way. Su-chan was determined to demonstrate the power of technology. As he gazed at the main root, as resilient as steel, a mocking thought crossed his mind. With no superfluous movements, he raised his lightsaber and delivered a powerful diagonal strike to the main root. As he anticipated, the obstructing root was severed in an instant, leaving his advance unimpeded. With the main root severed, the vine's core began to tremble violently. It had sustained significant damage. The main root was crucial, and its injury severely diminished the ability to manipulate the secondary roots. Realizing that Su Chun was drawing closer, the entity disregarded the wounds on its main root and quickly rallied all its vines to attack him. Its core was exceedingly fragile, and it could not allow anyone to approach even a step. Regrettably for it, Su Chun, wielding the lightsaber like a celestial being, was unstoppable. Anything that dared to obstruct him would be cleaved asunder. Effortlessly severing all the vines in his path, Su Chun finally reached the vicinity of the vine's core. Noticing that it continued to frantically summon vines for an assault, he hesitated not a moment and delivered a horizontal slash upon the vine's core. He cleaved it in two, causing all the vines to fall lifelessly to the ground. Yet, upon realizing he had not received a notification of successful kill, he confirmed that the entity still lived. In a swift motion, he severed all the remaining roots. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 84, The Twin Sisters. Character illustration of Li Ting Ting Ding. Congratulations, host, on slaying the anomalous creature. Would you like to submit the essence? Without hesitation, Su Chun chose to agree. The corpse seemed to desiccate, shriveling as the vines throughout the hotel lost all vitality with the demise of their core. Now, the progress towards unlocking the system's new function had reached 210. He needed to locate 8 more sources of anomalous creatures. In the coming time, he would endeavor to track down the whereabouts of these peculiar beings. Having completed these tasks, Su Chun directed his attention back to the lightsaber in his hand. This weapon was exceedingly powerful, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Currently, no creature could withstand the cutting edge of the lightsaber, elevating Su Chun's strength to new heights. Beneath the blade lies the truth. He switched off the lightsaber and stored it in his spatial ring. With the enemies vanquished, it was time to meet the twins, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing. The thought alone stirred a sense of excitement within him, capturing the affections of the twin campus beauties. How many aspire to achieve such a dream at Haicheng University? Regrettably, many affluent heirs and handsome suitors have been met with rejection in their pursuit of these enchanting sisters, let alone others. Su Chun had only glimpsed their photographs before and had never encountered them in person. However, in this apocalyptic era, everything has transformed. The goddesses, long the object of everyone's dreams, are now on the verge of falling into his grasp. It won't be long before he can mold them to his desires. The thrill of it all excites him immensely. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Chun strides toward the location of the twin sisters. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door sends a wave of fear through the sisters, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing, who are anxious that the monsters outside might discover their hiding place. They fervently pray for Su Chun to arrive swiftly to rescue them. It's me, Su Chun. I have dealt with the monsters outside. You need not worry. The unfamiliar voice of a man outside shocks the sisters momentarily. However, they quickly realize that it is Su Chun standing at the door. Upon learning that the monsters have been vanquished, the sisters excitedly embrace one another. They hadn't anticipated Su Chun's prompt action. To ensure their safety, they cautiously peer through the peephole to confirm that it is indeed him. They recognize him from the photograph Wang Yuning had sent them, ensuring they would not mistake his identity. Hastily, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing remove the large objects blocking the door, swiftly unlocking it and pulling it open. Thank you for coming to rescue us, dear sister. As soon as the door opens, Zhou Yingying expresses her gratitude to Su Chun. They have endured days of threats, living in a state of constant fear and tension. At that moment, Su Chun takes in the appearance of the twin sisters. They are indeed identical in every aspect. Their features and skin are indistinguishable. Standing side by side, they appear as if gazing into a mirror. Had it not been for their differing attire, he might have believed them to be one and the same. Once the door is opened, the sisters find themselves at a loss for words as Su Chun gazes at them in silence. Soon, Su Chun regains his composure and, observing the sisters' pale faces, smiles reassuringly at them. You have suffered greatly these past days. You must have communicated with Wang Yuning. From this day forth, you shall be mine. The sisters are taken aback by Su Chun's straightforwardness, a flush of color rising to their pale cheeks. What a domineering man he is. This thought arises in their minds. Then, they recall Wang Yuning's earlier words, promising that as long as Su Chun rescued them, they would become his women. With this in mind, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing shyly lower their heads, unable to meet Su Chun's gaze. We will not go back on our word. Zhou Yingying's voice is so soft that it would be inaudible to anyone else. Fortunately, Su Chun, with his superior physical abilities, hears her clearly. Ha! He chuckled softly and continued. This is not the place for conversation. I suggest you both leave here for the time being. Once we are back in the vehicle, you two sisters can express your feelings with others. His tone was deliberately gentle, aiming to ease the tension of the sisters. Zhou Yingying sensed Su Chen's goodwill, and a flicker of affection for him blossomed in her heart. This man was unlike the others, while the gazes of other men seemed to devour them. Su Chen's eyes were filled with genuine concern. All right, Zhou Yingying replied softly. Upon hearing her response, Su Chen took the initiative to grasp the hands of both women. They were startled by his action and instinctively attempted to withdraw their hands. However, they heard his voice command, "Don't move. I cannot ascertain if there is still danger in the hotel. This way, I can protect you both in a timely manner." His words were, of course, a ruse. He knew very well whether there was any danger in the hotel. He could ascertain it clearly with a detection device. As for his motives, those who understood would know. Those who did not could simply watch certain videos to comprehend. Holding their hands felt like grasping soft jade, warm, smooth, and delicate. Once held, he found it hard to let go. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing ceased their struggles. Although they were unsure of the truth, they felt no particular aversion to Su Chen's touch. Their earlier resistance stemmed merely from a woman's instinctive shyness. Noticing their surrender, Su Chen suppressed a smile and led the two women downstairs toward the hotel exit. Along the way, they spotted a mass of vines on the ground, recognizing them as remnants of the monstrous creature they had encountered before. The thought of such a terrifying beast being vanquished filled them with admiration for Su Chen, and their initial reluctance began to fade. Women are inherently drawn to strength. It is etched in their very genes, transcending time. In peaceful societies, wealthy individuals and those in high social standing become the objects of women's desire. In apocalyptic times, however, the focus shifts to men of formidable strength and ample resources. Moments later, Su Chen escorted the sisters out of the hotel and back into the armored vehicle. Upon seeing the three women inside looking at them, the sisters shyly withdrew their hands. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yuning realized she had made the right choice. Indeed, men had little resistance against such beautiful twins. With warmth, she invited the two sisters to sit together. Although the six women had not interacted much before, they were all acquainted. Having been confined in the room for days, Zhou Yingying and Zhou Jingjing were growing increasingly restless. With Wang Yuning's facilitation, the six women quickly engaged in conversation, deepening their bonds. Observing this delightful scene, Su Chen felt a surge of happiness. Thanks to Mei Runan and Wang Yuning, he found his burden considerably lighter. With tasks accomplished, it was time to return home. He started the vehicle, heading in the direction of the refuge. Chapter 85. The trapped starlet. On the way to the refuge, Su Chen had the several women who had not yet signed the soul contract inscribe their names. Any woman wishing to enter the sanctuary was required to sign the soul contract, with no exceptions permitted. Under Wang Yuning's persuasion, the women willingly affixed their names. Once they boarded Su Chen's war chariot, there would be no turning back. As the soul contract transformed into radiant light and entered their foreheads, they officially became members of the Dawn Sanctuary. While driving the war chariot and preparing to play some music, Su Chen inadvertently activated the intercom. Just as he intended to turn it off, a voice crackled through the device. "Is anyone there? Can you hear me?" The transmission was garbled, likely due to unstable signal reception. Su Chen could ascertain that the speaker was female, but the poor signal prevented him from gauging her age. Temporarily abandoning his plan to shut off the intercom, he adjusted the settings, and the audio became significantly clearer. The ability to receive a signal indicated that the speaker was not too far from his current location. After fine-tuning the device, the voice continued to repeat the earlier inquiry. Su Chen, now able to discern the speaker's words, estimated her age to be in her 20s or 30s. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found this situation rather intriguing. He picked up the intercom to respond. "Hello, I can't hear you." Immediately following his response, silence enveloped the line, only to be broken by the sound of someone's stifling sobs. "How wonderful. I finally made contact with someone outside." The voice soon became tumultuous, suggesting that she was not alone. Based on Su Chen's assessment, there were likely more than 5 individuals conversing on the other end. "Hello. May I ask if you are from the military? We are currently trapped in the Yida Hotel. Since the apocalypse erupted, many renowned actors and entertainers have been stranded here. There are numerous zombies in the hotel, and our food supplies are dwindling. Can you rescue us soon?" At this point, Su Chen's interest was piqued. Although he was not a fan of celebrity culture prior to the apocalypse, he recognized a few stars. He wondered if any of them were among those trapped. If they were familiar faces, he would not mind meeting them. If they were genuine, he could bring them back to the sanctuary. He was keen on collecting women from various professions, and stars would certainly be a valuable addition. The idea of once revered celebrities heeding his every command and allowing him to exert his will was an enticing prospect that no man could easily dismiss. Of course, this was contingent upon them being the genuine article. Otherwise, he had little interest in their fates. He had no desire for second-hand goods. With this thought in mind, Su Chen picked up the intercom once more and continued, "I am sorry, but I am not affiliated with the military. I possess the means to rescue you. But I need to know how many of you there are and which celebrities are trapped in the hotel. Upon hearing that Su-chun was not from the military, the individuals on the other end appeared despondent. However, as this was the first glimmer of hope they had found, they felt compelled to trust Su-chun. Soon, Su-chun swiftly addressed Su-chin's inquiry. After the apocalypse erupted, over 20 individuals found themselves trapped within the Yida Hotel, including 5 male celebrities, 7 female celebrities, and the remainder being their assistants. To avoid any potential impropriety, the male and female stars were assigned to the 3rd and 7th floors, respectively. Currently, the 7 female celebrities are confined to the 7th floor. Upon hearing the names of these actresses, Su-chin promptly interrupted the speaker before she could introduce the male celebrities. He had no interest in the male stars. Their fates were of no concern to him, and he deemed it unnecessary to waste time learning their identities. All right, I understand. I shall come to your rescue shortly. With that, Su-chun deactivated the intercom. Su-chun was particularly intrigued by the 7 female celebrities. They had once been immensely famous. Even those who were not avid followers of the entertainment industry would have heard their names. Each had achieved remarkable success in film, television, and music, and their striking beauty had contributed to their stardom. The entertainment industry in Longxia country had undergone rigorous scrutiny over the years, significantly curbing certain unspoken rules. Although such practices still existed, they were no longer as rampant as before. This context piqued Su-chin's interest in these celebrities. However, he remained unaware that some among them had never been exploited by others. This information could only be discerned upon meeting them. Prior to the apocalypse, Su-chun had only been able to interact with minor celebrities, making any substantial engagement with these top-tier stars impossible. Now, however, the situation had transformed. He could indulge in various experiences with them at his leisure. Upon hearing the names of these actresses, the other women in the vehicle displayed keen interest. Aside from the aristocratic Wang Yuning, the other 5 women were avid fans, with some of the 7 female celebrities being their favorites. They were not mindless devotees, willing to forsake everything for the sake of celebrity. Rather, they were merely curious about the stars. Seeing this, a slight smile graced Su-chin's lips. Since there were celebrities they admired, and he had nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to pay them a visit. Upon hearing Su-chin's words, the expressions of the women in the car brightened with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Yuning rolled her eyes, fully aware of Su-chin's intentions. She did not attempt to dissuade him. Su-chin changed direction, steering towards the Yida Hotel. Meanwhile, the female celebrities, upon receiving news of Su-chin's impending arrival to rescue them, were filled with conflicting emotions. As they were not military personnel, they were uncertain whether he would be able to extricate them. This was the first response they had received in days, and they could only hope that Su-chun would fulfill his promise. The reason these stars opted to seek help via the intercom rather than contacting the outside world through their phones was that they had been engaged in makeup preparations for a shoot when the news of the impending apocalypse disrupted their routine, throwing the hotel into chaos. In an effort to ensure their safety, several female celebrities had gathered to discuss their next steps. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse erupted, leaving them trapped in their rooms. Each of their mobile phones was left behind, and had it not been for the intercom present in the room, they would have been unable to communicate with the outside world. Even with the intercom, it took nearly a month for them to establish contact with Su-chun. Thus, they could only temporarily place their faith in the hope that Su-chun would come to their rescue. Perhaps this was their last glimmer of hope. Chapter 86. Anxious women at last. They had finally made contact with someone from the outside. Salvation was at hand. After concluding the call, the women within the Yida Hotel burst into joy. Following an agonizing wait for help, they finally received a response. Although they could not reach anyone from the authorities, they were assured that someone would come to their aid. The promise sounded somewhat unreliable, yet they had no other options. On the 7th floor of the Yida Hotel, more than a dozen women anxiously awaited in a single room. Besides 7 female celebrities, their respective assistants accompanied them. They had gathered with the intention of chartering a flight to escape, but before they could devise a solid plan, calamity struck. In their haste, they had forgotten their phones in the makeup room, leaving them trapped in the room without a means to contact the outside world. Only the 7 female stars occupied the entire 7th floor, thus there were no others around, nor any zombies present. Supplies and water were relatively abundant, and they had not gone hungry during these days. However, they dared not venture beyond the 7th floor. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, they attempted to escape via the stairs. Yet, after only a few steps, they witnessed the horrifying scene of zombies attacking the living in the corridor, which terrified them to the core. They hurriedly retreated to the 7th floor, during which they lost several of their companions before safely returning. Fortunately, one of them had the presence of mind to swiftly close the corridor door upon their return and barricade it with heavy objects, preventing the pursuing zombies from breaking in. The stairwell had become too infested with zombies to traverse, leaving them with no choice but to rely on the elevator for escape. Yet, Even the elevator could not guarantee safety, compelling them to remain on the 7th floor, planning to leave once the situation calmed down. Unexpectedly, the hotel's elevator began malfunctioning in the days that followed, rendering it unusable. This left them trapped on the 7th floor of the Yida Hotel. To communicate with the outside world via the landline in their room, they required permission from the hotel's front desk. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, who knew if the hotel staff were still alive? Even if they were, it was unlikely they would remain at their posts. Their only recourse was to use the hotel's internal phone system to reach out to residents on other floors. Ultimately, they managed to contact the male celebrities who had participated in the same event. In their attempts to summon the male stars for rescue, they were met with various excuses, or the men simply feigned ignorance. The message was clear: rescuing them was not an option. The sole advantage of contacting these male celebrities was that, despite losing their means of communication with the outside world, they could glean information about the situation beyond the hotel through them. Upon realizing that the entire world had succumbed to chaos and that the authorities were temporarily powerless to rescue the populace, these women fell into a state of despair. Gradually, the communication between the male celebrity on the 3rd floor and them diminished, until eventually, he ceased to interact with them altogether. In their desperate bid for escape, the female stars scoured the entire 7th floor and finally discovered a walkie-talkie. Lacking a means to exit the hotel themselves, they could only place their hopes on others. Day after day, they incessantly transmitted distress signals through the walkie-talkie, yet thus far, only Su Chun had responded to their calls. They devised various strategies to seek help from the outside world, but to no avail. Just as they felt the suffocating grip of entrapment closing in on them, Su Chun fortuitously intercepted their plea for assistance. He became their solitary beacon of hope. "I hope this person can truly come to our rescue as he promised," murmured a strikingly beautiful starlet clad in a red gown. Her name was Yang Tian'er, a recently ascended A-list actress renowned for her fierce dedication during filming, endearing herself to many fans. Particularly her devilish figure had rendered many men utterly captivated. The other actresses shared her sentiments, desiring nothing more than to escape this confinement. This period had subjected them to considerable hardship, and to ensure their dwindling food supply lasted as long as possible, they meticulously rationed their provisions. "Our food is nearly exhausted. If we do not devise a plan to leave, we will truly starve here," remarked Shangwan Shui, her youthful, delicate face clouded with concern. She was a prodigy in music, having achieved remarkable success at a young age, with her enchanting voice and ethereal beauty earning her the title of the youngest diva in the music scene of Longxia. The looming food crisis compelled them to find a solution, or they would face dire consequences. The elevator was out of order, and the number of zombies in the stairwell had not dwindled. Rather, it had surged, completely sealing off their route to escape. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with despair, a predicament they could not evade, leaving them to hope for a savior. After a prolonged silence, Lu Mingyao broke the stillness, saying, "How long do you think it will take for this man to reach the hotel? Surely he won't be frightened away by the zombies along the way." She held a pessimistic view, doubting that anyone would risk their life for strangers. Such is the reality of human nature. No one could guarantee anything, yet deep down, they all wished that Su Chun would prove to be that exceptional individual. What if this man truly comes to save us, and he makes some outrageous demands? What then? The source of this remark was unknown, but it plunged the 7 starlets back into contemplation. They all understood that demands were inevitable. As for the nature of those demands, they were not naive children and could speculate what they might entail. It was merely a matter of whether they could accept them. After a considerable pause, they exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, it was evident that their thoughts were fundamentally aligned. Those who had risen to such heights in the entertainment industry were certainly not fools. In the apocalyptic world, women can only ensure their survival by aligning themselves with powerful men. It is evident that decisions have been made. If Su Chen's strength is sufficiently formidable, the prospect of surrendering oneself to him presents no issue. Individuals capable of disregarding life and death are indeed rare. Alas, what these starlets remain unaware of is that even if Su Chun were to consider taking them as his own, it would be under certain conditions. Meanwhile, their assistants are engaged in discussions elsewhere. Trapped on the 7th floor, these once commanded aides are reluctant to remain mere subordinates. Initially, the starlets were infuriated, for being confined in such a manner led them to begrudgingly accept their assistants' desire to detach from them. They formed 2 factions, each restraining and connecting with the other. It is precisely due to their internal strife that these women have managed to endure until now. Upon learning that someone is en route to rescue them, they convene to deliberate on their potential escape. They are acutely aware that compared to the starlets, they possess no advantages. Chapter 87. 3 Requests in Times of Waiting. One often feels that time passes swiftly. Nearly an hour has elapsed, and the women in the hotel are in a state of agitation. Some pace back and forth, their anxiety palpable. They remained stationed by the intercom, anticipating news from Su-chun. I have reached the 7th floor of the hotel. Please open the door at the entrance. The sudden voice of a man sends a shockwave through the group. How could this be? Su-chun has arrived at the hotel so quickly. Their immediate instinct is to dismiss it as a falsehood. Yet, they realize there is no reason for Su-chun to deceive them. A mere glance at the stairwell would reveal the truth of the matter. All the women rise swiftly, hurrying toward the staircase. In this moment, they fervently hope that Su-chun has not misled them. The ability to clear the corridor of zombies in such a brief span signifies an extraordinary strength. As the women arrive at the staircase, they behold a remarkably young stranger standing outside the door. A single glance reveals that he is strikingly handsome, far surpassing the young stars within their industry. His features and demeanor are incomparable to anyone else. They are astonished that the one sent to rescue them is such an exceptionally attractive youth. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they regain their composure and rush to the door, working together to remove the heavy objects blocking their way. Once the door swings open, they see more clearly. Su-chun appears immaculate and well-groomed, devoid of any signs of battle. Were it not for the corpses of zombies strewn about the stairwell, they might have believed he had encountered none. The hellish scene within the stairwell reveals the tremendous prowess of Su-chun. Having dispatched so many zombies without sustaining a scratch, he surpasses even the elite soldiers they are acquainted with. Many of the bodyguards of these starlets, prior to their retirement, were nearly as capable as elite warriors. Yet these protectors fell swiftly to the zombies in the apocalypse. Thus, they became increasingly aware that Su-chun's prowess far exceeded their expectations. When the door swung open, Su-chun stepped inside. Observing the 7 illustrious actresses standing before him, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Their beauty was akin to that of his own companion. Yet their matured physiques exuded an even more alluring charm. What captivated Su-chun further was their unique aura, markedly distinct from that of Mei Runin and her peers. The women escorted Su-chun back to the room, fully aware that the time had come to address the matter at hand. Whether they could accompany him depended on the demands Su-chun would pose. Upon entering the room, Su-chun took a seat on the sofa. Gazing at the group of women before him, he found interest solely in the 7 actresses, dismissing the others whose appearances did not particularly impress him. Su-chun was notoriously discerning. To gain entry into his sanctuary, a woman's beauty and physique had to be exceptional. Lacking for nothing, he was determined to select only the finest, to indulge in the strongest spirits and to entertain the most exquisite women. This was his aspiration. Let us proceed directly to the crux. Su-chun began, revealing that he possessed a refuge with an inexhaustible supply of food. As he shared details about his situation, he showcased photographs from his phone to substantiate his claims. The atmosphere in the room electrified. The women were exhilarated, witnessing the evidence that confirmed the veracity of his words. Su-chun's sanctuary was akin to paradise amid the apocalypse, and they yearned to be part of it, dreaming of a carefree existence devoid of worries about food, water, or personal safety. What a marvelous haven it was, eliciting envy among all present. Noticing the expressions on the women's faces, Su-chun chuckled, knowing he had achieved the first step. However, he swiftly altered his tone. Of course, not just anyone can enter my sanctuary. My requirements for those wishing to join are exceedingly stringent. Failure to meet them will result in permanent exclusion. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere tightened, particularly for the 7 actresses, who had presumed they could gain immediate access. Their hearts raced, fearing they might not fulfill the criteria necessary to enter this paradisiacal refuge. Yet, the requirements were quite simple, only 3 stipulations. Su-chun raised 3 fingers. First, a woman's beauty must be of the highest caliber, and those who have undergone cosmetic surgery need not apply. He pointed at the 7 actresses, stating, "Only you 7 meet the standard. As for any surgical alterations, I will conduct inspections later." This declaration brought a collective sigh of relief from the actresses, as they were confident in their natural beauty. They firmly denied any enhancements, believing themselves to be naturally gifted and untroubled by Su-chun's scrutiny. However, the others were not so fortunate. To be dismissed at the first hurdle due to a lack of beauty dealt a crushing blow to some. Unable to contain their frustration, one exclaimed, "How can you do this? On what grounds? We cannot accept such treatment." The dismissed assistants all raised their voices to question Su-chun, unable to accept the outcome. A sudden gunshot silenced the room. After lowering the weapon, Su-chun cast a cold gaze upon the assistants. "You question my authority? This sanctuary belongs to me. I decide who may reside here. And also, I wield this gun. Do you still harbor objections?" The assistants were petrified by Su-chun's actions. They had not anticipated such a violent reaction. It was utterly ruthless. The moment the gun fired, they realized that Su-chun was no ordinary individual. His ability to slaughter countless zombies without exhibiting any emotional turmoil revealed his formidable nature. One by one, they collapsed in fear, their eyes brimming with trepidation. terrified that a moment of displeasure from Su-chun might lead to their demise. Get out. Disappear from my sight at once. Su-chun, disinterested in engaging further with these oblivious women, dismissed them outright, preferring not to be troubled by their presence. At his command, the assistants hastily rose and fled the room. With the troublesome individuals gone, only Su-chun and 7 female celebrities remained. Observing their assistants' disheveled exit, the celebrities showed no inclination to plead on their behalf. Su-chun's domineering demeanor captivated them. Such a man exuded irresistible charm. The actresses quickly composed themselves, awaiting Su-chun's second demand, regardless of the cost. Gaining entry into the sanctuary was deemed worthwhile. Chapter 88. Verification. Under the expectant gaze of the 7 women, Su-chun articulated his second request. Upon hearing it, their faces registered surprise. They had not anticipated this demand from him. Throughout their lives, no one had ever spoken to them with such audacity. They felt a wave of humiliation wash over them, tempted to rise and leave the room immediately. However, this thought was swiftly quelled by their rational minds. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry for years, they had encountered numerous challenges, allowing them to regain composure. They recognized that Su-chun held the upper hand, leaving them with no room for negotiation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the existing social order had crumbled. Their foremost concern was survival. Before Su-chun's arrival, they had mentally prepared themselves for such an encounter. They were merely taken aback by his directness, which caught them off guard from the very start. The 7 remained silent, neither outright rejecting nor acquiescing to his request. In unison, they exchanged glances, seeking to gauge each other's intentions. Su-chun sat quietly on the sofa, patiently awaiting their response. The urgency lay not with him, but with the 7 celebrities before him. He held absolute confidence that they would acquiesce. All he needed to do was wait. Taking advantage of this moment to rest after his ascent from the ground floor to the 7th floor of the hotel, where he had fought his way through. The lobby of the Yida Hotel was teeming with zombies, blocking the path, forcing Su-chun to wield his lightsaber in a relentless assault. As he traversed the chaos, the sheer number of undead he had dispatched left even him feeling a slight numbness in his wrists. One could only imagine the extent of his carnage. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Shangwan Shui was the first to break the silence, confessing, "I have always refrained from making friends in pursuit of perfecting my singing. I am not lying. You may verify this." Her cheeks flushed crimson upon uttering those words. A wave of embarrassment washing over her as she questioned how she had found the courage to speak so freely. Observing Shangwan Shui's bashful demeanor, Su-chun was convinced of her sincerity. He recognized her as the youngest diva of Longxia Kingdom, an artist he had greatly admired before the cataclysm. Her voice nothing short of celestial. If her claims were indeed truthful, upon their return to the refuge, he would relish the opportunity to hear her sing in a manner that was uniquely personal to him. The remarkable lung capacity of a singer enabled them to achieve what others could not, and Su-chun was eager to make a comparison once they reached safety. With Shangwan Shui stepping forward, the others could no longer remain silent, each assuring Su-chun of their similar circumstances. This revelation astonished him. He had initially anticipated that perhaps 3 among them would align with his expectations, but to his surprise, all 7 did. Naturally, this delighted him, as the refuge needed to expand its ranks, and the more, the better. Concerns about whether the shelter could accommodate such a number were easily resolved. Upgrading the refuge would create additional space for them. With nearly 300,000 points at his disposal, an upgrade was always within reach, though he felt no immediate rush. The pressing matter at hand was to ascertain their honesty. Chapter 89. All approved Li Yingyin character illustration excellent. Yang Tian'er has passed. As long as they meet the criteria, they would essentially be welcomed into his sanctuary. According to his third stipulation, anyone entering the refuge must sign their name on the soul pact. Su-chun's 3 requirements, if the first 2 were satisfied, posed little challenge thereafter. Yang Tian'er, who had previously appeared somewhat flustered, now radiated excitement upon hearing Su-chun's words. Her fair complexion bore a delicate blush. Her willow-shaped brows slightly arched, and her sparkling eyes reflected her joyful spirit. Her long, flowing hair added to her allure. Her slender, porcelain legs, partially concealed, drew attention, while the form-fitting red dress paired with black high heels accentuated her enviable figure, making her appear almost like a reincarnated enchantress. Su-chun found himself entranced. Such a breathtaking beauty would soon be his. At that moment, Yang Tian'er experienced a shift in her mindset. She had invested so much in her endeavor to join Su-chun's refuge, seeking a stable existence amidst the apocalypse. With her efforts yielding rewards, her happiness was palpable. Li Qingya eagerly stepped forward as the second volunteer. The standard oval face, delicate and flawless, is adorned with elegantly arched brows, as if meticulously sketched. Her bright, expressive eyes, imbued with a hint of valor, are complemented by rosy cheeks. Clad in loose, casual attire, she nonetheless exudes an alluring figure, embodying the quintessential mature and sophisticated woman. Her long, fair legs, reminiscent of exquisitely carved ivory treasures, captivate the gaze. She perfectly meets my criteria. The third is Shangwan Shui. Possessing an oval visage with enchanting eyes that resemble a tranquil spring, refreshing the spirit. Her petite, rosy lips harmonize beautifully with her delicate features. Dressed in a beige off-shoulder gown, her pure and elegant aura is fully revealed. She too is eligible to join the sanctuary. Thus far, 3 stunning women of distinct styles have become members of the Dawn Sanctuary. Now, we await the remaining 4, hopeful that no unforeseen circumstances will arise. Perhaps this time, Su Chun will successfully recruit 7 diverse beauties into the sanctuary. Such a fortunate turn of events brings him immense joy. 7 renowned starlets, once pursued by countless admirers, are on the verge of becoming part of Su Chen's refuge. Should this news reach others, envy would surely ignite, leading them to wish for his utter demise. The 4th is Lu Mingyao, clad in a black uniform, a fitted skirt, and sheer stockings, her attire stirring Su Chen's heart. With experience, the psychological burdens of subsequent individuals diminish significantly. The outcome remains unchanged. No mishaps have occurred. The remaining trio, Tang Xianxian, Su Miaoan, and Zhang Yi, have all passed the tests without issue. Perfection. Su Chun is exceedingly pleased with this result. Unexpectedly, the 7 illustrious former starlets are now members of his sanctuary. Their bright eyes fixate on Su Chun, their sacrifices aimed at escaping their current plight to lead a stable life. Su Chun is determined not to let them down. Excellent. You all meet the requirements to join the sanctuary, and I am truly delighted, he declares, presenting 7 soul contracts before the women. The third requirement is for you to inscribe your names upon these contracts. Everyone who enters my domain must sign. There are no exceptions. Once signed, you will belong to me. Your desires for a secure life and personal safety will be fulfilled. Gazing at the soul contracts, the 7 women express no dissent. They have come to realize, through their experiences, that survival in this apocalyptic world cannot be achieved alone. Having been pampered as stars, they lack the strength and confidence to combat the undead. Without personal power, they must rely on others for protection. Thus, they seek a man of formidable strength to serve as their anchor. The corpses of zombies strewn across the corridor are ample testament to Su Chen's formidable capabilities. He is indeed a man capable of safeguarding their lives. Moreover, he possesses a dedicated sanctuary and an abundance of resources, truly the perfect man. Chapter 90. A serendipitous encounter on the 2nd floor. Without hesitation, the 7 women inscribed their names upon the soul contract. Soon, they began to experience the wondrous nature of this pact, marveling at its magic, while simultaneously feeling a deep sense of reassurance. The fact that Su Chun possessed such an extraordinary artifact indicated that his true prowess had yet to be fully revealed. Excellent. We are now united as one family. Gather your belongings. It is time for us to depart from this place, Su Chun declared as he rose to his feet. In response, the 7 women each collected only a few garments, leaving behind unnecessary items. They feared that carrying too much would hinder their mobility and thus relinquished anything deemed superfluous. Su Chun said nothing as he awaited their preparations, and once they had gathered their belongings, he effortlessly stowed everything away within his spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, their possessions vanished completely. The women looked up at Su Chun, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Eager to understand how he had accomplished such a feat. Noticing their bewilderment, Su Chun disclosed the existence of his spatial ring. With each extraordinary demonstration, their trust in him deepened. Let us proceed. I shall escort you from the hotel. My vehicle awaits nearby, he instructed, leading the way. As they exited the room, they encountered the assistants whom Su Chun had previously dismissed. The assistants, desperate for help, turned to the celebrities they had once served, imploring them for assistance. Having shared years of service, a bond had formed, and seeing the celebrities in distress softened their hearts. Yet before the stars could utter a word, Su Chun interjected. I have made my position clear. You do not meet my criteria, and there is no possibility of you joining my sanctuary. Should you persist, be warned that I will not hold back. He had no interest in the fates of these individuals. For Su Chun, the safety of himself and his women was paramount. The lives of others held no significance for him. The 7 women, initially inclined to plead on behalf of the assistants, swallowed their words. Su Chun was now their man, their protector. With his decision firmly established, they dared not oppose him, recognizing that it was not worth jeopardizing their own happiness for the sake of these assistants. From the moment they affixed their names to the soul contract, they were irrevocably bound to Su Chun, incapable of betrayal. Realizing that their emotional appeals would bear no fruit, the assistants fell silent in response to Su Chun's chilling tone. They felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, his fierce gaze instilling a profound fear within them. It was the aura of death, a manifestation of the countless foes he had vanquished and the zombies he had slain. The average person, ensnared by this deadly intent, would be left paralyzed with terror. The assistant stood frozen in place, unable to utter another word, with his gaze now diverted from them. Su Chun continued to lead the women down the stairs. As soon as Su Chun and his companions departed, the assistants collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Moments ago, they felt as though they were being hunted by a ferocious ancient beast. Meanwhile, in the stairwell, Su Chun and the 7 women engaged in conversation. Upon learning that the 7 women had come to Jianghai City for the launch of various luxury brands' new collections, a sudden inspiration struck him. A fashion launch signifies an array of garments, and many scenes he envisioned required diverse types of clothing. Surely, the hotel must have a plethora of outfits stored away, and he could conveniently gather these items to enjoy in the refuge. After clarifying the exact location, Su Chun led the women towards the temporary storage areas of the major brands. On the second floor, wielding a lightsaber, Su Chun dispatched zombies with ease, as if he were mowing grass. Not a single zombie could withstand his assault for even a moment. The combination of the lightsaber's power and Su Chun's prowess made exterminating ordinary first and second level zombies as effortless as squashing ants. To the eyes of the 7 women, his formidable display of skill was utterly captivating, instilling them with a profound sense of security. Under his relentless strikes, every zombie on the second floor was vanquished. He swiftly located the clothing warehouse and, with a grand gesture, collected everything into his spatial ring. How did you end up here? Su Chun suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice from outside the warehouse. Stepping out, he discovered a group of strange men armed with various weapons confronting the women. From their tone, it was evident that the 7 women were acquainted with them. "Ah, it's you," Yang Tian'er exclaimed, her voice dripping with disdain. "What business is it of yours why we are here? This isn't your territory. I can come and go as I please." Her tone was far from cordial, revealing her deep-seated resentment towards them. At that moment, Shang Wanshui leaned in to quietly explain the situation to Su Chun. After grasping the full context, he realized that these men were the male celebrities attending the same event, along with their bodyguards. Yang Tian'er's hostility stemmed from their previous contemptuous remarks when she and the others sought help. With this newfound understanding, regardless of the circumstances, Su Chun stood firmly by his women's side. "Are you looking for trouble?" he retorted. "We initially came here seeking food, but running into you lot is quite the stroke of luck. We've been cooped up for quite a while, so we'll take this opportunity to vent our frustrations." With that, the men displayed sinister, lecherous grins. To them, the appearance of Yang Tian'er and her companions was an invitation to toy with them. As for Su Chun, positioned among the 7 women, they dismissed him entirely. Surely, a dozen of them could easily handle a brash young man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Furthermore, their bodyguards were trained and formidable, their eyes gleaming with malice. Before the apocalypse, they had harbored thoughts about Yang Tian'er and the other female celebrities. Yet their social standing had previously restrained them from any overt actions. A typical case of having the heart of a thief, but lacking the courage. Times have changed. Once relegated to the shadows, the bodyguards have now assumed the role of masters, becoming the overlords of these stars. In a desperate bid for survival, these male celebrities have become their sycophants or servants, their egos soaring to new heights. They have long harbored intentions towards these female stars, yet the sheer number of zombies in the corridors has rendered them too fearful to act. Today, however, an unexpected turn of events has unfolded. They have stumbled upon the revelation that the zombies in the corridor have been vanquished. They all ascend to the second floor in search of supplies, unaware that the one responsible for dispatching the zombies is none other than the despised Su Chun. After enduring for so long, the sudden appearance of so many beautiful women before them has rendered these men unable to contain themselves. Chapter 91. Resolution. Ha ha ha. You once mighty female stars are about to become our playthings. If you behave, perhaps you will suffer a little less. The bodyguard's eyes glinted with unabashed desire. They believed that Yang Tian'er and her companions posed no threat and could be toyed with at will. Hearing these words, the 7 women trembled with rage. In this moment, Su Chun stepped forward. His women were not to be insulted by such filth. "You worthless scum dare to lay your hands on my women? You truly know not the meaning of life." As Su Chun approached, the women felt a sense of reassurance. They understood that Su Chun could help them seek justice and make those who had insulted them pay the price. The bodyguards and male stars opposite them were incensed by Su Chun's words, their eyes blazing with fury. How dare one man provoke them? You've got some nerve. This isn't the past. Do you believe I want to tear you apart? One particularly burly man threatened, his expression twisted with menace. He had already devised ways to dispose of Su Chun. The others shared his murderous intent. In a world where social order had collapsed, taking a life was as simple as slaughtering a chicken. They had not shied away from killing in recent days. Other male stars also stepped forward, eager to curry favor with their former bodyguards, loudly ridiculing Su Chun for his audacity. Their intention was clear. Once the bodyguards subdued the 7 women, they too would benefit. Su Chun, however, sensed their murderous intent. Humph. A look of disdain crossed his face. While the bodyguards were indeed stronger than the average person, they remained utterly trivial in his eyes. Their strength was on an entirely different plane. With determination, Su Chun drew forth his lightsaber, slowly advancing towards them. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, especially the bodyguards, who were stunned to see Su Chun wielding the fabled lightsaber. Could it be that they were dreaming? Was it possible to create a lightsaber with today's technology? Soon, they began to believe Su Chun was merely putting on a show, attempting to intimidate them with a fake lightsaber. Su Chun's movements were remarkably swift. Before the individuals present could fully comprehend the situation, he struck one of them with his sword. The beam of light effortlessly cleaved the man in two, causing his lifeless body to collapse onto the ground, blood pooling and spreading rapidly. What? Everyone was taken aback by Su Chun's actions. To resort to murder at the slightest provocation was an unprecedented ferocity, surpassing even their own ruthlessness. The realization that their companion could be so easily severed in half led them to suspect that Su Chun's sword might indeed possess lethal authenticity. Wait, perhaps a more diplomatic approach could be taken. Recognizing that Su Chun was far from ordinary, they contemplated negotiating a truce. Unfortunately, Su Chun had no intention of heeding their plea. Having already engaged in battle, he was determined to eradicate the threat completely. After all, these individuals were far from virtuous. Eliminating them would serve the greater good. Without any hesitation, he continued his assault. 2 crimson afterimages flashed by, claiming the lives of 2 more souls. Do not force our hand. Seeing Su Chun's relentless onslaught, their anger ignited. Surely, they could not allow one man to overpower them all. They charged together. With a synchronized effort, all the bodyguards brandished their weapons and surged towards Su Chun, effectively sealing off any escape routes, intent on swiftly dispatching him. Naive, sensing their intentions, Su Chun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. While others might falter against such a deadly assault, he felt no trepidation. Instead of retreating, he advanced, propelling himself towards one of the attackers with astonishing speed, disrupting their formation. The blade descended once more, and yet another life was extinguished beneath its edge. With formidable strength complemented by an indomitable sword, no one could triumph over Su Chun in close combat. After Su Chun closed in, several individuals fell to his prowess, their cries of despair echoing throughout the venue. A demon. He is a demon. The nearby male celebrities were paralyzed with fear. Those once formidable bodyguards found themselves utterly powerless. Within less than a minute, so many had perished at his hands. The sheer terror of his might extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Desperate, these individuals abandoned their weapons. Seeking to flee, Su Chun would not allow any of them to leave unscathed. The corridor was exceedingly narrow, preventing them from dispersing. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he surged forward, quickly closing the distance. Sensing his imminent pursuit, the bodyguards, in a desperate bid, pushed the male celebrities towards Su Chun, sacrificing them to buy time for their own escape. Everything transpired too swiftly. The celebrities barely had time to utter a curse before their lives were claimed by Su Chun. In that moment, he seemed like the harbinger of death itself. Wherever he passed, lives were extinguished. Su Chun did not linger long. He soon caught up with the remaining bodyguards. Denying them any chance of mercy, he dispatched each with a swift strike of his sword. Those who had been so brazen moments before now lay lifeless, cold corpses scattered around. As Su Chun finished his grim task and returned to the group of women, he found them all frozen in place, clearly startled by his actions. Initially, they were overwhelmed with fear, yet the realization that Su Chun was their protector, their man, brought them a sense of relief. A flicker of joy surfaced within them, for they perceived that Su Chun had acted against those who harbored ill intentions towards them, demonstrating his deep concern and commitment. What woman would not desire such a fiercely loyal partner? With the trash disposed of, they decided to move on. Su Chun, however, dismissed the earlier incident from his mind, viewing it merely as the squashing of a few ants, an insignificant event unworthy of remembrance. He led the women away from the hotel, and their journey was devoid of further mishaps. Upon reuniting with the 6 women in the vehicle, the once spacious confines of the war chariot became rather cramped. Fortunately, this was but a temporary situation, as they would soon return to the sanctuary. Wang Yuning and the others had not anticipated that Su Chun would return with 7 starlets. Meanwhile, Yang Tianer and her companions learned about Wang Yuning's group from Su Chun and greeted them warmly. Gradually, the 13 women began to bond and engage in conversation. Wang Yuning attempted to draw them in, but her efforts were in vain. The 7 starlets were unwilling to become subservient to her, instead choosing to huddle together for warmth. Chapter 92. Upgrading the Sanctuary, Part 2. Driving the war chariot with 13 women aboard, they encountered no unforeseen events along the way. Su Chun and his entourage returned to the sanctuary with remarkable ease. Upon entering, Wang Yuning and her companions were unable to contain their astonishment. The sanctuary exceeded their expectations, boasting a multitude of facilities and high-tech innovations they had never encountered before. There was no need to worry about food shortages or imminent dangers. How could such a life not captivate them all? Their decision to align with Su Chun stemmed from a desire for a life devoid of worry, filled with stability. Once everyone had settled in the sanctuary, Su Chun distinctly sensed the crowding. With the sudden addition of 13 individuals, the available rooms were insufficient, indicating that an upgrade was necessary. System, upgrade the sanctuary. Su Chun instructed in his mind. Ding. The sanctuary has been upgraded to level 3, requiring 50,000 points. Based on the host's current needs, the upgrade will significantly increase the number of rooms and unlock a leisure and wellness area. Does the host wish to proceed with the upgrade? System, upgrade immediately. Su Chun commanded without hesitation. Though the upgrade demanded 50,000 points, he had ample points at his disposal. Such an amount was trivial. The prospect of unlocking the leisure and wellness area intrigued him, as he was eager to discover the functionalities it would offer. Previous upgrades had never disappointed him. Points have been deducted. The sanctuary is currently upgrading. Please be patient, host. A countdown commenced, marking 1 hour. The upgrading process was remarkably tranquil. According to the system, only after reaching level 3 would the entire shelter undergo extensive renovations. Prior to that, it was merely an expansion of the shelter's spatial dimensions. The newly arrived women, after their initial tour, immediately claimed Su Chun's massage bathtub as their own. Except for Wang Yuning, the others had not enjoyed a warm bath since the apocalypse began. Their cleansing routines had been limited to cold water wipes. Su Chun had grown accustomed to this. Initially, when Mei Runin and her companions entered the shelter, they too had promptly monopolized his massage bathtub. Presently, Su Chun's attention was captivated by the newly added leisure and wellness area. The system provided an enticing introduction. The leisure and wellness area integrates functions such as massage, sauna, hot springs, and foot therapy. Each function is serviced by dedicated simulation robots. This revelation filled Su Chun with longing. Once the upgrade was complete, he was eager to indulge in its offerings. The newly added features of the shelter did not disappoint him. He was certain that the women would be even more exhilarated upon discovering the leisure and wellness area, as such amenities were particularly favored by them. An hour passed swiftly. Ding. Attention, host. The shelter upgrade has been completed. Please check. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement. The shelter had now added 20 new rooms, comfortably accommodating newcomers like Wang Yuning. What intrigued Su Chun the most was the leisure and wellness area. He could hardly wait to experience it. At that moment, the women who had just finished bathing emerged, each wrapped in towels, unashamedly revealing their lack of other garments. They seemed unconcerned about the possibility of exposing themselves to Su Chun, dressing in whatever felt comfortable. The sight of their delicate, fair legs ignited a fervor within him. Some even deliberately posed in alluring ways before him. If not for his remarkable self-control, he would have succumbed to the temptation and engaged playfully with these enchanting women. He had already discerned their intentions. He resolved that in the days to come, he would attend to each of them, ensuring they recognized his prowess. Once he succeeded, he would make them languish in bed for several days. However, the time was not yet ripe. He intended to first win over the initial group of women who entered the shelter before turning his attention to the others. Su Chun was not one to chase after novelty. He would methodically transform each of these women into his true companions, one by one. In due time, he could rotate through them all, unlocking countless narratives, poses, and uniforms awaiting his exploration. Next, he was determined to relish a life akin to that of an emperor, celebrating nightly as a groom. Enough of your playful antics before me. Should my temper flare, do not blame me for being ungracious. I shall extinguish your flames directly. Su Chun's words instantly caused the women to temper their demeanor. They had merely intended to tease him, never imagining they would provoke a conflagration. They feared igniting Su Chun's ire and being compelled to perform certain intimate acts before the gaze of the multitude. Such a scene would be utterly mortifying. Although they were aware that they would eventually succumb to Su Chun's allure, they did not desire to do so in such a public setting. One by one, they transformed into models of propriety, refraining from adopting enticing poses. Observing their newly subdued behavior, Su Chun chose not to comment further. He merely committed their faces to memory, anticipating a future moment when he would ensure they understood the essence of ecstasy and the bliss of soaring delight. He proceeded to escort the women, casually remarking, "Allow me to introduce you to the newly developed leisure and wellness area of the shelter." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the women were filled with curiosity. They obediently followed in his wake, eager to discover the intriguing features of this place. As they beheld the massage and hot spring facilities, their excitement became palpable, prompting them to eagerly partake in the experiences. In their eyes, the shelter had transformed into a veritable paradise. The women increasingly felt that their choice of Su-chun had been astutely made. He was indeed the finest gift they could have received. In this post-apocalyptic world, who else could construct such amenities within a shelter? For many, merely having a roof over their heads was a significant achievement. The stark contrast between the lives of those outside and their own was unmistakable. They could never return to their previous existence. Before encountering Su-chun, their lives had been fraught with hardship. They had to meticulously ration their food, lest they find themselves facing starvation. There was no hot water for bathing, and each day was filled with anxiety for their safety. However, since aligning with Su-chun, they now enjoyed ample provisions, 24-hour hot water, and a plethora of entertainment options. After a day of play, they could indulge in massages and soak in hot springs, all thanks to the choice to become Su-chun's women. In a world ravaged by chaos, it was commonplace for women to seek refuge with powerful men. Such a life of ease and joy was simply irresistible. Chapter 93. The third bloom in the leisure and wellness area. The women luxuriated in their experiences. Each one sang praises after their session, declaring it a place they would frequent often. Before long, dinner time arrived. With the increasing population of the shelter, the dining tables expanded accordingly. Naturally, celebrating the arrival of new members was an essential ritual. Everyone raised their glasses in a toast. The sumptuous dinner delighted the newly arrived women, who had not savored such exquisite cuisine in ages. The atmosphere was steeped in harmony, and Su-chun was the most content among them. Since the onset of the apocalypse, his life had become increasingly bountiful. He feasted well, slept soundly, and reveled in joy. Even the women he possessed were the goddesses that many could only dream of. And not just one. After a few cups of wine, the women began to feel pleasantly tipsy. The rosy cheeks and dreamy gaze are the most potent catalysts for igniting a man's innermost desires, and Su-chun is no exception. Surrounded by a multitude of enchanting women, he is acutely aware of the allure emanating from each of them. While alcohol may not intoxicate him, the captivating charm of these ladies certainly does. After finishing dinner, the women pair off to engage in conversation, forming 3 distinct groups, each vying for attention. Competition, after all, is a boon. It fosters growth and inspires them to devise more ways to serve Su-chun. This is a remarkable fortune for him. As long as the competition remains healthy, he is the ultimate beneficiary. As the evening wears on, the hour grows late, signaling the time for rest. Wang Yuning and others, fatigued from the journey, retreat to their chosen rooms. Mei Runin and Li Tingting, having been thoroughly exhausted by Su-chun, have yet to recover fully. Sensing the need for rest, they hastily return to their quarters, unwilling to extend their recovery time. Until they regain their strength, they dare not engage in any further intimate exchanges with Su-chun, fearing they might succumb under his fervent presence. Gradually, the number of people lingering diminishes, leaving only Li Wanyan behind. It is not that she wishes to stay, but rather, she has been singled out by Su-chun. After a brief, bashful pause, she responds with a faint hum, her voice barely audible, akin to a whisper. Were it not for Su-chun's acute hearing, he might have missed her reply altogether. Observing her shy demeanor, he can't help but chuckle, prompting her to feel even more flustered. With her long, delicate legs, she prepares to depart, but unexpectedly, Su-chun calls out, "I want to see you in a JK uniform." The vision of Li Wanyan's innocent visage clad in a JK uniform, accentuating her stunning figure, evokes a powerful visual impact. In that attire, she has captivated countless men, leaving them spellbound. As a member of Haicheng University, Su-chun vividly recalls that scene. He had once vowed that if given the chance, he would experience the allure of Li Wanyan in a JK uniform. Understanding the effect her attire had on the male populace at school, she hastens her departure, anxious that Su-chun might issue even more audacious requests. Watching her hurried retreat, a faint smile graces his lips. He is confident that Li Wanyan will fulfill his earlier request. Reflecting on the past, when he could only admire the school goddesses from a distance alongside his friends, they seemed unattainable. Now, however, the very school goddesses that once seemed beyond his reach have all willingly submitted to him, allowing him to savor the fruits of his desires. Su-chun no longer needs to indulge in fantasies. He can directly acquire them. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he felt that Li Wanyan should be nearly ready, prompting him to rise and make his way to her bedroom. This would mark his third encounter with a goddess. The previous 2 had offered him an exquisite experience, leaving him captivated and unable to extricate himself from their allure. Upon entering the room, Su-chun was momentarily stunned, his heart overwhelmed by an unexpected surge of emotion. The scene before him was simply enchanting, as if he were ensconced in a dream. Chapter 94. New plans that night. Su-chun fully realized a long-held desire. He awoke in the afternoon, still beside the slumbering Li Wanyan, who remained in a deep sleep due to the cumulative effects of her experiences, requiring time to recuperate. After just a brief slumber, Su-chun felt rejuvenated. Thanks to the primary gene potion, he feared he might have needed several days to regain his vitality otherwise. A normal person would likely have to rest for days to recover sufficiently to walk again. However, Su Chun was different. He felt remarkably invigorated. Showing no signs of the exhaustion he had endured the previous night, he dressed quietly and tiptoed out of the bedroom. Upon emerging, he noticed the others engaged in various activities, some practicing yoga, some binge-watching shows, and others enjoying massages and baths. Even those like Wang Yuning, who had recently entered the sanctuary, quickly adapted to life within its comforts. The ease of their new existence left them entranced. They had no desire to revisit the hardships of their past. Su Chen first instructed Xiao Ai to prepare a lavish dinner for him, as his body had expended considerable energy and required replenishment. After consuming the primary gene potion, his appetite had surged significantly. The more he expended, the more he needed to consume. While he dined to restore his strength, the leaders of the other women, Mei Runan, Wang Yuning, and Yang Tianer, convened to discuss matters of great relevance to Su Chun. In this assembly, Yang Tianer had been temporarily appointed as the leader of the 7 starlets, with aspirations to solidify her position by bringing benefits to the team. The trio's discussions bore a strong connection to Su Chun, as each sought to secure advantages for themselves and their respective teams, leading to certain competitive tensions. Nevertheless, they were aware of Su Chen's boundaries, even in their rivalry. Their confrontations remained verbal, never manifesting into actions that might displease him. Su Chun was their cornerstone. They would never undertake actions that could earn his disdain. Ultimately, they reached a form of agreement. At that moment, Su Chun had just finished his meal when they approached him. "What are you discussing in my absence?" he inquired with a smile, moving to sit among them. Mei Runan was already accustomed to Su Chen's demeanor, while Wang Yuning and Yang Taner were taken aback. Although they appeared calm on the surface, their hearts fluttered with shyness. Su Chun observed all of this with delight. The competitive spirit among women is a tremendous boon for him, as long as he can leverage their sentiments. He can prompt them to undertake numerous tasks they would otherwise shy away from, utilizing the art of provocation judiciously. For instance, he remarked to Wang Yuning, "Surely, you do not wish to fall short of Mei Runan, do you?" This incited her competitive drive, encouraging her to take certain actions. At this moment, Su Chun appeared exceedingly pleased. If others were to witness this scene, they would surely be consumed by jealousy, their teeth grinding in frustration, wishing they could eliminate Su Chun. While everyone else pondered how to survive in the apocalypse, they lacked the capability to be as carefree as he was. The slightly bashful trio of women likely had no inkling of Su Chen's intentions. Yang Tianer, having experienced much, playfully chided Su Chun, "Oh dear, you are truly incorrigible. You frighten me." Mei Runan and Wang Yuning exchanged a knowing glance. They were acutely aware that Yang Tianer was a formidable rival. Having once been the cherished daughters of prominent families, they could not emulate such behavior. They recognized their limitations. It was better to showcase their own strengths than to attempt imitation. After all, one cannot create a swan from a duck. They were well aware of this. "What thoughts do you have after entering the shelter?" This inquiry was directed by Su Chun towards Wang Yuning and Yang Tianer. "It's absolutely marvelous. There is no place more perfect than here," Yang Tianer exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Wang Yuning nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Yang Tianer's sentiments. "As long as you are pleased," Su Chun responded. "In the future, the shelter will reveal even greater surprises for you." Upon hearing this, the 3 women immediately became intrigued, eager to understand the meaning behind his words, yet he offered no further explanation. He truly exemplified the art of tantalizing curiosity. Swiftly, Su Chun shifted the conversation. "In the days to come, I plan to continue venturing out." He aimed to gather the 10 sources of those peculiar creatures to unlock a new function in the system. He had pressed the system for details multiple times, and only after much insistence did it reveal that this new function was related to space. This piqued Su Chen's interest. Yet no matter how persistently he inquired, he received no further information. The specifics would only be revealed once he had gathered everything. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 3 women opened their mouths, ready to respond. However, upon hearing his subsequent remarks, they swallowed their words. "Of course, to ensure I don't neglect you and to maintain our emotional connection, I shall take one of you along during my outings." Balancing tasks with nurturing relationships. It was the perfect opportunity to explore a new experience. After all this time, he had yet to indulge in any amusement in the vehicle. This was an experience many men longed for, and Su Chun was no exception. With the means and ability at his disposal, he was determined to unlock more scenarios and plot lines. This time, he would also seize the chance to discover what differences might arise from such dual experiences. Chapter 95. A Journey with Beauty. As soon as the 3 ladies realized that Su Chun had made up his mind, they naturally had no objections. Su Chun had meticulously arranged everything, and they were undoubtedly supportive of his decision. They were all sensible women, not the kind to cause trouble or hinder progress. Witnessing their understanding, Su Chen felt an immense joy. He entrusted the management of his affairs to them, confident that no significant issues would arise. Whether it was due to his elation or intentionality, he abruptly left his mark upon the delicate faces of the three ladies. His sudden gesture elicited startled gasps from them, and unable to contain themselves, they playfully twisted at his waist. A slight pain was trivial to Su Chen. Instead, he seized the opportunity to engage in playful antics with the three ladies. Laughter and merriment ensued between them. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Upon seeing Su Chen frolicking with the three ladies, more women set aside their tasks and approached. Some matters, even among sisters, cannot be compromised. As more women gathered, Su Chen found himself surrounded by a floral array. This scene was a dream come true for any man. At that moment, the three ladies conveyed Su Chen's decision to the others, eliciting a variety of expressions. Yet, their inner thoughts were remarkably unified. Each desired to be the first to accompany Su Chen on his outing. They regarded those around them as rivals, wary of being outpaced by one another, casting vigilant glances in each other's direction. If their admirers were to witness their current demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. The goddesses they had pursued so ardently were now humbly vying for Su Chen's favor. The sensation of being pursued by so many women was immensely pleasurable. In the face of their flattery, Su Chen had no intention of showing favoritism. As a master of balance, he understood that maintaining harmony in his surroundings required equitable treatment. Thus, he planned to take them out in the order they entered his life. The three ladies who had already become Su Chen's partners chose to forego the opportunity this time, allowing the chance to be taken by the sisters yet to join his circle. Consequently, the first to venture out with Su Chen was Lin Wanwan. Upon Su Chen articulating his plan, everyone acquiesced to his decision. He acted with decisiveness. With the decision made, he promptly prepared to depart. As it was still early, he took Lin Wanwan and set out. Their primary objective was to seek extraordinary creatures while also nurturing their bond and experiencing different scenarios together. He had deliberately accepted a mission involving such peculiar beings. Driving the armored vehicle towards the designated location, Su Chen and Lin Wanwan engaged in conversation along the way. With one hand on the steering wheel, the other hand often playfully caressed the lovely figure beside him. At times, his fingers glided over her smooth thigh. At other moments, they traversed the peaks of her form. His actions were rather daring. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, no one would reprimand Su Chen for his distractions while driving. He had no need to worry about colliding with anyone. Now, only the undead roam freely outside. Yet, even an encounter with them does not deter Su Chen from driving while savoring the exquisite sensations. Su Chen's actions rendered Lin Wanwan, seated beside him, shyly lowering her gaze. She dared not meet his eyes, nor did she indicate any desire to halt his ministrations. Clearly, she did not harbor any disdain for Su Chen's gestures. Her embarrassment stemmed solely from her modesty. After a considerable period of driving, Lin Wanwan sensed her body growing weary. At that moment, Su Chen noticed a convoy of modified vehicles appearing ahead. This prompted him to temporarily retract his indulging hand. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these vehicles were primarily ordinary SUVs that had been fortified with welded iron plates, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. It was evident that such modifications were intended to thwart zombie attacks. Su Chen surmised that this unexpected group likely hailed from the same location, possibly a larger refuge with considerable strength. Simultaneously, the convoy ahead had also spotted the imposing presence of Su Chen's armored vehicle. Curiosity enveloped them as they approached, eager to investigate this sudden behemoth. Driven by human nature, they maneuvered their modified cars closer, encircling Su Chen's vehicle in an attempt to force him to halt. These individuals appeared accustomed to bullying their way through the apocalypse. Observing this, Su Chen had no intention of yielding to their intimidation. Did they think they could compel him to stop? Such a notion was laughable. He instructed Lin Wanwan to fasten her seatbelt and press the accelerator to the floor. What kind of scenes had Su Chen not witnessed before? The naivety of these individuals was astonishing. Since they dared to make a move against him, he would certainly not show them any mercy. The vehicle blocking his path was swiftly rammed aside by Su Chen's armored car, igniting a spectacle of speed and exhilaration. Finding the situation rather amusing, Su Chen forcefully cleared the obstructing modified car, sending it crashing into an abandoned vehicle nearby. Once the chaos subsided, several individuals emerged laboriously from the wreckage, caught unawares by the sudden turn of events. They bore varying degrees of injuries, fractured bones in their arms and legs, or cracked ribs, rendering them a pitiable sight. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by the group. Just as they prepared to retaliate against Su Chen, they found themselves transformed into victims. Easily dispatching one modified vehicle was merely a warm-up for Su Chen. He had yet to unleash his full potential. Conversely, witnessing Su Chen's strength stirred excitement among the others rather than fear. At that moment, a young man wielding a rocket launcher from a vehicle behind Su Chen aimed directly at him. After taking careful aim, he launched a rocket towards the armored car. The tires screeched against the ground, producing a piercing sound. This was due to Su Chin's remarkably swift reaction. He abruptly yanked the steering wheel, narrowly evading the barrage of rocket fire on the treacherous road. This scene left many astounded, their jaws agape at Su Chin's astonishing reflexes. Once the rockets had missed their mark, Su Chin promptly retaliated, slamming on the brakes to bring the armored vehicle to an immediate halt. The modified vehicle, which had failed to react in time, collided directly with the rear of Su Chin's armored car. The impact between the two vehicles yielded an outcome that left everyone utterly astonished. The modified vehicle sustained catastrophic damage, rendered nearly unrecognizable, while Su Chin's armored car emerged largely unscathed, with only faint marks left on its rear. His vehicle was vastly more resilient than those of his adversaries. Chapter 96. The fearful enemy. Following the violent collision, the modified vehicle lay in ruin, its front end crumpled, and its occupants gruesomely crushed into a pulp, creating a scene of unimaginable carnage. The events unfolded so swiftly that none present could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Not only had the vehicle been destroyed, but its occupants had also perished instantly. This unforeseen turn of events was difficult for the onlookers to grasp. They had not anticipated that this armored car would not only evade the rockets, but also obliterate one of their modified vehicles. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had encountered no formidable opponents. The zombies had been but mere fodder for their modified cars, and as for humans, they posed no threat whatsoever. Armed with firearms, humans were merely subdued, taken captive to be enslaved. Having long dominated their surroundings, they believed that no one in this post-apocalyptic world could challenge them. Little did they expect that during a routine excursion to scavenge for supplies, they would confront an inescapable nightmare. In their brief skirmishes, they had consistently found themselves at a disadvantage. For the first time since the apocalypse, they faced such a formidable adversary, eliciting both anger and fear. In that moment, they were at a loss as to how to overpower the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the armored vehicle was starkly different from that outside. Initially, Lin Wanwan was filled with trepidation in the face of the sudden enemy assault. However, upon witnessing Su Chun effortlessly thwart the attackers, her eyes brimmed with admiration for him. This was her man. Regardless of the challenges he faced, he could resolve them with ease. After dispatching the two modified vehicles, Su Chun did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, his focus shifted elsewhere. He pondered the reasons behind the presence of this group. The location was not far from the shelter, and he needed to ascertain their origins and intentions. He was determined not to expose the location of his refuge due to this group. Possessing modified vehicles and heavy weaponry, such as rocket launchers, indicated that these individuals belonged to a formidable faction. Regardless of their backgrounds, Su Chun was resolute in not letting them escape unscathed, for two compelling reasons. Firstly, they recklessly turned their aggression towards him, thus embracing their own demise with such folly. Secondly, in an effort to mitigate the risk of exposing their hideout, this group ought to remain perpetually silent. Encountering Su Chun can only be attributed to their ill fortune. However, to eliminate them, a degree of caution is imperative. From the brief interaction earlier, it was evident that these individuals were armed with formidable weaponry and abundant firepower. Confronted with such adversaries, a serious approach is essential. This marked Su Chin's first encounter with an enemy possessing such extensive firepower. When facing foes wielding firearms, Su Chin exercised considerable prudence, as his current capabilities did not afford him the luxury of disregarding the potency of bullets. This situation also reminded him of the Wang family he had encountered recently. Apart from the authorities, only clans like the Wang family would possess heavy weaponry. In his previous confrontation with them, he had not faced particularly overwhelming firepower, as he had operated clandestinely, catching the Wang family off guard and preventing them from mobilizing their forces in time. As a premier family in Zhanghai City, their strength was formidable, and they possessed a considerable array of heavy weaponry. This information was gleaned by Xiao AI during her infiltration into the Wang family's network, revealing their substantial armament. Thus, Su Chun surmised that the force behind this group must belong to a certain family in Zhanghai City. Consequently, he could not afford to let these individuals escape unscathed. While Su Chun contemplated how to dispose of them, the remaining members of the convoy began to realize that he was not an adversary to be trifled with. With a total of 7 modified vehicles, they had already lost 2, a significant blow that weighed heavily on their hearts. This loss only intensified their resolve to capture Su Chun. The root of their predicament lay in their own greed. Initially, they had set their sights on Su Chin's battle vehicle, hoping to seize it from him to curry favor with their superior and reap rewards. Such aspirations were indeed fanciful. Yet, the outcome was utterly unacceptable to them. Their attempt to steal the chicken had resulted in a loss of rice. The plan had barely progressed before they faced an unexpected setback, resulting in the loss of 2 modified vehicles. Such a considerable loss, without substantial gains, would surely invite severe punishment upon their return. To avoid retribution, they sought to seize the battle vehicle to compensate for their losses. Having learned their lesson, they no longer opted for head-on collisions with the battle vehicle. Instead, they maintained a cautious distance and engaged in attacks from afar. Their strategy was straightforward, armed with firearms. They aimed for the vehicle's tires, believing that if they could not penetrate the armored plating, surely the tires would yield. Their aim was to incapacitate the vehicle by destroying its tires, rendering it immobile. A deluge of bullets rained down upon the tires. Unfortunately, their assumptions were overly naive. The battle vehicle's tires were likewise bulletproof, and ordinary ammunition posed no threat to them. Unfazed by their intentions, Su-chin knew they were no match for him. He pressed the accelerator firmly and charged directly towards the modified vehicles. The speeding war chariot transformed into a ferocious steel behemoth, mercilessly crushing any foes that dared to impede its path. After exhausting several magazines, they realized, to their dismay, that the chariot's tires remained unscathed. Undoubtedly, their plans had unraveled. In the next moment, they beheld the colossal machine surging towards them with alarming velocity, its overwhelming presence instilling a paralyzing fear within them. The recent demise of their comrade lingered painfully in their memories. Their modified vehicle's attempt to ram the war chariot was akin to an egg challenging a stone. The disparity in power was glaring. In a frantic bid for survival, they hastily maneuvered their vehicle to flee. "Hurry, the monster is charging at us. Accelerate and get out of here," they urged, desperation echoing in their voices. "I refuse to perish here." The cacophony of curses and pleas filled the air, compelling the driver to hasten their escape. They could not forget the horrific fate of their fallen comrade, whose body had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, truly a sight too horrific to endure. They were determined to evade such a grim end. Fear gripped their hearts as the drivers, spurred by the frantic shouts from their teammates, pressed the accelerator, pushing their vehicle to its limits. Unfortunately, the excessive welding of steel plates had fortified their defenses at the expense of speed. Even at maximum velocity, they could not hope to match the war chariot. Escape? A mere fantasy. Su-chin scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The notion of fleeing before him was utterly delusional. He would spare none of them. Chapter 97. Upgraded war chariot. A few vehicles raced wildly down the road, colliding with numerous zombies along the way, either sending them flying or reducing them to mere pulp. The scene was gruesomely vivid. With a thunderous crash, the war chariot caught up to the slowest modified vehicle and violently collided with it. The immense force sent the vehicle hurtling through the air, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. One by one, the occupants were ejected. Some perished beneath the tumbling wreckage, while others were crushed under the relentless advance of the war chariot, meeting a most tragic end. Those who remained inside, though alive, were in a state of near death, having sustained grievous injuries, their insides mostly shattered. Without immediate medical attention, they were but a breath away from death. In this apocalyptic reality, medical resources were the rarest of commodities, even scarcer than food. Only Su-chin had access to a medical pod, alleviating his concerns about injuries. Others, severely wounded, had no choice but to scavenge for medicine or await a slow demise. More alarmingly, the cacophony of the collision attracted nearby zombies, who surged towards the injured and the fallen bodies. Those who had survived the crash would soon find themselves devoured by the ravenous horde. One by one, they were torn apart by the zombies, meeting a death that could not be more final. There was no need for Su-chin to deliver the coup de grace. He continued to steer the war chariot towards the remaining modified vehicles. Witnessing the tragic fate of their comrades, the survivors, driven by the instinct to live, abandoned any pretense of holding back their strength. One by one, they brandished rocket launchers, directing their fire at Su-chin, who was being pursued. Upon witnessing the emergence of those launchers, Su-chin realized that evasion was futile for the speeding armored vehicle. The current defenses of the vehicle could not withstand the impending barrage of rockets. Yet, fear did not engulf him. He possessed a trump card. With the system at his disposal, any predicament could be resolved, provided he had sufficient points. If the vehicle was incapable of withstanding the rockets, he would simply upgrade it. When purchasing the vehicle, a hidden condition was revealed, allowing for upgrades through the expenditure of points. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Su-chin consumed his points to enhance the vehicle. He immediately summoned the system in his mind. "System, I wish to upgrade the vehicle." Ding. The Sano vehicle has been upgraded to level 2, requiring the expenditure of 500 points. Does the host choose to proceed with the upgrade? Time was of the essence, as the rockets were about to strike the vehicle. Su-chin swiftly consented. Proceed with the upgrade. System, expedite the process. Once the system deducted the 500 points, the vehicle underwent a remarkable transformation. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resonated, enveloping the entire vehicle in clouds of smoke and dust, obscuring the view for those outside. Witnessing the rockets strike their target, the assailants halted their vehicles, faces illuminated with smiles. They believed the armored vehicle could not withstand the might of the rockets and would surely be obliterated along with its occupants. As the smoke and dust settled, a pristine armored vehicle emerged before them. Internally, the vehicle had not undergone significant alterations, but externally, it was drastically transformed. The front of the vehicle sprouted several sharp spikes, dramatically increasing its lethality. Any vehicle that collided with it would surely meet its doom. A fully automated machine gun now adorned the top of the vehicle, possessing immense firepower capable of reducing a person to mere pulp. The armor was significantly thickened, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities, rendering ordinary firearms ineffective against it. The previous rockets had left no mark upon the reinforced armor. The wheels, too, had been fortified, now resembling tracks, making them resilient against damage. Su-chun, seated in the driver's seat, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped disaster. The system had proven itself invaluable. How could this be? The onlookers, taken aback by the transformed vehicle, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own vision. Was this a mirage? How had it changed so drastically? The weaponry atop the altered vehicle instilled a profound sense of dread in all who beheld it. They stood frozen in shock. In all their years, they had never encountered such an extraordinary spectacle. Su-chun had no intention of sparing them. With the vehicle upgraded, he would utilize their lives to test the prowess of his Level 2 armored vehicle. He pressed the accelerator with fervor, propelling the vehicle towards the stunned individuals. Drive now? As they witnessed the armored vehicle barreling towards them, they finally snapped back to reality, urging their driver to start the vehicle immediately. Unfortunately, their response was a moment too late. Before the driver could even start the vehicle, the formidable war machine piloted by Su-chun had already arrived before them. The sharp spike at the front of the vehicle pierced through the steel plating of one modified car, and the massive war machine ascended upon it, crushing it beneath its weight. The entire vehicle was flattened, and those within were reduced to countless fragments, blood splattering everywhere. The upgraded war machine possessed astonishing lethality. The remaining 3 modified vehicles swiftly revved their engines, yet the drivers found their accelerators pressed to the floor, unable to increase their speed in the slightest. In their desperate flight, they continued to fire rockets at the war machine. Explosions erupted continuously. Unfortunately, these assaults had no effect on the upgraded war machine, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. Realizing that no matter how fiercely they resisted, they could not halt Su-chun's advance, fear gripped their hearts. However, against Su-chun, who wielded a powerful system, they were utterly defenseless. As they watched the enemies flee once more, a faint smirk of derision appeared in Su-chun's eyes. In the past, the war machine lacked long-range offensive capabilities and could only chase down adversaries to eliminate them. Now, however, the upgraded vehicle boasted formidable long-range attack options with incredible power. Su-chun took control of the machine gun mounted atop the war machine, aiming it at the 3 fleeing modified vehicles ahead. With the targets acquired, he swiftly pressed the button in his hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle of the machine gun erupted with sparks as a torrent of bullets rained down upon the fleeing vehicles. The power of the top-mounted machine gun was astonishing. Wherever the bullets struck, they left behind gaping holes. If a person were hit, a single bullet could cleave them in half. The 3 modified vehicles stood no chance against the gunfire, their bodies riddled with bullets, not a single part remaining unscathed. As for those inside, they were reduced to mere blood mist, their flesh and blood scattered everywhere. In a mere span of seconds, the remaining enemies were entirely obliterated. Su-chun himself was astounded by the power of the machine gun. Soon, elation washed over him. The war machine, after its upgrade, exhibited a transformative enhancement in its might compared to its former self. To be candid, even if Su-chun's personal strength were not formidable, he could navigate through most regions unimpeded, with neither man nor zombie able to obstruct his path. Chapter 98. Interrogating for information. With the entire convoy of modified vehicles nearly annihilated, only a few fortunate survivors remained. Those who had managed to escape from the first overturned vehicle. These individuals were intentionally spared by Su-chun for the purpose of extracting information. Having painfully escaped from the wreckage, they found themselves confronted by a horde of zombies drawn to the commotion. In their struggle for survival, they fought valiantly against the undead despite their injuries, armed only with firearms to fend off the relentless attacks. However, with the sheer number of zombies overwhelming them and ammunition dwindling, it was only a matter of time before some were gruesomely torn apart. As the battlefield was left with just 3 weary survivors clinging to life, Su-chun drove his vehicle closer to them. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun unleashed a relentless barrage, instantly transforming the nearby zombies into a mere sieve. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the surrounding undead had been nearly obliterated, leaving only a few dismembered creatures behind. Witnessing this scene, those besieged by the horde breathed a sigh of relief, astonished that they had managed to survive, truly a blessing from the heavens. However, Their expressions soon morphed into sheer panic as they realized that their savior was none other than the armored vehicle they had recently attacked. This very vehicle had suddenly transformed, and they vividly recalled the moment it ruthlessly dispatched their comrades. Their eyes brimmed with terror. It was a miraculous and formidable force, far beyond their capabilities. The three survivors trembled before the imposing vehicle, their hearts quaking with dread. At that moment, there was no joy in their survival. The doors of the armored vehicle slowly creaked open, and a striking young man emerged, striding purposefully toward them. Su Chun had temporarily left Lin Wanwan inside the vehicle to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As he descended, his gaze fell upon the three quaking figures before him, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. He harbored no mercy for those who dared to strike against him. Were it not for the potential usefulness of these three, from whom he needed to extract critical information, they would have met their end already. As Su Chun approached, the three of them sank to the ground in terror, thoroughly shaken by the earlier events. Once accustomed to dominating the apocalypse, they now found themselves in a drastically altered reality. The wheel of fortune had turned. Former victors had become vanquished. As Su Chun drew nearer, their fear escalated. Stop right there. Anyone who dares to retreat another step shall face a fate worse than death. Su Chun's tone was ice-cold. Upon hearing this, the trio paled noticeably. They sensed a faint yet palpable threat in his words and ceased their attempts to back away. Given that their comrades had mostly perished at Su Chun's hands, they were acutely aware that he would not hesitate to eliminate them as well. Please. We beg for mercy. We didn't want to attack you. It was the captain's idea, and he has already been turned to pulp by you. Please spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes. The psychological pressure exerted by Su Chun was immense, nearly suffocating them. In light of their precarious situation, they cast aside any semblance of pride and repeatedly bowed before him, hoping to persuade him to spare their lives. Such a notion was naive. Su Chun would not make the blunder of overlooking those who had assaulted him. His decision to refrain from immediate execution stemmed solely from the desire to extract vital information from them. Unmoved by their pleas for forgiveness, he barked, "Silence!" The three individuals, who had been pleading for mercy, abruptly ceased their movements. Observing that his words had taken effect, Su Chun continued, "I will pose the questions, and you shall respond. Should anyone dare utter another word of nonsense, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The trio nodded vigorously, eager to avoid provoking Su Chun's ire. Satisfied by their reaction, Su Chun inquired, "From where do you hail? What is your affiliated faction? How many individuals comprise your faction? What brings you to this place? What is your purpose here?" Su Chun unleashed a barrage of questions, determined to extract every answer from them. "Disclose all that you know. Should you dare to conceal even the slightest detail, do not expect my mercy." At that moment, Su Chun appeared as a demon in their eyes, their hearts brimming with fear. Nevertheless, they showed no inclination to submit. With a swift motion, Su Chun delivered a resounding slap to one of them, sending the individual spinning through the air. One after another, each received their due. The sensation of striking their faces was truly exhilarating. The trio was momentarily dazed, their heads spinning and their faces swelling with pain. It was the first time in their lives that anyone had struck them in such a manner. After a lengthy pause, they began to regret their earlier decision to confront Su Chun, lamenting how they had been clouded by folly. If only fate granted them another chance, they would surely choose to distance themselves from him. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The bitter fruits of their choices were theirs to bear. Fortunately, Su Chun had refrained from exerting full force, or they might have faced death on the spot. "Speak." Su Chun's tone grew even more severe. If they remained silent, he would resort to harsher measures. Once the trio regained their senses and heard Su Chun's renewed demand, they disregarded their pain and dared not hesitate any longer. They had nearly believed they were facing death. Su Chun's strength had left them bewildered with a single blow. In desperation, they cried out, "We will speak. Do not strike us again. We will tell you anything you wish to know." They could not afford to withhold anything, revealing all the information they possessed to Su Chun. In the face of a devil like him, they abandoned their secrets, no longer caring for the fates of others. Eagerly, they divulged their knowledge. "We hail from the Wu family, the Wu family of Jianghai City. We are servants of the Wu family, tasked with gathering supplies for our master. The Wu family's refuge houses approximately 200 individuals, well stocked with various firearms." As they spoke, the fear in their voices diminished slightly, believing that the name Wu would instill fear in Su Chun. However, upon hearing their affiliation, Su Chun felt a flicker of recognition. Soon, he realized that he was becoming increasingly familiar with his surroundings. His connection with the Wu family was indeed remarkable. Not long ago, the armed personnel he encountered at the Virus Research Institute had links to the Wu family. Having dispatched 2 of their members in quick succession, this peculiar bond was striking. When the 3 individuals saw Su Chun's lack of reaction, they mistakenly believed he was intimidated by his own history. They felt a surge of confidence. Just as they prepared to take control of the situation, reality dealt them a heavy blow. Another fierce slap struck their faces. This time, Su Chen moderated his strength, merely causing the other side of their faces to throb with pain. Why stop? Continue speaking. The three were at a loss for tears. They had thought they might have a glimmer of hope for escape, only to be jolted back to the harsh truth. They could only continue divulging everything they knew about the Wu family. The Wu family had established a refuge in the Guian New Town in the western part of the city. Su Chen was aware that this was a newly developed villa area in Zhanghai City. He had not anticipated that the illustrious Wu family would choose to set up their refuge there. Before the apocalypse, the residents of this villa area were either wealthy or of high status, with security measures so stringent that ordinary people could not gain entry. The protective measures were exceptional, which explained why the Wu family opted for that location. According to the trio, the Wu family had absorbed the original inhabitants of the villa area. Due to rapid expansion and a mix of personnel, the internal affairs of the Wu family had also been tumultuous during this period. After discussing the Wu family's circumstances, they finally broached the reason for their presence here. Upon learning the location of the Wu family, Su Chen became even more curious about why they had appeared in this place. It was over 10 kilometers away from the Wu family's refuge, a considerable distance. Even if they sought to gather supplies, it was improbable they would venture here without a compelling reason. At this point, they hesitated once more, contemplating whether to divulge this matter to Su Chen. They feared that if their superiors discovered their revelation of crucial secrets, they would not easily escape retribution. Su Chen, however, was indifferent to their concerns and simply wanted to uncover the reason for their presence. Speak. I will not ask you a second time. He swiftly broke one of their arms as a punishment. The cries of anguish echoed. They had not anticipated Su Chen's ruthlessness. A mere moment of hesitation had resulted in the shattering of their limb. We will not hesitate again. Just tell us. They bore the pain, unwilling to delay further. If they lingered any longer, they feared that their other arm would also meet a similar fate. To hell with keeping secrets. If they continued to conceal the truth, they could not fathom the torment that awaited them. They were not fanatics. Their own safety was paramount. Thus, they chose to share all that they knew. In Su Chen's eyes, they were nothing but cowardly souls, compelled to learn the meaning of fear only through violence. We do not know the specific reasons. We merely follow the orders from above. Let us seek the trace of a certain individual in this location, rumored to possess knowledge regarding the impending apocalypse. Following the assignment, we scoured the vicinity for 3 consecutive days. Prior to our encounter with you, we had found no sign of this person. In our desperation, we intended to seize your war chariot, believing that retreating to the shelter would spare us from retribution. Little did they realize that the very target of their search was Su Chen. At that moment, a cold glint flickered in Su Chen's eyes, and a murderous intent surged within him. It was astonishing that the Wu clan had dispatched individuals to investigate him, presuming that he possessed insights about the end of days and sought to capture him. Su Chen understood that his previous extensive gathering of supplies had attracted the Wu clan's attention. They must still be uncertain, merely entertaining the possibility. Otherwise, they would not have sent such a small contingent to track him down. Regardless, in Su Chen's eyes, the Wu clan could not be spared. How dare they set their sights on him? Such audacity was nothing short of a daydream. Su Chen was resolute. No matter how the Wu clan learned of his whereabouts, he would annihilate them without hesitation. Even if the heavens themselves intervened, he would show no mercy. The Wu clan. Huh, you wish to lay your hands upon me? Prepare for your demise. At that moment, the 3 individuals nursing their severed hand pondered whether Su Chen would show them mercy. To their astonishment, the quarry they had sought for days appeared before them, rendering them utterly speechless. They cursed the ancestors of the Wu clan in their hearts. Had they known Su Chen's formidable prowess, they would have never accepted this task. Suddenly, a thought crossed their minds, and they prepared to speak. Yet, the words barely formed on their lips before they were silenced forever, for Su Chen had already gleaned all the information he sought, rendering them useless. The fate of the superfluous need not be elaborated upon. Out of consideration for the information they provided, Su Chen allowed them to depart swiftly, sparing them any suffering. With a swift motion, he snapped their necks, ending their lives instantly. After completing this grim task, Su Chen tidied his attire, brushing off the dust. The act of eliminating these 3 was as effortless as crushing ants, requiring little exertion. The most significant gain from this encounter was the knowledge that the Wu clan was indeed targeting him. He would not allow them to escape unscathed. However, now was not the time to eradicate the Wu clan. They were in the light, while he lurked in the shadows. He needed to bide his time and identify the opportune moment to strike, ensuring he would ensnare the entire Wu clan without leaving any potential threats behind. With their numbers and armaments, the Wu clan was formidable. Although Su Chen was powerful, he was but one man. Obliterating the Wu clan required meticulous planning. Once he confirmed that all adversaries had perished, he returned to his war chariot. Inside, Lin Wanwan's worries dissipated entirely upon seeing Su Chen return safely. Though she recognized his strength, the fear of his potential injury lingered. And so, we continued our journey. Gently pinching Lin Wanwan's delicate face, Su Qin remarked with a smile. He had not forgotten that his outing was for a significant purpose, to seek the origins of extraordinary creatures. However, his chance was inadvertently interrupted by an encounter with the Wu family.